I Am an Evil Sword Chapter 1 to Chapter 78. When Xianxia was thrown into the furnace, his heart was filled with unwillingness. He hastily reviewed his short and boring life and hated the cruel swordsmith who had deceived him. He was a transmigrator, the one and only transmigrator in the world, a transmigrator who had activated the legendary Golden Finger system. He had not expected that when he had just arrived in this world, before he had the chance to become the world's top master, before he had the chance to achieve great things, before he had the chance to build a huge harem, he had been tricked into entering the sword-casting hut and thrown into the furnace by a seemingly honest and kind swordsmith uncle. Just now, that seemingly kind but actually sinister swordsmith had told Xianxia that he had concealed his identity in Ironstone City and neglected sleep and food for more than 20 years to study the art of swordsmithing. Half a year ago, he had reached the peak of swordsmithing, so he had switched to learning how to forge spiritual weapons, wanting to become a true master swordsmith. He had accidentally obtained a secret manual on forging spiritual weapons, which recorded a bloody, effective, and simple secret technique for forging spiritual weapons, forging swords with people. Simply put, it was to mix a secret spirit solidifying liquid into hot molten iron and push a living person into the molten iron. The spirit solidifying liquid would absorb and preserve the person's soul and merge it with the weapon, causing the weapon to produce a weapon spirit. This morning, he felt that he had made a breakthrough and was itching to practice. When he met the beggar Xianxia by chance, the sense of urgency in his heart became even stronger, like a cat scratching at its prey. He had used recruitment as bait and 2 steamed buns to trick Xianxia. That's right, as a transmigrator, Xianxia had been tricked by 2 steamed buns. Seeing that he was about to fall into the molten iron and the heat was getting stronger and stronger, Xianxia suddenly thought of a sentence: "I will obtain immortality in fire and hot blood." The burly swordsmith pushed Xianxia down and stared at him as he fell into the hot furnace. He opened his arms and roared, "I will become a true master swordsmith, and you will be my first work. A true swordsman will be proud to use you. I curse you to die a horrible death. Even if I really become a sword, I'll definitely be a demonic sword. Whoever uses it will die and have no descendants." Xianxia wailed before he died. However, the swordsmith did not care about Xianxia's dying curse. Black flames instantly rose from the furnace. The black flames quickly disappeared, and Xianxia's body disappeared along with it. The swordsmith was filled with excitement as he poured the molten iron into the sword mold. After the molten iron cooled down, he obtained the sword embryo. Rhythmic sounds of smithing rang out within the sword forging hut. In the latter half of the night, the swordsmith placed the red-hot iron sword in the cold water from Snow Cloud Mountain. Chi. After the steam dissipated, the swordsmith couldn't wait to see the true appearance of the spiritual weapon. However, with just a glance, his face darkened. The black iron sword looked ordinary, no different from the iron swords forged by his apprentices in the sword forging hut. Taking a closer look, there was a red dot on the sword, like a drop of coagulated blood. The swordsmith repeatedly wiped it with a handkerchief, but it could not be wiped off. He tried sharpening it. Perhaps it was the legendary treasure concealing itself. With an uneasy heart, the middle-aged swordsmith sharpened the edge of the iron sword with ease. He did not encounter any resistance. Staring at the edge of the sword, the middle-aged swordsmith let out a long sigh. He had failed. When he was forging this sword, he had been very focused and serious. He had strived for perfection in every step. He had even used precious materials such as azure cloud iron and spiral copper. In addition, he had also mixed in a small pinch of extremely precious meteoric iron. However, he had made an extremely low-level mistake. The temperature was not right when he was smelting it. If he had been forging a normal sword, he would not have had any problems controlling the temperature. However, he was using a person to forge a sword. Using people to forge swords, with one more person in the furnace, the heat would definitely be different. Every step of the swordsmithing process was interconnected. Because of a single mistake, even if he had used extremely precious materials, the sword would be ruined. He took the sword and went to the weapon rack. There were more than 10 swords on it, all of which were the work of apprentices. He picked up a low-level mortal weapon and did not hesitate to hack at the edge of the blood-drop sword. The low-level mortal weapon's edge cracked. With so many precious materials, it would be strange if he could not break a low-level mortal weapon. the middle-aged swordsmith picked up a medium-level mortal weapon and hacked at the blood-drop sword. A small crack appeared on the medium-level mortal weapon, but a crack appeared on the blood-drop sword. In other words, he had used a person to forge a sword and spent a large amount of precious materials to forge a low-level sword. This was a complete failure. The middle-aged swordsmith's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. At this moment, a soft sound came from the window. It was like the sound of dry leaves being crushed. The middle-aged swordsmith was also a martial artist. He had sharp ears and sharp eyes. The soft sound was very obvious in the quiet night. "Who is it?" Following this, there was the sound of hurried footsteps. The middle-aged swordsmith rushed out of the swordsmithing hut with the blood-drop sword in hand. He used all his strength and caught up to his target in just 2 breaths. It was a new apprentice of the swordsmithing hut. This little apprentice was somewhat clever and diligent, but his talent in swordsmithing was somewhat ordinary. The swordsmith blocked the apprentice's path. The apprentice was so scared that his legs turned to jelly. "Did you see everything?" "No, I didn't see anything," the apprentice cried. "Master Jean, please let me go." "I really didn't see anything." Xianxia did not say anything. Blood dyed the sword red. The apprentice probably wanted to steal his skills, but he chose the wrong day. If it wasn't for the incident with Chen Hao, he might have let him go. He held the sword in one hand and the apprentice's body in the other and walked towards the swordsmithing hut. The blood on the sword slowly seeped into the sword as if it was being absorbed. Within the sword, Chen Hao's soul was in a daze. A mechanical system notification sounded. Ding. The system has detected a change in the host's identity. According to the host's identity and wishes, the strongest human system has automatically changed to strongest demon sword system. Strongest demon sword system activated. Activating, please wait, detected that the host's consciousness is blurred. Automatically bound to the sword owner, Xianxia. Sword name, None grade, low common weaponry Kenju, Xianxia talent, killing the master skills 1. Misfortune, activated steadily reduces the sword owner's luck by 1, with a luck value of 10, he is the world's child of fortune. 2. Slaughter evolution, evolved by absorbing blood and souls. Ding. Once enough blood and souls are absorbed, the host can evolve. Detected that the host's consciousness is blurred and the sword is damaged. The system's protection function has been activated. The host is upgrading automatically. Ding. Upgrade complete. The host has leveled up to medium common weapon. The host has received a talent skill, automatic repair. The sword is being repaired. When Xianxia finished dealing with the apprentice's body and looked at the failed sword in his hand, he was stunned. He clearly remembered that there was a hole on the blade of this failed grade sword, but now, the hole had disappeared. Could it be that this sword automatically repaired itself? Could it be that this sword was not a failure? Becoming a true master swordsmith was Xianxia's lifelong dream. He knew that a sword that could repair itself did exist. In the legends, it existed, and it was an existence that surpassed a spirit weapon. Spirit weapons had simple intelligence, but they did not have the ability to repair themselves. Could it be that I accidentally created an existence that surpassed a spirit weapon? He was excited for a moment, but his heart turned cold again. Casually forging a treasured sword that surpassed a spirit weapon, based on his decades of experience, this clearly did not conform to common sense. If a sword that surpassed a spirit weapon could be created so easily, then the spirit swords on the streets would have already become the goods of the continent. I am only 40 years old, my body is strong, and my eyes are not dim, so I can't be wrong. The long sword has never left my side, so it is impossible for it to be replaced. That drop of blood is not that easy to imitate. Just as Xianxia was gently wiping the sword with a silk cloth and frowning in thought, he suddenly felt the long sword in his hand begin to heat up. It was getting hotter and hotter until it burnt his hand. Soon, the entire sword turned red, as if it was being burned by an invisible flame. Xianxia quickly threw away the long sword and took 2 steps back in fear. He looked around, but there was nothing strange. Then he stared at the long sword, completely ignoring his burned hand. He felt that something terrible was about to happen. Sure enough, the red-hot sword began to exude many small particles like dust. More and more gray particles began to ooze out, gradually covering the entire sword. Jin Jingqiu opened his mouth wide. This process was very similar to a swordsmith repeatedly hitting the sword with a hammer to remove the impurities in the sword. Could it be that this sword can evolve? It was hard to imagine. He kept asking himself, what the hell did I create? When the long sword no longer exuded gray impurities and the red color gradually faded, Jin Jingqiu used a pair of iron pliers to cool the long sword in the snow. Then he used the intermediate level weapon from last time to cut it. The intermediate level weapon's edge was broken. But the magical long sword was not damaged at all. This confirmed Jin Jingqiu's guess. It really evolved. It had evolved from a low-grade mortal weapon to a medium-grade mortal weapon. Since it could evolve from a low-grade mortal weapon to a middle-grade mortal weapon, could it evolve into a high-grade mortal weapon, a top-grade mortal weapon? Could it evolve into a profound weapon, a spirit weapon, or even a divine weapon that only existed in legends? Endless possibilities. He knew that this might just be his imagination, but after witnessing the evolution of the long sword with his own eyes, it wasn't impossible for his imagination to come true. Jin Jingqiu held the sword, his body trembling with excitement. He stroked the sword with his injured hand, his eyes full of love, as if he was looking at the love of his life. What a disgusting look. What are you touching? Damn it, touch yourself if you have the guts. I can't take it anymore. This damned old man, I'm going to kill him. I'm going to chop him into pieces. I'm going to cut him into pieces. I'm going to chop him into mincemeat. Within the sword, Xianxia's soul roared loudly. Just now, the long sword had absorbed the soul and blood of the little apprentice to nourish Xianxia's soul, waking him up. After waking up, Xianxia saw Jin Jingqiu's wretched actions and eyes. His heart went crazy. Not only was his physical body gone, but he was also trapped in a long sword. Not only was he unable to take revenge, but he was also being held in the palm of his enemy's hand. This was simply a terrifying torture. Unfortunately, no matter how much he roared and cursed, Jin Jingqiu couldn't hear his voice. In the end, Xianxia was exhausted from tormenting himself. Only then did he remember a very important matter. System, are you still there? Strongest magic sword system activating. Aren't you the strongest human system? Now the host is no longer human. Then do I still have an attribute panel? Of course. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the system was still there. The system was still there. At least he had the ability to turn the tables and get revenge. He looked at the system's attribute panel that had changed beyond recognition. Sword name, none. System, why don't I have a name? As soon as he asked this, Xianxia heard Jin Jingqiu's gentle voice. You are my life's best work. I will name you Black Blood Divine Sword. I hope you live up to the name of Divine Sword. Since you said Black Blood Divine Sword, I will be called Black Blood Divine Sword. I am Xianxia. Then, Xianxia saw the sword name on the system attribute panel change from none to Black Blood Divine Sword. Xianxia really wanted to kill the old guy outside. Can I be called Xianxia? Sorry, the sword name is decided by the sword owner. Calm down, continue to look, continue to look. Grade, mid-grade common weapon first Ren Kenju, Jin Jingqiu, so that bastard is called Jin Jingqiu. Such a good name. Innate skill, killing master skills, 1, misfortune, already activated steadily reduces the sword owner's luck by 1, with a luck value of 10, 1 can be called the world's son of providence, 2. Evolution by slaughter, evolves by absorbing fresh blood and souls, 3, automatic repair, expends a certain amount of fresh blood and souls to repair itself. Killing the owner, needless to say, this talent made Xianxia extremely satisfied. At least he saw the hope of killing Jin Jingqiu. This skill looked very weak now, but the system said that these skills could be upgraded and become stronger. Jin Jingqiu was happy for an entire day. The next day, he did not even open the blacksmith's door. He locked himself in the blacksmith's shop to admire his work. However, after his excitement, confusion surged in his heart. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. With his lifetime of sword forging experience, he could not figure out how he succeeded. Jin Jingqiu covered his forehead and muttered to himself, why did the Black Blood Divine Sword undergo such a change? Of course, Xianxia would not be so kind as to tell Jin Jingqiu how rare the materials he used were. Using a transmigrator's body and soul as a sacrifice to the sword, using the system's golden finger to forge the sword. This was definitely the first time in history. Thinking about this, Chen Hao's heart ached. He was definitely the worst transmigrator in history, out of sight, out of mind. Chen Hao simply sealed off his consciousness, not wanting to look at Jin Jingqiu anymore. His abilities were limited now, so he had to lay low first. Moreover, he was not worried at all. Chen Hao knew very well that Jin Jingqiu, who knew the magic of the Black Blood Divine Sword, would definitely do everything possible to help him upgrade it. No one could resist the temptation of a divine sword. In a virtual game, for the sake of a fake godly longsword, some people were willing to work hard, and some people were willing to pay for it. It was like this in a game, let alone in this fantasy world where martial arts were respected and martial artists viewed weapons as their second life. In any case, if Chen Hao obtained a weapon that could infinitely evolve, he would definitely do his best to upgrade it. After Jin Jingqiu helped him upgrade it, After the sword hut reopened, Jin Jingqiu's eldest apprentice, Shirlei, was the first to notice that one person was missing. Has anyone seen Shen Xiaoming? No, he went out last night and didn't come back. The apprentice who lived with Shen Xiaoming replied. Where did this brat go? Shirlei said angrily, he didn't even say goodbye and didn't come back the whole night. As the eldest apprentice and the only direct disciple of Jin Jingqiu, he was also in charge of the apprentices. Jin Jingqiu had another direct disciple who was not very talented in swordsmithing, but he was very smart and was in charge of a weapon shop in Ironstone City. Jin Jingqiu was a quiet person, so he built the sword hut on a small mountain in the Snow Cloud Mountains near Ironstone City. The apprentices lived in Snow Cloud Town at the foot of the mountain. If he doesn't come back today, then remove him from the list. Jin Jingqiu said flatly. Shirlei said respectfully, Master, I'm worried that Shen Xiaoming might have run into some trouble. Ironstone City was rich in iron ores, and Jin Jingqiu was not only the most skilled blacksmith master in Ironstone City, he was also a true element boundary master. His status in Ironstone City was very high, and countless youths racked their brains to pass his test and become his apprentice. Shirlei knew that Shen Xiaoming was a young man from a small village. He was also quite smart, so there was no reason not to cherish this opportunity. Ran into trouble? Jin Jingqiu looked up at Shirlei. Let me ask you, what are the rules of being my apprentice? You have to ask for leave if you have something to do. You can't go out at night. Do you understand? I understand. Shirlei nodded. Shen Xiaoming was not the first person to be expelled because of this rule. Shirlei thought about it carefully and felt that Shen Xiaoming was wrong. No matter what happened, he should have told him first. In Ironstone City, even the strongest three families, Lu, Bai, and Su, had to give his master some face. What kind of problem could not be solved that he had to leave without saying goodbye? Therefore, the matter of Shen Xiaoming's disappearance was perfunctorily dismissed by Jin Jingqiu. As for Chen Hao, no one mentioned him at all. It was as if he had never been to this world. Jin Jingqiu looked at the Black Blood Divine Sword in front of him. He wasn't thinking about how to make the Divine Sword evolve. Instead, he kept thinking about how to create another sword like the Black Blood Divine Sword. For the entire day, Jin Jingqiu was completely out of it. He just hugged the sword in a daze. Shirlei was a person who couldn't hide his thoughts. Master, is there something on your mind? No, I'm not. I'm just thinking about a problem related to sword forging. Oh. Shirlei nodded in understanding. Everyone in Ironstone City knew that Jin Jingqiu was obsessed with forging swords. In the afternoon, Jin Jingqiu instructed, you guys can go back. Come back early tomorrow. Yes, master. When it was dark, Jin Jingqiu locked the door of the blacksmith shop, changed into a set of night clothes, covered his face, and jumped out of the window. Seeing this scene, Chen Hao's spirit was lifted. He knew that Jin Jingqiu would not be able to hold back. Snow Cloud Town was the closest town to the Snow Cloud Mountain Range. There were a large number of demon beasts living in the depths of the Snow Cloud Mountain Range. Many adventuring mercenary groups gathered here. The martial artists who lived in this world were not easy to deal with. They had several or more lives on their hands. Needless to say, Jin Jingqiu had more. Using people to forge swords was originally the specialty of the Devil Path sect. He lurked in the shadows of a remote alley, like a poisonous snake waiting for its prey. His cold eyes looked at the drunken mercenaries passing by. After about a quarter of an hour, a stumbling mercenary appeared. Xianxia rushed over, covered the mercenary's mouth, and stabbed Xianhao's sword into his chest. Then, he quickly pulled the corpse into the alley. Since he wasn't human anymore, Xianhao certainly didn't have any symptoms of blood fainting. He only felt a warm current flowing into the sword body, nourishing his soul. That warm current brought a great feeling. He felt that his sword body and even his soul had been sublimated, as if he had entered heaven. If there was a heaven in this world, after the warm current disappeared, Xianhao still wanted more. He felt like he was addicted to it, being used by Xianxia to kill people. Xianhao didn't feel the slightest guilt. After all, when he was a human, he hadn't lived a complete day in this world. He was full of hatred for this world. Xianhao was sure that Xianxia was definitely an assassination master. His assassination methods were clean and neat. In a short time, he killed 4 tall and burly mercenaries who looked like they were not weak. After absorbing the 5th mercenary, Xianhao knew that he had reached the critical point and was about to evolve again. Xianxia also noticed that the black blood divine sword was beginning to heat up, so he lost the idea of continuing to kill people. He quickly left the alley and entered a small courtyard nearby. The owner of the courtyard was him. Closing the door, he put the red-hot black blood divine sword on the ground. Seeing that the divine sword began to exude gray impurities, Xianxia confirmed his guess. The evolution of the black blood divine sword was not accidental. Just like the legendary demon sword, it needed to kill, incessant killing. Did Xianxia ever plan to give up on the black blood divine sword? No, definitely not. Was he afraid? No, not afraid. Instead, he was happy, and excited. He raised the black blood divine sword and gently waved it. A corner of the table was cut off without any resistance. He pulled out a strand of hair and blew it on the blade. The hair was cut in half. Xianxia nodded with satisfaction. He knew that the black blood divine sword had successfully evolved from a middle-grade mortal weapon to a high-grade mortal weapon. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What a magical sword. I don't know if you have a limit." At this time, Xianhao was also overjoyed in the divine sword. Sword name, Black Blood Divine Sword Grade, High Grade Mortal Weapon First, Ren Kenju, Xianxia Talent, Killing Master Skills 1. Misfortune, already activated, steadily reduces the sword owner's luck by 1, with a luck value of 10, he can be called the world's son of destiny. 2. Slaughter Evolution, evolves by absorbing blood and souls. 3. Automatic Repair, spends a certain amount of blood and souls to repair itself. 4. Murderous Aura Field, activated, the more creatures killed, the stronger the murderous aura gathered, forming a unique murderous aura field. The murderous aura field not only affects the enemy's mind, but also affects the sword master. The Black Blood Divine Sword had produced a 4th skill. Moreover, this skill looked very powerful. It was a growth skill that could affect the sword owner's personality. Of course, the current evil aura field was very weak. At the very most, only 6 people had died under Xianhao's sword. The evil aura field's effect on the sword owner was negligible. However, this was at least a gratifying improvement. Other than misfortune, he now had another skill that could affect the sword owner. He was not an inanimate object. He did not want to be someone else's tool. Xianhao asked the system, "Every time I level up, can I get a new skill?" The system replied, "That's not the case. There is a certain degree of randomness in acquiring skills. Sometimes, it's not certain that you'll get a new skill. It's possible that you'll strengthen a skill you already have. That's not bad." Next, Xianxia disposed of all the bodies of the assassins and returned to the blacksmith shop. The next day passed peacefully. As usual, Xianxia taught 7 or 8 apprentices blacksmithing skills. At night, Xianhao, who had tasted the sweetness, thought that he could get more souls and blood like yesterday, but Xianxia disappointed him. Xianxia rushed all the way and kidnapped a 7 or 8-year-old girl from a small village near Snowcloud Town. As for the girl's family, Xianxia did not disturb them. In short, he was not a reckless man. He did things with a purpose. This was Xianhao's evaluation of him. When Xianxia kidnapped the little girl, Xianhao could roughly guess what he wanted to do. He wanted to forge another black blood divine sword. Looking at the crying and struggling little girl who was still thrown into the furnace by Xianxia, Chen Hao seemed to see himself. However, he did not want to save the girl. First, he was temporarily powerless. The system said that only when the black blood divine sword became a spiritual weapon, he could communicate with the host. Second, after becoming a demonic sword, even if his soul still belonged to a human, his humanity had been greatly weakened. Chen Hao knew that Xianxia would never succeed. Xianxia carried the newly formed low-level mortal weapon and took the black blood divine sword to Snowcloud Town under the cover of night. Then he went to the small village again and killed the little girl's parents. This low-level mortal weapon did not absorb blood, nor did it automatically repair itself. There was no abnormality. Did I kill the wrong person? Xianxia turned his eyes to the little girl's neighbors. After killing 10 people from 2 families, the low-level mortal weapon still did not move. Xianxia had to admit that he failed, the same materials and the same process as the black blood divine sword. Why did the black blood divine sword succeed, but this sword failed? Xianxia could not figure it out. Is it because I used a girl? It had to be said that Xianxia had the potential to be a Frankenstein. He made bold guesses and carefully verified them. In the following month, Xianxia kidnapped 9 children and forged 9 low-level mortal weapons. Of course, all 9 low-grade mortal weapons had failed, then he had to stop. It wasn't because of the investigation by the Ironstone City's city guards, but because they had run out of meteoric iron. After the meteorite iron was used up, Xianxia calmed down. He reflected that he had been too crazy recently. Then, he held a cup of hot tea and sat in the armchair, looking at the snow-capped snow-cloud mountains in the distance. Combining the experience of the 10 failures and the details of forging the black blood divine sword, there was absolutely no difference in the process of forging the sword. Then, the only possible difference was the person who forged the sword. Xianxia, who was about the same age as the beggar Chen Hao, tried 8 boys, but all of them failed. Perhaps the beggar named Chen Hao was even more different from the other boys. There were no 2 identical Lis in the world, and no 2 people were exactly the same. Xianxia understood this truth. In that case, what was so special about the dead beggar Chen Hao that made him stand out from the crowd? In other words, what about Chen Hao was needed to forge the divine sword? Thinking of this problem, Xianxia had a headache. Xianxia only knew that the beggar was named Chen Hao, and then nothing else. As for his characteristics, he had been melted into molten iron, so there was no way to investigate. Xianxia sighed. If I had known, I would have asked more about him. Now he regretted it. However, Xianxia did not give up hope. At least the black blood divine sword was still in his hands, and he could continue to study it. After a month of work in vain, Xianxia turned his attention to the black blood divine sword. He wanted to know where the limits of this sword were. He also felt that if the black blood divine sword produced Jianling, and he could communicate with Jianling, he might be able to find out the secret of forging the black blood divine sword. This time, Xianxia chose to enter the Snow Cloud Mountains. After all, killing people in the vicinity of Bluestone City had aroused the vigilance of the local warriors. However, the Snow Cloud Mountains were different. Every day, there were mercenaries who died in the mouths of demon beasts. After killing people, the demon beasts would help to clean them up. It was the best choice to keep a low profile. There was no lack of experts among the nearby mercenaries, but there were very few who could compare to Xianxia. Therefore, Xianxia told his disciple that he needed to go out to find precious materials for forging the sword. He simply packed his luggage and entered the Snow Cloud Mountains. Following Xianxia, Chen Hao roughly understood that this world was called the Tianqian continent. There were many sects and families, and warriors were respected. The most respected professions were blacksmiths and alchemists. Currently, this place was under the jurisdiction of Ironstone City. There were many demon beasts nearby, and the Snow Cloud Mountains were crowded with mercenaries. He did not know anything else. He did not even know the ranks of the warriors. After all, Xianxia was usually a man of few words. He would only say a few words when teaching his apprentices. The apprentices did not even dare to speak in front of Xianxia. Chen Hao could not hear them. Along the way, Xianxia killed every demon beast he saw. There was almost no demon beast that was his opponent. Chen Hao was more and more certain that this guy should be an expert. At the same time, Chen Hao also found that killing demon beasts was also beneficial to him. However, the benefits were not great. It was far less satisfying than killing. Was it because the demon beast's soul was not strong enough? Chen Hao guessed. On the third evening after entering the snow cloud mountains, Xianxia met a group of mercenaries. This group of mercenaries had a total of 7 people. One of them was lying on a stretcher, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. One of them had a broken arm and was being supported by others. The remaining 5 were not much better. Each of them was covered in wounds and looked miserable. Obviously, they had just experienced a life and death battle. Xianxia saw them from afar and hid. He was like a corpse that had lost all signs of life. The burly leader shouted, "We are already at the periphery of the mountains. The demon beasts here are not strong. Let's camp here tonight." "Yes, leader." The group began to set up camp. Xianxia squinted his eyes and stared at them motionlessly. It was not until late at night that he quietly crept up. He first killed the night watchman beside the bonfire. Then, he assassinated the other 2 members of the group. As a result, he was discovered by the wounded on the stretcher. "Sneak attack!" That man shouted loudly. Then, he was directly killed by Xianxia with a sword. The mercenaries reacted, but there were only 3 people left at this time. The leader, a one-armed man, and another member. The mercenary leader found that more than half of his members were dead. His eyes were about to pop out. "Who are you? Do you have a grudge against us?" "We have no grudge. This is the first time I saw you," Xianxia said in a flat tone. "Then why did you attack us?" "We just happened to meet." As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, he rushed to the one-armed man like lightning. "You have to pick on the weak first." Xianxia, this shameless old man, knew this very well. His strength was 1 level higher than the mercenary group leader. With a sneak attack, the man with a broken arm was killed in 1 strike. "Damn it! Old Wang!" The mercenary group leader shouted, "Brother, let's fight him." The remaining mercenary immediately responded and rushed towards Xianxia with despair and anger. But he didn't see that the group leader he trusted suddenly turned around and ran into the depths of the forest without looking back. Chen Hao was stunned. How could a person be so shameless? He was almost as shameless as Xianxia. This honest mercenary didn't know that his group leader had abandoned him. Because he didn't look back, he was instantly killed by Xianxia. Xianxia's sword was very fast. A green chi wrapped around Chen Hao's black blood divine sword. Chen Hao didn't feel any resistance from the wind. He smoothly cut off the mercenary's head. "You think you can run away?" Xianxia looked at the forest and sneered. He ran into the forest like the wind. Then there was a chase. The leader of this group of mercenaries was good, but he only exchanged 10 moves with Xianxia. In the next 5 days, Xianxia was cautious and ruthless. He killed 3 more groups. The blood and souls Chen Hao absorbed were finally enough for him to level up. Feeling that the black blood divine sword was getting hotter and hotter, the experienced Xianxia found a hidden cave and carefully observed the divine sword's level up. The leveling process was similar to the past. But Chen Hao was happy because this leveling up brought him a great surprise. Sword name, Black Blood Divine Sword Grade, Top Level Common Weapon First, Ren Kenju, Xianxia Talent, Kill Master Skills 1. Misfortune, already activated steadily reduces the Sword Master's luck by 1, with a luck value of 10, he can be called the World's Son of Destiny. 2. Misfortune Explosion, the host can turn off the Misfortune skill for 10 days and then use Misfortune Explosion. Once the Misfortune Explosion is used, the Sword Master's luck value will decrease by 10 for a day. 3. Slaughter Evolution, evolved by absorbing blood and souls. 4. Automatic Repair, spend a certain amount of blood and souls to repair oneself. 5. Murderous Aura Field, activated the more creatures killed, the stronger the murderous aura gathered, forming a unique murderous aura field. The murderous aura field can not only affect the enemy's mind, but also affect the Sword Master. As a demon sword, Chen Hao was actually a bit of a figurehead at the moment. Not only was the enemy who killed him still living a carefree and comfortable life, but the most infuriating thing was that he was able to get along with his enemy and even become a weapon in his enemy's hands, but because his level was too low, he couldn't do anything to his enemy. If there was a transmigrator competition, Xianxia would definitely be ranked among the best. He might even be able to win first place. The misfortune skill would steadily reduce the sword master's luck by 1 point. Actually, this skill was quite useless. Xianxia had asked the system before. The luck value was not constant, but it changed within a certain range. The so-called son of luck would also have times when his luck value was negative, and he would also be unlucky. However, most of the time, his luck value would fluctuate between 8 and 10. The time he was unlucky was very short, and then his luck would suddenly increase. For example, if he was unlucky and fell off a cliff, he would pick up a secret manual left behind by a senior expert. For an expert like Xianxia, his luck value was usually positive, and he still had some luck. Xianxia steadily reduced Xianxia's luck value by 1 point, but the effect was not obvious. However, it was different now. A misfortune explosion skill could directly reduce Xianxia's luck value by 10 points. If Xianxia's luck was bad one day or he was in a battle, and Xianxia gave him a misfortune explosion skill, he would probably die directly. Xianxia thought happily, so, as my level increases, I will definitely become a qualified demon. Sword. He laughed in his heart and turned off the misfortune skill. He would wait for 10 days, just as Xianxia was scheming against Xianxia. Xianxia's face was full of joy as he watched the Black Blood God sword evolve into a top-grade mortal weapon. Just one more step, and the Black Blood God sword would evolve into a low-grade profound weapon. The only difference between a profound weapon and a mortal weapon was that profound weapons could not only conduct true qi, but also make it convenient to use martial skills. A top-grade profound weapon could also increase the power of a martial skill when a martial artist used it. A martial artist could also use a mortal weapon to use a martial skill, but the power of the martial skill would be reduced, and the mortal weapon could be damaged after a long time. A low-grade mortal weapon usually costs 1 silver coin. A middle-grade mortal weapon usually costs 1 gold coin. A high-grade mortal weapon usually costs 5 gold coins. A top-grade mortal weapon costs 30 gold coins. A low-grade profound weapon's value rose sharply, starting at 500 gold coins. Should he continue, no one could resist the temptation of upgrading a weapon. No one could resist the temptation of constantly becoming stronger. Even a technical geek like Xianxia. After all, it was the nature of all creatures to pursue strength. Even if Xianxia studied the art of sword forging, it was also a way to become strong. Unfortunately, Xianxia did not know that this mortal weapon divine sword already had a weapon spirit. And the weapon spirit hated him very much. The more he was eager to upgrade the Black Blood God sword, the faster he would die. Then let's continue. Xianxia immediately made a decision. Xianxia lurked in the snow cloud mountain for 10 days. In these 10 days, his battle record was not bad, and he also had a good harvest. Not only did he kill 2 groups of low-grade mercenaries, he also found some precious sword forging materials and monster cores from the mercenaries. Just after midnight, Xianxia, who was bored to death in the Black Blood God sword, used a misfortune explosion. From the second half of the night until dawn, there was no movement. This made Xianxia, who was waiting to watch a good show, even more depressed. In the early morning, Xianxia ate some jerky and carried the Black Blood God sword on the road. He walked for about 1,000 meters and soon met a group of mercenaries. This group of mercenaries had a total of 5 people, led by a bearded man carrying a heavy sword on his back. A handsome young man who was about 15 or 16 years old followed closely behind. The bearded man had a smile on his face as he kept talking to the handsome young man. The handsome young man listened and nodded seriously. At the very back, there were 3 adult mercenaries. These 3 mercenaries were more professional and were very vigilant in their surroundings to prevent any hidden monster from suddenly attacking. However, this was useless. Xianxia, this old fox, had already set up an ambush, and the opposite party did not notice at all. As they got closer, Xianxia could faintly hear the conversation between the bearded man and the handsome young man. As a mercenary, you must always be vigilant in the wild, because many monsters are good at camouflage. Also, in the wild, not only do you have to be careful of monster attacks, but also other mercenaries with ulterior motives. Remember, other than your own team members, it is best not to trust anyone, especially when you are injured or have a great harvest. An old mercenary imparting his experience and knowledge to a rookie, but they were unlucky to have met Xianxia. Xianxia was far behind this group of mercenaries. Xianhao knew that he still planned to wait until nightfall to make his move. They waited until night fell. Xianxia watched the mercenaries from afar as usual and didn't encounter anything unusual. Xianhao couldn't help but feel puzzled. Did the misfortune explosion skill not work, or was Xianxia's luck almost as good as the legendary Son of Fortune? Just as Xianhao was thinking, Xianxia seized the first opportunity. The mercenaries found a suitable place to set up camp near a small river. One of the mercenaries went out to fetch water. Xianxia hid in the reeds like a poisonous snake. Then, he suddenly burst out and killed the mercenary in one fell swoop. Something's not right. Not long after, one of the mercenaries realized something was wrong. Monkey said he went to fetch water. It seems like he's been gone for a while. Could it be that he encountered a demon beast? It shouldn't be. We've checked the surroundings just now. There are no powerful demon beasts nearby. With Monkey's strength, he can still run away if he can't defeat them. Another mercenary said, "Should we go and take a look?" As soon as the two of them stood up, their captain frowned and said, "Wait, let's be careful. Let's go together. You come with us too." The burly man said to the handsome young man, "When doing a mission outside, you can't be too careful. Only careful people can live longer." "Understood, Captain." The young man nodded. The burly man shouted, "Monkey, are you there? If you are, answer me." His voice was very loud. His roar echoed back and forth in the mountains until it disappeared. Monkey didn't answer. Xianhao was in Xianxia's hand. When he heard the roar, he knew that his plan had failed. The mercenaries were too cautious. However, Xianxia was very calm. Even though he knew that the other party had noticed, he still quietly crept in the reeds. "Captain, could something have happened to Monkey?" "It should be," the captain said with a sullen face. The handsome young man nervously held his sword and asked, "Then what should we do?" "Let's go and take a look. No matter what, we have to at least know what happened. Let's go together and be careful." With that, the captain of the mercenary team took the lead and entered the reeds. Xianhao didn't know Xianxia's exact strength, but with his cautious personality, he was confident that he could defeat this team. The four mercenaries were getting closer and closer. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and tightly held the black blood godly sword in his hand. Then, he slapped the ground and flew up. "Cool breeze," Xianxia growled. The mercenary who was attacked by Xianxia reacted. He raised his sword to block Xianxia's attack and took the opportunity to retreat. The mercenary who was attacked realized that he was no match for Xianxia and wanted to escape. Xianxia was very experienced. Once he gained the upper hand, he would not let his opponent off easily. He tapped the air with the tip of his foot and flew towards the retreating mercenary. Chaotic wind kill. Xianxia swung his sword at an extremely fast speed. The mercenary was exhausted and could only block 3 strikes before his neck was slit. From the moment Xianxia burst out and killed one of the mercenaries, it only took 3 breaths of time. The process was so fast that the others couldn't even react. The first to react was the experienced captain of the mercenary team. He said with a serious face, "It's a true energy realm warrior." "A true energy realm warrior?" The other mercenary heard the words, "true energy realm," and couldn't help but show a look of despair. "True energy realm? Then we are in trouble." The handsome young man took a deep breath and took a step forward. He stood side by side with the captain. "Captain, what should we do?" "We can only fight with him." The captain said, "I am now at the peak of the Qi High realm, and you are at the early stage. If we work together, we might have a chance to survive. If we run away, we will be dead for sure." Okay. At this critical moment, the young man didn't back down. This made the captain feel a bit regretful. If the young man was talented and didn't die, he would have a chance to break through to the legendary post-celestial level. "Go!" the captain shouted. He held his heavy sword and ran towards Xianxia. Then, he jumped up, raised his heavy sword and slashed towards Xianxia. Earth sword skill, force of 1,000 average. Xianxia smiled disdainfully and raised his sword to block. But when he blocked the heavy sword, he heard a very soft ka-cha sound. Xianxia's face suddenly changed, a huge force came towards him and his whole leg sank into the soft soil. The handsome young man took the opportunity to attack from the side. He stabbed his long sword towards Xianxia's waist. Xianxia wrapped his Xianxia around his feet and jumped to the side. After jumping to the side, he didn't attack immediately. Instead, he looked at the black blood godly sword. A small crack appeared on the edge of the black blood godly sword. Xianxia was careless and the captain used his Xian-level heavy sword to create a crack on the edge of the black blood godly sword. This crack made Xianxia's heart ache. The black blood godly sword was his treasure. "Damn it, I will kill you all," Xianxia said angrily. The furious Xianxia used all his strength. Each strike was more vicious than the last. In just 7 strikes, another mercenary was pierced through. Only the captain and the handsome young man were left in the entire mercenary group. The other 2 were not easy to deal with. The captain used his rich experience, Xian-level martial skills, and the Xian-level heavy sword to hold on. The young man was like a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers. Although his fighting style was immature, his movement skills were outstanding. During the fight, he often used some exquisite moves, which gave Xianxia a lot of trouble. But Xianxia purposely showed a flaw. The young man was tricked and his thigh was cut by Xianxia. Now, victory was only a matter of time. "I didn't know that you were a genius. It would be a pity if you died." After 20 strikes, Xianxia said to the injured young man. A young man at the early Qi-Hai realm had the fighting ability of a late Qi-Hai warrior. Even Xianxia was impressed by him. The handsome young man took out a bag of medicine from somewhere and poured the white liquid on his wound. The blood on his thigh stopped immediately. He said while panting, "Have you heard of the Chen family of the Bright Sword City?" "The Chen family of the Bright Sword City?" Xianxia felt that something was wrong. "Which Chen family?" Chen Hao, who was in the black blood godly sword, suddenly became alert. The handsome young man saw that he was going to die here, so he told him about his background. It must be the effect of his bad luck. If not, how could Xianxia meet someone with a background when he killed a few mercenaries? "There is only one Chen family in the Bright Sword City," the handsome young man said with a self-mocking tone. "I don't like that Chen family either, but I am from the Chen family. If you kill me, you will get into a lot of trouble. If you let us go, I will let bygones be bygones and never come to the Snow Cloud Mountain again. What do you think?" Xianxia's face was cold as if he was thinking. Only the captain whispered to the young man in a complaining tone, "Please boss, why didn't you tell us about your background earlier?" The handsome young man was confused. Xianxia said in a low voice, "Today, you will all die." Xianxia had thought it through. The Qin clan of Bright Sword City was suspicious of this young man. What if he was just bluffing? What if the young man in front of him wasn't bluffing? If he let him go, what if he found another master to cause trouble for Xianxia? The Qin family of Bright Sword City was one of the top families in Baisha County. They didn't have a single Khanate master, so it would be easy for them to deal with Xianxia. Xianxia wasn't wearing a mask. He was just putting on a disguise. So, to be safe, it didn't matter if the young man in front of him was from the Qin family of Bright Sword City. As long as he killed him and got rid of the corpse, he could rest easy. Wind drill. Xianxia used his killing move right away. To avoid any complications, he wanted to end the battle quickly. "If you want to kill him, you'll have to kill me first." The mercenary leader stepped forward and stood in front of the Qin family youth. "Leader!" the Qin family youth shouted. The black blood divine sword swept over, leaving behind a green afterimage. The mercenary leader's true chi was already depleted. How could he block Xianxia's killing move? After being hit by the wind drill, the heavy sword in his hand flew out and his body was sent flying for more than 10 meters before landing heavily on the ground. He was seriously injured and spat out blood. "Go to hell, kid," Xianxia sneered. It's a good experience to be able to kill a martial arts genius with my own hands. Chen Hao shook his head helplessly in the divine sword. It seemed that the outcome had been decided. He thought that Xianxia would let him go because of his background, and then the other party would come back with a group of masters for revenge. He didn't expect that it would be a free meal. But what did it matter if the young man who claimed to be from the Chen family of Bright Sword City died? No matter what the outcome was, Chen Hao would gain the most. Just as Xianxia was about to take the young man's life, someone in the sky shouted, "Little ant, how dare you attack the Chen family? You deserve to die." Xianxia looked up and saw a golden light streak through the clouds. Then, he saw a large amount of blood spurting out of his neck. He also saw his right hand and the black blood divine sword tightly held in it. In the end, Xianxia completely lost consciousness. After Xianxia's head rolled on the ground, his body slowly fell, and the black blood divine sword also fell to the ground. Chen Hao was dumbfounded inside the sword. What did I just see? Was it an immortal? An old man in a green robe with long, gray-white hair fluttering in the wind walked down from the sky and landed beside the young man. The young man shouted in a low voice, "Uncle Chen." So that was how it was, Chen Hao suddenly understood. He looked at Xianxia's head with pity. He's really unlucky, bloody unlucky. To think that he would bump into someone with a backer just by randomly killing some mercenaries. Bumping into someone with a backer wasn't bad enough, but he actually bumped into someone with a super expert protecting him. Old Jean had encountered something with such a low probability. Truly, the heavens have eyes. At the same time, he sighed inwardly. Misfortune explosion looks very powerful. At this time, Chen Hao suddenly felt a strong sense of power. A pure energy entered his sword and continuously strengthened his soul. It was similar to the feeling when old Jean brought him to kill people, but it was much stronger. Following that was a large amount of information. After being trained by Xianxia, Chen Hao's soul was very strong, so he easily received the information. Casually browsing through the information, Chen Hao's expression became strange. Then, he heard the system notification that he hadn't heard in a long time. Ding! The host has successfully killed his master for the first time. You have received the skill, Master Killing Inheritance. Master Killing Inheritance. Every time you kill your master, you will receive all of the Sword Master's inheritance. You can pass these inheritances to the next Renkenju. Or use them yourself. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the basic sword forging technique. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Jin family sword forging technique. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the low-grade Mystic Class Martial Technique Gale Technique, Low-grade Mystic Class Martial Technique Gale Sword Technique, Mastery, High-grade Yellow Class Martial Technique Breeze Sword Technique, Perfection, Secret Technique Aura Concealing Technique. Chen Hao was stunned by the continuous system notifications. He felt that if he had true yuan, he could use all of the martial techniques inherited from Xianxia. But Chen Hao didn't have true yuan. Resentment. Seventh young master, can you come home with me now? The old man called Uncle Chen asked. Seventh young master Chen asked unhappily, you've been following me all this time? Uncle Chen said in a low voice, Seventh young master, it was the master who ordered me to secretly protect you. He also said that I could only help when your life was in danger. Seventh young master Chen wanted to say something, but when he looked up at Xianxia's corpse, he shut his mouth. He knew that if Uncle Chen didn't appear today, he would be dead for sure. Seventh young master Chen sighed heavily, then walked to the mercenary group leader and stuffed a pill into his mouth. Leader, how do you feel now? I'm fine, I won't die. The captain struggled to sit up from the ground and said, unfortunately for my brothers, I can't figure out why that bastard came to us. I don't know him at all. We have no enmity with each other. Besides, he doesn't know you either. Of course, he wouldn't blame Uncle Chen for leaving him in the lurch. It was all thanks to this young man that he was able to keep his life. Uncle Chen replied, actually, there really isn't a reason. I'm sure that he didn't come for you guys. You guys just happened to run into him. What a lunatic. The mercenary group leader spat at Xianxia's corpse. Only Chen Hao, who was in the Black Blood God's word, knew why Xianxia killed him. Uncle Chen, take the leader with you. Seventh young master Chen said. There was only one person left in the mercenary group, so the mission was impossible. The leader was heavily injured, and seventh young master Chen was a sentimental person. He couldn't just leave him in the wilderness to fend for himself. Uncle Chen nodded. Okay. After resting for a night, seventh young master Chen helped the leader clean up the bodies of the other members. The mercenary group leader searched Xianxia's body from head to toe, but only found about 20 gold coins and some sword-forging materials. The mercenary leader cursed, "You're a true energy boundary expert, yet you're using an ordinary weapon. What a poor bastard. Damn it." With a kick, he sent Xianxia's head flying away. Chen Hao was delighted to see this. This old man deserved to be whipped. The mercenary group leader saw the crack on the black blood god's word and cursed, "And it's a mortal weapon." Chen Hao's soul twitched. Mortal weapon, was he cursing him? After cursing, he threw the black blood divine sword into the grass. Chen Hao looked at the boorish man who was still cursing and suddenly missed old Jean. If it was him, he wouldn't have thrown him away so casually. He was a god's word that could evolve. Wait, Chen Hao suddenly thought of something. If he was abandoned in the grass somewhere in Snowcloud Mountain, how could he level up? How could he evolve? For a moment, Chen Hao was driven mad. If no one found him, wouldn't he have to squat in the grass for the rest of his life? Chen Hao thought of the days when he squatted in the grass in Summoner's Canyon. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Who would save him? He didn't want to squat in the grass for the rest of his life. Early the next morning, just as Chen Hao was feeling hopeless, a tall and sturdy figure crept over. That's right, it was the mercenary captain who threw Chen Hao into the bushes. He found the black blood divine sword in the bushes and put it into his bag. He muttered, "Although it's a mortal breaking weapon, it should be worth a few gold coins." If Chen Hao could take out the sword, he would definitely slap this guy who doesn't know what's good for him. Right now, Chen Hao really hoped that this boorish mercenary would be able to wield his sword a few times. If the mercenary captain dared to use it, Chen Hao would dare to recognize him as the sword master. But the mercenary captain didn't seem to be interested in it at all. After returning to Ironstone City and separating from the seventh young master, he directly went into a weapon shop. Looking at the signboard of the weapon shop, Chen Hao suddenly had a feeling of karma. Because this weapon shop was called Jin's Weapon Shop, it was the shop opened by Xianxia, the shop that his second disciple was in charge of. "Shopkeeper, I have a top-grade mortal-breaking weapon here. How much is it?" The shopkeeper was around 30 years old. He had a short stature and was a little chubby. His small eyes were full of shrewdness. He looked at the black blood divine sword and said, 10 gold coins. "Shopkeeper, you're not joking, right? Your top-grade mortal-breaking sword is selling for 35 gold coins each." The shopkeeper looked at the mercenary captain with disdain and said, "Our swords are all forged under the supervision of Master Xianxia. The quality is extraordinary, of course it's expensive. And you see, the edge of your sword is damaged." The shopkeeper pointed at the bloodstains on the sword and said, "Also, there is a flaw here. I don't know which clumsy blacksmith made it." Chen Hao really wanted to tell him that this was his master's work. "Okay, 10 gold coins." The mercenary captain knew that the price given by the Jin's weapon shop was already good. If he went to a pawn shop, the price would probably be reduced to 5 gold coins. The mercenary captain took the gold coins and left without looking back. Chen Hao felt a burst of anger. Selling him for 10 gold coins, what a blind fellow. The shopkeeper examined the sword carefully and said with some doubt, "This sword seems to be sold in our shop. I wonder which apprentice forged it. I don't think so. There's no mark on it." Lying in the sword peacefully, he had gotten his revenge. His enemy's soul had been digested and absorbed, and his enemy's ability had been inherited. He didn't have to worry about not having a next sword master. Was there a better ending than this? Chen Hao looked at the busy weapon shop and felt a little bored. I wonder what my next sword master will be like. I hope he won't make me wait too long. The next day, 2 martial artists came to the weapon store. The shopkeeper seemed to recognize them and even nodded at them. The fierce-looking cultivator at the front asked, "Shopkeeper, a month has passed. Our vice gang leader asked me to come and ask if the goods are ready. Don't worry about the signboard of our Jin's weapon shop. The goods were just delivered this morning. They are definitely of high quality. The quality is much higher than the weapons on the market. Master Jin's signboard is of course well known. Otherwise, our vice gang leader wouldn't buy from you. The shopkeeper directly said, okay, then I'll take you to see. The Iron Wolf gang was the biggest gang in Ironstone City. They almost monopolized the entire underground world of Ironstone City. The swords produced by the Jin's weapon shop were recognized as the best in Ironstone City. Therefore, every once in a while, they would buy a batch of weapons from the Jin's weapon shop. This time, they purchased 100 medium-grade mortal longswords, 20 high-grade mortal longswords, 10 top-grade mortal longswords, as well as 1 low-grade profound longsword and 1 medium-grade profound longsword. Seeing that Zhang Dequan was very satisfied with the weapons, the shopkeeper asked, Zhang Dequan, I heard that you and the Black Tiger gang have been fighting fiercely recently? Zhang Dequan disdainfully said, what Black Tiger gang? They are just a group of homeless dogs that were driven out. The shopkeeper grinned and didn't ask any more questions. In reality, the Black Tiger gang was not as useless as Zhang Dequan had said. Half a month ago, the Black Tiger gang was still the largest gang in Green Wind City. However, they had offended the Green Wind City's city lord and were forcefully chased out of the city. With no other choice, they chose to come to Ironstone City to seize territory. The Black Tiger gang's strength was originally higher than the Iron Wolf gang. In addition, they retreated in time and preserved more than half of their strength. In the recent process of fighting for territory with the Iron Wolf gang relied on the geographical advantage and took a little advantage. Zhang Dequan also knew that the Jin's weapon shop was a local tyrant and would definitely know the specific situation of the two gangs. He couldn't fool them, so he changed the topic and said, this kid is called Xianxia. He is from our village and can be considered my junior. I brought him out to explore, so I have to show him something, right? Shopkeeper, do you have any suitable weapons for him? The shopkeeper smiled faintly. He had long noticed the somewhat young and unfamiliar face beside Zhang Dequan. From the moment he entered the weapon shop, his eyes had been darting around non-stop. The shopkeeper said to the young man, we only have long swords here. What grade do you want? Tell me. The young man's face was filled with excitement. In this world where martial artists were respected, there wasn't a young man who didn't desire a good weapon, Zhang Dequan said. He just reached the chi revolving stage not long ago. Just give him a high-grade mortal weapon. If the weapon is too good, it will be easy to be targeted. You can't say that. A weapon is a martial artist's second life. As his elder, don't you want him to live a little longer? Zhang Dequan was speechless by the shopkeeper's words. He casually picked up a long sword and said to the young man, take a look at this top-grade mortal weapon. What do you think? Hearing that it was a top-grade mortal weapon, the young man's eyes lit up. It can't be. Shopkeeper, you really want to rip me off? How is that possible? The shopkeeper laughed. Although this sword is a top-grade mortal weapon, it is only a second-hand long sword. There is a crack on the edge, probably caused by a profound weapon. I saw that the sword was well made and the quality is not bad. The damage would not affect its use, so I took it. If your younger generation wants it, I will sell it to you at the purchase price, 15 gold coins. Hearing that it was a second-hand long sword with a crack on the edge, the young man's eyes dimmed again. This was the time when the young man cared about his face. Using a second-hand weapon made him feel uncomfortable. Let me see. Zhang Dequan took the long sword and carefully examined the edge of the sword. Then he casually waved it and nodded seriously, this sword is really good. It is better than most of the long swords in your Jin family shop. The original owner must have paid great attention to its maintenance. It has not been used for long, so the crack on the edge is not big. Very good. Brother Zhang is an expert. The shopkeeper praised. If Zhang Dequan's eyes were not good, the vice leader of the Iron Wolf gang would not have sent him to be in charge of purchasing weapons. Waiter, it is a pity to give this sword to you. But who asked your grandfather to be kind to me? Do you want it? Yes. Xianxia had already thought about it. Since the crack did not affect the use of the sword, a top-level ordinary weapon was of course better than a high-level ordinary weapon, even if it was a second-hand one. As for the Xian weapon, he knew very well that Zhang Dequan would not give it to him. Chen Hao stayed in the sword and looked at the young man excitedly waving it. He felt that life was interesting again. It could not be helped. As a sword, life was really boring. Ding, do you want to bind the sword to Xianxia? Xianxia. It sounded like a walk-on. Why couldn't it be called Xiaoyan or Zhongfan? Bind. If it was not bound to the sword owner, many of Chen Hao's skills would not affect the sword owner. What is the name of this sword? Xianxia waved the long sword and felt that he had become a master. You can give it a name, the shopkeeper said with a smile. Xianxia looked at the blood on the long sword and whispered, how about we call it Blood God? How about Blood Sword? How about it? He originally wanted to say Blood God Sword, but the other two were looking at him. Although Xianxia was a Chinibyu, he had just come out of the village and was still thin-skinned. It is very vivid, the shopkeeper commented. Chen Hao felt that this name was too low class. He missed old Jean. Sword name, Blood Sword grade, top level ordinary weaponry Kenju, Xianxia talent, killing the master skills 1. Misfortune, already activated steadily reduces the sword owner's luck by 1, luck of 10 is the world's sun of destiny, 2. Misfortune explosion, the host can turn off the misfortune skill for 10 days and then use misfortune explosion. Once the misfortune explosion is used, the sword owner's luck will decrease by 10 for a day. 3. Slaughter evolution, through absorbing blood and souls to evolve. 4. Auto repair, spend a certain amount of blood and souls to repair the body. 5. Murderous aura, already activated. The more creatures you kill, the stronger the murderous aura will be, forming a unique murderous aura. The murderous aura will not only affect the enemy's mind and make them feel fear, but also affect the sword owner. 6. Killing the master inheritance, every time you succeed in killing the master, you will receive all the inheritance of the sword owner. You can pass this inheritance to the next Renkenju or use it yourself. Current possession, basic sword forging technique, Gene family sword forging secret technique, low-grade profound rank cultivation technique Gale technique, low-grade profound rank martial skill Gale sword technique, mastery, high-grade yellow rank martial skill Breeze sword technique, perfection, secret technique breath concealing technique, sword master Zhang Er, a young man from a small village, had the same dream as all young people, to become the strongest martial artist in the world. This was what he would say to himself in the mirror every morning after waking up. A very young, very Chinibyu boy. Chen Hao thought of himself back on Earth. As for this dream of his, Chen Hao could only say, it's just a dream, just a dream. As a gang, the Iron Wolf gang had its own training system. Zhang Er, who had just entered the gang, had a clean background. Under the care of Zhang Dequan, he smoothly entered the main team. Like other gangs, when they were first established, they welcomed all the experts. However, if they wanted to grow, they had to train their own team. Following Zhang Er, Chen Hao gradually learned more about this world. Martial artists were divided into the body refining realm, Qi revolving realm, Qi condensing realm, Qi high realm, true essence realm, and the legendary Xiantian realm. There were no Xiantian realm masters in Ironstone City. Even the 3 big clans and the leader of the Iron Wolf gang, Master Blacksmith Jin Jingqiu, was only at the true essence realm. In this world, martial arts were prevalent. Even though Zhang Er came from a small village, his strength had reached the Qi revolving realm. However, after the Qi revolving realm, if one wanted to continue to improve, the difficulty would increase exponentially. Martial artists absorbed the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth, used secret manuals to increase their strength, and used martial arts to kill their enemies. Secret manuals were divided into heaven, earth, black, and yellow ranks. There were even legendary divine ranks. Yellow rank secret manuals were common trash. Black rank secret manuals were extremely precious. Normally, they would not be easily passed down. Normal families relied on these manuals to survive. Born as a commoner, without high-level martial arts, without abundant training resources, without a good master, unless one joined a powerful family, it would be harder than ascending to the heavens to become outstanding. Take Zhang Er, who came from a small village, as an example. When he first entered the Iron Wolf gang, he was overjoyed to learn the yellow rank upper-level martial art. Instead of sleeping in the middle of the night, he sat cross-legged on his bed and cultivated. When he woke up the next morning, he looked haggard. Those who didn't know what had happened last night would think that he had done something terrible. Chen Hao looked at his status panel. There were a few black rank martial arts from the master slaying inheritance. He wondered if he should pass one down to him. After all, as the sword master, Zhang Er's strength made him lose face. However, when he remembered Zhang Er's identity, his lips twitched and he decided to ignore it for now. After training in the morning, Zhang Er and his companion Qin Feng followed Brother Tiger to the streets to do missions. His recent mission was very simple, which was to collect protection fees. Brother Hu's name was Chen Hu, and he had grown up in Ironstone City. His strength was in the Qi condensation realm, and he was the leader of the Iron Wolf gang. Zhang Er was now his subordinate. That's right, Zhang Er was just a small fry. Brother Tiger swayed left and right as he walked, looking very arrogant. He casually grabbed 2 sweet fruits from a fruit stall and tossed one to Zhang Er. Zhang Er looked at the sweet fruit and then at the smiling vendor. He was a little hesitant. Eat, Chen Hu said. Then, he fiercely took a bite of the sweet fruit, causing juice to splatter everywhere. Seeing Zhang Er's hesitant look, Brother Hu seriously educated him. This street is our Iron Wolf gang's territory. They are all under our protection. Eating something from them is their honor, understand? Oh. Zhang Er was not an idiot. He knew that if he did not eat, Chen Hu would not be happy. Seeing that his companion Qin Feng was looking at him with envy, he no longer hesitated. His uncle Zhang probably said hello to Chen Hu. The sweet fruit was very delicious, very sweet. For 2 whole months, Chen Hao witnessed Zhang Er's change. From a simple youth from a small mountain village, he gradually became a complete gang member. From a kind and naive youth, he became a gang member who liked to bully the weak. Of course, all of this was due to Brother Hu's subtle influence. Zhang Er's talent in martial arts was average. Around the same time as him, there were a total of 15 members who entered the Iron Wolf gang. During the monthly exam, he relied on the resources that Zhang Dequan occasionally sent to him, and his strength was barely ranked 5th, which was 1 place lower than the first monthly exam. This caused Chen Hao to be very dissatisfied. Chen Hao did not care about talent. What he was dissatisfied with was that for 2 whole months, he did not even see blood once. In the afternoon, Brother Hu saw that Zhang Er was not energetic the whole day and seemed to have guessed something. He smiled and asked, "How's the monthly exam? You seem to be in a bad mood?" "Only 5th. 5th, not bad, at least in the upper middle." Brother Hu turned and asked Qin Feng, "What about Qin Feng?" Qin Feng embarrassedly replied, 13th. Hearing Qin Feng's ranking, Zhang Er suddenly felt better. Well, there is still a lot of room for improvement. Brother Hu thought for a moment and said, "Since you are in a bad mood, how about I take you to relax?" Zhang Er doubtfully said, "Relax? Erzi and Qin Feng are still young, right?" Brother Hu smiled and looked at Zhang Er. Zhang Er's face began to heat up. "Let's go, Brother Hu will take you to see," Brother Hu said while holding the shoulders of his 2 brothers. The 2 boys' faces turned red, but they did not resist. To be honest, they were looking forward to it. When they were in the Iron Wolf gang, they often heard their companions talking about women. Some people even laughed at them for being young, saying that they were not real men. They really wanted to take off this hat. They came to the entrance of an alley. At the entrance of the alley stood a few women wearing revealing clothes. The lights were dim, so they could not see their faces clearly. Zhang Er and Qin Feng swallowed a mouthful of saliva at the same time. Both of them were nervous. Zhang Er asked in a low voice, "Brother Hu, isn't this too expensive?" "Hee. What's there to be expensive about? We are all brothers." Brother Hu said with a smile, "Do you think that I will give you money? This street is managed by us, the Iron Wolf gang." Brother Hu was a regular here. Soon, they arrived at a small building. An old woman with a face full of wrinkles warmly received him. "Brother Hu, you haven't come here for a long time." The old woman's pretentious voice was so sweet that it was sickening. Chen Hao, who was inside the long sword, wanted to chop her. "I have been very busy recently." Brother Hu drank a mouthful of tea and said with an evil smile, "These are my 2 little brothers. Today, I brought them here to broaden their horizons. Remember to give them 2 big red packets after this." "Okay." Soon, a few coquettish women surrounded them. In Chen Hao's eyes, these were all vulgar. But in the eyes of the two boys, it was different. Xianxia followed a plump big sister who looked to be the 17th years old into the back room. Chen Hao was casually placed by the wall. Chen Hao silently looked at the misfortune explosion skill in the attribute panel. He originally wanted to give Xianxia some more chances. After all, Xianxia was young and came from a small mountain village. It was understandable that he made a mistake and relaxed. Back then, Chen Hao had been at that age. But now, the accumulated dissatisfaction in Chen Hao's heart completely exploded. Hee, men, go to hell. The next day, Xianxia slept until late in the morning before he hurriedly got up. Walking to the door, he and Qin Feng looked at each other and smiled, revealing an expression that all men understood. Everyone's feelings were one step closer. How was yesterday? Brother Tiger asked with a smile. Hee. Xianxia touched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. Anyway, he was very satisfied. This is your red packet. The old woman smiled and handed over 2 red packets. You two are welcome to come often. The old woman was just being polite. If the two of them really came often, how could she do her business? Xianxia and Qin Feng did not take it, but Brother Tiger was very understanding and stuffed the 2 red packets into their hands. This is the rule, you two take it. Going to the brothel and the other party even paid for it. Chen Hao's face was full of disdain and envy. Who told him to still be a sword and not have that ability? His resentment deepened. Misfortune explosion. Chen Hao silently activated this skill. Before, he still had expectations for Xianxia, but now, there was nothing. Half a month ago, Xianxia stopped encouraging him. Now, he began to indulge in pleasure, bullying the weak for fun. What was the use of an unambitious and mediocre sword master? Walking out of the alley, Xianxia whispered, seems like today's morning practice is late. Brother Tiger laughed, it's okay, I already applied for a mission yesterday, we'll go do it this morning. Brother Tiger, what mission is it? Of course it's to collect debts. As the largest gang in Ironstone City, the Iron Wolf gang not only had connections with the 3 big clans and helped them do some shady business, they also did some other business. For example, opening a gambling house and lending money. Today's mission was to collect debts from a gambling addict's house. Following Brother Tiger through a few alleys, they entered the slums. The alleys became narrower and narrower, the garbage piled up by the roadside became more and more, the ugly smell became thicker and thicker, the dirty water was everywhere, the 3 of them could not walk. Xianxia covered his nose in disgust as he looked at the sallow, skinny, and filthy poor people around him in disgust. The poor people also tactfully stayed away from them. After all, the 3 of them were tall and sturdy, and even had weapons, they were not to be trifled with. Brother Tiger, are we almost there? Almost there, just in front. Soon, they arrived at their destination. Then, Tiger kicked the shabby door open without hesitation. By June, get out here. Other than a shabby table and 3 wooden stools, there was almost nothing else in the room. Everything could be seen at a glance. A woman in her 30s was hugging a little girl as she looked at Brother Tiger and the other 2 in horror. The woman in her 30s looked pretty good. She must have been a beauty when she was young. However, her face was pale and bruised. Her robe was tattered, so no one was interested in her. Brother Hu asked, are you Bai Jun's wife? He's at home. Why are you looking for him? Xianxia said loudly, the Iron Wolf gang is here to collect debts. Brother Tiger had taught them that when they said the name of the faction, they had to be loud and imposing. Hearing the words Iron Wolf gang, the woman couldn't help but shiver. Xianxia was very satisfied with the woman's response. At this moment, a tall and thin man staggered out from the inner room. The 3 of them smelled the pungent smell of alcohol. The lanky man seemed to have not woken up yet. Presumably, this was the main person. Brother Hu stood up and said, by June, Brother Biao sent me to collect debts. The total is 100 gold coins. You must pay today 100 gold coins? Bai Jun was completely sober. He bowed and said, Brother Hu, can you give me a few more days? I can borrow some more money and win all the money back. It would be strange if he could win it back. Xianxia said in his heart. I've already given you 3 months. Brother Hu said with a cold face, you've been borrowing money for these 3 months and have never paid it back. Brother Biao said that you must pay today. Brother Hu was very clear about Bai Jun's information. Bai Jun's father used to run 3 shops in Ironstone City. After Bai Jun's father died, Bai Jun inherited his father's inheritance. However, he was tricked by the Iron Wolf gang and became addicted to gambling. He lost all of his family's property and moved into the slums. Brother Biao told him that Bai Jun had sold everything that he could sell. He had no more value. I beg you, Brother Hu, can you say a few good words to Brother Biao? Give me a few more days. I can definitely get the money back. Brother Hu laughed in disdain. He didn't believe the words of a gambler. You have money to drink, then can you give me this month's interest? Bai Jun just knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Brother Hu turned his gaze to Bai Jun's wife and daughter and said, how about you use your wife and daughter to offset this month's interest? When he entered the door, he found that Bai Jun's daughter was a little beauty. Perhaps she could be sold for a good price. Bai Jun looked up at his wife and daughter and hesitated. Bai Jun's wife was numb. She just tightly hugged her daughter. What, you can't bear to? Brother Hu said with a smile, you have to think carefully. Xianxia and Qin Feng slowly pulled out their swords. People who owe us Iron Wolf gang money will never not pay it back. Bai Jun lowered his head. His whole body was trembling. Then he clenched his teeth and said, okay, but can you lend me another gold coin? Suyu, don't worry and go with Brother Hu. I will earn enough money to redeem you. Don't worry, I will definitely win money. I will definitely win. I will definitely be able to redeem you. His words were more like he was talking to himself. The woman's eyes were filled with despair. Then she hugged her daughter and slowly retreated into the inner room. And 1 gold coin, of course. Brother Hu smiled and said to Xianxia and Qin Feng, you two, go and bring them back. Okay, Brother Hu. Xianxia and Qin Feng entered the inner room. Bai Jun's wife and daughter were lying on the bed. There was foam at the corner of their mouth and they didn't move. On the bed, there was also a broken kettle. Qin Feng touched the mother and daughter's neck. There was no pulse. He shook his head. Brother Hu, when we went in, they were all dead. They committed suicide. Xianxia said with a gloomy face. King bad luck. Brother Hu kicked Bai Jun away and said fiercely, you guys take him and let him go to the arena. Just treat him as waste. Impossible, impossible, you guys must be lying to me. Bai Jun shook off Xianxia and Qin Feng and ran into the inner room. When the 3 of them entered the inner room, they saw Bai Jun kneeling on the bed with a face of despair. Brother Hu waved his hand and said, take him away. When Xianxia's hand touched Bai Jun, he suddenly raised his head. Xianxia saw his eyes. His eyes were filled with despair and madness, his hand grabbed the sword on Xianxia's waist like lightning. Xianxia didn't notice at all. Dodge. Brother Hu shouted. Unfortunately, it was too late, a sword to his throat. Xianxia covered his neck as blood spurted out from between his fingers. His face was filled with disbelief. He didn't expect that Bai Jun, who had just knelt and kowtowed to them, would snatch a sword and attack them. Because he didn't expect it, he was completely unprepared. After bullying normal people for 2 months, he subconsciously treated Bai Jun as a normal person. Actually, Bai Jun was a martial artist, a qi condensation realm martial artist. He was a whole level higher than him. Since he was unprepared, there was no way he could escape. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the host for the 2nd time. The system's voice rang out. Chen Hao ignored it as he was watching the show. Ding! Would you like to bind the 3rd Ren Kenju, Bai Jun? Bind. Needless to say, Chen Hao, who hadn't seen blood in a long time, was thirsty for blood. He couldn't wait for Bai Jun to kill more people. Qin Feng stood beside Xianxia and witnessed the scene of Xianxia being killed. He couldn't accept it. Draw your sword, idiot! Brother Hu yelled. He was a few meters away from Xianxia and Qin Feng, so he couldn't help at all. Qi sword cut. Bai Jun gritted his teeth and roared. White true qi wrapped around the sword. As the long sword slashed, Qin Feng's head flew up. Damn it! Brother Hu roared and rushed forward. He couldn't help but be angry. It didn't matter if Qin Feng was dead. There were gang members who died on the streets. But Zhang Er's death was troublesome. After all, it was Zhang Dequan who asked him to take care of him. Seeing Brother Tiger rushing over aggressively, Bai Jun blocked a move and directly broke through the window of the house, with Brother Tiger following closely behind. Brother Hu gritted his teeth and said, "Bai Jun, today I will cut you into pieces." Bai Jun roared hysterically, "I don't want to go to the arena. You forced me. You forced me." His eyes were filled with despair and fear. Bai Jun came from a good family and was talented in martial arts. When his father was alive, he had high hopes for him. He hoped that he could focus on martial arts and become an expert. But his willpower was lacking, and he was afraid of hardship. When he reached the Qi condensation realm, his father had passed away, and he had completely let himself go. He had given up halfway on the path of martial arts. Bai Jun and Brother Hu were both martial artists at the middle stage of the Qi condensation realm. The two had only exchanged a few blows, and Bai Jun was already showing signs of defeat. Bai Jun's martial arts had long been abandoned to the point that it was beyond recognition. In addition, he was addicted to gambling, long-term alcoholism, and malnutrition. If Brother Hu was a vicious wolf, then Bai Jun was a sheep. Chen Hao became anxious when he saw this. He didn't want Bai Jun to lose. Although Bai Jun was not a good person, he did not like martial artists like Brother Hu. In his mind, he had already constructed a great drama. The desperate Bai Jun would fight back and kill Brother Tiger and the other two. Then, he would be hunted down by the Iron Wolf gang. Then, he would rely on himself to become stronger. In the end, he would destroy the Iron Wolf gang and leave his own legend in Ironstone City. What an interesting, inspiring, and wonderful story. As the sword master of Chen Hao, he should have a wonderful life, even if this life was very short. What to do? Chen Hao suddenly thought of the master slaying inheritance technique. This was the only help he could give the sword master. He could see that Brother Hu and Bai Jun were both using yellow-level martial arts. If he could pass Jin Xingqiu's low-level martial arts to Bai Jun, with the advantage of the martial arts, Bai Jun might be able to turn the tables. Inherited low-level martial arts scale sword arts, large success. Inheritance in progress, please wait. At this time, Bai Jun suddenly felt a strange message enter his mind. It seemed to be a profound martial art called Gale Sword Arts that he had never seen before. The message was very comprehensive. It seemed that as long as he completely absorbed this message, he would be able to completely master this profound and powerful martial art. As long as he could master it, he would be able to kill Brother Hu and escape with his life. Just when Bai Jun was excited, he felt a pain in his arm. When he came back to his senses, his right hand had already been cut off by Brother Hu. Brother Hu said sinisterly, "You dare to be distracted while fighting me? You're simply looking for death." Chen Hao fell to the ground, speechless. Bai Jun was distracted at a crucial moment. Of course, he wouldn't admit that it was caused by him sending the message at the wrong time. Everything was Bai Jun's fault. He, Chen Hao, was not wrong. Bai Jun was just a pile of mud that couldn't be helped. That's right, that's it. Then, Chen Hao saw with his own eyes how Bai Jun, who was crying and begging for mercy, was brutally tortured and killed by the furious Brother Hu. Ding! The host has successfully killed the host for the third time. Bai Jun was known as Chen Hao's sword master who died the quickest. After holding the sword, he didn't even live for more than 3 minutes. It could be considered a record. He wondered if the next sword master would be able to surpass it. Brother Hu cut Bai Jun's body a dozen times after he died. In the end, he picked up Bai Jun's long sword with a gloomy face. After all, it was Zhang Er's legacy. Brother Hu met Zhang Dequan and told him of Zhang Er's death. He then handed the long sword to him. Zhang Dequan looked at the long sword for a long time without saying anything. Chen Hu knelt on the ground, not daring to move. As a martial artist, life and death are up to fate. It's his bad luck. Zhang Dequan looked at Chen Hu and said slowly, "But you brought 2 newbies out to carry out a simple mission, yet you couldn't protect them. Do you accept your punishment?" Chen Hu gritted his teeth and said, I accept. In the recent battle between us and the Black Tiger Gang, you can go and redeem yourself. Thank you, Brother Quan. Iron Wolf Gang, Armory. A member of the Iron Wolf Gang entered the armory and took out a long sword. He threw it on a small table in the armory and said, Lame Wen, this is the weapon that Brother Quan ordered me to let in. Register it. The iron door of the armory creaked open. A pale young man wearing a simple long gown limped out. He carefully looked at the long sword. The young man called Lame Wen quickly took out a ledger and recorded it, received long sword. It is 4 feet 2 inches long and 1.5 inches wide. There is a small crack on it. There is a red blood droplet pattern on it. It is a top-tier common weapon. After registering it, the gang member seriously signed it. No matter if it was a sect, a family, or a gang, the library, the elixir storage, and the armory were all important places. Ordinary people were not allowed to enter. In addition to being strictly guarded, there was also a very strict system. The Iron Wolf Gang was no exception, every weapon had a number. When it was sent in or taken away, it had to be strictly registered. There were only wrong names, but no wrong nicknames. Lame Wen's surname was Wen. He was also a cripple. He had been guarding the armory for 5 years. Almost everyone had forgotten his real name. He had no backing in the gang, nor any relatives. He relied on his diligent work attitude to gain the manager's approval. However, because he was a cripple, the gang members didn't think highly of him. Lame Wen returned to the armory and locked the iron door. There were 3 weapon racks placed on the 3 walls of the armory. The weapons racks were neatly arranged according to their category and level. Most of them were common weapons. He didn't have the qualifications to touch Xian weapons. Sitting on a chair, Lame Wen took out the long sword and carefully examined it. The style of the long sword was ordinary. It was the most common style on the market. The only thing that made it stand out was the blood droplet pattern. There were still traces of red blood in the cracks. If it had seen blood, its previous owner might have died. Lame Wen didn't know who the previous owner of the long sword was, and he wasn't interested to know. However, he guessed that it wasn't the Iron Wolf Gang. After all, the long sword hadn't been registered before. He used deerskin to gently wipe off the dust and traces of blood on the sword. Then, he dipped a cotton cloth in a little sword oil and smeared it evenly on the sword. 3 minutes later, he wiped it back and forth with the cotton cloth. He continued for about half an hour. Seeing that the shiny sword was almost shining on his face, he nodded in satisfaction and put the long sword on the shelf that was specially set for common weapons. There were only 5 common weapons on the shelf. 2 long swords, a knife, a dagger, and a soft whip. Recently, the Iron Wolf Gang and the Black Tiger Gang had been fighting fiercely. Most of the common weapons had been taken away. Chen Hao waited in the Iron Wolf Gang's armory for 3 days. Finally, someone came to pick up a top-tier common weapon, but this guy was too shallow and had no foresight. He chose a brand new longsword. It wasn't until the 5th day that Chen Hao was taken away by a Iron Wolf Gang leader called Di Zian. Ding. Would you like to bind the 4th Ren Kenju, Di Zian? Bind. Di Zian was a boring guy. He didn't think of a name for Chen Hao. Perhaps in his eyes, a sword was just a weapon. Soon, Chen Hao was tired of this guy. Di Zian was best at flattery. He was in charge of the Iron Wolf Gang's Lu Ying Street, that's right, it was the street that brother who brought Zhang Er and Qin Feng to. This guy was so lucky. He stayed on that street every day. He could be called a perverted demon. In the following 5 days, Chen Hao never saw him make a move. He didn't even cultivate. If he wasn't on the bed of one of his sisters, he would be at some wine table. Chen Hao's longsword didn't even leave the scabbard. Chen Hao suspected that if he followed Di Zian, he would become a kind sword sooner or later. Chen Hao was open-minded. Since he wasn't satisfied with the sword owner, he would just change. It wasn't the first time he encountered this kind of situation, so he was familiar with it. So on the 11th day, he activated his misfortune explosion skill. Iron Wolf Gang's armory. Lame Wen once again saw the long sword with the blood-red pattern. Lame Wen had a deep impression of this sword. Top-tier common weapons were rare, and those with patterns were even rarer. He took out the account book and asked, "The owner of this sword is Xian. What happened to him?" "He was killed." This time, it was Xian's subordinate who brought the sword. From his tone, he seemed to be gloating. Lame Wen thought that he was easy to talk to, so he asked, "How was he killed? Was it done by the Black Tiger Gang?" "If it was really done by the Black Tiger Gang, then it's a man's death." "Then how did he die?" "That guy got together with an unfaithful woman. Last night, he went to have sex with her, but he was unlucky and bumped into that woman's husband." Lame Wen slowly raised his head with curiosity written all over his face. He spent most of his time in the armory and had little contact with the outside world. His life was like a pool of stagnant water. Now that he had heard of such gossip, his interest was piqued. When the crowd saw Cripple's curious expression, they were instantly interested. "You don't know, but Xian is really unlucky. That mercenary and his wife had agreed to go out on an escort mission yesterday and wouldn't be back for at least half a month. Who knew that the mission would fail right at the start? That mercenary had no choice but to come back. In the end, he probably saw Xian and his wife in bed. That mercenary killed Xian? Of course. Otherwise, why would I come here to deliver the sword? That mercenary is a real man." In a fit of rage, not only did he kill Xian, he even killed his wife. You don't know this, but Xian died a horrible death. Not only was his body chopped into pieces, even his penis was cut off. His penis? The gang members winked and said, "Little brother below." Lame Wen felt a chill run down his spine and quickly nodded. "It's a little tragic. We searched everywhere but couldn't find him. Who knows, he might have been eaten by wild dogs." "What about that mercenary?" "He escaped. Our people are still looking for him," the crowd said. "But I don't think we can find the murderer." "Why? It shouldn't be difficult for the Iron Wolf gang to find someone in the city, right? If that mercenary was in the city, of course we could find him. But when we found out that Xian was killed, he had already been dead for 3 days. His 2 naked corpses were thrown on the bed and they were already stinking. Such a long time is enough for that mercenary to run away." The crowd shook their heads and said, "It's basically impossible to find that mercenary." The Iron Wolf gang's influence was limited to Ironstone City. It was impossible for them to search for that mercenary in other cities. Lame Wen picked up the long sword and slowly pulled it out of the scabbard. He slowly shook his head. Xian probably didn't maintain the sword after bringing it back. Lame Wen smiled helplessly and began to maintain the long sword. To be honest, Chen Hao quite admired Lame Wen. At least he was good at maintaining the long sword. He also wanted to recognize Lame Wen as his sword master, but the system didn't agree. Only the person who had the right to use the long sword could be Chen Hao's sword master. Lame Wen didn't meet the requirements. He was only the manager of the Iron Wolf gang's armory. At this time, Chen Hao suddenly realized that the more he lived, the more he became backward. Other than the first Ren Kenju, Jin Jingqiu, the other 3 sword masters were all idiots. Chen Hao was placed on the weapon rack again. This time, there was only one weapon on the rack, which was the long whip. That afternoon, he was taken away again. Ding. "Would you like to bind the 5th Ren Kenju, Wu Su?" Bind. Wu Su was the new leader of the Iron Wolf gang. His strength was at the middle stage of Qi Swirl. This guy was Chen Hu's successor. His business scope was the same as Chen Hu's, which was to collect protection fees. Perhaps it was because he had just been promoted from a small minion to a leader, but he was even more arrogant than Chen Hu. On the first day, he beat a beggar to death with his bare hands. The point wasn't to beat a beggar to death, but to use his bare hands. On the first day, Chen Hao realized that Wu Su was best at martial arts. He also practiced martial arts with his bare hands the most every day. He would occasionally practice swordsmanship, but his swordsmanship was terrible. Chen Hao couldn't stand it at all. If he was good at martial arts, why did he bring him out of the armory? Did he use him as a decoration? Alright, Chen Hao was completely offended by Wu Su this time. Change the sword master. He must change the sword master. Not long after, in the Iron Wolf gang's armory, Lame Wen saw the long sword with the blood-red pattern again. However, the cracks on the long sword were gone. He looked at the records from more than 10 days ago and asked, "The owner of this long sword is Wu Su, right?" What happened to him? What else could it be? He was killed by someone. The gang member who delivered the sword said gloomily. Was it done by the Black Tiger gang? No. When he was collecting the protection fee, he casually took a bunch of candied haws. That smelly old man who sold the candied haws seemed to have said something that made Brother Wusu unhappy, so Brother Wusu kicked that old man away. And then? The gang member sighed and said, then a powerful young man suddenly appeared. He said that he was the grandson of the old man and killed Brother Wu in less than 10 moves. Did they catch him? In such a situation, the Iron Wolf gang would definitely take revenge and establish their dominance. The gang couldn't be weak, or else everyone would step on them. He didn't run. Why? He is an inner disciple of the Spirit Returning sect. A disciple of the Spirit Returning sect? Lame Wen felt that things were getting out of hand. Lame Wen knew that the Spirit Returning sect was one of the strongest sects in Baisha County. They had tens of thousands of disciples and countless experts. They had power all over Baisha County. The strongest clan in Ironstone City was the Lu clan. The Lu clan's ancestor was once an inner disciple of the Spirit Returning sect. Later, he returned to Ironstone City because he was old and had no hope of breaking through. In a short period of time, he established the Ironstone City's Lu clan. Lame Wen swallowed his saliva and asked, what happened? The leader personally asked the Lu clan's ancestor to be the mediator. He apologized and sent the young man away. The gang member said softly, I heard that after sending the young man away, the leader's face turned black. Lame Wen nodded. He guessed that the Lu clan's ancestor had paid a high price for his help. Recently, the Iron Wolf gang and the Black Tiger gang had been fighting fiercely. Both sides had paid a heavy price and it was not good to make any more enemies. Moreover, the other party was an inner disciple of the Spirit Returning sect. The other party might not be strong and could even deal with a team leader. However, what if he was popular and could find a few seniors to help him? Lame Wen began to register, received long sword, 4 feet 2 inches long, 1.5 inches wide. There was a red blood droplet pattern. The crack had been repaired by Su Wu. The previous owner was Wu Su. Lame Wen guessed that the crack on the long sword must have been repaired by Wu Su. In a short month, the long sword had changed owners 3 times. 2 of the owners had died unexpectedly and unjustly. Lame Wen felt that the long sword was really a jinx to its owner. Of course, he was just thinking about it and did not take it to heart. At the end of July, the weather started to get hot. The sealed armory was even more stuffy, but Cripple Wen's heart was cold. Lame Wen sat on a chair in the armory. Spread out in front of him were the records of the top common weapons that had been borrowed and returned in the past 2 months. Next to the records was the top common longsword with the red blood droplet pattern that he had been very concerned about. That's right, it was returned again. The 7th time, when he received the sword for the 3rd time, Cripple Wen felt that the sword was bad for its owner, but he didn't think much of it. When it was returned for the 4th time, he started to have some doubts. He specifically asked about Gong Dagon's recent situation and found that he was really dead. When the red blood droplet pattern sword was returned for the 5th time, Cripple Wen's hair stood on end. He just placed the sword beside the sword and didn't even dare to touch it. Today was the 6th time it was returned. Cripple Wen looked at the sword beside him, but he didn't dare to touch it. On the 10th of May, the sword was received. It was 4 feet 2 inches long and 1.5 inches wide. There was a crack on it and the red blood droplet pattern sword was a top common weapon. The owner was unknown and was probably dead. On the 15th of May, the leader, Di Zian, received the red blood droplet pattern sword. On the 28th of May, Di Zian was accidentally killed by a mercenary. On the afternoon of the same day, the leader, Wu Su, received the red blood droplet pattern sword. On the 9th of June, the red blood droplet pattern sword was returned. Wu Su kicked an old man selling candied fruits on the street and was killed by his grandson in the street. On the 11th of June, Gong Dagon received the red blood droplet pattern sword. On the 21st of June, the red blood droplet pattern sword was returned. Gong Dagon flirted with a woman on the street and was beheaded. The murderer was nowhere to be found. On the 23rd of June, Chen Wei received the red blood droplet pattern sword. On the 3rd of July, the red blood droplet pattern sword was returned. The gang member who returned the sword didn't say how Chen Wei died. He must have died. On the 4th of July, Xiaoxing received the red blood droplet patterned sword. On the morning of the 15th of July, the red blood droplet patterned sword was returned. Xiaoxing's body was found. The murderer was still unknown, but it was suspected to be the Black Tiger gang. On the 15th of July, Yin Dongfeng received the red blood droplet patterned sword. On the 26th of July, the red blood droplet patterned sword was returned. Yin Dongfeng was besieged by the Black Tiger gang. This was Lame Wen's summary of all the information about the masters of the Iron Wolf gang's top-grade long sword with the blood droplet pattern. In the short span of 2 months, the owner of the red blood droplet pattern sword had changed 7 times. Every single one of them had died an unnatural death, without exception. Furthermore, almost every master could only live for about 10 days after receiving the sword. There were no exceptions. It was the first time Cripple Wen had encountered something so evil since he became the manager of the armory. He did not believe that this was just a coincidence. That wasn't right either. He had heard that Cripple had come into contact with a long sword, and he had been fine for the past 2 months. Lame Wen was considering whether or not he should report the situation of this blood-red patterned sword. He was scared to death in his heart. He was afraid that one day, he would die an unnatural death. But would it be useful to report it? Would his superior believe him? Lame Wen was a little suspicious. After all, this was too unbelievable. Longsword, if you were really extraordinary, you wouldn't make things difficult for an ordinary person like me, right? Lame Wen muttered to himself as he carefully placed the long sword on the weapon rack. His heart was filled with apprehension. In the afternoon, he sat on the chair and peeked at the long sword from time to time. It was as if the long sword really had a life of its own. Finally, Lame Wen could not sit still anymore. He took the long sword and began to maintain it. He kept muttering in his heart. What if the reason why the long sword didn't harm him was because it liked his professional maintenance skills? That was completely possible. In the afternoon, someone came to the door of the armory and kicked the iron door. Lame Wen, open the door, open the door. Lame Wen frowned. He knew who had come. He reluctantly opened the door. A short and thin man came in. This man had a pair of triangular eyes and thin lips. When he smiled, his fine teeth were exposed, and his front teeth were particularly prominent. His name was Ma Yibin. He lived in the same alley as Lame Wen. He was very vicious and often bullied the people in the alley because he was a member of the Iron Wolf gang. However, he did not dare to bully Lame Wen. After all, Lame Wen was also a member of the Iron Wolf gang. He was also the manager of the armory. Although he was a cripple, his status was still higher than the average small fry. You're here to get a weapon? Lame Wen asked directly. He did not have a good relationship with Ma Yibin. This guy had thoughts about his sister, the kind that did not hide. Ma Yibin said proudly, I'm already a martial artist in the Qi condensation realm. I'm here to get a weapon. I want a top-grade mortal weapon. Hearing that Ma Yibin had become a martial artist in the Qi condensation realm, Lame Wen's face sank. In the Iron Wolf gang, a martial artist in the Qi condensation realm could usually be a small leader. In the past, this position might not have been enough, but recently, the Iron Wolf gang and Black Tiger gang had suffered great losses. Lame Wen was very clear that this was the time to recruit people. Lame Wen, don't always give me that cold shoulder. Ma Yibin said proudly. You know how I feel about your sister. I'm already a martial artist in the Qi condensation realm and was just promoted to a small leader. Speaking of which, it's your sister who's climbing up the social ladder. Climbing up the social ladder, my ass. Lame Wen was very clear about Ma Yibin's character. He was selfish, mean, cruel, and lecherous. His neighbor, Widow Lu's belly was impregnated by this guy. Widow Lu was also beaten to death by him. Any random passerby on the street would have a character 100 times better than Ma Yibin's. Marrying his sister to Ma Yibin was better than marrying her to a widower selling roasted chestnuts, even if he had 2 children. Seeing that Lame Wen did not speak, Ma Yibin sneered. I say, Lame Wen, don't be so shameless. Do you think I don't know that you have no foundation in the gang? Do you know who I'm with now? Who? Lame Wen was indeed not popular in the gang. Firstly, because of work, he did not interact with outsiders. Secondly, he was a cripple and was discriminated against in the gang. Big Brother Biao, do you know? Ma Yibin said coldly. Big Brother Biao is famous for his loyalty. I say, Lame Wen, don't be so shameless. Do you believe that I won't sleep with your sister? Lame Wen gripped the brush so tightly that he almost broke the handle of the brush. He knew that Ma Yibin really dared to do so, he might not be punished for doing so. As long as Ma Yibin said that he really liked his sister, the rice would be cooked. Someone in the gang would probably stand up to mediate. The result was self-evident. Lame Wen, is your sister going to marry me or not? Tell me clearly today. Ma Yibin said forcefully. If you say no, I'll leave now. Leaving now did not mean that he had given up. If he angered Ma Yibin and left, what would this bastard do? Seeing his vicious expression, Lame Wen knew that he had to calm Ma Yibin down first. Aren't you here to receive your sword? Receive your sword first. Lame Wen walked to the front of the weapon rack and hesitated for a moment. In the end, he placed his hand on the evil longsword. This is your sword. Register it. What sword? Ma Yibin took out the longsword and looked at it. Oh, there's a red dot. Is it a pattern? It's a pattern. Lame Wen wrote on the register. It seems to be an old one. There are still a few longswords on the weapon rack. Give me a new one. Are you sure? Lame Wen asked in astonishment. With this question, Ma Yibin became suspicious. Is there something special about this sword? This sword isn't an ordinary weapon. It's the best of the best. Lame Wen had carefully studied the sword the last few times someone had returned it to him. This long sword didn't look strange at all. It had a pattern on it and it was tougher and sharper than an ordinary weapon. It was indeed the best of the best. Ma Yibin suspiciously asked, You're not lying to me? He knew that Lame Wen hated him. Ma Yibin felt uneasy that Lame Wen would give him a good sword for no reason. If you don't believe me, just watch. Lame Wen stood up and casually took out a top-grade longsword. He pulled out a strand of hair and gently blew it on the blade. The hair hit the blade and bounced back. He then took the longsword from Ma Yibin's hand and blew the hair on it. The hair was cut in half by the sharp blade. Do you understand now? Lame Wen asked with disdain. If it wasn't for the bad luck of the previous owner, I wouldn't have let you off so easily. Ma Yibin praised, It's indeed a rare good sword. Seeing him sign on the register, Lame Wen let out a sigh of relief. I say, Lame Wen, what do you say about your sister? Ma Yibin continued to ask in an unreasonable manner, Don't think that you can fool me by giving me a top-grade ordinary weapon. If you want to marry my sister, it's not impossible. Lame Wen wanted to stall Ma Yibin for the time being. Really? Ma Yibin was surprised. Lame Wen seemed to have relented. Why would I lie to you? But can you promise that you'll treat my sister well for the rest of your life? Of course. If your sister follows me, she will definitely live a good life. Swear it. Alright, Ma Yibin, swear to the heavens that after marrying your sister, if I don't treat her well, I will be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Actually, Lame Wen didn't believe it at all. Okay, I believe you. My sister can marry you, but you have to wait for 2 months. Why should we wait? Ma Yibin couldn't wait to enter the bridal chamber. 2 more months. My sister is only 15 years old. Oh, I was too impatient. Ma Yibin laughed, Since you agree to this marriage, then I'll go find Brother Biao to be a witness. He just happens to be here. Lame Wen hesitated, There's no need for that, right? Are you going back on your word? Ma Yibin stared into Lame Wen's eyes with a burning gaze. He gritted his teeth and asked, Were you lying to me? Of course not. Then I'll ask Brother Biao to be a witness. Go ahead then. Lame Wen leaned back in his chair. He felt like all the energy in his body had been sucked out. If Brother Biao really became a witness, then unless Ma Yibin really died, he wouldn't dare to go back on his word. Alright, you can have a good rest here. Ma Yibin laughed proudly. Looking at Lame Wen's dazed expression, he knew that he had won, Brother Biao. Although he was called Brother Biao, he wasn't a burly man. He was tall and handsome. He was famous for being a handsome man in the Iron Wolf gang. Brother Biao was in charge of the Iron Wolf Gang's casino business in Ironstone City. He was decisive and ruthless. He was famous for being loyal to his brothers. Just like Zhang Dequan, he was also valued by the vice leader. With Brother Biao as a witness, the marriage between Ma Yibin and Lane Wen's sister was settled. Lane Wen looked at Ma Yibin's proud face as he left. He then looked at the long sword. He hoped that the long sword would be useful. Ding. Would you like to bind the 9th Ren Kenju, Ma Yibin? Yes. Chen Hao didn't even think about it before replying. He didn't have any hope for the sword master. He would deactivate the misfortune aura and wait for 10 days before using the misfortune explosion skill to kill him. He had already thought about it. Unless the sword master satisfied him, he would have to survive the misfortune explosion skill. If the sword master couldn't satisfy him and didn't have enough luck, then the sword master deserved to die. From a certain point of view, Chen Hao had already become a mature demon sword. At least, he didn't have any hope for the sword master. 10 days later, in the evening, Lane Wen passed by Ma Yibin's house and found that the door was locked. The second day, the third day, Ma Yibin still didn't come home. He also didn't bother his sister. This was very abnormal. Could it be that the demon sword's misfortune was real? Did it curse Ma Yibin to death? Or was Ma Yibin busy with other non-quests, so he didn't come home? On the fourth day, Lane Wen heard about Ma Yibin's death. Ma Yibin was killed by a carriage on the street. The owner of the carriage was the second son of the Liu family, a famous spoiled brat in Ironstone City. The Liu family paid the Iron Wolf gang a sum of money and the matter was settled. After all, Ma Yibin was just a small gang leader. The Liu family had helped the Iron Wolf gang to deal with the inner disciples of the spirit returning sect. They still owed the Iron Wolf gang a favor. They couldn't let the second son of the Liu family pay for Ma Yibin's life, right? Even if the Liu family dared to pay, the Iron Wolf gang wouldn't dare to take it. No matter which world it was, there was a difference between a person's life and a commodity. Lane Wen sat on a chair in the armory and thought about it. He was happy that Ma Yibin had died, but he was afraid when he thought about the evil sword. He was afraid that he would die in an accident one day. The sound of the iron door of the armory woke Lane Wen up. He opened the door and saw Brother Biao standing at the door. Brother Biao. Do you know that Ma Yibin is dead? Yes, I just heard about it. Brother Biao nodded. Xiaomao was a good brother, but he was unlucky. Lane Wen didn't know how to answer and could only say, the Liu family is powerful. Our Iron Wolf gang is still fighting with the Black Tiger gang. We can't afford to offend the Liu family. He was unlucky. Speaking of which, he was the one who made this happen. It's good that you can understand. Brother Biao nodded and asked, I heard that Xiaomao was an orphan. Yes, he was alone. Ma Yibin had an old mother, but she died of anger. Of course, Lane Wen wouldn't say this. After thinking about it, you are still Xiaomao's relative. Take this money. Don't think it's too little. It's compensation from the Liu family and a small token of appreciation from our gang. Brother Biao took out a bulging bag of money and stuffed it into Lane Wen's hands. Go back and talk to your sister. Tell her to restrain her grief. Did Brother Biao think that his sister would be sad? Looking at Brother Biao leaving, Lane Wen looked at the bag full of gold coins and thought to himself, my suicidal sister will be so happy when I go back. In the next 3 days, Lane Wen still didn't see anyone coming to return the misfortune sword. He had to accept the fact that the sword was lost. He was happy, but also a little regretful. Dad, look at this sword. An 11 or 12-year-old boy ran into the house excitedly and handed the long sword to his father, his face full of joy and pride. You picked it up? The child's father stared at the long sword and said doubtfully, where did you pick it up? On the side of the road. How could such a good sword be picked up on the side of the road? The child's father knew at a glance that it was a good sword. There were no cracks, no curls, and no rust. It was obvious that it had been carefully maintained. Could it be that someone had accidentally lost it? Tell me the truth. The man said with a straight face. The boy hesitated for a moment, but still decided to tell the truth. Today, an unlucky guy was hit by second young Master Lu's car and flew away. That sword belonged to that unlucky guy. I wanted to return it, but that unlucky guy was hit and killed. That's still unlucky enough. The man nodded. There was no one in Ironstone City who did not know the second young Master Lu. The second young Master Lu's horse was a very precious demon beast, the fierce cloud horse. When it ran at full speed, it was possible to hit and kill a martial artist. This sword was hit very far away. At that time, almost everyone's attention was on that unlucky guy, so I picked it up. The boy said with some pride. After getting the sword, I walked around the alley for a long time. When I found that no one was following me, I went home. The child's father was speechless. With your strength, how could you find out that you were being followed? Unexpectedly, the boy replied, it's because I'm weak that no one was following me. If someone really wants this sword, they'll just come out and snatch it. I've already thought about it. If someone comes out and snatches it, I'll just throw the sword away and run. The child's father nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, you're quite smart. Dad, aren't you lacking a good weapon? I see that the blade of your big knife is curled. This sword is much better than my big knife. The child's father did not have a right arm. He took the long sword with his left hand and waved it casually, gently cutting the corner of the table without any resistance. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It should be a good sword. Then it should be usable, right? Yes. At this moment, a series of violent coughs came from the inner room. The boy jogged into the room. Mother, what's wrong? As the boy spoke, he helped a pale and thin woman up from the bed. I'm just a little out of breath, the woman said softly. It's time to drink your medicine. The boy's father held a bowl of steaming medicine in his left hand. Yes. The woman drank the medicine with difficulty and lay back on the bed. She secretly watched her husband and son leave. Tears flowed from the corners of her eyes like threads. Do you want to bind the 10th Ren Kenju, Fu Yuan Ming? Not for the time being. Chen Hao replied immediately. After killing Ma Yibin, Chen Hao was free again. He didn't care if he didn't return to the Iron Wolf Gang. The people of the Iron Wolf Gang were too trashy, and he couldn't find a good sword master. Moreover, he had been too high profile recently, and had killed too many people. The manager of the Iron Wolf Gang's armory seemed to be suspicious of him. It would be good to start over in a different environment. Therefore, when the system asked him if he wanted to bind the little boy and his father, he chose no. Anyway, he could confirm the binding at any time. Right now, he was only a top-tier ordinary weapon. It could only be considered a weapon with some value. It wasn't a divine weapon that was indispensable for warriors. If he ruined his reputation, his bad luck would spread far and wide. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to find a sword master in the future. Therefore, he planned to wait. If he could wait for a strong or promising sword master, he would make a lot of money. After staying in Fu Yuanming's house for a day, Chen Hao roughly understood the family's situation. Fu Yuanming was a butcher. He should have been a powerful warrior in the past. However, he lost his right hand later and opened a small shop selling pork in Ironstone City. He had a son, the one that Chen Hao picked up. He also had a wife who was bedridden for many years. Early the next morning, Fu Yuanming woke up and opened the shop. The morning business wasn't good, but he didn't think much of it. Not long after, a young man dressed in light armor walked over. He seemed to know Fu Yuanming. Brother Fu, there's work at noon today. Okay, I'll be there early. Before noon, Fu Yuanming closed the shop. When he returned home, he looked at a knife and a sword hanging on the wall. He pulled out the knife. The edge of the knife was already curved. If he didn't use any strength, he wouldn't even be able to cut the pork. He hesitated for a moment, but still chose to bring the long sword and a small bag. Xiaowen, the city guard is calling me. I'll go out for a while. Okay. The voice was barely audible. Fu Yuanming left silently. On the way, he bought 5 steamed buns. After walking through a few streets, he arrived at a plaza. Chen Hao knew this plaza. It was the place where criminals were executed in Ironstone City. Fu Yuanming went into a small room and changed into a white coat. Chen Hao found this white coat very familiar. He pulled out the long sword and casually waved it a few times. Satisfied, he sheathed the long sword. Brother Fu, it's time. Okay. Fu Yuanming walked out of the small house. It was almost noon. The clouds dissipated and the blazing sun shone on the ground. The plaza was surrounded by many people. Most of them were commoners who came to watch the show. He walked up to the execution platform and put the steamed buns with a small bag on the side. On the execution platform, 3 people wearing white prison uniforms were kneeling on the ground. They were shackled and tied up. An official from the city lord's office came forward and announced the crimes of the 3 people on the execution platform. The 3 people had killed a rich family in Ironstone City 2 nights ago. They were unlucky and happened to be caught by the city guard. Xianxia, who was in the long sword, finally knew what Fu Yunming was doing. He was an executioner. In an instant, the image of a greasy middle-aged man with one arm suddenly became taller. An executioner was one of the best sword masters for him. He didn't expect to meet the main character of a novel who often killed people in an instant. As long as the sword master could kill a few people from time to time and feed him, he would be very satisfied. There was no other way. The Renkenju before him were too cowardly. This made Xianxia lower his expectations of a sword master. He understood a little. In this world, the most murderous were the few ancient professions. Soldiers, killers, executioners. In the past, when he was bored, he dreamed of having a few sword masters with these professions. He didn't expect that his dream would come true. Being an executioner was good. It was safer than being a soldier and killing people. With a stable source of income, Xianxia didn't dare to ask for more. System: bind sword master Fu Yuanming. Binding successful. After the binding was successful, Xianxia also turned off the misfortune aura skill. He was afraid that he would accidentally kill Fu Yuanming. After announcing the crimes, the official shouted, "Carry out the execution." 18 years later, I will be a good man again. The first prisoner to be beheaded shouted. Fu Yuanming's face was expressionless. He had heard these words so many times that he was numb. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice, he wouldn't want to be an executioner. He drank a mouthful of liquor and spat it on the sword. He kicked the back of the first prisoner. The prisoner fell directly into a reddish-brown pit. He raised the sword with his left hand and slashed with all his strength. A line of blood appeared on the prisoner's neck. Then, his head fell into the pit. Blood spurted out of the pit and flowed down the pit. Fu Yuanming's hand was very steady. Not a drop of blood splashed out of the pit. The second prisoner didn't have the courage of the first prisoner. He was already scared out of his wits. He struggled with all his might. His gray pants were soaked with water. Fu Yuanming was unmoved. He kicked the second head and decisively chopped it off. "I beg you, don't kill me. I don't want to die," the third prisoner cried. Fu Yuanming didn't say anything. His expression was cold as he kicked the prisoner into the pit. He couldn't decide whether the prisoner lived or died. A wave of 3 kills. His technique was clean and efficient. Xianxia continuously absorbed life and souls. Xianxia was very happy. Fu Yuanming dipped the steamed bun in the prisoner's blood. A few commoners in plain clothes squeezed through the crowd and exchanged 10 copper coins for a bloody steamed bun. It was said that the steamed bun stained with the beheader's blood could cure diseases. Many commoners with serious illnesses would buy 2 to try. Fu Yuanming knew that it had no effect. His wife had already tried it. But since someone was buying it, he would not give up on this extra income. The 3 prisoners he killed today were not ordinary people. They were full of vitality and made Xianxia feel that the sword owner was particularly pleasing to the eye. After all, this was the biggest gain he had made since leaving Jinjingqiu. Xianxia thought for a while and decided to invest a little more. Fu Yuanming had just returned to the hut and was about to put down the sword and change his clothes when he suddenly felt the sword in his hand heat up. A strange message entered his mind. He quickly leaned against the wall and recovered after a long time. Fu Yuanming looked at the sword in his hand in disbelief and murmured, "The first level of the low-class black class technique, Gale technique, is easy?" Although the message did not say it clearly, he knew that the sword was indeed strange. This sword, Fu Yuanming looked at the sword. How could he not know that it was a treasure? He immediately decided that he would not tell anyone this secret. Once it was leaked, he would be killed immediately. The low-class black class technique was a family secret. It was very precious. Fu Yuanming had lived for most of his life, but this was the first time he had seen a black class technique. Unfortunately, it's only the first level of Gale technique. Since there was the first level, there must be a second level. But he got the sword yesterday. Why did he only get the first level of Gale technique today? Could it be? Fu Yuanming looked at the bloody sword and had a faint guess. It was just a guess. He needed to verify it in the future. Knowing that the sword was a treasure, Fu Yuanming immediately wiped it clean and stored it in his bag. Back home, Fu Yuanming maintained the sword and cooked for his wife. In the afternoon, his son, Fu Qingrong, also came back. Half of Fu Qingrong's face was swollen. He probably got hurt when he was practicing martial arts. Fu Qingrong practiced martial arts in Ironstone City's Ironstone Martial Arts Dojo. He spent a lot of money every month, but he was quite talented in martial arts, so the dojo master thought highly of him. Every parent wanted their children to be successful, and Fu Yuanming was no exception. He wanted his son to have a bright future, which was why he became an executioner. To be honest, executioners were not very popular and had a very low status. Martial artists looked down on executioners because executioners specialized in killing criminals who had lost the ability to resist. Commoners were afraid of the executioners. After all, every executioner had taken the lives of hundreds of people. Their murderous aura was very strong. When they walked on the streets, their aura would make people's hearts turn cold. Furthermore, there was a certain degree of danger associated with the executioner. Which martial artist who was executed did not have 2 or 3 relatives or friends? Fu Yuanming's predecessor was killed by a death row inmate's best friend. If he had a choice, he wouldn't be an executioner. The reason why Fu Yuanming became an executioner was that the pay was generous. He wanted to nurture his son and earn more money to treat his wife's illness. Qingrong, how was your day at the dojo? It's all right. Fu Yuanming asked casually, how did you get that on your face? I was sparring with Bai Ming and was beaten up by him. Bai Ming? I've never heard you mention him before. Did he just join the dojo? He's about the same age as me. He's not from the dojo. He just came to spar with me. He's from the Bai family's collateral branch. Fu Yuanming knew who the Bai family's collateral branch was. It was one of the 3 major families in Ironstone City, the Bai family. Is he very strong? Fu Qingrong said in a low voice, yes. Master said that Bai Ming's talent is only average in the Bai family's collateral branch, but he cultivates the Bai family's high-grade yellow class technique. I can't beat him. There was an indescribable sense of loss in his tone. The gap between commoner martial artists and martial artists from the aristocratic families and sects was huge. The disciples of the aristocratic families and sects were born with medicinal herbs as their foundation. After they were born, they took all kinds of pills. Then, they learned how to read under the guidance of cultural teachers. They began to learn the basics of martial arts and cultivation techniques. They ate demonic beast meat filled with spiritual energy, received guidance from excellent teachers, and practiced high-level martial arts and cultivation techniques. After a long time, commoner martial artists would realize that there was a huge gap between them and the martial artists from the aristocratic families and sects. This gap was usually enough to make people despair. Therefore, countless commoners who wanted to make a name for themselves were eager to join a sect or faction. They did not care even if they had to sign a contract to sell themselves. Unfortunately, there were many people who wanted to sell themselves. Most people were not qualified. The Bai family could only be considered a third-rate family. The Bai family's collateral branch disciples were even worse than the main branch disciples. Fu Qingrong was considered outstanding in Ironstone Martial Arts Club, but he could not even beat an ordinary collateral branch disciple. He must be feeling terrible. Seeing his son's dejected look, Fu Yuanming seemed to see himself from 20 years ago. He thought that he was very talented and could make a big career out of himself. In the end, he realized that he had been surpassed before he was even born. The 2 of them finished their meal in silence. They watched their son take care of their mother and wash the dishes. Fu Yuanming said, after you're done washing the dishes, come to the yard and find me. Okay. The clouds in the sky were very thick. No stars or moon could be seen. It was pitch black. Fu Yuanming stroked the longsword at his waist and asked in a low voice, "Longsword, longsword. I want to teach Gale arts. To Rong-er. Will you blame me?" The longsword was lifeless and did not respond. As long as the sword owner gave him an offering, Chen Hao did not care who Fu Yuanming taught the arts to. Hearing the footsteps behind him, Fu Yuanming said slowly, "Rong-er, Iron Bull's strength is not suitable for you. I'll teach you a set of arts today, but you must keep it a secret. Do you understand?" Fu Qingrong lowered his voice and asked, "Father, does our family have a yellow class superior grade art?" Iron Bull strength came from Ironstone Martial Arts Club. Even Fu Yuanming was from Ironstone Martial Arts Club. He also cultivated the yellow class mid-grade art, Iron Bull strength. "No, it's the black class low-grade art, Gale arts." "What?" Fu Qingrong was shocked. "Black class low-grade?" Fu Yuanming heard his son's heavy breathing. He was very excited. "Yes, don't tell anyone about this. Otherwise, it will bring a lot of trouble. Do you understand?" I know. I won't tell anyone even if you beat me to death," Fu Qingrong said excitedly. "Father, does our Fu family have a history?" "Yes, we have a history. Your great-grandfather was a farmer. Your grandfather was a butcher. Your father used to be a city guard, The naive young man was suddenly disappointed. He thought his ancestors were rich. "Don't fantasize. Your great-grandfather's father was also a farmer." Fu Yuanming continued, "I got this Gale arts by accident. I'll teach you the first level now. Remember not to tell anyone, even if your mother asks." After 2 days, the city guards informed Fu Yuanming that there was work to be done. As usual, Fu Yuanming went to the plaza to wait. This time the criminal committed burglary. That's right, this world's laws were very strict, even burglary was a death sentence. If a beggar was caught on the street, even if he was beaten to death, he would not violate the law. Fu Yuanming had just stepped onto the execution platform when the criminal looked up at him and fainted. Even Chen Hao was speechless. Since he was afraid of death, why did he steal? Even if he fainted, he could not escape the death penalty. Who asked him to commit a crime? Who asked him to be caught? Who asked him to be weak? The last one was the main point. By the way, this world's crime-solving rate was also very low. After all, the difference in strength between individuals was too big. Fu Yuanming smoothly chopped off the criminal's head and returned to the small room to rest. He waited for a long time, but there was no reaction from the sword. He was puzzled. Could it be that he guessed wrongly, or the number was not enough? This time, after waiting for 3 days, Fu Yuanming once again executed 2 criminals. After returning, Chen Hao immediately passed the second level of Gale arts to him. This time, Fu Yuanming was very excited. The sword's feedback proved his guess. The sword wanted to kill people. As long as it killed a certain number, it would give back a level of the sword's secret. Could it be that this was a spiritual sword? Could it be that the sword's previous owner was a martial arts senior? This senior used the sword to choose his successor and pass down his martial arts? Fu Yuanming's guess was very reasonable. In the Tianxian continent, many peerless experts would use all kinds of methods to pass down their martial arts if they did not have a suitable successor. Usually, they would not be willing to let their hard work be lost. After all, it was a way to leave behind traces of their lives. When the senior experts were about to fall, the most common way to pass on their martial arts was to build their own tombs and set up all kinds of tests in their tombs. If there were younger generations who could pass their tests, they would not be stingy to impart their martial arts to the outstanding younger generations. Of course, some demonic experts would set up a death trap in the name of testing, just to kill more people after death. Among them, the most famous one was 10 years ago, when the tomb of a legendary 1,000-year-old devil path peerless expert was opened. The tomb had directly stated that the first martial artist below the Xiantian realm to pass through the 18th floor of the tomb would inherit his legacy. He had left behind all his inheritance and wealth in the secret chamber on the 19th floor of the tomb. The entire southern region's martial artists were in an uproar, surging over like a tide. The righteous and demonic paths fought for the entrance to the tomb until the sky turned dark. After entering the tomb, they continued fighting. Every level of the tomb was extremely cruel. Countless cultivators had died, and their corpses had nearly blocked the passage. After all, demonic path martial artists tended to have cruel personalities. That peerless master from 1,000 years ago was an existence that had single-handedly destroyed an entire country. It was normal for the test to be cruel. According to later statistics, there were more than 50,000 martial artists below the Xiantian realm who had died in the tomb during the Great Battle. Dozens of Xiantian experts had fallen, and some sects had even been completely annihilated during the test. These were not the cruelest. The cruelest thing was that after the crazy martial artists used their lives to forcefully pass through the 18 levels, they discovered that the secret chamber on the 19th floor was completely empty. There was only a single stone coffin. The inheritance and wealth were also not in the stone coffin. The stone coffin was completely empty, without even a corpse. There was only a single sentence engraved at the bottom of the coffin: "I was just messing with you." This old devil has countless enemies in his life. I have no relatives or friends, so I don't want to benefit anyone. Before I died, I threw all my wealth into the bottomless abyss of the South Sea Ghost region, so there is no share for you. If you want to burn my bones and scatter my ashes, that is also impossible. If there is no accident, then I should have already burned myself near the South Sea Ghost region. If you can find my ashes, then this old devil will admit defeat. It is said that at that time over 20 martial artists were angered to death. Among them, there was even a sect master. This matter quickly spread out. Then, the entire continent was in an uproar. A peerless master with such a vile character could be said to be the best on the continent, rarely seen in 10,000 years. Of course, this was something that Fu Yuanming had heard. Whether it was true or not, he did not know, but he guessed that it should be true. The actions of a demonic martial artist were not something that normal martial artists could fathom. Because the personalities of the senior masters were different, some of their inheritance methods were also strange. Fu Yuanming felt that the long sword in his hand was very likely one of the rare inheritance methods. To need to kill to obtain a cultivation method, it was very likely that it was a demonic sword master. The Gale arts could only be a normal cultivation method. The truly powerful cultivation methods and martial techniques could still be at the back. It looked like he had to kill more people. On the road, he used his cold gaze to scan the passers-by. However, he still could not make up his mind. Thinking of killing those unknown and innocent people, he still could not bring himself to do it. Maybe I am not suited to step into the demonic path, Fu Yuanming unconsciously thought. Moreover, his strength was not strong. He was only at the peak of the Qi revolving realm. If he really went on a killing spree, he would have to be prepared to leave his home and be homeless. Thinking of his wife, thinking of his son, he sighed deeply. If he had obtained this long sword 15 years ago, with his arm still intact and without a wife and child, he would not hesitate to use the blood of countless people to activate all the inheritance in the long sword. Now, he was too old. However, even the Gale arts was enough for him. As an executioner, he could quickly activate the inheritance and it would be safer. Perhaps, he thought of his son, Fu Qingrong. Chen Hao did not know what Fu Yuanming was thinking. However, even if he knew, he would not care. He only wanted Fu Yuanming to know the value of the long sword. Currently, Fu Yuanming was the best sword master for him. If he wanted to find a demonic sword master, with his status as a top-grade mortal weapon, there was no chance at all. He just wanted to level up quickly. It was not every day that there were people waiting to be beheaded. However, Ironstone City was a prosperous city. There would always be people who did not want to live a good life. In the first month, a total of 10 people were beheaded by Fu Yuanming. In the second month, 13 people were beheaded by Fu Yuanming. 2 people were dismembered. In the third month, 15 people were beheaded by Fu Yuanming. The Gale arts had a total of 5 levels. In the third month, Chen Hao still had not finished teaching it. When Fu Yuanming first beheaded 3 people, Chen Hao only taught him the first level of the Gale arts. Later on, he simply increased the difficulty and taught Fu Yuanming the third level after he beheaded 15 people. Chen Hao was just that shameless. In the fourth month, Fu Yuanming beheaded another 13 people. When Chen Hao finished absorbing the blood and soul of the last person, the long sword finally reached the requirement to level up again. Fu Yuanming stayed in the small room next to the execution ground. He held the sword tightly, hoping that the sword would be satisfied with his recent performance and teach him the fourth level of the Gale technique. However, he soon realized that the sword was starting to heat up, as if it was being heated up by a furnace. What's wrong? Soon, he couldn't stand the heat and had no choice but to put the sword on the ground. The sword kept exuding gray impurities that were as big as dust, as if there was an invisible hammer in the air that was hammering the sword. The blood on the sword melted and then seemed to come alive. It stuck close to the sword and circled around, leaving blood-red patterns. Fu Yuanming did a quick count. No more, no less. There were exactly 9 blood rings. The blade became brighter and brighter. The originally black sword body gradually turned silver. The whole process only lasted for a quarter of an hour. The sword evolved under Fu Yuanming's astonished gaze. After waiting for half a year, Xianxia finally evolved. He excitedly opened the attribute panel, wanting to know the result of the evolution. After looking at the attribute panel, he was stunned, because after the evolution, the demon sword had an unimaginable upgrade. Sword name, Nungrade, low-level profound weapon number 10, Ren Kenju, Fu Yuanming talent, killing master skills 1. Misfortune, closed steadily reduces the sword master's luck by 2, with a luck value of 10, he can be said to be the world's son of destiny, 2. Misfortune explosion, the host can close the misfortune skill for 5 days and then use misfortune explosion. Once the misfortune explosion is used, the sword master's luck will decrease by 10 for a day. 3. Slaughter evolution, through absorbing fresh blood and souls to evolve. 4. Slaughter feedback ratio, percent, feedback purity, percent, while absorbing fresh blood and souls, part of the feedback can be given to the sword master. The feedback ratio and purity can be set by the host. 5. Automatic repair, spend a certain amount of fresh blood and souls to repair the body. 6. Murderous aura field, activated the more creatures killed, the stronger the murderous aura gathered, forming a unique murderous aura field. Not only can the murderous aura field affect the enemy's mind, it can also affect the sword master. 7. Superconductivity, 100% conductivity of all kinds of energy. 8. Camouflage, you can camouflage yourself into a long sword that is not higher than your own level. You can change your appearance at will. It is limited to swords. 9. Master killing inheritance, every time you succeed in killing your master, you will receive all of the sword master's inheritance. You can pass this inheritance to the next Renkenju or use it yourself. Current possession, basic sword forging technique, Gene family sword forging secret technique, low-grade profound rank technique Gale technique, obtained low-grade profound rank martial skill Gale sword technique, mastery, obtained high-grade yellow rank martial skill Breeze sword technique, perfection, obtained secret technique breath concealing technique. First, the misfortune and misfortune explosion skills had become stronger. Now, the misfortune explosion skills cooldown had been halved. In the past, the misfortune explosion skills cooldown had been reduced from 1 to 2. Previously, the misfortune explosion skills cooldown had been reduced by half. In the past, the sword masters that had died in Xianxia's hands could survive for an average of 11 days. Now, they could only last for 6 days. Then, there were the 3 new skills. The first skill, superconduction, was naturally needless to say. It had been upgraded to a Xian weapon and also had the characteristic of conducting true qi. However, the conductivity was at 100%, which was also at the level of a high-grade Xian weapon. To Xianxia, this skill could only be considered passable. It could only allow him to gain the favor of the sword masters. The second skill, camouflage. To be honest, it was a bit useless. Perhaps it could be used to protect the sword masters that he thought had the potential to grow. It would not cause too much trouble for the sword masters. After all, there were some sword experts who could tell the level of the longsword. The third skill was the real deal. It was the skill that Xianxia valued the most. With the third skill, Xianxia could straighten his back and proudly announce to the world that he was a demon sword. If the sword master could not become stronger the more he killed, how could it be called a demon sword, constantly breaking through, constantly becoming stronger, controlling one's own destiny, dominating everything that others had? This was the eternal theme of this world. However, Xianxia looked at the system's introduction of slaughter feedback and was a bit puzzled as to what the purity was. Feedback ratio, Xianxia understood. Every time he killed someone, he would absorb a part of the dead person's blood and soul. The sword master could get a part of it. The ratio was decided by Xianxia. For the sword masters that he admired, he could give more back. For the sword masters that he did not like, he could give less back or not at all. System, what does that purity mean? The system explained, the blood and soul absorbed by the host are filtered by the sword. It is extremely pure energy. During the absorption process, it will not affect the host's character. The same goes for the sword master. If the sword master absorbs energy that is not pure enough, although the sword master's strength will increase very quickly, his character will gradually become distorted and extreme. The host will control the appropriate amount. Xianxia suddenly understood. Anyway, if it was a one-time consumption type sword master, then he would give him the energy with the lowest purity. He thought for a while and set the ratio and purity of the feedback. He also set the appearance of the longsword to be a top-grade ordinary weapon. He was very satisfied with the current sword master and decided to stabilize it for a while, so under Fu Yuanming's astonished gaze, the 9 blood ring patterns on the longsword gathered together and turned into blood dots. The shining silver sword body turned black and even the kind sword blade turned dark. It was as if the changes in the longsword were just Fu Yuanming's illusion. Fu Yuanming picked up the slightly hot longsword and inserted his qi into it. Seeing the sword tip emitting sword light, his eyes lit up. He knew that although the longsword looked like a top-grade ordinary weapon, it was a real profound weapon, a divine sword that could hide its own sharpness, a divine sword that could automatically evolve through killing people. With such a divine sword, Fu Yuanming felt as if he was dreaming. Gently wiping away the remaining dirt on the longsword, Fu Yuanming quickly received a message from the longsword, Gale Arts Level 4. The long-awaited excitement once again attacked him. 3 days later, something that made Fu Yuanming even more excited happened. When he was executing a bandit on the execution platform, a strange warm current drilled into his body from the sword hilt that he was holding tightly in his left hand. Wherever the warm current passed, his body would be strengthened slightly and the qi in his meridians would become stronger. Even his mental state would become better. That night, Fu Yuanming held on to the longsword and stood in his courtyard for the entire night. He knew that this must be the function of the longsword. Not only could it evolve through killing people, it could also give him feedback. As long as he continued to kill, he could continue to become stronger. What kind of divine skill? He didn't need it. What kind of treasures? He didn't care. What kind of aristocratic family? What kind of religious sect? As long as he had the divine sword in his hand, he wouldn't care about it. As long as he had the divine sword in his hand, as long as he continued to kill, he would be able to make the entire continent tremble. Fu Yuanming's heart was overflowing with the desire to kill and he almost couldn't control it. Dawn came quickly. Dew drenched Fu Yuanming's clothes. He could hear the faint sound of coughing. The coughing was very soft, as if the owner was trying to suppress it. Fu Yuanming turned around and looked at his home. He thought of his wife and child. After wiping his face, he sheathed his sword and hung it on his waist. He fetched water from the well, poured the wrapped herbs into the medicine furnace, mixed the water, and started the fire. He was very familiar with all the chores. Xiao Pu found the small opening of the furnace. Seeing the flame grow bigger and bigger, he let out a sigh of relief. His heart slowly calmed down as he looked at the flames that were continuously adding firewood to the fire. Fu Qingrong said, "Dad, I'm going to the martial arts center." "Okay. Do you have enough money? Do you need me to give you some more?" "I have enough." "You don't need it?" "Okay. Work hard in the martial arts center." "Got it." Fu Qingrong said with a smile on his face. Fu Yuanming knew that his son's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds in the past few months with the help of Gale technique. He had already reached the middle stage of Qi Cyclone and was considered one of the best among his peers in the martial arts center. Fu Yuanming thought, looks like I have to work hard too. Ever since he lost his arm, he had lost his passion for cultivation. He had no hope in martial arts. However, he received feedback from the long sword yesterday. His extinguished passion was reignited. Perhaps, with the help of the mysterious long sword, his right arm could grow back. It was not impossible to regrow a broken limb, but the price was too high. It was not something a small martial artist like Fu Yuanming could afford. Now that he had the long sword, he saw hope again. Fu Yuanming knew that his son was younger than him and had more talent in martial arts. If he gave the mysterious long sword to his son, it might be more effective. However, he was only thinking about it. Fu Qingrong was too young and the long sword's ability was too dangerous. He was afraid that his son could not resist the fatal temptation and become an evil demon. After all, even he, Fu Yuanming, almost fell for it yesterday. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. As a non-living being, Chen Hao did not feel any signs of aging. He had almost no enemies. Due to his extreme boredom, the thing he did the most every day was sleep. Every now and then, he would wake up when Fu Yuanming was killing people. Occasionally, he would open his eyes to check on the Fu family's situation before going back to sleep. In these 2 years, Chen Hao had successfully evolved into a mid-level profound armament and was not far from a high-level profound armament. The only thing that made him unhappy was his bad luck during this evolution. Only one skill was added, and this skill was almost useless to him. Skill: Sword Master's Amplification, increases the Sword Master's comprehension by 1 point, increases the Sword Master's bone frame by 1 point, comprehension and bone frame max out to 10 points. This skill could be said to be Chen Hao's most useless skill. It was born for the Sword Master. In these 2 years, the Fu family had been doing well. Fu Yuanming used the high-grade yellow-class skill breeze sword style that Chen Hao had taught him to exchange for a pill from a mid-level alchemist. After his wife took the pill, she recovered from her illness and was able to get out of bed, walk, and do some simple housework. His son, Fu Qingrong, was now his pride. At the age of 12, he had already reached the peak of the Qi condensation realm and could break through to the Qi condensation realm at any time. He planned to have his son enter a sect before he turned 13. Fu Yuanming had walked the road from the pork shop to the execution ground for 3 years. He could not be more familiar with it. In these 2 years, the small room where he rested and changed his clothes had become even more dilapidated. Just as he finished changing his clothes, a burly general in light armor pushed open the door and entered. "Old Fu, the mayor has ordered that all the bandits of the Black Cloud stronghold will be executed today. There are a total of 356 people. You must be prepared." When Fu Yuanming heard that the people to be executed today were the bandits of the Black Cloud stronghold, he was shocked. The city guard in charge of informing him this morning did not tell him. "Commander Liu, I heard that the leader of the Black Cloud stronghold escaped?" Commander Liu was the deputy commander of the Ironstone City Guards. He was a true energy realm expert. He was the one who led the troops to destroy the Black Cloud stronghold. Commander Liu waved his hand unhappily and said, "You don't have to worry about that. We will continue to arrest Blood Wolf. You are responsible for executing the heads." Seeing Commander Liu leave, Fu Yuanming's face turned serious. Of course he was not afraid of killing people. He was afraid of revenge. Half a year ago, he had been assassinated. However, the assassin was not strong enough and was killed by him. Fortunately, the assassin did not target his wife and children. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. As for going against the mayor's orders, to be honest, he did not dare. He did not have the strength to do so. Carrying his long sword, he arrived at the execution ground. The execution ground had long been blocked. As far as the eye could see, there were densely packed human heads. The bandits of the Black Cloud stronghold were vicious and merciless. They did all kinds of evil and were notorious in the area. Hearing that the bandits of the Black Cloud stronghold were going to be executed today, the entire Ironstone city was in an uproar. In just half a day, it attracted a large group of people. If it were not for the nearby city guards maintaining order, a group of commoners who did not mind watching the show would have directly jumped onto the execution ground. In more than 3 years, Fu Yuanming had killed at least 500 people. In addition, with the enhancement of the Evil Sword's evil aura field, his evil aura was not inferior to that of a valiant warrior. When Fu Yuanming appeared, a group of commoners retreated and made a path for him. After all, his evil aura was enough to make people afraid. "Sir, please wait a moment." Someone in the crowd called out to Fu Yuanming. Fu Yuanming stopped and looked at the person. It was an old woman with a face full of wrinkles. Being stared at by him, the old woman could not help but take a step back. However, she still suppressed her fear and took out a piece of cloth from her chest. She quickly unfolded the cloth, revealing a golden hairpin and a pair of golden earrings. The old woman carefully handed the golden hairpin and earrings to Fu Yuanming. "Sir, can you not let Su Qinghai die so easily?" Fu Yuanming knew what the old woman meant. As an executioner, he often received gifts. Most of them were given by the families of the prisoners. They hoped that on the execution ground, he could give the prisoners a quick death. Occasionally, there would be people who liked him to torture the prisoners. For example, he deliberately did not use any strength and only cut the head off after 10 slashes. The old woman in front of him might have some great enmity with the third master of Black Cloud Stronghold, Su Qinghai. If it was given by the prisoner's family, Fu Yuanming usually would not reject it. However, if it was given by the prisoner's enemy, "Sorry, I cannot accept your things. I am only carrying out the orders of the city lord manor." Fu Yuanming left without looking back. Maybe the first master of Black Cloud Stronghold who escaped was mixed in the crowd. He did not want to be too ruthless. Stepping onto the execution ground, 10 bound prisoners were already kneeling on it. The execution ground was a mess. The ground and the prisoners' bodies were covered in rotten eggs and vegetable leaves. There were even stones and clumps of dirt. A few of the city guards who were maintaining order were unlucky. They were also covered in dirt from these disgusting, hidden weapons. However, they could not find anyone. Fu Yuanming was glad that he came late. He had thrown away most of the things. There were 10 prisoners on the execution ground. There were also 300 people locked in prison wagons on the side. Most of them were old, weak, women, and children. They were all the family members of the Black Cloud Stronghold bandits. "You have to pay for what you have done. Just you wait, the leader will definitely take revenge for me." The third leader of Black Cloud Stronghold, Su Qinghai, roared before he died. Then he was beheaded by Fu Yuanming. Fu Yuanming's sword was very steady, not affected by the curses and cheers of the surrounding civilians. Fu Yuanming's sword was very fast, a line of blood appeared on Su Qinghai's neck. Then, the thin line broke, and his head fell into the small pit. The evil third leader of the Black Cloud Stronghold near Ironstone City ended his evil life. Fu Yuanming swung his sword 10 times, as steady as a machine. This was the skill he had honed over the past 3 years. After cutting off 10 heads, he kept his sword and waited for the city guards to bring the next batch of prisoners. Looking at the surrounding crowd, he did not know if the leader of Black Cloud Stronghold was in the crowd. He hoped that the leader would be impulsive and stand out to stop the execution. Unfortunately, Fu Yuanming was destined to be disappointed. He killed 50 bandits, but still did not see Blood Wolf's shadow. There were 3 bandits left, and the rest were their family members. After all, with the fierce style of the Black Cloud Stronghold bandits, it was difficult to capture them alive. In the prisoner carriage, a young woman tightly covered her daughter's eyes. Looking at the mother and son on the execution platform, 2 white-haired old men, and 3 women in their 40s or 50s, the city guards separated the mother and son and pressed them on the execution platform. Fu Yuanming held the sword in his left hand, steadily swinging his sword one after another. In the past 3 years, he had experienced this kind of thing. He had already known his position. As the executioner, he was just a tool. He was already numb, turning a deaf ear to the cries, begging, cursing, and threats of the prisoners. If the prisoners struggled too violently, the city guards would naturally help. The previously excited and cheering people were no longer as enthusiastic as before, and they began to fall silent. The turbulent blood overflowed the trench, dyeing the execution platform red, and flowed down the platform to the crowd. The crowd began to retreat, as if they were afraid of the blood staining their shoes. The old woman who had beheaded the prisoners with shining eyes had already left. Some people secretly left with pale faces, while others stood at the periphery of the crowd and began to vomit. Even the city guards were all pale, tightly pursing their lips. On the entire execution platform, Fu Yuanming was the fastest. His white coat was still pale. After this round, the city guards were replaced with a new batch of soldiers. "Lord Fu, Commander Lu instructed you not to cut so quickly." A city guard whispered into Fu Yuanming's ear. Commander Lu's intention is to torture them a bit more. Don't let them die so easily." Are you sure that the leader of the Black Cloud stronghold is at the scene? He was very clear about the purpose of the city guards, which was to force Blood Wolf out. Very sure. Not long ago, we received news that Blood Wolf had sneaked into Ironstone City. Today, we are going to kill the Black Cloud stronghold bandits. There is no reason for him not to come. Fu Yuanming's expressionless face turned serious. Commander Lu said that as long as Blood Wolf appears, he will not be able to return. The city guard continued to whisper into his ear. The commander also said that he will send people to protect your family. All right. How could Fu Yuanming not see that Commander Lu was not only using him as a chess piece, but also using his family as bait? He held the sword tightly, frowning, but his face was expressionless. On the execution ground, after the terrible slaughter, there were only 20 people standing in the square except for the city guards. Among the 20 people, 11 were very young. They were both men and women, and they were dressed in gorgeous clothes. Even though their faces were pale, their eyes were still staring at the hill of human heads next to Xingtai. Fu Yuanming knew a few of them. They were people from the 3 big families in Ironstone City. At this time, Fu Yuanming had to admire the education methods of these families. Wiping the long sword clean, he sighed. Blood Wolf did not appear after all. He was more patient than he thought. He was a very difficult person to deal with. Looking at Commander Lu, who was not looking good, he still went forward. Commander Lu, I have to trouble you recently. I am afraid that Blood Wolf will take revenge on my family. Blood Wolf was a ruthless person, and it was very likely that he would take revenge on his family. Commander Lu patted him on the shoulder and said, Don't worry, I will send masters to protect your family day and night. As long as Blood Wolf dares to appear, he will be dead. Thank you, Commander Lu. In fact, Fu Yuanming hated Commander Lu more. If it were not for him, Blood Wolf might not have embarrassed an executioner. But for the safety of his family, he really could not offend Commander Lu. After all, he knew that Deputy Commander Lu wanted to catch Blood Wolf more. He heard that the old commander of Ironstone City had the idea of retiring. There were 3 people who were qualified to be the commander, and Deputy Commander Lu was one of them. He was a foreign warrior. Even if he had been running for several years, his foundation was still shallow. If he wanted to be the commander, he must show irrefutable achievements. As long as he caught Blood Wolf, he was sure to be promoted. Presumably, he would do his best in this matter. Go back. Back to the dilapidated hut, the sword in his hand began to heat up. Fu Yuanming, who was worried, was surprised. He knew that the mysterious long sword was estimated to be stronger again. Last time, after his long sword had reached the level of a middle-level Xian weapon, he did not know if it was his illusion, but he found that his mind had become much clearer. Some of the problems that had been troubling him in cultivation methods and martial arts had been easily solved, and his cultivation speed had increased a lot. He did not know what kind of changes the mysterious long sword would bring after today. Today, after drinking the blood of hundreds of people, the energy storage in the long sword had reached the limit. When Xianxia saw Fu Yuanming alone, he could not help but began to upgrade. After upgrading to the advanced level, Xianxia looked at the attribute panel and found that this time his luck was still not good. The skill Sword Master's increase had become stronger. Previously, it increased the Sword Master's perception value and root bone by 1 point, but now it increased the Sword Master's perception value and root bone by 2 points. The increase was doubled, but for Xianxia, it was almost useless. It all benefited the Sword Master. Then there was an additional skill called Convenient. The explanation of this skill was that when anyone held the long sword, they would feel that the long sword was tailor-made for them. There were a variety of weapons. Even if they were all long swords, there would be differences in length, width, weight, and function. When making a move, how much strength to use, how much chi to use, how far away the opponent should be, all these would change, so every practitioner would have a period of adaptation after changing their weapon. And this convenient skill could completely ignore this adaptation period, allowing the Sword Master to use the long sword smoothly the first time he picked it up, making it easier for the Sword Master to fall in love at first sight with the long sword. Ugh, no matter what, it was still a trash skill. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Xianxia decided to have a good sleep to soothe his hurt soul. Seeing that the long sword had completed its evolution, Fu Yuanming waved the long sword, but he felt that there was not much change. He felt that the long sword's changes might need to be slowly experienced before he could know. After changing his clothes, Fu Yuanming went straight home. When he reached the door, he found that the door was not closed and he smelled a familiar smell of blood. Commander Lu broke his promise. When Fu Yuanming was still beheaded on the scaffold, the Ironstone Martial Club was broken into by two men in black. His son Fu Qingrong was beheaded by a man in black, just like what he did. His wife was even more miserable. Fu Yuanming forced 3 tailors to spend a whole night sewing the body with a sword. Some pieces of flesh could not be pieced together at all, so they could only be stuffed in casually. He did not cry or get drunk. He just silently held the funeral with a gloomy face. He seemed to have forgotten his hatred. Like ordinary people facing the misfortune of their relatives, he still swallowed his anger. Commander Lu brought the city guards to pay respects to his wife and son. Fu Yuanming did not stop him. He just lowered his head and burned the paper money. Commander Lu did not say a word. After burning the incense, he left with his men. Blood Wolf was still in Ironstone City, and he had committed another murder. The number of city guards patrolling every night doubled. The city guards were in a team of 7. The night was calm and boring. So someone said, "Have you heard? The disabled executioner's wife and son were killed by Blood Wolf." And then? I'm afraid that man is crazy? No, he is preparing for the funeral. I went to see him with Commander Lu. He is alive and well. I thought that executioner was a fierce man. I didn't expect him to be so cowardly. He didn't even dare to say anything when his wife and son were killed. Haha. What kind of fierce man is an executioner? He only kills those who can't resist. Besides, how can that be called cowardly? That is called wise. Blood Wolf is a top master of the genuine energy realm. If the executioner dares to trouble Blood Wolf, he will be killed in the street within a day. If his wife is dead, he can remarry. If his son is dead, he can have another one. But if he is dead, he will have nothing. You are a coward. If my wife and son were killed, I would tear off a piece of flesh from the other side. That sounds good. Maybe you will be scared then. Someone whispered, speaking of which, the executioner is a bit wronged. He was just following orders. I didn't expect that Blood Wolf would kill his family. This is an eye for an eye. Who asked him to be the executioner? By the way, did Commander Lu say anything when you went to the executioner's house with him? I remember that at the execution ground, Commander Lu promised that he would send some experts to secretly protect his family and catch Blood Wolf. What can I do? Who knew that Blood Wolf's revenge would come so soon? Anyway, we're just going to burn some incense and leave. Speaking of which, what Commander Lu did was a little inappropriate. Xiaohu, don't talk nonsense. Oh. On the 7th day, Fu Yuanming knelt in the morning hall and burned paper money. In the latter half of the night, he pulled out the long sword hanging from his waist and murmured, divine sword, did you see that? My wife and son are dead. It doesn't matter if I die or not, but Qingrong shouldn't die. He is still young and more talented than me. Besides, he is less than 13 years old. I really want to kill Blood Wolf and Lu, but I know I'm not strong enough. I'm not strong enough. Fu Yuanming clenched his teeth so hard that his gums were bleeding. He lowered his voice and continued, I know that Blood Wolf must have appeared nearby. He must have secretly enjoyed my painful expression. He didn't kill me and let me live. He must want to torture me and let me taste the pain of losing my family. I don't want to die like this. I don't want to die like this. I know that my strength is too weak. I'm only at the peak of the Qi condensation realm. They are all experts of the true energy realm. They can crush me like crushing an ant, but I still don't want to die like this. Blood Wolf doesn't kill me now, but it doesn't mean that he won't kill me in the future. I don't want to die. I want revenge. I want to kill them. I want them to know that I'm not a pawn, not a bait, not an ant. He roared in a low voice, divine sword, can you help me? Fu Yuanming's voice was hoarse. His face was full of despair and madness. His tone contained strong unwillingness and deep hatred. Chen Hao silently looked at the killing feedback skill in the attribute panel. Originally, the feedback rate was 0.5% and the feedback purity was 100%. That's right, Chen Hao was that crazy. 0.5% was the weakest it could be. This was why Fu Yuanming spent 2 years to break through from the late Qi condensation realm to the early Qi high realm after getting the sword. I know that you like blood and killing. As long as you can help me and avenge me, I can give you anything. I, Fu Yuanming, swear to the heavens. Adjusting the feedback rate to 50% and the feedback purity to 50%, Chen Hao couldn't give in anymore. He had already given in because of Fu Yuanming's excellent performance in the past 2 years. Just like this, every time Fu Yuanming killed someone, he would get more energy than Chen Hao. The only side effect was the decrease in purity. To be honest, Chen Hao didn't want to see Fu Yuanming die. If Fu Yuanming died, he would have to find another sword owner. It would be difficult to find another sword owner as reliable as Fu Yuanming. Fu Yuanming hugged the sword like a lunatic and talked for the whole night. He talked about his childhood with Yunair, his wife, the interesting things they did when they were young, their marriage, and his son. When he was born, he was so ugly that he almost dropped him. He talked about the origin of Fu Qingrong's name and the stupid things his son did when he was young. Sometimes, Fu Yuanming couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chen Hao suspected that Fu Yuanming had already lost his mind. Old Fu, there's work to be done today. Be on time, okay? Fu Yuanming cut the pork in half and replied, okay. His expression was a bit blank, like a doll. Will you be all right? The city guard asked softly. No, I'm fine. Well, that's good. It's been 7 days. You have to believe in Commander Liu. He will definitely catch Blood Wolf and avenge your family. Well, I believe in him. That's good. Walking on the street, Fu Yuanming was like a piece of wood. His expression was stiff and his eyes were dull. Pedestrians would feel a chill as soon as they got close to him. In the past 7 days, the entire Ironstone city was under martial law. Although Blood Wolf was not caught, there were other unexpected gains. When Fu Yuanming stood on the execution platform, he looked at the row of kneeling prisoners with a blank expression. After the official announced the crimes of the 13 prisoners, he began to execute them. When he killed the first prisoner, the sword in his hand suddenly fell to the ground. The blood on the long sword splashed on his trousers. For the first time in 2 years, Fu Yuanming couldn't hold the sword firmly. For the first time in 2 years, blood splashed on him. On the execution platform, the city guards who helped him hold down the prisoners also looked at him in surprise. Some shook their heads and some laughed. Fu Yuanming bent down and picked up the long sword. His blank face also pulled out a ferocious and crazy smile. He felt it, he felt it. He could feel it, he could feel it, an intense warm current flowed from the sword. That intense pleasure was like an electric current. It flowed from his left arm to his head, from his head to his neck, and from his neck to his tailbone. His body could clearly feel that it was strengthened. It was 100 times stronger than before, the external true energy in his dantian was increasing. It was much more than before. The external true energy had not been absorbed in time. It was flowing chaotically in his meridians. Fu Yuanming clenched his fists tightly. He was immersed in the pleasure of his strength rapidly increasing. Sure enough, the sword understood his meaning. The sword made a decision. The sword supported him. Are you not feeling well? The city guard who was holding down the first prisoner asked with a frown. No, I am very comfortable. Fu Yuanming picked up the sword. That intense feeling came again. Why do I feel that there is something wrong with you? No, there is nothing wrong with me. I feel better than ever. This scary guy couldn't have gone crazy, right? The city guard looked at the strange smile on Fu Yuanming's face and could not help but shiver. He realized that after Fu Yuanming killed the Black Cloud Stronghold bandits, the killing intent on his body became thicker. It was so thick that it made him feel afraid. The city guard swallowed a mouthful of saliva and quickly retreated a few steps. He realized that Fu Yuanming's body was covered in a thin layer of red mist. The city guard rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He realized that the red mist was gone. Was it an illusion? Yes, it must be an illusion. I was scared by this madman. After executing the prisoners, Fu Yuanming quickly left the execution platform. He changed his clothes and rushed home. Although he was still walking, his speed was no different from running. With the help of the sword, the true energy in his body was about to overflow. Out of the 13 prisoners, 10 of them were martial artists. Half of them were stronger than Fu Yuanming. Even if the sword did not absorb all of the blood, soul, and true energy of the dead, even if Fu Yuanming only took half of it, the huge amount of energy was enough to make him full. Rushing home, Fu Yuanming went straight to the basement and blocked the door. He sat cross-legged on the floor and used the Gale technique to greedily absorb the external true energy that was rampaging in his meridians. This time, the amount of true qi that appeared in his meridians was very large, but it was not as pure as before. It was almost impossible to completely refine and purify it. Gale arts didn't have the ability to purify external true qi. Absorbing this kind of insufficiently pure true qi could allow one's strength to soar for a short period of time, but it would affect one's foundation and increase the difficulty of breaking through in the future. However, Fu Yuanming didn't care at all. What he lacked the most now was time. As a martial artist in the qi condensation realm, Fu Yuanming's qi in his dantian had long been compressed into a liquid state, like a lake. As a large amount of external true qi was continuously refined by him, the true qi was compressed into liquid form and fell into the lake like a rainstorm. The originally liquid true qi lake grew larger and larger. Chen Hao only heard a muffled bang. An invisible aura erupted from Fu Yuanming's body. In the basement, the dust and debris near him were slowly pushed away by the energy. He seemed to have broken through. Chen Hao looked at Fu Yuanming enviously. He was envious that Fu Yuanming could break through just by absorbing a little energy. However, Fu Yuanming did not open his eyes. His face was flushed red and sweat seeped out of his forehead. His body, which was sitting cross-legged on the ground, began to tremble violently. Could it be that he still wanted to continue? Chen Hao was not sure. After about an hour, Fu Yuanming slowly opened his eyes. He stood up and said to himself in surprise, I am already a mid-qi high realm martial artist? Not only did I break through from the qi condensation realm to the qi high realm, I even skipped the early qi high realm. How is this possible? What is impossible? You must have cheated, Chen Hao complained unhappily. Only now did he realize that the slaughter feedback skill was really a cheat. The demon sword's cheat was specially made for the sword master. As long as the slaughter feedback increased, the sword master would be able to enjoy the thrill of leveling up. Chen Hao felt that he had suffered a great loss, jumping 2 levels in a row, skipping a realm, and then a small realm. Fu Yuanming was extremely excited. He picked up his long sword and used the low-level martial skill that Chen Hao had taught him in the basement, Sword Art of Gale. Even though he only had one arm, he was still able to wield his long sword. His sword was moving faster and faster, and soon the long sword was only leaving behind afterimages in the air. Was this the performance of Sword Art of Gale? Chen Hao could not be more familiar with Jin Xingqiu's signature sword art. Did this mean that Fu Yuanming had another breakthrough in his martial skill? Gale Slaughter. Rays of green energy shot out from Fu Yuanming in all directions, and the whole basement was filled with sword marks. He breathed heavily and said happily, I didn't expect that the Sword Art of Gale, which had been stagnant for so long, would also have a breakthrough. Even the gods are helping me today. Chen Hao silently looked at the skill, Sword Master's buff. If the perception and bone structure were divided into 10 stars, then Chen Hao's demon sword could increase the perception and bone structure of the sword master by 2 stars. It could turn average into excellent, excellent into peerless, and peerless into heaven-defying. If the sword master's perception was not high enough, his talent was not high enough, his training speed was not high enough, but he had the sword master's buff skill. If the sword master did not have enough resources, he did not have any miraculous pills, but he was not afraid, he had the slaughter feedback skill. If the sword master did not have enough aura, he would not be able to make everyone bow down to him, but he had the killing intent field. System, I realized that I am more like the system grandpa than you are. The system said, unfortunately, the host is no longer human. Chen Hao suddenly had the urge to kill the system and the sword master. The system seemed to have sensed the heavy grievance. Host, think of it this way. Only when the sword master is strong will you be able to level up faster. If you are not satisfied with the sword master, you can totally kill them. Activate your misfortune explosion. As long as the sword master is not the son of destiny, no one can withstand more than a few rounds of misfortune. After becoming a Qi-Hai warrior, Fu Yuanming's mind was still clear. He did not get carried away and used the stealth breath technique to hide his breakthrough energy. He only ran the butcher shop every day and went to the execution ground to chop off people's heads. His life seemed to be no different from when his wife and son were still alive. Only Chen Hao knew what kind of deep-seated hatred this reclusive guy had accumulated in his heart. That hatred was like a suppressed volcano. Once it erupted, it would destroy the world. A Qi-Hai warrior was one of the top warriors in the Ironstone City. There were very few Qi-Hai warriors who were sent to the execution ground. The last time Fu Yuanming met two Qi-Hai warriors, it was because Vice Commander Liu was searching for Blood Wolf in the city and caught some unlucky ones. If Fu Yuanming followed the normal routine, he would be able to reach the late Qi-Hai realm in 1 month. 3 months later, he would be able to reach the peak of the Qi-Hai realm. This was a goal that normal warriors could not even dream of, but Fu Yuanming thought that he did not have that much time. He often talked to the long sword, saying that Blood Wolf would definitely kill him and would attack him at any time. If he wanted revenge, he had to hurry up. Hurry up and become stronger. In the middle of the night, Fu Yuanming took his bag and sword and went out. After walking around the alleyway for half an hour and making sure that no one was following him, he started to have doubts. He was now a mid-Qi-Hai warrior. Even if it was an early-stage true energy realm warrior, it would be almost impossible for them to follow him when he was so vigilant and constantly probing for clues. Fu Yuanming guessed that the reason why he went out in the middle of the night was because he was stopped by a warrior sent by the city guards to watch him. Blood Wolf was fine, he would not watch him every day. Fu Yuanming felt that things were a bit strange. There was no reason for Deputy Commander Liu to give up watching him. Blood Wolf killed his wife and son, there was no reason for him to let go of the executioner. Although Blood Wolf might have seen through the intention of the city guards, it was still a clue, right? Was he completely abandoned? A sense of urgency came to his mind. In a hidden corner, he changed into a long-sleeved night suit and put on a wooden prosthesis. He also pulled the prosthesis on his right arm. The prosthesis was more secure. After covering his face, he came to the entrance of the Changle gambling house. Looking at his sneaky appearance, Chen Hao knew what he wanted to do. The Changle gambling house and Chen Hao were quite fated. The gambling house was run by the Iron Wolf gang. Fu Yuanming took a deep breath and rushed to the entrance of the Changle gambling house. The 2 Iron Wolf gang members at the entrance did not have time to react. With only one sword, a red line appeared on their necks. As a bystander, Chen Hao admired Fu Yuanming's clean and neat sword art. Fu Yuanming's talent in sword art was not bad. Plus the 3 years of continuous killing practice and the increase of the demon sword's comprehension, Fu Yuanming's sword art was definitely one of the best among the warriors of the same level. When the 2 blood pillars shot up to the sky, Fu Yuanming had already entered the gambling house. The gambling house was brightly lit and crowded with people. All kinds of noises could be heard. It was very lively. As soon as he stepped into the gambling house, someone noticed a man wearing a night suit with a mask on his face and a long sword in his left hand. He did not look like he was here to gamble. "Who are you?" The gang member who was maintaining order in the gambling house ran over and asked. What answered him was the sword. "Murder!" someone shouted. In an instant, the clamorous gambling house fell silent. Fu Yuanming didn't say anything. He directly charged towards the Iron Wolf gang members who were holding weapons. He didn't want to talk nonsense. He was here to kill. Fu Yuanming was a Qi-Hai warrior. The normal members of the Iron Wolf triad were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered in front of him. Fresh blood flowed as one life after another fell at his feet. Waves of energy were transmitted into his body through the long sword. That kind of pleasure made him intoxicated. If his family was still around, perhaps he would try his best to suppress that fascinating desire. But now, he was all alone. Fu Yuanming didn't use any martial techniques. He just relied on his powerful strength and simple basic sword techniques to carry out an extremely efficient massacre. Unknowingly, his body was shrouded in a layer of faint blood-red mist. Anyone who didn't see him would feel a sense of despair and fear as long as their willpower wasn't firm enough. Some of the gamblers were so scared that they pissed their pants when he glanced at them. Even the members of the Iron Wolf Triad weren't any better. Many of them didn't even dare to resist. Some of them even ran away, wanting to get away from the devil in front of them. Xianxia knew that this was the evil sword skill, killing intent field. The killing intent had already condensed into a basic form. Soon, he noticed that the white part of Fu Yuanming's eyes had been dyed red. That incomparably crazy gaze, it was as if he was about to turn into a demon. Who dares to be so presumptuous in the territory of the Iron Wolf Triad? Someone stuck his head out from the second floor of the gambling house and shouted. Then, a head fell down from the second floor. The Iron Wolf Triad members on the first floor were all killed in a short period of time. Fu Yuanming jumped up to the second floor. The first floor was only for the commoners. The second floor was for the VIP rooms. When he was massacring on the first floor, he didn't even meet a single Qi condensation warrior. Once he reached the second floor, Fu Yuanming met 3 Qi condensation warriors. He was very satisfied with this result. If a Qi high warrior wanted to continue breaking through, the more powerful warriors he killed, the faster he could break through. When the entire Chang'e gambling house was cleaned up by Fu Yuanming, the whole place was dyed red with blood. Even Brother Biao, who had met Xianxia once, was killed by his sword. He was only at the peak of the Qi condensation realm, so he couldn't stop Fu Yuanming. The Iron Wolf Triad paid more attention to the Chang'e gambling house. There was an old Qi high warrior in the gambling house. But he was really an old Qi high warrior. He was old and weak, and was only at the early Qi high realm. He was killed by Fu Yuanming's sword Art of Gale. Of course, Fu Yuanming didn't only kill the Iron Wolf Triad members. He also killed a few rich gamblers in the VIP rooms and some guards. Fu Yuanming didn't care about any of this. From the time he entered the gambling house to killing everyone, it took less than 15 minutes. Before the city guards could react, Fu Yuanming had already left. In the basement, Xianxia watched as Fu Yuanming broke through again and became a late Qi high warrior. Godly sword, the people I killed today were people who deserved to be killed. The Iron Wolf Triad did all kinds of evil in the Ironstone City. Not only did they open a gambling house, they even sold women and children. The blood red in Fu Yuanming's eyes had faded and returned to normal. He started talking to the sword again. I have always wanted to kill those bastards, but I was not strong enough. I also have a wife and a son. Now that I have nothing to worry about, killing them would be the right thing to do. Xianxia felt that Fu Yuanming's words were meant for him. Fu Yuanming should have started to turn into a demon. Although Xianxia hadn't seen a demon before, he guessed that it would be similar to Fu Yuanming. He had started to enjoy killing, now he was still finding excuses to kill people. Maybe in the near future, he wouldn't need to find excuses to comfort himself anymore. For 3 days, Fu Yuanming crazily targeted the Iron Wolf Triad and the Black Tiger Triad. The 2 triads suffered great losses. 5 Qi high warriors from the 2 triads died under Fu Yuanming's sword. In a short period of time, the news that there was a Qi high warrior in the Ironstone City who was crazily targeting the 2 triads spread like wildfire. Countless commoners and merchants clapped their hands and cheered. When they talked about the story of the left-handed sword master, they were all excited. As long as it was a normal person living in the Ironstone City, they would have been bullied by the 2 triads. Even if they weren't bullied by themselves, they would still have a few friends and family members. As for why the master would target the 2 triads, there were many different versions of the story. The most popular version was that the left-handed sword master's parents were killed by the triads when he was young. As a child, he wandered the streets and met an old man with a white beard. The old man was also a master. When he saw that the child was talented, he took him in as his disciple. Now, the child had grown up and became a master of martial arts. He came back to take revenge. On the 4th night, Fu Yuanming stayed in the basement and didn't go out. After attacking the 2 triads consecutively, the 2 triads would definitely be alerted. Also, other than the 2 or 3 strongholds, Fu Yuanming didn't know where else to find the triads' gathering place. After all, not long ago, he was still a proper executioner. he didn't have any friends. Other than running the butcher shop, he went to the execution ground. He didn't even try to find information about the two triads. Also, after attacking the two triads consecutively, his strength increased. He felt that he had the power to protect himself and take revenge. After he calmed down, he realized that there weren't any masters from the city guards near his house. Did Commander Lu really not plan to capture Blood Wolf? On the fifth day, a piece of news suddenly shook the entire Ironstone city. Blood Wolf, the leader of the Black Cloud stronghold, who had committed evil deeds for many years, was killed by the vice-commander of the city guards, Lu Yongming. His corpse was hung on the city gate of Ironstone City. When Fu Yuanming heard the news, his first reaction was that it was fake, but when everyone on the street said so, he was shaken. The young city guard who often came to inform him to go to the execution ground appeared again. Brother Fu, Commander Lu asked me to tell you that Blood Wolf has been killed by him. You can rest assured. If Blood Wolf was really dead, then what was the point of everything he had done? He couldn't sleep at night. He killed so many people. He worked so hard and crazily. He thought he could almost face his enemy, but suddenly someone told him that his enemy was killed. Although he hated Lu Yongming, in fact, Blood Wolf was the enemy he wanted to kill the most. After all, Blood Wolf killed people. Fu Yuanming was a little confused. Blood Wolf was really killed by Commander Lu? Fu Yuanming didn't believe that Blood Wolf died so easily. Of course, he was killed by Commander Lu. The young city guard was obviously in a good mood. He continued, last night, someone found the trace of Blood Wolf and immediately reported it to Commander Lu. Commander Lu led our city guards to surround Blood Wolf's hiding place. Commander Lu's strength should not be as good as Blood Wolf, right? Fu Yuanming whispered. Although Commander Lu was also a true element realm master, his strength should not be as good as Blood Wolf. It was said that when attacking the Black Cloud Fortress, Commander Lu not only asked another true element realm master to help, but also used a crossbow. Even if the city guards had a large number of people, if Blood Wolf wanted to escape, Lu Yongming would definitely not be able to stop him. You don't know that Blood Wolf's hiding place is very close to the Su family. While besieging Blood Wolf, Commander Lu led people to invite the Bai family's master to help. Fu Yuanming understood. The Bai family's master, Bai Wuyo, was a top master in Ironstone City. His strength was at least at the late stage of true element realm. If he joined forces with Lu Yongming, plus the city guard's help, it was completely possible to take down Blood Wolf. But he still couldn't believe it. The Bai family's master also gave face to Commander Lu? The Bai family's master and Blood Wolf have a big grudge. The city guard said with a smile. What grudge? The city guard looked around and saw that no one was paying attention. He lowered his voice and said, the Bai family's master's eldest son was killed by Blood Wolf. Do you think this grudge is big enough? Why didn't I know about it? The Bai family was one of the 3 great families in Ironstone City. Even if Fu Yuanming didn't have many friends, he would still have heard of such a big matter. Of course you don't know. I only heard about it yesterday. I heard that the son of the head of the Bai family, Bai Fengling, had a feud outside and wanted to go back to his hometown to hide. On the way, he happened to meet Blood Wolf and was killed. I heard that Bai Fengling died a horrible death. Even his corpse was not complete. Was it confirmed by Bai Wuling using a drop of blood to identify his relatives? The young city guard said vividly. Blood Wolf killed the son of the head of the Bai family. Why did the Bai family let Blood Wolf be free for so long? Do you think the Black Cloud stronghold is a pushover? The city guard said proudly, if it weren't for our Commander Lu's great foresight, his ability to command troops like a god, and his wide network of connections, how could the Black Cloud fortress have been defeated? If the Bai clan really dares to directly declare war on the Black Cloud stronghold, even if they win, I'm afraid Ironstone City will become 2 great clans. The head of the Bai clan did that for the sake of the clan's prosperity. He temporarily put aside his hatred and endured humiliation. No wonder. He is the head of the Bai clan. The city guard smiled proudly, but yesterday, when Blood Wolf was in trouble and was found hiding in Ironstone City, the head of the Bai clan didn't hesitate to attack. Blood Wolf deserved it. Oh right, Commander Lu also asked me to pass on some words to you. He said that your family was implicated and he was at fault. He owes you a favor. If you need anything in Ironstone City in the future, you can look for him directly. He will definitely not refuse. The young city guard said enviously, Commander Lu's promotion to commander is almost confirmed. With Commander Lu's favor, you can do whatever you want in the city. Even the heads of the 3 great clans have to give Commander Lu face. It's a pity that your right hand is broken. Otherwise, if you join the city guard, with Commander Lu's guarantee, you will definitely have a meteoric rise. Fu Yuanming lowered his head and didn't say anything. This money is given to you by Commander Lu. He wants you to buy a wife and have a few fat boys to carry on the Fu clan's bloodline. Seeing that Fu Yuanming's face was still a little ugly, the city guard just said, Commander Lu has tried his best to compensate you. Brother Fu, don't be unsatisfied. Take the money, I will go back to report. With that, he stuffed the money bag into Fu Yuanming's hand and left. Fu Yuanming threw the bulging money bag to the corner of the room and hurried out with his long sword. At the east gate of Ironstone City, Blood Wolf's body was hanging on the high city wall. At the foot of the city wall, there were many people who were watching the scene. Squeezing into the front row, even if he was dozens of meters away, he could still clearly see Blood Wolf's body. It was also the first time he saw the murderer of his wife and son. Like most warriors on the continent, Blood Wolf was tall and sturdy. His body was covered with hideous wounds. Blood soaked his tattered clothes and after solidifying, it turned dark black. His hair was messy like a chicken's nest, but his hair color was eye-catching. It was red, as if it was dyed with blood. His face was blue, and there was a hideous old scar, just as the rumors said. His hands were naturally hanging down, his palms were wide, his knuckles were thick, and his palms were full of calluses. It was said that Blood Wolf practiced Devil's Cultivation method. His swordsmanship was average, but his palm and grappling skills were superb. He liked to tear people into pieces. Is this Blood Wolf's body? Someone in the crowd whispered. How can it be fake? Commander Lu and the head of the Bai family have personally confirmed it. It doesn't seem to be terrible. That's because Blood Wolf is dead. If he was alive, you would be scared to pee in your pants with just one look. How could it be? I am very brave. Haha. Since Commander Lu and the head of the Bai family had personally confirmed it, it could not be fake. Fu Yuanming returned home in a daze. He sat on the bed and said to the long sword, Blood Wolf was killed by Lu Yongming. Why do I feel like I am dreaming? How could Blood Wolf die? How could he die so easily? Divine Sword, do you think that the Blood Wolf hanging on the city gate is fake? Chen Hao looked at Fu Yuanming with some confusion. Fu Yuanming clearly knew that he could not communicate with him, how could he say it? Impossible, impossible, Blood Wolf could not die so easily. He hid in the Ironstone City for so many days without being discovered by the city guards. He must have a backup plan in the Ironstone City. There is no reason for him to die so easily. Commander Lu destroyed the Black Cloud stronghold. There is no reason for him to lie. The head of the Bai family and Blood Wolf have a deep hatred. It is impossible for him to protect Blood Wolf. Both of them must know Blood Wolf. So, Blood Wolf is really dead? Why? 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 Fu Yuanming knelt on the ground, pulled his hair and desperately hit the ground with his head. Only the pain could reduce the pain in the heart. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. When Fu Yuanming woke up in bed, it was already midnight. He touched his forehead and the wound had scabbed. He was very awake, lying in bed but did not want to move. It was as if he had lost his soul. The whole city was very quiet. Occasionally, he could hear a few dogs barking. In the second half of the night, he heard a very slight sound of qi outside the window. The strength of the person was very strong and should be above him. If it was not for the recent improvement of his strength, he would not be aware of it. Fu Yuanming opened his eyes and held the long sword in his left hand. Crash! The window was pushed open and a black shadow shot at Fu Yuanming like an arrow. However, Fu Yuanming was prepared and dodged the attack of the blood shadow. The black shadow stood on the bed, his palm glowing red in the darkness. He stared at Fu Yuanming who was standing in the corner with a sword and said, I didn't expect that you could dodge it. You are not as useless as you look. The voice of the black shadow was a little hoarse, with disdain and ridicule. However, you are still going to die today. Fu Yuanming felt a strong pressure. The opponent was at least in the true element realm. If it was 10 days ago, Fu Yuanming would have died. You are Blood Wolf? He asked with some uncertainty. Blood Wolf? How could I be Blood Wolf? Blood Wolf is dead. His body is hanging on the city gate. The whole Ironstone city knows. The Black Shadow said sarcastically, the one who killed Blood Wolf is Lu Yongming, the hero of Ironstone City and the new commander of the city guards. Ha ha ha. The Black Shadow laughed exaggeratedly, so, I am not Blood Wolf. Brother, you have mistaken me for someone else. Did he make a mistake? Fu Yuanming did not think so. Only Blood Wolf had a grudge against Fu Yuanming and was at the true energy realm. Looking at the moves that the Black Shadow was good at and the special blood red chi, he was sure that the other party was Blood Wolf. As for why the Black Shadow had black hair, Fu Yuanming didn't care. Black hair could be dyed, and the scar on the face could be faked. Knowing that it was Blood Wolf, Fu Yuanming's face became serious. He had to admit that he was still not Blood Wolf's match. He didn't understand. Didn't Blood Wolf die at the hands of Commander Liu and the head of the Bai family? How did Blood Wolf fool Lu Yongming and Bai Wuyo? Wind cut. Fu Yuanming shouted. He spun in a circle on the spot. His long sword spat out a green light, and the sharp chi spread out. Blood Wolf jumped and nimbly avoided the chi. Fu Yuanming knew that he couldn't defeat Blood Wolf with this move. But today, he didn't want to fight Blood Wolf head-on. The sharp chi cut the walls in half. Before the room collapsed and Blood Wolf fell to the ground, Fu Yuanming jumped out of the window. The whole room collapsed, but he didn't look back. He desperately ran towards the center of the city. Even if Blood Wolf was a true energy realm warrior, he wouldn't dare to do anything in the Ironstone City. Fu Yuanming remembered that Blood Wolf was a dead man. Even if he died, he had to spread the news that Blood Wolf was still alive. In the dark, Fu Yuanming desperately ran, and Blood Wolf chased after him. But even if Blood Wolf was much stronger than Fu Yuanming, the gap between them didn't close at all. It was always around 30 to 40 meters. Gale's secret art was originally a wind attribute skill, which had a certain speed bonus for warriors. In addition, Fu Yuanming grew up nearby, so he knew where to run even with his eyes closed. Relying on his familiarity with the terrain, Blood Wolf really couldn't catch him now, even if he caught him at first. Blood Wolf was getting more and more impatient. He finally succeeded in faking his death. If Fu Yuanming spread the news that he was still alive, he didn't know how much he would have to pay to get rid of this. Damn it, how could he be at the peak of the Qi High realm? Wasn't he only at the Qi condensation realm? Blood burst. Blood Wolf roared and spat out a mouthful of blood. He turned into a red shadow and flashed behind Fu Yuanming. Blood claw. 4 wounds appeared on Fu Yuanming's back. He was bleeding profusely. There was no escape, there was still more than a mile to go. Fu Yuanming slipped into the window of a house by the street. Who is it? The owner of the house shouted. They thought that they had been robbed. Fu Yuanming didn't say anything and jumped out of the other window. As soon as he jumped out, he moved his true chi to his voice and shouted, Blood Wolf is not dead. He is chasing me. Help. In the silent night, Fu Yuanming's voice was like a loudspeaker, spreading far and wide. Damned cripple, I'm going to cut you into pieces. Blood Wolf roared furiously. Soon, the people in the entire neighborhood were awakened. Fu Yuanming and Blood Wolf both heard a slight noise coming from the surrounding houses, but no one came out to see the situation. Blood Wolf was so angry that Fu Yuanming almost couldn't resist. In order to save his life, he ran directly to the roadside house and delayed as long as he could. This is Blood Wolf, he is chasing after me. When the owner of the house saw Fu Yuanming, who was covered in wounds, and the masked black-clothed man who was chasing after Fu Yuanming, he hesitated. Because of this hesitation, he was killed by Blood Wolf. If it was only Fu Yuanming's voice, it could be suppressed. But if it was seen by others, it would be troublesome. Blood Wolf still didn't want to expose his whereabouts. Taking advantage of Blood Wolf's distraction to kill other people, Fu Yuanming crashed into another house. He is Blood Wolf. The one who was killed by Commander Lu was his substitute. Brother, go and report this. The owner of this house was very smart. He ran away immediately. But he still couldn't outrun Blood Wolf, but this time, he bought time for Fu Yuanming. Blood Wolf was in a killing frenzy. Then Fu Yuanming used the same trick again and ran into another house. Go and find the guards. You saw that Blood Wolf is still alive. He killed me, so he will definitely come back to kill me. Blood Wolf scolded angrily, you shameless bastard. It was the first time in his life that he met such a shameless Jihai warrior. With so many people dead, the situation had become very serious. Soon, Fu Yuanming and Blood Wolf felt the ground shaking. The shaking was getting more and more intense. A large group of people was running towards them. There was only one group of people who could move so fast in the Ironstone City. Fu Yuanming ran towards the group of people with all his might. Damn it, Blood Wolf scolded and killed the people around him. He then disappeared into the night without looking back. He could only hope that they could deal with it. The guards were running on the main road. Fu Yuanming was getting closer and closer to the guards. He looked back for the third time and found that Blood Wolf didn't follow him. He stopped and endured the pain and dizziness. He ran into a small alley and ran towards the slums. Lu Yongming had just been appointed as the commander of the Ironstone City. He held a banquet in the evening. In the middle of the night, he heard from the patrolling soldiers that warriors were causing trouble in the city. Being woken up in the middle of the night, he was in a state of anger. And he had to get up, because someone in the city shouted that Blood Wolf was not dead. One had to know that he had relied on the merit of annihilating the Black Cloud stronghold and killing Blood Wolf to defeat his competitors and be promoted to the position of commander. He was sure that his competitors who were not reconciled also got the news, or their spies were already on the way. Once there was evidence that Blood Wolf might not be dead, he would become a joke in the whole Ironstone City. Soon they found the place of the fight. It was a mess and there were corpses everywhere. But no one came out to watch the fun. Everyone's door was closed. Commander, is it true that Blood Wolf is not dead? The city guard who spoke was from another faction. He just wanted to make things difficult for Lu Yongming. Nonsense, Blood Wolf was killed by me and the head of the Bai family. Then we received the news that someone was shouting that Blood Wolf was not dead and was chasing him. Who said that? My brother said that the voice was like the executioner's. Commander Lu narrowed his eyes and said, you go to the scene and find the executioner. There was only one executioner in the whole Ironstone City. The city guards searched everywhere but could not find Fu Yuanming. In Fu Yuanming's house, they found the first crime scene. Lu Yongming looked at the wall that was cut in half and said in a low voice, I didn't expect this cripple to have hidden his strength so well. He is close to the true energy realm. A city guard reported, Commander, we did not find Fu Yuanming or his body. He seems to have disappeared. Did anyone see Blood Wolf with their own eyes? No, everyone else at the scene is dead. The others are too scared to go out. Did he abscond to avoid punishment? Lu Yongming nodded and let out a breath. He thought for a while and said, I think I know the truth. You know? Yes. Blood Wolf is dead. They cannot believe me, but they can't believe the head of the Bai family. Even if Blood Wolf was turned into ashes, the head of the Bai family would not be wrong. Commander Luke continued, since Blood Wolf is dead, then the problem lies with Fu Yuanming. Him? Lu Yongming pointed at the sword mark on the wall and said, Fu Yuanming hid very well. We were deceived by his disguise. He is at least at the peak of the Qihai realm. Because of the murder of Fu Yuanming's wife and son, I feel guilty. Not long ago, I asked Xiaohai about his recent situation. Xiaohai told me that Fu Yuanming was mentally ill. Today, when I told him about Blood Wolf's death, he did not believe it. It is possible that after his wife and son were killed by Blood Wolf, he went crazy. I killed Blood Wolf and he did not believe that Blood Wolf was dead. That is why he did such a crazy thing. If I am not wrong, the crazy left-handed sword master who killed hundreds of people in the city recently is him. Of course, this is only my guess. The most important thing now is to find him. Tell our brothers to be careful, this person is very dangerous. Fu Yuanming was hiding in a dilapidated house, sitting in the corner, gasping for breath. Beside him, there were 2 corpses, which were the original owners of the house. Fu Yuanming was still bleeding from the scratches on his body. In addition to the scratches, his back was also hit by Blood Wolf's 2 palms. If the city guards came later, he might not be able to hold on. It was reasonable to say that seeking the protection of the city guards was the best way to save his life. He could also spread the news that Blood Wolf was not dead and let Blood Wolf's plan go to waste. But now he did not believe in the city guards, let alone Lu Yongming. He always felt that there was something wrong, but he could not tell what it was. Anyway, he thought that Lu Yongming was unreliable. Carefully planned to destroy the Black Cloud stronghold and beat Blood Wolf. Lu Yongming must have a deep understanding of Blood Wolf and must have fought with him. It was almost impossible for such a shrewd person to be deceived by Blood Wolf, then the head of the Bai family, Bai Wuyo, was even more so. His eldest son died in the hands of Blood Wolf. He had endured the humiliation for many years and was considered a top figure in Ironstone City. But Blood Wolf successfully faked his death in front of him. Was Blood Wolf too shrewd? If Blood Wolf was more shrewd than Lu Yongming and Bai Wuyo, the Black Cloud stronghold would not have been broken. Anyway, Blood Wolf, Lu Yongming and Bai Wuyo were very suspicious. If there was a layer of fog, Fu Yuanming could not see it clearly. So, he chose not to believe in anyone. Anyway, he had other choices. Fu Yuanming looked at the long sword beside him. At least it definitely supported him. The blood had coagulated. Fu Yuanming tore off his clothes with difficulty and tore off a few pieces of skin. He grimaced in pain. Just now, he killed the original owner of the house. The long sword gave back a little energy and the wounds on his body began to scab. Unfortunately, the energy was too little. If there was more energy, his internal injuries could be healed. But there was no other way. Fu Yuanming was not in a high profile now. He planned to hide for a while. Sitting on the ground, he ran the wind secret art to slowly heal his wounds. The next day, he did not go out all day. In the evening, he changed into ragged clothes and went out with the long sword. The darkness of the night was the best cover. After getting out of the dark slums, he climbed over the wall and broke into the house of a grain merchant. The guards in the merchant's house were useless. The merchant's surname was Bai, and his name was Bai Fu. He was a branch family member of Ironstone City's Bai family, and he specialized in managing the grain business for the Bai family. Although selling grain was not as profitable as selling weapons and pills, after 2 generations of business, the Bai family had accumulated a considerable amount of wealth. Fu Yuanming had once bought food from Bai Fu's food store. As a result, when he went back to eat, he broke one of his teeth. After checking it a little, he found that it was mixed with a lot of sand and pebbles. From that day onwards, Fu Yuanming bore a grudge against Bai Fu. Like most ordinary people, Fu Yuanming had a wife and children. Although he hated Bai Fu, he did not choose to take revenge. Instead, he chose to swallow his anger and gradually forgot about it. Today, Fu Yuanming, who was extremely hungry, suddenly remembered this matter when he passed by Mr. Bai's house. After taking the initiative to kill over 100 people, Fu Yuanming was no longer the silent executioner of the Gu family. He snuck into the kitchen and had a full meal. After eating and drinking, he snuck into Bai Fu's bedroom. Bai Fu, who was sleeping, was awakened by pain. When he opened his eyes, he saw a black shadow standing beside his bed. He was about to shout loudly, but his mouth was tightly gagged. "Don't make a sound. If you make a sound, I'll kill you." Fu Yuanming lowered his voice and said, "Do you understand?" Bai Fu nodded desperately. "Good." Fu Yuanming slowly let go of his hand and habitually held the long sword. Bai Fu did not shout. Bai Fu was a smart person. He knew that even if he called for help, it would not help. If he could sneak into his room without alerting anyone, his strength must be extraordinary. "Do you want money? How much do you want? I'll give it to you. I just came to ask you something. Have you heard anything about Blood Wolf recently?" Bai Fu turned his head and saw that the other party was holding the sword with his left hand. He asked in a low voice, You are the executioner surnamed Fu?" The news that Blood Wolf is not dead has spread? Bai Fu did not speak, but Fu Yuanming did not want to wait. I suggest that you speak honestly. I will ask others later. If you dare to lie, I promise to let you experience the feeling of being cut into pieces. Bai Fu was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Fu Yuanming's name had spread recently. As an executioner, dismemberment was also a skill that must be mastered. Bai Fu had once seen Fu Yuanming perform dismemberment on a vicious criminal from afar. Tell me, the news that Blood Wolf is not dead has spread? Bai Fu swallowed his saliva and said tremblingly, the city guard said that Blood Wolf is dead. Nonsense. Fu Yuanming said angrily. The people around Bai Fu began to turn over. Fu Yuanming stared at another woman lying on the bed. It seemed to be a sign of waking up. Bai Fu lifted the quilt and cut the woman's neck with a knife. The woman fainted directly. I'll help you deal with it, he said with some worry. Fu Yuanming glanced at him and said, you continue. You are so smart. You must know what I want to ask. The city guard said that because you couldn't accept the fact that your wife and son were killed by Blood Wolf and couldn't bear the fear of being stared at by Blood Wolf, you were stimulated and went crazy. You killed people indiscriminately. Bai Fu looked at Fu Yuanming timidly. I killed people indiscriminately? Fu Yuanming was so angry that he laughed. Yes, that's what they said. They also said that the murderer who recently appeared in the city with a left-handed sword was you. He really wasn't wrongly accused. Fu Yuanming took a deep breath and asked, what about those people who died yesterday? They said that there was a second master. Maybe he was from the Iron Wolf gang or the Black Tiger gang. They just wanted to retaliate against you. After all, you killed so many of their people. But that man was definitely not Blood Wolf. After all, if that man was really Blood Wolf, with his strength when he was alive, it was impossible for you to escape and run so far away. Only when we find you can the truth be known. You must know who the other person is. Although Blood Wolf was dead, his power was still there. His deeds when he was alive were somewhat demonized. What else do you know? That's all. Bai Fu shook his head again and again. I don't know much. People who came to buy food said that the city guards were looking for you everywhere. Fu Yuanming was silent. Do you believe it? Blood Wolf is not dead. Brother, I believe it. I believe it. I believe that Blood Wolf is really not dead, but is it useful for me to believe it? Bai Fu said with a sad face. Do you really believe it? I will believe whoever has a bigger fist. Bai Fu saw Fu Yuanming staring at him with murderous eyes and quickly changed the topic. Boss, the people who saw your opponents last night were all dead. There are no witnesses. As long as you don't stand up for this matter, who dares to say that Blood Wolf is not dead? Even I think that the people who chased you that night are masters from the two gangs. After all, your hatred is too deep. I stand up? Fu Yuanming sneered, I am a madman now. Who will believe what I say? Bai Fu was stunned. Only then did he realize that this was a dead end. If Fu Yuanming did not stand up, he would be wanted by the city guards and chased by the two gangs. But if he stood up and said that Blood Wolf was not dead, no one would believe him. He would still be chased by the two gangs and maybe killed by the city guards. When Fu Yuanming killed the members of the two gangs, he did not let go of any innocent passers-by. It was a dead end left and right. Xianxia was in the sword. He felt like he was watching a wonderful suspense movie. Mental illness, familiar routine, different treatment. Then how should Fu Yuanming choose? Ironstone City was not big. The city guards, the two big gangs, and maybe the three big families would join forces to search. Fu Yuanming had nowhere to hide. It was only a matter of time before he was found. He was already forced into a dead end. Die like an ant, just like his previous hosts. Speaking of which, he was originally a quiet little person. He had his own wife and children, and seriously ran his own pork shop. Even if he was a part-time executioner, it did not change the fact that he was an executioner. Fu Yuanming lowered his head as if he was making an extremely difficult decision. His eyes gradually turned red, and even his body was slowly covered in a layer of faint red light. When Fu Yuanming had the intention to kill, the evil aura field skill in the demon sword would be activated. The murderous aura in his body would spread out without reservation. He had nothing left, and now he had nowhere to go. Even a rabbit would bite when it was anxious, let alone a human. Even if Bai Fu's body was wrapped in a blanket, he still felt a bone-chilling cold. Fu Yuanming raised his head, and a pair of scarlet eyes stared at Bai Fu. It was not the first time Bai Fu had seen this kind of eyes filled with endless despair and madness. There was once a father who asked him to give him some food on credit to save his daughter. He directly refused. After all, he was a businessman, not a charity. At that time, that father also had the same eyes, but he was beaten to death by Bai Fu's subordinates, but Fu Yuanming's eyes were different. He swore that in Fu Yuanming's eyes, he saw death and felt endless fear, because the owner of this pair of eyes held the power to kill him. Master Fu, please let me go. I don't want to die. I will not speak of your matters. I can even provide you with information, okay? Bai Fu could swear that this was the happiest thing he had heard in his life. In your next life. Anyone who had seen Fu Yuanming's execution knew that Fu Yuanming's sword was very steady, and he would never splash a drop of blood on his body. Anyone who had been beheaded by Fu Yuanming knew that Fu Yuanming's sword was very fast. As long as he wanted, you would not feel a trace of pain. When the head fell to the ground, Bai Fu's expression was not ferocious, but rather dazed. Rich Bai's guards encountered an unprecedented crisis. However, they were all mediocre people. Just like Fu Yuanming, who did not obtain the demon sword, there was no miracle. They were quickly and silently killed. Facing a sneak attack from a warrior at the peak of the Qi Hai realm, they were as weak as babies. After killing everyone from the Bai family, Fu Yuanming's injuries were almost healed. He leaned on the wall, lightly rubbed the sword and muttered, "Divine sword, if it's just you and me. Xiaoyan is dead. Qingrong is dead too. Sometimes, I want to let them go. But when I think that Blood Wolf and Lu Yongming are still alive, I can't swallow my anger. I know that Blood Wolf must have a backer in Ironstone City, but I don't know who it is. Lu Yongming probably wants to keep his position, so he put all the blame on me. Maybe he has something to do with Blood Wolf. The head of the Bai family is also very suspicious. I don't believe that the two shrewd people in Ironstone City would be deceived by Blood Wolf, but I don't have time to prove it one by one. They didn't give me a chance either. I don't want to leave Ironstone City. I grew up here. My ancestors have lived here for generations. I don't want to leave. Even if I die, I want to die here. I don't want to be used as a pawn, and I don't want to be treated like an ant. I don't want to die. At least, I don't want to die like an ant. Even if I die, I will make my opponent pay a painful price. Divine sword, I know you like blood. I promise, I will make you satisfied. Please help me. That night, the demon sword drank its fill of blood. The next day, none of the shops on Chongqing Street were open for business. Someone knocked on Rich Bai's food shop. The door was unlocked. When he opened the door, he saw a headless body on the ground. He was scared and quickly reported it to the city guards. The city guards quickly arrived. After checking the body in the shop, they concluded that the murderer was the wanted executioner, Fu Yuanming. Soon, they arrived at Rich Bai's residence behind the food shop. They found that Rich Bai's entire family was decapitated, including the guards hired by Rich Bai. That was not all. After they checked all the bodies, they wanted to ask Rich Bai's neighbor about what happened last night. However, they soon found that something was wrong. Rich Bai's neighbor was also gone. It was not like the city guards had never encountered a family extermination. However, it was rare that even neighbors were exterminated. At this time, the city guards realized that the sun was high up in the sky. Not a single shop on Chongqing Street was open for business. In the past, there were shops on both sides of the street. It was quite prosperous. Rich Bai's family was exterminated. It was impossible for them not to open their doors. Cold sweat broke out on the leader's forehead. Search from house to house. Soon, almost all the city guards' eyes were filled with uncontrollable anger. Every single person on Chongqing Street was dead. The bodies were all decapitated without exception. Most of them died on their beds. Only a small number of them could resist. quick, get Commander Lu here. When Lu Yongming arrived, his face was so gloomy that it looked like it was about to drip water. The murderer was obvious. He gritted his teeth and growled, Fu Yuanming. Since he took office, he had been unlucky. He had not completely solved the trouble caused by the idiot blood wolf. Fu Yuanming jumped out and killed people indiscriminately. 2 major cases in a row. It was like roasting him on the fire. Yesterday, the governor had scolded him. If this matter was not handled well, he would not be able to keep the position of commander that he had spent so much effort to get. Hurry up and dispose of the bodies. Block the news. The city gate continues to be under martial law. Mobilize all the city guards and search every house. However, no matter how much Lu Yongming wanted to block the news still leaked out. The city guards were not a disciplined organization to begin with. They were all brawny martial artists, and among them, there were quite a number of ruffians and gangsters. There were even spies from other forces. In just one day, the entire Ironstone city knew. Chongqing Street was killed by the guy with the sword in his left hand. There were rumors that the madman had not been caught yet. He would continue to do so. At this moment, no civilian stood on Fu Yuanming's side. Because Fu Yuanming was a madman who killed without blinking. For a whole day, the city guards did not find anything. That night, Madman Fu killed his way into the wealthy merchant's residential area in the western district of Ironstone City. He killed people aimlessly and killed everyone he saw. He even killed more than 20 city guards who rushed over after hearing the news. It was only when Lu Yongming arrived with 2 deputy commanders that Fu Yuanming was scared away. Lu Yongming looked at the miserable scene around him and went crazy. For 3 consecutive nights, Fu Yuanming's killing spree made the entire Ironstone City panic. As long as it was a human, he would kill. Rich merchants, civilians, poor people, city guards, collateral members of the 3 great families, wherever he went, not even a blade of grass would grow. Even if there were thousands of city guards, it was impossible to protect the entire Ironstone City, right? At night, the thousands of people could only scatter around the Ironstone City, which gave Fu Yuanming an opportunity. In these 3 days, Chen Hao watched Fu Yuanming's strength increase crazily, watching Fu Yuanming turn into a demon. In the past, he would occasionally hold his sword and talk to himself in the dead of night. But in these 3 days, except when he was killing people, he did not say a word. When he was not killing people, he was like a piece of wood, but when he was killing people, he was like a lunatic. Lu Yongming was scolded by the city lord, and the city lord even gave an order that if he could not kill the madman within 3 days, he would die. Lu Yongming hated Fu Yuanming to death, but he could not catch the madman. What was even more worrying was that the more the madman killed, the stronger he became. Many people were convinced that Fu Yuanming cultivated an extremely advanced demonic cultivation method. Only a martial artist who cultivated a demonic cultivation method could increase his strength to such a terrifying degree. An early true element boundary deputy commander of the city guards had been cut down by that madman. If this were any other time, Lu Yongming would definitely have secretly held a banquet to celebrate, but now, he couldn't even protect himself. It was all that damn blood wolf's fault. He could not help but curse in his heart. Why not just pretend to be dead and hide his identity? Why did he have to provoke that madman? When Lu Yongming was about to leave the city lord's mansion, he saw a line of carriages full of goods leaving the city. He recognized the symbol on the carriages. It was the Whitestone Commerce's convoy. Is this the Whitestone Commerce's convoy? A passerby asked, are they moving? Of course, everything is packed. This is the 3rd caravan leaving the city today. I heard that the Chen family who opened several pawnshops in the city also moved yesterday. My cousin's family also went to the countryside this morning to avoid disaster. How about I also go home to pack my luggage and go back to my hometown for a while? Fu Yuanming's continuous killings and the powerlessness of the city guards caused the entire Ironstone City to fall into a state of panic. Some wealthy families simply moved their entire families. Due to safety concerns, some chambers of commerce also began to leave. Lu Yongming knew that if Fu Yuanming continued to run rampant, the entire Ironstone City would suffer a great loss. Even the city lord would not be able to bear such a loss. After some hesitation, he finally made up his mind and walked towards the Bai clan's residence. This matter was caused by the Bai family, so the Bai family must take responsibility. He entered the Bai clan and saw Bai Wuyo. Bai Wuyo was about 50 years old, and his cultivation was at the late stage of the true element realm. He was one of the top experts in Ironstone City. He usually maintained his appearance well, so he looked like a middle-aged man in his 30s. He had a short beard, a rosy complexion, and a refined temperament. He always had a smile on his face, and the first impression he gave was that he was a good person. If Lu Yongming didn't know the dirty things between Bai Wuyo and his son, he might really think that Bai Wuyo was a good person. Lu Yongming went straight to the point and said, "The city lord has given me an ultimatum. I must take care of that madman within 3 days, and your Bai clan must do it." Even though Fu Yuanming had killed so many people in Ironstone City that even the collateral members of the 3 great clans were affected, the 3 great clans still did not do anything. They only brought the collateral members of the Ironstone City to the main clan's residence. Otherwise, Fu Yuanming would not have been so unscrupulous. Also, Bai Fengling, don't sneak behind the screen. I can smell the stench on your body from so far away. Lu Yongming, your mouth is still so smelly. Bai Fengling walked out from behind the screen with a displeased face and said, "Also, catching that madman is your city guard's business. What does it have to do with my Bai clan? You still have the nerve to say that? I had an agreement with your father that I would not expose your identity and help you fake your death. Your Bai clan would ally with me, and your Bai clan would support me to become the commander. After you faked your death, you were not allowed to appear as Blood Wolf. But you just had to provoke that madman." Lu Yongming gritted his teeth and said, "In the end, not only did you not manage to kill him, you even drove him crazy and left me with such a huge mess. Who knew that madman had hidden his true strength and was so shameless?" Bai Wuyo was a little regretful, but he still said stubbornly, "The most important thing is that you city guards are useless. You can't even catch a madman. He practices a very scary demonic skill. Yesterday, when the Vice Commander Jian Qingping died under his sword, it was me who ordered the news to be kept secret." "What? You can't even defeat a Qihai warrior? How can someone like that be a commander?" Bai Fengling said sarcastically. The Black Cloud stronghold that he had painstakingly built was destroyed by Lu Yongming. Bai Fengling would not be nice to Lu Yongming. Qihai realm? Lu Yongming almost laughed at Bai Fengling's ignorance. He did not care about Bai Wuyo's face and shouted at Bai Fengling, "Jian Qingping is the same as me. We are both early True Energy Realm warriors." "True Energy Realm warrior? How is that possible?" Bai Fengling was surprised. "Isn't that madman at the Qihai realm? How can he be at the Qihai realm? In terms of actual combat, even I am not Jian Qingping's opponent. Even a mid-True Energy Realm warrior would not be able to kill Jian Qingping easily. That is to say, that madman already has the strength of a mid-True Energy Realm warrior. Even I am not his opponent. Impossible, it has only been a few days and he jumped from the Qihai realm to the mid-True Energy Realm? That is the truth." Lu Yongming looked at Bai Wuyo. "Master Bai, what do you think? That Fu Yuanming has completely turned into a demon. When he kills people, his murderous aura even scares me. Moreover, the more he kills, the stronger it gets. Since the death of Commander Jian yesterday, the morale of the city guards has dropped to an unbelievable level. I don't even know if the next time that lunatic appears in front of the city guards, they will turn around and run. Anyway, you can forget about getting rid of that lunatic now. Patriarch Bai, the entire Ironstone City is in a state of panic right now. Many chambers of commerce have moved away. Ironstone City is no longer just the Ironstone City of our city guards, it is also the Ironstone City of your Bai family. Moreover, if you allow that madman to continue killing, I'm afraid even if you personally act, you won't be able to stop him." Bai Wuyo did not expect that a little cripple could cause so much trouble. If that madman was allowed to continue, even if the Bai family did not die, the Bai family's business would suffer great losses. Indeed, we cannot let this continue. I will do it myself. Many thanks to Patriarch Bai for your help. Lu Yongming was overjoyed. He no longer cared about Bai Fengling's matter. Even if he did, there was nothing he could do. He was now tied to the Bai family's war chariot, and with Bai Wuyo's protection, he did not dare to cause trouble for Bai Fengling. He only hoped that Fu Yuanming could be dealt with quickly. If that madman is at the middle stage of the true element boundary, and he really wants to escape, I may not be able to catch him. If he escapes, it will be difficult to catch him in the future, and it will bring a lot of trouble to our Bai family. Bai Wuyo pondered for a moment before saying, that madman can advance to the true element boundary in such a short time, I can't be careless. This time, not only will I act, but I will also ask the Liu and Su families to act together. If that madman dares to make a move again, I will make sure he will never return. If the three families acted together, then Fu Yuanming would have a 90% chance of succeeding. But, Patriarch Bai, will the other two families act? Bai Wuyo smiled and said, don't worry about this, didn't you say? Ironstone City is not only the City Lord's Ironstone City, but also our three families' Ironstone City. If that madman continues to cause trouble, even if the three families don't suffer any losses, their businesses will be greatly affected. The Liu and Su families will definitely see this. I will personally go and persuade them. With that madman's terrifying cultivation speed, if we don't get rid of him quickly and give him some time, I'm afraid even if our three families act together, we won't be able to take him down. The other two patriarchs will definitely act to eliminate this hidden danger. Fu Yuanming did not know that the three families of Ironstone City were about to join forces to deal with him. He was resting in a small storeroom in the city lord's mansion. The most dangerous place was the safest place. Perhaps Liu Yongming and the other two gangs would never have dreamed that he was hiding in the city lord's mansion. In the middle of the night, Huang Xiaolong sneaked around the patrolling guards and arrived at a large courtyard in the slums of Ironstone City. This was the Iron Wolf Gang's residence in Ironstone City. Fu Yuanming was very clear that martial artists not only had true qi, but their blood qi and soul were also much stronger than ordinary people. Only by killing martial artists could he increase his strength faster. Where were the martial artists gathered the most? Ironstone City's City Lord's Mansion, the encampments of the three great clans and two great sections. Fu Yuanming had already entered the demonic path. His heart yearned for slaughter. Only through slaughter could he feel joy. Only when his strength increased would he feel joy. However, entering the demonic path did not mean that he was mentally retarded. The city lord's mansion and the encampment of the three great families were definitely not places where he, a middle-stage true energy realm martial artist, could behave atrociously. He was still accumulating strength. The bases of the two major guilds were his best choice. The Iron Wolf Gang's strength was definitely not as good as the Su family, which was ranked last among the three great families. The strongest person in the gang was probably on the same level as him. As a local gang in Ironstone City, the location of the Iron Wolf Gang's base was not a secret at all. Even if Fu Yuanming did not know, he could find a few people and find out. Fu Yuanming had asked clearly last night. Even in the middle of the night, the lights in the Iron Wolf Gang still flickered. From time to time, night patrols would pass by the base. There were also gang members guarding the important places. As usual, Fu Yuanming snuck into the Iron Wolf Gang's encampment and killed 3 patrol teams in succession. Suddenly, the sound of dogs barking came from nearby. One of the dogs started barking, and the others followed suit. Fu Yuanming heard the sound of hurried footsteps in the Iron Wolf Gang's encampment. He knew that he had been discovered. No matter how good he was, it was difficult to deceive the innate senses of dogs. Where is the 7th team? The 6th team is not here either. Everyone be careful, someone has snuck in. Quickly inform the vice leader. Since he had already been exposed, Fu Yuanming did not hide anymore. He held his long sword and went to the noisiest place to kill. Along the way, the ordinary members of the Iron Wolf Gang were generally weak. Most of them were only in the chi spinning realm. Because they lacked teamwork training, their overall strength was not even half of the same level as the city guards. Like a tiger in a flock of sheep, the ordinary members of the Iron Wolf Gang were forced to retreat. No one under the Qi High realm could be a match for Fu Yuanming. This was the reason why Master Bai was afraid that he would not be able to kill Fu Yuanming in one fell swoop. No matter which family it was, they would not easily provoke a strong martial artist who was alone. Once provoked, they would think of ways to kill him. They were afraid that after he escaped, he would take revenge on the rest of the family. The ground was littered with corpses and countless heads were rolling. Perhaps it was because he had been executing people for a long time, but Fu Yuanming preferred to behead his opponents in battle. In the midst of killing, his eyes turned red and his body was covered with a layer of light red killing intent, as if he was an evil spirit from the underworld. Being stared at by those blood-red eyes. Many of the Iron Wolf gang members felt fear in their hearts. Even the courage to fight with him disappeared. None of you are a match for him. Get out of the way and let me deal with him. The Iron Wolf gang members all moved aside to make a path. A tall and sturdy middle-aged man carrying a heavy sword walked out. Vice leader. Someone shouted loudly. The vice leader of the Iron Wolf gang, Zhou Qingji, stared at Fu Yuanming with a gloomy face and asked, "We, the Iron Wolf gang, have not offended you. Why are you targeting us again and again?" Fu Yuanming's identity was not a secret in Ironstone City. Although many people in Ironstone City hated the Iron Wolf gang to the bone, Fu Yuanming was not one of them. This was because the Iron Wolf gang had a sense of propriety. Generally, they would not provoke the city guards, including Fu Yuanming, who had an official position. Fu Yuanming did not answer. Instead, he directly rushed forward with his sword. He looked at the vice leader of the Iron Wolf gang as if he was looking at prey. He knew that the opponent was most likely a true element boundary expert. Zhou Qingji saw that Fu Yuanming did not say anything and directly attacked. He cursed in his heart, "Damn madman." The whole Ironstone City said that Fu Yuanming was crazy. Zhou Qingji had some doubts before, but now he was convinced. Killing people always needed a reason. Even if it was because he did not like the other person, but Fu Yuanming did not need a reason, he killed people on sight. As soon as they started fighting, Fu Yuanming's blood-red eyes lit up. Early true element boundary. Strong wind drill. Fu Yuanming's long sword pierced the opponent's chest with a whirlwind. Strong wind kill. More than 10 sword lights attacked Zhou Qingji in a strange direction. Iron arm guard. Zhou Qingji brandished his heavy sword tightly. More than 10 sword lights were blocked by him one by one. However, he was still forced to retreat several steps. Zhou Qingji's face sank. He had a rough idea of Madman Fu's strength. He was not his opponent. Not bad. Fu Yuanming and Zhou Qingji once again fought. Fu Yuanming's power was like a storm. Zhou Qingji could only barely resist. Everyone present could see that it was only a matter of time before Zhou Qingji was defeated. At this time, a black shadow rushed out from the crowd of Iron Wolf gang members and pointed his long sword at Fu Yuanming. Gang leader. Fu Yuanming heard someone exclaim. Iron Wolf gang's leader's sneak attack caught Fu Yuanming off guard. Fu Yuanming wanted to dodge but was held back by the vice leader. How could Zhou Qingji miss such an opportunity? Gale Flash. He used the Gale Sword Ard's only sword move that increased speed. However, the long sword of the Iron Wolf gang's leader still left a long wound on Fu Yuanming's back. Feeling the pain on his back, Fu Yuanming's murderous aura became even more vigorous. Let's deal with him together. Iron Wolf gang's leader Duan Buozhong shouted. Good. Fu Yuanming discovered that the Iron Wolf gang's leader Duan Buozhong was stronger than the vice leader Zhou Qingji. He was also a true element middle stage expert. A true element middle stage expert and a true element early stage expert teamed up to deal with Fu Yuanming. Fu Yuanming was not a proud son of heaven. Without Qianhao's help, he would never have become a true element boundary expert in his life. His foundation wasn't solid enough to begin with, and the cultivation method he cultivated was only a low-grade profound grade martial skill, Gale technique, and a low-grade profound grade martial skill, Gale sword technique. His two opponents' cultivation methods and martial skills weren't inferior to his, he was only slightly stronger than his two opponents in terms of sword skills. It was almost impossible for Fu Yuanming to challenge someone of a higher level. Suddenly, the situation began to favor the two leaders of the Iron Wolf gang. More and more wounds appeared on Fu Yuanming's body. The pain stimulated his nerves. However, the pain and danger did not make him retreat. Instead, it made him more and more violent. His murderous aura surged, scaring the ordinary members of the Iron Wolf gang into hiding. Only the two leaders of the Iron Wolf gang could resist Fu Yuanming's terrifying murderous aura. After going berserk, Fu Yuanming began to go all out. He exchanged injuries for injuries. As long as it was not a fatal injury, he would not dodge. Even if he was injured, he would still stab his opponent. Fu Yuanming risked a sword in his lower abdomen and almost destroyed Zhou Qingji's left arm. Zhou Qingji was so angry that he cursed, "You are a madman. I will chop you up and feed you to the dogs." Fu Yuanming did not pay attention to Zhou Qingji's curses. He was completely immersed in the battle. He saw that everything around him was dyed with a layer of blood red. As he continued to brandish his sword, a familiar and strange rhythm appeared in his heart. It was a very familiar feeling. It was as if he was standing on that familiar execution platform, surrounded by spectators. He was holding that familiar sword in his hand, and the prisoner was kneeling in front of him. After the official from the city lord's office announced the crime, he raised his sword and slashed at the criminal's neck. His sword was very steady and fast. As long as he wanted to, the prisoner would not feel the slightest bit of pain. Fu Yuanming raised his head and looked at the Iron Wolf gang members who were watching from a distance. Then, he shifted his gaze to Duan Buozhong's neck. His and Zhou Qingji's necks were no different from those of the prisoners. A sudden realization struck Fu Yuanming's mind. The blood-red murderous aura surged like a flame that had been poured with oil, illuminating a radius of 10 meters. That undisguised blood-red murderous aura swept over Duan Buozhong and Zhou Qingji like a tidal wave. The terrifying killing intent caused him to lose his mind in an instant. At this moment, Fu Yuanming drew his sword. It was an ordinary sword, but it was a sword that had been tempered thousands of times. The sword move contained all of Fu Yuanming's years of experience and comprehension. The sword carried an unstoppable momentum and murderous aura. The two wanted to dodge, but they found that they had lost control of their bodies and could not move. They could only watch as the sword slashed across their necks. It was as if they were standing on the execution platform. They were the executioners kneeling on the execution platform, and Fu Yuanming was the executioner wearing a white coat. His sword was very steady and fast, it would not let people feel the slightest bit of pain. Blood appeared on Duan Buozhong and Zhou Qingji's necks. "What a fast sword," Duan Buozhong said in a low voice. Zhou Qingji touched his neck. His head had been knocked off, and his whole body fell to the ground. Duan Buozhong slightly turned his head, and his head also fell to the ground. Fu Yuanming closed his eyes. His whole body was immersed in the pleasure of absorbing the souls and true qi of the two great true elementals. Just a moment ago, he had comprehended a sword technique. The sword technique only had one move, beheading. However, this sword technique was not complete. The gang leader is dead. The sudden reversal of victory and defeat was completely unacceptable to the Iron Wolf gang members. The vice gang leader is also dead. Run! Run! With the death of the gang leader and vice gang leader, they had no chance of winning. No one had the courage to resist the evil spirit in front of them. Fu Yuanming turned his gaze to the gang members who were running away. Without hesitation, he chased after them with his sword. Tonight, the Iron Wolf gang was facing a disaster. After Fu Yuanming killed the 73rd gang member of the Iron Wolf gang, he did not continue to chase. Instead, he stopped and looked at the black alley on the right. A middle-aged man walked out of the black alley. The middle-aged man had a sword hanging at his waist. He had a short beard and an elegant temperament. There was always a faint smile on his face. He asked directly, "Fu Yuanming?" "I am Bai Wuyo, the head of the Bai family." "Oh." The atmosphere was a little cold. Bai Wuyo said righteously, "You have been possessed by the devil. Today, this old man will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and eliminate you for Ironstone City." "Well, I know." "Okay." Fu Yuanming's tone was so calm that it could drive people to death. Fu Yuanming held the long sword with a serious expression. He had long heard of Bai Wuyo, the head of the Bai family. "Don't you have anything to say?" Fu Yuanming's expression made Bai Wuyo slightly unhappy. In Ironstone City, no matter who heard his name, they would not be as calm as Fu Yuanming. "Was Blood Wolf killed by you and Lu Yongming?" Bai Wuyo nodded and said calmly, "Yes, Blood Wolf was just like you. He was just a warrior in the middle stage of the true energy realm. It was easy to kill him." Even at this time, Bai Wuyo was still lying through his teeth. Full marks for acting. You deserve to die. No, you deserve to die. Bai Wuyo said with a smile. Are you sure? Fu Yuanming asked with narrowed eyes. Do you think you can escape? Bai Wuyo asked confidently. You are not an innate master. Fu Yuanming laughed. Of course I can escape. After killing the two masters of the Iron Wolf gang and most of the gang members, he had already touched the threshold of the late stage of the true energy realm. There were no innate masters in the three families of Ironstone City, and Bai Wuyo was no exception. Stop watching the show. Bai Wuyo shouted. Come out, all of you. On the street in front of Fu Yuanming, a thin and tall figure appeared. A short and fat old man stood on the roof of the house on his left with a knife. Behind him, Lu Yongming appeared with two deputy commanders of the city guards. The ground trembled slightly, and the city guards were rushing over. It is your honor that the three family heads of Ironstone City and the city guards are besieging you together. Fu Yuanming was stunned. Such a luxurious lineup really thought highly of him. The three family heads were at least in the late stage of the true energy realm, and the city guards were at least in the early stage of the true energy realm. Together with thousands of city guards, Fu Yuanming could not escape. At this time, Fu Yuanming suddenly felt the long sword in his hand burning. The demonic sword was about to evolve. Chen Hao felt like he was floating in the demonic sword. He knew that Fu Yuanming was in danger. To be honest, Chen Hao was also worried about Fu Yuanming. Although his talent and age were not good, he was still the best of the Tenrin Kenju. Chen Hao could not bear to see him die. Perhaps a useful skill would appear when the demonic sword evolved. Chen Hao wanted to see if there was a chance to get Fu Yuanming out of danger. The demonic sword was hot and soon turned red. The entire sword was like a soldering iron. In the face of despair, Fu Yuanming did not throw away the demonic sword. At this moment, giving up the weapon was equivalent to giving up resistance. Would he give up resistance? No, the mind of a demonic person was occupied by a crazy desire to kill. There was only a crazy self-destruction. There was no such thing as giving up. Soon, the smell of barbecued meat filled the air. Everyone present was a martial artist with sharp senses. This strange smell could not be hidden from them. Soon, they set their eyes on the sword in Fu Yuanming's hand. The fiery red color of the sword was very conspicuous in the night. A martial artist who cultivated a fire attribute cultivation technique could have a fiery red color. However, according to what everyone present knew, Fu Yuanming seemed to be using wind attribute true energy. Moreover, they were all experienced martial artists. They had never heard of a martial artist who cultivated fire attribute true energy being able to burn himself. There's something strange about that sword. Everyone present thought of this at almost the same time. Lu Xinjia, Su Guangtao, let's do it together. Kill him quickly and I'll treat you to a drink. Bai Wuyo said. Okay. No problem, I don't want to waste time either. 3 veteran martial artists in the late stage of the true energy realm, 3 martial artists in the early stage of the true energy realm, and more than 1,000 city guards. If they could not take down Fu Yuanlin, it would be the biggest joke. Therefore, the 3 family heads did not take Fu Yuanming seriously at all. The demonic sword was still hot, and the smell of burnt meat was nauseating. The intense pain, the unwillingness of being in a desperate situation, and the obsession in his heart made Fu Yuanming regain his senses temporarily. Wait, I have something to say. He opened his mouth and spoke in a hoarse voice. As soon as the words left his mouth, the 3 patriarchs who were about to attack paused. I want to know where Blood Wolf is and whether he has anything to do with your 3 families or Lu Yongming. Hearing Fu Yuanming's question, Lu Yongming became stunned for a second. After taking a glance at Bai Wuyo, he immediately stood out and said, Heads of the 3 major families, you don't need to pay attention to this lunatic. He has long been crazy. He has done a lot of evil deeds. His hands are stained with blood. Countless innocent people have been killed by him. It's a heinous crime. Blood Wolf has long been dead. Before his death, he even said alarmist words. Heads of the 3 major families, don't talk nonsense with him. Ha ha ha. Fu Yuanming laughed. His laughter became louder and louder, more and more hysterical. His laughter spread far and wide in the night. Lu Yongming, are you trying to kill me? Lu Yongming's face turned green with anger, but he did not act rashly. Because the three patriarchs did not move. Hee, if any of you can tell me, I will tell you the secret of my rapid increase in strength. Fu Yuanming smiled, his blood-red eyes sweeping over everyone present. Are you serious? The Su family patriarch Su Guantao asked in a low voice. Even the Lu family patriarch was tempted. Demonic path cultivation methods were indeed famous for their cultivation speed, but Fu Yuanming's speed of increase in strength was enough to shock them. Even if Fu Yuanming cultivated a demonic path cultivation method, it was definitely not an ordinary demonic path cultivation method, mystic level high grade, or earth level. Thinking of this, even Bai Wuyo's heart was burning. Everyone, don't listen to him. Because he cultivated a demonic path cultivation method, he went crazy and became neither human nor ghost. He has completely lost his mind. Even if you gave me this demonic path cultivation method, I wouldn't look at it. Lu Yongming said loudly. In half a month, I went from the late stage of the Qi condensation realm to the middle stage of the true element realm. As long as you give me a little more time, I can break through again tonight. The three patriarchs were stunned. Lu Yongming was completely stunned. Even the thousands of city guards behind him were looking at Fu Yuanming with a burning gaze. It was not that they did not know that Fu Yuanming's speed of increase in strength was unbelievable. But they were not as clear as Fu Yuanming about his own strength. Going from the peak of the Qi high realm to the middle stage of the true element realm in a short time and going from the Qi condensation realm to the middle stage of the true element realm in half a month were two completely different concepts. The former was unbelievable, the latter was simply heaven-defying. The three patriarchs' eyes were filled with greed. Even Bai Wuyo swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He had the urge to stand out and admit that Blood Wolf was not dead, and that he was still his son. There was no other way. The bait Fu Yuanming put out was too tempting. They could not refuse those pairs of greedy eyes. Fu Yuanming closed his eyes and took a deep breath before continuing. 3 years ago, I got this secret. At that time I was only a Qi condensation realm executioner. My strength at that time was known by many, and it was not a secret. Because I only had one arm, my true strength could not be compared to most of you here. Everyone quieted down and stared at Fu Yuanming. No one interrupted him, they all listened quietly. Most of you have probably guessed it. To increase one's strength, one needs to kill. Fu Yuanming laughed self-deprecatingly. At that time, my wife and child were still alive. I wanted to live a peaceful life, and even planned to give this secret to my son. What are the side effects? Patriarch Lu Xianxia asked in a low voice. If you want to be like me, and break through a big realm in half a month, there will be side effects of 4 small realms, and you will become addicted to killing. If you suppress your speed of increase, there will be almost no side effects. If not for Blood Wolf, I would not be like this. Thinking of Blood Wolf, Fu Yuanming's eyes were filled with hatred. I don't care about the side effects. As long as I can kill Blood Wolf and avenge my wife and child, I can give up anything. After all, I only have one life. How about it? Who can answer my question? If you tell me, but you don't tell me the secret, then what? Everyone heard that the one who spoke was the patriarch of the Su family. Old Ghost Su. Su Guantao. Lu Xianxia and Bai Wuyo both looked at Su Guantao at the same time. Su Guantao smiled and said, You two families have big businesses and don't care about this little secret, but I am very interested. I swear on my dead wife and child, if you tell me the truth and help me kill Blood Wolf and Lu Yongming, I will tell you the secret. Fu Yuanming knew very well that he might not be able to escape today. If he could avenge his family with his secret before he died, he would die without regrets. Bai Wuyo and Lu Xianxia stared at Su Guantao at the same time. Lu Yongming lowered his head, his face pale. Fu Yuanming's price was too high. If the other party did not want to kill him, he would have stood up. Bai Wuyo whispered, Old Su, don't be impulsive. Lu Yongming is the commander of the city guards. If you kill him, your Su family will be in big trouble. Su Guantao glanced at Bai Wuyo. He knew Bai Wuyo's secret. But Blood Wolf was Bai Wuyo's son, Lu Yongming was the commander of Ironstone City, and Lu Xianxia, who was watching covetously from the side. Bai Wuyo and Lu Xianxia definitely did not want him to know Fu Yuanming's secret. He was very sure that if he made a deal with Fu Yuanming, he would definitely be attacked by the two of them. But with such a great opportunity, and related to the rise of the Su family, Su Guangtao was very unwilling to give it up. Lu Yongming reminded loudly, 3 patriarchs, I think the reason why that madman's strength increased is very likely because of the long sword in his hand. I estimate that it is a demonic spirit artifact. The 3 patriarchs all turned their gazes to the burning red long sword in Fu Yuanming's hand. It was hard not to notice such a strange scene. Spirit artifacts were weapons that only Xianxia experts were qualified to use. Spirit artifacts were also Dao artifacts, and Dao artifacts had many magical and terrifying abilities. In order to avoid trouble, let's first cut off his limbs and cripple his dantian. We will not let him die for the time being, and the 3 of us will share the secret. How about it? Lu Xianxia asked. Sure. Agreed. The 3 patriarchs quickly decided Fu Yuanming's fate and surrounded him. What about Fu Yuanming? Without knowing the truth, without killing Blood Wolf and Lu Yongming, he would not give up. Being surrounded by 3 true energy realm experts, Fu Yuanming's pressure increased greatly. Fu Yuanming couldn't be considered a true element boundary martial artist. He had been created by the demon sword in a short period of time. Even though he had killed so many people, his life and death experience was far inferior to the 3 patriarchs. In addition, his true energy was not pure enough. If he was facing someone with the same strength or lower than him, his weakness would not be too obvious. He would be able to kill his way out. Unfortunately, he was facing the 3 patriarchs of Ironstone City. After a short exchange, he was at an absolute disadvantage. The other party was stronger than him, more experienced than him, and even their cultivation method was not inferior to his. In terms of comprehension, they even had an advantage. There was no way to reverse the situation. Even if he died, he would drag one of them down with him. Fu Yuanming gritted his teeth and endured the pain brought by the burning sword. Facing the aggressive attacks of the 3 patriarchs, he roared, "Behead!" A blood-red murderous aura swept towards Bai Wuyo. His target was Bai Wuyo. Because among the 3 patriarchs, he was the most suspicious and most likely to have a tacit understanding with Blood Wolf. Su family's patriarch was temporarily excluded. He might know the inside story, but he should not be the mastermind. Lu family's patriarch seemed to have nothing to do with Blood Wolf. Only Bai Wuyo. Fu Yuanming felt that it was too strange for Blood Wolf to die in his hands. Bai Wuyo's figure paused slightly. Fu Yuanming ignored the attacks of the other 2 and slashed his sword towards Bai Wuyo's neck. This move was called Behead. After many years of tempering by Fu Yuanming, coupled with his unique comprehension, it had finally become his unique fatal move. This move was steady and ruthless, pressing forward with indomitable will. Even Lu Xianxia, Su Guangtao, and Bai Wuyo's hearts trembled. It was as if when Fu Yuanming slashed, Bai Wuyo's head should fall. The blade of the sword sank into Bai Wuyo's neck. Unfortunately, just as Fu Yuanming thought that Bai Wuyo was dead for sure, a green light flashed on Bai Wuyo's chest. He suddenly came back to his senses and used the long sword in his hand to block the demon sword. Lu Xianxia and Su Guangtao arrived at the same time. A sword pierced through Fu Yuanming's thigh and a saber slashed open Fu Yuanming's stomach, almost disemboweling him. Fu Yuanming was seriously injured on the spot. He looked at Bai Wuyo with regret and fell to the ground unwillingly. Just a little more. Bai Wuyo hurriedly took 2 steps backward, covering his neck with both hands. Fu Yuanming's sword was so close to taking his life. He had just taken a stroll around the gates of hell. He covered his bleeding neck with his left hand and tore open his collar with his right hand. He pulled out a jade pendant from his neck and the jade pendant instantly turned into dust. A pained expression appeared on Bai Wuyo's face. What's that? Bai Wuyo asked the 2 family heads. He had come to a conclusion in his heart, but he still couldn't believe it. Su Guangtao said uncertainly, "It seems to be sword intent." "It's sword intent, but it's only the embryonic form of sword intent." Lu Xianxia said, "Even the embryonic form hasn't fully condensed. Otherwise, even if you had that protective jade pendant, you wouldn't be able to survive. I've seen the sword intent of a real swordsman, and it's much stronger than this." "So, he's still a genius?" Su Guangtao looked at Fu Yuanming with jealousy and said, "To be able to comprehend the intent realm, he's already halfway through the path of innate realm." Lu Xianxia was experienced and knowledgeable. What he comprehended is not an ordinary intent realm. If he can become an innate master, he'll definitely be an expert among innate masters. Bai Wuyo poured the powder on his wound and said fiercely, unfortunately, he has no chance. Destroy his dantian. Before the news spreads, we'll pry out his secret as soon as possible. Okay. Was he going to die? Fu Yuanming, who was lying on the ground, stared at the starry sky and thought. It was a pity that he hadn't taken his revenge yet. He was unwilling to give up. Just as Fu Yuanming closed his eyes and waited for death, a message drilled into his mind. Forbidden skill, the final elegy. Skill effect, burn the sword owner's life and soul to heal himself. Temporarily obtain the combat strength of an entire realm. Lasts for 2 hours. After using this skill, the sword owner will die. The final elegy, cross an entire realm, die after using this skill. Fu Yuanming might be a small character, but he wasn't afraid of death. Even if he was going to die, before he died, he would drag those high and mighty characters down with him. Lu Xianxia and Su Guangtao cautiously walked towards Fu Yuanming. Even if he was an opponent who had lost the ability to resist, they still didn't let down their guard. But as they approached, they saw a blood-red mist rising from Fu Yuanming's body. The mist was getting thicker and thicker, like a burning flame. The flame was getting bigger and bigger, and almost half of Ironstone City was dyed red. The 3 patriarchs hesitated. They wanted to get closer, but they were worried about the strange phenomenon happening to Fu Yuanming's body. At the cost of his life and soul, Fu Yuanming's wounded body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. He stood up shakily, looked up to the sky, and let out a strange laughter. The ear-piercing laughter confused everyone present. But soon, they were shocked. Fu Yuanming's aura was increasing at a terrifying speed. Soon, the 3 patriarchs felt the pressure. The pressure was getting stronger and stronger. Then, Fu Yuanming stretched out his left hand and looked up at the sky. He stood on his tiptoes, and his body seemed to be lifted up by a huge force. Then, his feet completely left the ground, as if he was in water, and his body slowly floated up. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, 10 meters, 50 meters. Including the 3 patriarchs, everyone present looked up at the person floating in midair. That person was covered in blood-red killing intent. Like a demon, a figure quickly fled into the distance. Behead! In midair, a blood-red sword ray flashed, like a meteor shooting towards the figure. The headless body ran for more than 70 meters before falling to the ground. Bai Wuyo, Su Guangtao, and Lu Yongming's head in midair was the head of the Lu family patriarch, the strongest of the 3 patriarchs of Ironstone City. Lu Xianxia was beheaded just like that. Innate? Su Guangtao bitterly muttered to himself. Innate. The legendary innate, the dream of the 3 patriarchs. Only by reaching the innate level could one be considered an expert. Only by reaching the innate level could one lead one's family out of this small city. Lu Xianxia was from the spirit returning sect, so he was the most perceptive person present. Today, none of you are allowed to leave. In midair, Fu Yuanming looked down at them with a sinister smile. Fu Yuanming, who had just been beaten to a pulp, suddenly turned the tables and killed the patriarch of the Lu family. Even the normal guards who knew nothing about innate level knew that things were getting serious. Lu Yongxia asked loudly, Fu Yuanming, if I tell you the truth about Blood Wolf, will you let me live? It's too late, you have to die. Then you can forget about revenge in this lifetime. I don't know what kind of evil method you used to become an innate level expert. Haha, it's okay if you don't tell me. Fu Yuanming took a deep breath and said cruelly, Blood Wolf must still be in Ironstone City. The people who are protecting Blood Wolf are not weak, maybe they are from the 3 patriarchs. They must be in Ironstone City as well. As long as I kill everyone in Ironstone City, I can definitely get my revenge. Lu Yongming took a deep breath and asked, are you crazy? Crazy? Fu Yuanming asked, if I'm not crazy, I have to be crazy. If I'm not crazy, how can I get my revenge? It's not that there were no devils that did something like massacring a city. But once someone did something like that, they would have to pay the corresponding price. Being famous is not always a good thing, especially being infamous. If Fu Yuanming massacred Ironstone City today, then not long after, he would be hunted down by the southern Cloud Nation and all the righteous sects. Was Fu Yuanming strong? For Ironstone City, he was indeed very strong, almost invincible. But Ironstone City was only a small city in Baisha region. Outside Ironstone City, Xiantian masters were not rare. Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by all the righteous sects? Bai Wuyo threatened. Unfortunately, his threat had no effect on Fu Yuanming. In the history of Southern Cloud Nation, there were devils that massacred cities, but most of them died in the hands of righteous people, the martial artists who wanted to prove themselves, the experts who wanted to make a name for themselves, the sects who wanted to increase their fame, the generals who wanted to accumulate merits. All of them would flock to this place, making this kind of demon their top priority target. Fu Yuanming slowly opened his mouth and said, "I can only live for 2 hours." His tone was very calm, as if he was talking about someone else's lifespan. Bai Wuyo and Su Guantao looked at each other. All the martial artists present were silent, they could not suppress the panic on their faces. A Xiantian master that could only live for 2 hours was enough to make anyone feel fear. Su Guangtao fiercely glanced at Bai Wuyo and said loudly, "Fu Yuanming, I know about Shui Lang. Shui Lang is not dead, he is actually hiding in the Bai family." He ignored Bai Wuyo and quickly said, "Shui Lang is actually Bai Wuyo's eldest son, Bai Lingfeng. As far as I know, the real Shui Lang died 10 years ago. That year, Bai Lingfeng was traveling outside and offended the Iron Sword sect. On his way home to avoid disaster, he met Shui Lang. He killed Shui Lang, then with the help of Bai Wuyo, he replaced Shui Lang's identity. Finally, Bai Wuyo revealed that Bai Lingfeng was killed by the Black Cloud Stronghold's bandits. For the position of commander, Lu Yongming planned meticulously and destroyed the Black Cloud Stronghold. Su Guantao glanced at Bai Wuyo and continued, "My guess is that Lu Yongming found out that Blood Wolf was Bai Wuyo's son in the process of hunting Blood Wolf, so he changed his plan. He helped Blood Wolf to escape by faking his death, and got a great credit by the way. The Bai family supported him to be the commander. Am I right?" Su Guangtao turned to ask Lu Yongming. The thousands of city guards turned to look at Lu Yongming in shock. They didn't expect that Lu Yongming, who had become the commander of the Black Cloud Stronghold, was actually in cahoots with Blood Wolf. Lu Yongming smiled bitterly, "Now that things have come to this, I have nothing to hide." Patriarch Su guessed correctly. In midair, Fu Yuanming's murderous aura intensified. "I only found out that Blood Wolf was Bai Lingfeng after all the bandits in the Black Cloud Stronghold were killed. He left traces when he committed crimes in the Iron Rock Martial Club, so I tracked him down." Lu Yongming added, "Among the prisoners who were beheaded that day, 2 of them were Bai Lingfeng's illegitimate sons." Fu Yuanming said faintly, "That day, when I beheaded the bandits of the Black Cloud Stronghold, I was just following orders." "It should be your plan, Lu Yongming." "Yes." Lu Yongming didn't deny it. Most of the city guards present bowed their heads. "However, Blood Wolf was the one who went after you on his own. It has nothing to do with me. I have already told him that since he faked his death, he can't appear again." Fu Yuanming asked, "Is this important?" Lu Yongming lowered his head and said, "It's not important." Bai Wuyo said in a low voice, "I admit that we underestimated you, but I still beg you not to kill too many people. I beg you to let those innocent people go." In midair, Fu Yuanming sneered. "Do you know why I'm still alive?" Bai Wuyo asked, "Revenge?" "Revenge was indeed my initial obsession, but now, revenge is no longer important. I have killed so many innocent people, I no longer have the right to talk about revenge." Fu Yuanming stood in the air, looking down at the entire Ironstone City. He said in a low voice, "I'm still alive now to tell you that I, Fu Yuanming, am not a pawn. Not a bargaining chip. Not an ant. I want you to remember me, to prove that I have lived and existed, and also to repay a debt of gratitude." Repay a debt of gratitude? Repay what debt of gratitude? This question flashed through everyone's mind at the same time. However, they no longer had the chance to ask this question. Because Fu Yuanming had made his move. Fu Yuanming was originally a martial artist of the middle stage of the true energy realm, very close to the late stage. After using the forbidden technique, he had already reached the middle stage of the Xiantian realm, infinitely close to the late stage. Even his self-created move, beheading, was constantly being perfected. The concept that Lu Xianxia called was also constantly being comprehended and integrated into the sword move, beheading. A Xiantian master, free from the shackles of the earth, controlled the concept, condensed true energy, and was as if his entire body was one with the heavens and earth. The Qi revolving realm, Qi condensation realm, Qi high realm, and true energy realm warriors were called postnatal realm warriors. Only after entering the postnatal realm would one know the terrible gap between the postnatal realm and the postnatal realm. It was a gap that was difficult to cross. Concept of slaughter, beheading. The murderous aura swept over. Under the full power of a Xiantian master, Bai Wuyao and Su Guangtao had no power to fight back. This night, there was no dawn in Ironstone City. Countless civilians and warriors hid in their homes, trembling, like the gods in the underworld, praying that disaster would not come. In the latter half of the night, Fu Yuanming was familiar with the execution platform. At his feet was the bound Blood Wolf. Blood Wolf had not yet woken up. In the Bai family's residence, he saw the person he hated the most. He wanted to use the cruelest punishment in the world to torture Blood Wolf, but he did not have the time. So he brought Blood Wolf here. This was one of the most familiar and missed places in his life. He raised his long sword, and time seemed to go back again. Under the execution platform, there were people who came to watch the show. On the platform opposite, the mayor's office was reading out Blood Wolf's crime. The crowd was angry and wanted to kill Blood Wolf. An old woman took out her treasured gold jewelry and asked that Blood Wolf would not die so easily. His gift satisfied the old woman's wish. Blood Wolf woke up. "You madman, let me go. I am the eldest son of the Bai family. If you kill me, my father and the Bai family will not let you go." Fu Yuanming was silent. He did not care about the curses, and threats of the death row prisoners. His sword was steady and fast, as always. Sitting on the edge of the execution platform, Fu Yuanming carefully wiped the blood on the sword with a cotton cloth. He looked at the shining sword and the strange 5 blood rings and said slowly, "Magical sword, I am going to die. Are you satisfied with the gift before I die? I don't have the time, so I can only use this to repay your kindness. Don't mind." Chen Hao and the demon sword knew that the gift he was talking about was the blood of the 3 families, the city guards, the Black Tiger Gang, and other warriors in the Ironstone City. There were tens of thousands of people in the Ironstone City. Even a Xiantian master would not be able to wipe out the entire Ironstone City in 2 hours. However, even if there were only tens of thousands of people, it was enough for Chen Hao to advance again. When the 2 hours were up, Fu Yuanming suddenly felt that the long sword in his left hand had a strange movement. There was a strange attraction coming from the handle of the long sword. All the true essence in his body got out of his control and crazily drilled into the long sword through his left hand. After the demon sword sucked up his true essence, it began to absorb his blood and vitality. Fu Yuanming's meridians began to shrink, his skin began to crack, and his black hair began to turn white. "So that's how it is." Fu Yuanming did not resist. He just looked at his hand and murmured, "Actually, I still have a question that has been bothering me for a long time. What is the meaning of the 9 blood rings on your sword? Why are some of the rings as thick as a little finger and some as thin as a needle? Is there something special about it?" Not long after he asked this question, a gentle breeze blew and Fu Yuanming turned into black ashes and scattered with the wind. The long sword clanked as it fell onto the stone floor below the execution platform. In the night, a sigh came from the long sword. It was extremely obvious in the dead silence of the night. Soon, the 10th blood ring appeared on the long sword. Chen Hao felt a little regretful that Fu Yuanming was still dead. The upgrade energy has been met. Do you want to upgrade? Upgrade, Chen Hao said without hesitation. Chen Hao, who was already a peak Xian weapon, had finally waited for this day. It was time to become a real spiritual weapon. Below the execution platform, in the night, the demon sword finally burst out with a blood-red light. The light dyed the entire Ironstone City red. Countless martial artists and civilians woke up from their sleep with cold sweat all over their bodies. Wild dogs shivered in the dark alleys with their tails between their legs. The rats in the caves fled in all directions. However, Chen Hao felt completely different. A cold and violent energy wrapped around him, constantly improving his soul and body. Instinctively, he liked the cold and violent energy very much. He was completely immersed in the pleasure of upgrading. The phenomenon only lasted for a quarter of an hour. Xianxia's evolution was not affected at all. After the phenomenon disappeared, Xianxia successfully evolved into a spiritual weapon. A spiritual weapon was a weapon with a soul. It was every martial artist's dream weapon. When Xianxia was alive, he dreamed of making a spiritual weapon. Today, Xianxia successfully evolved. It was a pity that Xianxia could not see it. Sword name, none, nameable, grade, low-level spiritual weapon Renkenju, none talent, killing master skills 1. Misfortune, closed steadily reduces the sword owner's luck by 3. With a luck value of 10, one can be called the world son of destiny, 2. Misfortune explosion, the host can close the misfortune skill for 5 days and then use misfortune explosion once. Once the misfortune explosion is used, the sword owner's luck value will decrease by 15 for a day. 3. Slaughter evolution, evolved by absorbing blood and souls. 4. Slaughter feedback, 50% feedback rate, 50% feedback purity when absorbing blood and souls, part of the feedback will be given to the sword owner. The feedback rate and purity can be set by the host. 5. Auto repair, spend a certain amount of blood and souls to repair itself. 6. Murderous aura field, activated the more creatures killed, the stronger the murderous aura gathered, forming a unique murderous aura field. The murderous aura field can not only affect the enemy's mind, but also affect the sword master. 7. Murderous aura sensing, can sense the murderous aura directed at the sword master within a radius of 100 meters. 8. Energy storage, 1 unit 0% absorb the sword master's energy and store it in the sword. It can be used by the sword master or the host, 1 unit, all the energy in the sword master's dantian. 9. Demonic sword autonomy, the host can move freely and use all the martial arts from the master slaying inheritance. Consume stored energy. 10. Sword master's amplification, increase sword master's comprehension by 3 points, increase sword master's bone structure by 3 points, increase sword master's bone structure by 3 points, comprehension, bone structure, and sword structure max out at 10 points, the last dirge, forbidden skill. Skill effect, burn the sword master's life and soul to heal himself, temporarily obtaining the battle prowess of an entire realm. Lasts for 2 hours. After using this skill, the sword master will definitely die. 11. Superconductivity, 100% conductivity of all kinds of energy. 12. Camouflage, you can camouflage yourself into a longsword that is not higher than your own level. You can change your appearance at will. 13. Handy 14. Master slaying inheritance, every time you succeed in killing your master, you will obtain all the inheritances of the sword master. You can pass these inheritances to the next Renkenju or use them yourself. Current possession, basic sword forging technique, Jin family's secret sword forging technique, concept of slaughter, small success, high-grade profound rank martial skill, beheading, perfection, low-grade profound rank cultivation technique, gale technique, obtained low-grade profound rank martial skill, gale sword technique, mastery, obtained high-grade yellow rank martial skill, clear wind sword technique, perfection, obtained secret technique, breath concealing technique, Xianxia. Looked at the demonic sword's attributes word by word. The more he looked, the more excited he became, he dreamed of becoming a spiritual weapon. After the demonic sword evolved into a spiritual weapon, its attributes did not disappoint him. 3 attribute skills were added, and some of the other skills he already had were also enhanced. After becoming a spiritual weapon, he could communicate with the sword master. Energy storage and demonic sword autonomy allowed him to move freely and even use martial arts. Other than not having a human body, what was the difference between him and a normal human? He focused his mind on the sword name and a prompt suddenly appeared on the attribute panel, host can name. System, what's going on? The system said, host has evolved into a spiritual weapon and has the right to name it. I hope host can give himself a good name and be famous. Name? Xianxia was slightly surprised. In the past, he did not have the right to name himself. Whatever the sword master said he would be named, he would be named. Xianxia named him Black Blood Divine Sword, so he could only be called Black Blood Divine Sword. Xianxia named him Blood Dripping Sword, so he could only be called Blood Dripping Sword. Fu Yuanming did not know how to name a sword, so his sword name column had always been none. Now, he could give himself a name. What name should he give? Peerless Sword? Speaking of which, this name was a bit shameful. Death sentence? Blood Drinker Sword? Infinity Blade? Spirit of Dreams? Final Whisper? Killing Sword, I don't seem like a hero. Army Destroyer? Storm Giant Sword? Weeping Blood Blade? Endless War Blade? Overall, it felt a bit tacky. Frostmourne? Sword of Hegme? A foreign name would be boring. What name should I give myself? Chen Hao was a bit crazy. He had trouble naming. In the end, Chen Hao wrote red blood in the column of the sword name. He was going to become a legendary demon sword. As for why he did not add demon sword, that was because he wanted to keep a low profile. As a demon sword, he did not reject a sword master who was righteous and dedicated to eliminating demons. As long as the sword master killed enough people and he liked him, he would recognize him as his master. At dawn, a thin man wearing night clothes and carrying a big bag on his back passed by the execution platform. The area around the execution platform was a bit colder than other places. He inadvertently glanced at the execution platform and soon found that there was a long sword under the platform. How could there be a long sword here? Thinking of the terrifying massacre of the madman last night, he suspected that someone had left it behind when they were escaping. He looked around vigilantly. Feeling that there should be no one, he walked over to see the grade of the sword. If it was just an ordinary weapon, he would throw it away. As a thief, He Jifan had relied on his extraordinary courage to run out of the house last night, braving the risk of being seen by the lunatic at any time. He had reaped such a bountiful harvest that he even had the thought of retiring. High-grade weapons were everywhere. The warehouses of the 3 major clans and the 2 major gangs were not guarded. He had already made 4 trips. The current He Jifan did not care about ordinary weapons at all. He Jifan did not know that when he stared at the long sword also stared at him. As soon as he got close to the long sword, He Jifan felt cold all over. The long sword emitted an unusually cold murderous aura. Did I find a treasure? Seeing that the long sword was not ordinary, He Jifan was pleasantly surprised. Bind Sword Master He Jifan? The system's voice sounded. Bind. Chen Hao immediately said. Congratulations to the host for binding the 11th Renkenju He Jifan. Activate energy storage. Holding the long sword, He Jifan, who was immersed in surprise, suddenly felt a strange suction coming from the sword. In an instant, the true energy in his body was uncontrollably sucked away by the long sword. Ghost. He Jifan was so scared that he hurriedly threw away the long sword and ran for his life. He quickly disappeared around the corner of the street. After running 4 streets in one breath, He Jifan returned home and checked all the doors and windows. He Jifan lay on his bed, panting heavily. Thinking back to the terrifying experience when he came into contact with the sword, he couldn't help but rejoice that he got rid of it quickly. As a martial artist, no matter who was caught off guard and had their true chi sucked dry, He Jifan would react the same way. If I didn't get rid of that terrifying sword in time, after it sucked dry my true chi, I'm afraid it would have forcefully sucked my blood essence. That must be a demonic sword. In the Xianxia continent, there were all sorts of legends about martial arts, and the heaven-defying weapon was one of them. Therefore, after He Jifan calmed down, he was certain that the sword was the legendary demonic sword that could suck a person's blood essence. Luckily I ran fast, otherwise, I would have most likely become a dried corpse. After being provoked by the unknown demonic sword, He Jifan extinguished any thoughts of going out again. His dantian was now empty, and if he encountered any danger, it would be difficult for him to escape. He jumped up from the bed, moved the wardrobe in the corner, and opened a hidden cover, revealing a dark cave inside. This was the basement that he had dug not long ago. Picking up the bag on the ground, he happily jumped into the cave. Lighting an oil lamp, he poured the contents of the bag onto the ground, and under the dim light of the oil lamp, he began to count his gains from the night. Most of the items inside were gold, silver, and jewels, and then there were 3 books of martial skills that he had plundered from the corpse. All 3 were yellow-grade martial skills, but He Jifan was still very satisfied, because one of them was a more precious yellow-grade upper-grade saber technique, which he had been cultivating all this while. The remaining 3 long swords and 2 long sabers were also picked up by He Jifan from the corpse. These 5 weapons shone with a cold light, and with one look, one could tell that they were not ordinary weapons. At that time, because he was afraid of meeting that madman Fu, he was nervous, and considering the weight, he only picked up a few that looked especially powerful. After appraising them again, He Jifan was overjoyed. The facts proved that his eyesight was still very good: a top-grade mortal weapon, 3 low-grade profound weapons, and a mid-grade profound weapon curved saber. This time I have really profited. It was not in vain that I risked my life. What was left were a few stalks of herbs and more than 10 pieces of low-grade spirit stones. He Ziyuan had found the herbs and spirit stones in the Bai family's residence. He had found them on the corpses of the Bai family after Madman Fu had massacred the entire Bai family. He Jifan intended to sell the herbs. He was not an alchemist, so he didn't even recognize the herbs. Therefore, he didn't dare to use the herbs carelessly. If by any chance he died from eating them, wouldn't that be a great injustice? He intended to use the spirit stones for himself. Spirit stones were a very precious cultivation resource in Ironstone City. Ordinary people might not even be able to see one in their lifetime. He Jifan had only seen one before, and it was a spirit stone that had been completely drained of spirit qi. It looked like an ordinary white stone, and one of his peers had taken it out to show off when he was drunk. He Jifan picked up a shiny spirit stone and sat cross-legged on the ground according to the legends. He pinched the spirit stone in his hand and operated his cultivation technique. A cool and pure spirit qi flowed out from the spirit stone and was absorbed by his meridians and then transformed into true qi. Ordinary cultivation methods used the cultivation technique to absorb the heaven and earth spirit qi in the air. Compared to air, the heaven and earth spirit qi occupied a very small proportion and the absorption speed was very slow. However, using a spirit stone to cultivate was different. The spirit stone was filled with pure heaven and earth spirit qi and could be directly absorbed. The speed of cultivation was 10 times faster than usual. He Jifan only gave it a try and was completely immersed in the crazy improvement. As for the terrifying devil sword beside the execution platform, he didn't dare to think about it for the time being. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he still wouldn't dare to touch it. What if he was really sucked dry? Chen Hao looked at the sword master who had disappeared and waited for a long time, but the sword master still hadn't returned. He was a little impatient. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. The sword master he had just recognized had disappeared in an instant. Wasn't it just sucking dry all the true qi in He Jifan's dantian? Was there a need to be so stingy? After waiting for a while, Chen Hao finally confirmed that he had been abandoned. That He Jifan had actually abandoned a spirit weapon that all martial artists dreamed of. This was simply unimaginable. Chen Hao was angry and angry. His self-esteem had suffered a great blow. He had thought that after becoming a spirit weapon, there would be countless martial artists who would fight over it until blood flowed like a river. But in the end, he was abandoned. Moreover, after recognizing the sword master, if the sword master had not died, Chen Hao could not find another sword master. Since you don't want me, then I'll go find you. Chen Hao was angry. He thought that as a spirit sword, he still had a lot of true qi stored in it. He could fly for a period of time. After recognizing He Jifan as the sword master, Chen Hao could sense He Jifan's position and was not afraid of not being able to find him. The scarlet blood sword began to tremble and then suddenly flew into the air, swaying as it flew towards He Jifan's residence. This was the first time Chen Hao tried to fly. He was still a novice pilot. Even though the sky was bright, there was not a single person on the street. Last night, Fu Yuanming had scared too many people to death. Everyone was scared to death. Through the window into He Jifan's room, Chen Hao sensed that the sword master was underground. Looking around, he quickly found the unconcealed underground passage. Underground? Could it be that he was doing some shady business in the basement? Chen Hao did not have a good impression of He Jifan who had abandoned him. He intended to use He Jifan as a test subject, the kind that he would throw away after using him. He turned his gaze to the slaughter concept, small success, on the attribute panel. He could use all the martial skills in the master slaying inheritance as long as there was enough true qi stored in the sword. The only restriction was that it could not exceed the realm of the martial skill's original owner. Thinking of the scene last night when Fu Yuanming used the slaughter concept to slaughter the 3 big families and 2 big gangs, Chen Hao was somewhat eager to try. Slaughter concept activate. The blood-red killing intent instantly erupted from the red blood sword. The killing intent quickly filled the entire room. Go and scare that bastard, let him know my ability, let him know that the dignity of a spirit sword could not be humiliated, hee. His soul was sealed in the sword, unable to move, unable to communicate with others. It had already driven Chen Hao crazy, or it could be said that he was already a little crazy. The red blood sword rushed into the basement with a terrifying killing intent. Aiming at the sword master whose back was facing him, Chen Hao shot out like an arrow. The red blood sword stabbed into the floor in front of the sword master. The killing intent instantly enveloped He Jifan. Chen Hao loudly shouted at He Jifan, "Boy, are you surprised? Are you surprised? I found you, ha ha ha." This was the first time that Chen Hao had spoken to someone since he had been refined into the demon sword. This was a very memorable first sentence. He had been stifled for a long time. Ordinary people could not understand this kind of loneliness. He urgently needed to find someone to communicate with. He carefully looked at He Jifan, wanting to enjoy his surprised expression. A spirit weapon that could speak. You are the first person to hear me speak. This is a great honor for you. Your eyes are wide open. Are you scared by me? Have you never seen a sword that can speak before? Wait, why are you spitting out blood? Am I that scary? This is the first time I have seen someone spitting out blood. Aren't you too weak? Stop spitting out blood. If you keep spitting out blood, you will die. In fact, I am a spirit sword. Spirit swords can speak. This is very normal. Take a deep breath and relax. I have no teeth. I don't eat people. Stop spitting out blood. Chen Hao looked at He Jifan, whose meridians were broken and who had spat out blood and died. He felt melancholy in his heart. His 11th Renkenju seemed to have an accident during cultivation. Accidental death. Chen Hao did not feel guilty about Renkenzu's accidental death. He was a demonic sword that could change its owner faster than it could change its clothes. 3-legged toads were hard to find, but 2-legged humans were plentiful. After becoming a spiritual sword, Chen Hao, who desperately wanted to communicate with intelligent creatures, was obviously not someone who could endure loneliness. He needed a sword owner. Even if the sword owner was not capable enough, finding the sword master wasn't a problem for him at the moment. If it was in the past, before he became a spirit tool, he could only hope that someone would break into He Jifan's room, discover this basement, and find him. If no one found him, he could only wait here. But now he was a spiritual weapon and could fly. He Jifan's strength was not enough. He was only in the qi condensation realm, so the qi he left behind was not enough. Chen Hao flew directly to the execution platform where Fu Yuanming used to be executed and stabbed it into the center of the platform. Blood-red killing intent poured out of the sword and filled the entire execution platform, just like when Fu Yuanming was alive. The number of souls that died under the sword could be counted in the tens of thousands. The accumulated killing intent was very terrifying. The only thing missing was a sign that said, "Sincerely looking for a sword owner, do not disturb if you are not sincere." After more than an hour, when the sky was bright, people began to appear on the streets. Last night, most of the people in Ironstone City did not sleep well. Fu Yuanming, who had sacrificed all his life and soul to break through to the middle stage of the Xiantian realm, destroyed 3 big clans, annihilated 2 big gangs, and even destroyed the city lord's residence. It was an earth-shattering battle. Those who could sleep well in Ironstone City were definitely mentally strong. The people on the streets were also uneasy. When they met someone they knew, they would start chatting. The topic was always about what happened last night. Did you hear? The Iron Wolf Gang and the Black Tiger Gang are finished. That madman Fu did it. Who would have thought that madman Fu could do such a good thing? I heard from my cousin that even the 3 great clans are finished. The 3 patriarchs are dead, and the city guards have been completely defeated. Not a single commander is left alive. Blood flowed like a river. Only a few members of the Su clan's direct line of descent are still alive. It seems that Madman Fu has held back. However, almost all of the side branches in Ironstone City are dead. They won't be able to recover for decades. The three great clans are no match for Madman Fu? Those are the three great clans. They have so many experts. My cousin is a city guard. He was at the scene last night. He told me personally. Why would I lie to you? My cousin said that Madman Fu seemed to have used some kind of forbidden technique, and his strength instantly surpassed the three great clans. The patriarch of the Lu clan couldn't even last a few moves against Madman Fu. Last night, no matter how much Fu Yuanming killed, it was inevitable that there would be fishes that escaped the net. That Madman Fu is indeed scary. I used to think that he wasn't a normal person. Every time I see him, I have nightmares all night. You're so timid. My cousin said that Fu Yuanming was most likely dead last night. The price for using the forbidden technique was his life. I just want to ask, what kind of grudge does the three great clans have with Madman Fu? Why did he fight so desperately? Isn't his enemy Blood Wolf? I remember that although the executioner is scary, he doesn't kill people casually, except for during the execution. I know this. Yesterday, my cousin hid in my house and told me that Blood Wolf is indeed not dead. His real identity is the eldest son of the patriarch of the Bai clan, Bai Wuyao. He killed Madman Fu's entire family. Lu Yongming of the city guard colluded with Blood Wolf in an attempt to cover up the truth and kill Madman Fu. But they didn't expect Madman Fu to be so strong. He killed them all. The young man told the full story of Fu Yuanming, Blood Wolf, and Lu Yongming. The other young man was stunned. So that's the truth. I don't even dare to make up a story like this. But the Bai clan deserved it. The other two clans were completely implicated. Madman Fu is crazy. He doesn't care whether you are implicated or not. But if Madman Fu is really dead, where is his sword? The youth hurriedly shifted the topic to the sword. If that sword is really so powerful, then no matter who gets that sword, won't they be able to become a martial arts master who dominates a region in a short period of time? Who knows? You have to ask Madman Fu. But no matter who gets the sword, I'm afraid he will hide it. It's a treasure. Wait a minute, could that sword be Madman Fu's? The young man suddenly felt a chill and couldn't help but shiver. He stopped and looked up to see the strange state of the execution platform in the small square not far away. On the execution platform, scarlet mist filled the air, and a long sword was looming in the mist. The young man who was telling the story of Fu Yuanming asked, "What? On the execution platform, is it a sword?" "It's indeed a sword." "Could it be Madman Fu's sword?" "It must be." My cousin said that Madman Fu's whole body would emit a blood-red mist, and he would feel very cold. Fu Yuanming is dead, but he left his sword behind. The two of them looked at each other. The young man who was telling the story of Fu Yuanming had eyes full of greed. He ran madly for the sword, afraid that it would be snatched away. When the other youth saw this situation, he turned around and ran away without looking back. As the young man approached the execution platform and entered the range of the red mist, he felt an inexplicable sense of fear. He saw a one-armed man shrouded in red mist, holding a sword and standing in mid-air. Below his feet was Ironstone City. He saw countless blood-red sword rays slashing through the air. The three powerful patriarchs of Ironstone City died instantly, and countless warriors were beheaded. He saw corpses strewn across the ground and rivers of blood, his hands and feet were cold, and his legs were weak. The fear in his heart grew stronger. He was regretting it. At this moment, the one-armed man suddenly turned around and stared at him with a pair of terrifying blood-red eyes. A warm liquid flowed from his crotch down his thigh and into his shoes. But no matter how warm the liquid was, it couldn't warm his cold heart. He was on the verge of breaking down. "Hee, little brat, are you the one who wants to use this sword?" An old and terrifying voice sounded in his ears. Who are you?" "I am the Jianling of the demon sword." "Jianling?" "That's right, I am the Jianling. As long as you are willing to listen to me, I will give you secret techniques, wealth, women, power, and fame." The terrifying voice continued to tempt him. "As long as you sacrifice enough lives to me, you can have all of them." "Really?" "Of course, I, Scarlet Blood, always keep my word." "What if I don't agree?" then you can go to hell, little brat. No, no, Lord Scarlet Blood, I agree, I agree. Congratulations, you have made a wise choice. Put your hand on the sword hilt and we will sign the contract. Okay. On the execution platform, the red blood sword trembled violently. The blood-red mist was completely absorbed by it. Congratulations, host, for binding the 12th Ren Kenju, Zhao Sankuan. Zhao Sankuan looked at the demon sword in his hand. He was both happy and afraid. He was happy that he had obtained the divine sword that every warrior dreamed of, but he was afraid that Lord Qishue's temper wasn't good. He was worried that Lord Qishue would kill him one day if he was unhappy. Chen Hao was very satisfied with this sword master. When Zhao Sankuan was trapped in the murderous aura, he was actually hallucinating due to fear. He tried to scare him a little, but he didn't expect that he would be able to subdue the 12th Ren Kenju so easily. The murderous aura formed by slaughtering tens of thousands of lives did not disappoint. Normal people wouldn't be able to withstand that murderous aura. Chen Hao couldn't speak or move while being trapped in the demon sword. He couldn't do anything other than pass on his skills and use the misfortune skill to trap the sword master. He could only be an honest bystander. He had been holding it in for 3 years. Actually, he was similar to Fu Yuanming. He was a sword that didn't want to be left out. He wanted more people to know about him. He wanted more intelligent beings to know about him, even if it was just as a sword. It wasn't easy for him to cross over. If he couldn't leave his mark in this world, how much of a failure would that be? Controlling a puppet sword master would undoubtedly bring some joy to Chen Hao's gloomy sword life. At the same time, it also suggested a new way for Chen Hao to choose a master. Zhao Sankuan carried the red blood sword and began to walk home. Chen Hao retracted the murderous aura of the red blood sword and turned himself into an ordinary sword. Zhao Sankuan had already become his subordinate, so he didn't want to trick him. Little Sanzi, how old are you this year? Lord Qishue, I'm not called Little Sanzi, I'm called Zhao Sankuan. Zhao Sankuan reminded him softly. Then I'll call you Little Kuan. If Lord Qishue likes it, then you can call me Little Kuan. Zhao Sankuan didn't dare to offend this cruel master. How old are you? I'm 14 this year. 14? You're only in the middle stage of the Qi revolving realm. Your talent isn't that good. Yes, Lord Qishue, my talent isn't good. But don't worry, as long as you listen to me, even if you're a pig, I can make you an innate pig. Zhao Sankuan didn't know how to reply. How many people are there in your family? Are your parents still alive? If an ordinary person had asked him such a question, he would definitely have cursed his 18 generations of ancestors. But now, it was Scarlet Blood, he could only answer honestly, there are 4 people in my family. My parents are here, and I have an elder brother. Not bad. Having 2 children is good. Being an only child is not good. If you die, there will be no one to send your parents off. Zhao Sankuan scratched his long hair. Lord Qishue's words made him go crazy. Lord Qishue asked again, is your brother married? I just got married this year. Is your sister-in-law pretty? Don't lie. Just tell me the truth. I won't tell anyone. It looks pretty good. Which part is nice? 14 years old. Are you married? Chen Hao continued to ask. No, my brother just got married. Do you have a girl you like? Zhao Sankuan could not hold it in any longer. Only now did he realize that Lord Qishue was a chatterbox. He was worried that if he continued to be questioned like this, he would go crazy. Answer me. If you don't answer me, I will kill you and change the sword master. Chen Hao threatened loudly, don't try to lie. If I find out that you are lying, you will die a horrible death. Yes. What's her name? Su Mingxue. Do you like your sister-in-law more or that Su Mingxue more? Of course it's Su Mingxue. GGG. Chen Hao laughed strangely, so you are interested in your sister-in-law. Zhao Sankuan stopped and stood in the middle of the street. His face was as red as a monkey's butt. Don't be shy, don't be shy. You are already 14 years old and your skin is still so thin. Chen Hao continued, let's go. Bring me to see that Su Mingxue. Being able to talk was simply too good. Talking was good for a while, talking was always good. Chen Hao had already fallen in love with the feeling of talking. As long as he was given a sword master, he felt that he could talk with the sword master for the rest of his life. Let's go. Why aren't you walking? Bring me to see the girl you have a crush on. Chen Hao urged. No, Lord Qi Shui, I remember that when I saw you at the execution platform, there was a companion beside me. That companion also saw me? Yes. He knows my identity? Zhao Songkuan whispered, I told him that you are the evil sword in Madman Fu's hand. You idiot, why did you only tell me now? Didn't I forget to talk to you just now? Zhao Songkuan said in a wrong tone. So, you are blaming me? No, I was too careless. Lord Qi Shui, do you think he will tell others? Very likely. Chen Hao asked, how is your relationship with him? A nodding acquaintance. His house is not far from mine. Alright, if I were him, I would definitely sell this information for money. It won't be long before everyone in Ironstone City knows that the Scarlet Blood Sword is in your hands. Then what should I do? Zhao Songkuan was terrified when he thought of facing all the martial artists in Ironstone City. Lord Qi Shui, you have to save me. I am still young, I don't want to die yet. Lord Qi Shui, can you increase my strength now? Chen Hao said unhappily, do you think I am a god? There are conditions for increasing your strength. You have to kill people. The stronger the martial artist, the better. But I am only in the Qi revolving realm. Alright, you can kill ordinary people too. Ordinary people? Zhao Songkuan looked at the few people on the road. He was already very close to his house. He was familiar with a few people on the road. An auntie stood at the door and said, Kunzi, don't run around if you have nothing to do. The city has been very chaotic recently. The auntie was his mother's friend. She had even visited his house before. Zhao Songkuan hesitated, but Lord Qi Shui, they are all people I know. There is no enmity between us. How could I kill them? Chen Hao sighed in his heart. He finally realized that having a sword master who was not resolute and cold enough was also a troublesome matter. With his temper, he was not suitable to be a nanny. Then run away. The further the better. Run to the ends of the world. Don't come back until you reach the Xiantian realm. But what about my parents? Will they look for my parents? It will depend on luck. If they are smart enough and can't find you, they will not make things difficult for your parents. But what if they make a move on my parents? Zhao Songkuan said worriedly. I only know that if you don't leave, you are dead. Chen Hao said calmly, of course, you have another choice. You can choose to hand me over, but if you do that, you can only be an ordinary person for the rest of your life. What is your choice? Are you willing to be an ordinary person? Chen Hao said in a low voice. Think about it. If you don't have talent or a powerful family background, you'll probably be stuck at the Qi condensation realm for the rest of your life. Seeing that Zhao Songkuan did not answer, Chen Hao continued, the girl you like, Su Mingxue, is very outstanding or beautiful, right? Without strength, I'm afraid you can only watch her get married to another man and give birth to children for another happy man. Do you see the current state of Ironstone City? Perhaps you don't have any idea, but I can only tell you that in the past half a month, more than 10,000 people have died in Ironstone City. Among them are the top forces of Ironstone City like the 3 great clans and 2 great sects. You're lucky to have survived and not become a corpse. But do you like this kind of luck? You are just ants that were accidentally spared by Little Fu. Only the strong can control their own fate and the fate of others. As long as you become an expert, you will be able to protect your family and make them live a happier life. As long as you become an expert, it won't be a problem to have 10 Su Mingxue, Zhang Mingxue, or Li Mingxue. They will beg you to marry them. But Zhao Songkuan was still hesitating. There are no buts. I'm ordering you to leave the city immediately. Leave this place, or you'll die right now. Chen Hao had lost his patience. He did not want to be so long-winded. As the first swordmaster to speak to him, he had already treated Zhao Songkuan very well. Go home and die immediately. Escape the city and I will continue to help you. Choose one. Zhao Songkuan's face paled. I choice one, go back home and die immediately. Take it as you return to your roots. Choice 2, escape from Ironstone City and fly far away. Become a Xiantian realm martial artist in the future and come back in glory. You must make your choice immediately. I will count to 3. If you don't speak, I will take it as you have chosen to die. I don't want to die. Zhao Sankuan shouted. A few passers-by looked at Zhao Sankuan strangely. It was as if they were looking at a lunatic. Wise choice. Chen Hao encouraged. Then what are you waiting for? Run towards the nearest city gate. Yes, Lord Qi Shui. Zhao Sankuan ran as fast as he could, passing by countless shops and houses. As he ran, his eyes began to sting. After running for more than 10 minutes, he ran out of the city gate. He turned back to look at the city gate, and tears welled up in his eyes. Chen Hao said in the sword, "Boy, you chose this path. You have to finish it even if you have to kneel. You can't blame me." Zhao Sankuan lowered his head and didn't say anything. He just hurried on. To be honest, he regretted it a little. Chen Hao reminded him, "Take the small path, idiot. Don't take the main road." They walked for half a day. Zhao Sankuan stopped and sat on a rock. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and panted heavily. They were all mountain roads and small paths. Under Chen Hao's urging, he spared no effort in rushing. It was very exhausting. He was thirsty, tired, and hungry. All right, go get something to eat. No matter how weak Zhao Sankuan was, he was still a martial artist. Soon, he caught a fat rabbit. Seeing him staring at the rabbit in a daze, Chen Hao asked, "What are you waiting for? Eat it when it's done." "How?" Chen Hao said matter-of-factly, "Roast it, of course. But I didn't bring a flint. Drill wood to start a fire." Zhao Sankuan asked, "How?" Only then did Chen Hao realize that Zhao Sankuan was a wilderness survival newbie. He was so angry that he wanted to let Zhao Sankuan die on his own, drilling wood to start a fire. If it was on Earth, it wouldn't be easy for an inexperienced ordinary person to drill a fire. But here, it wasn't difficult. No matter what, Zhao Sankuan was still a martial artist. Under Chen Hao's guidance, he really succeeded in a few minutes. But even if he made a fire, the meat he roasted was terrible. Half of it was burnt, and the other half was half-cooked. He could only eat it. "Let's get on the road when you're full. Lord Red Blood, I've been running for so long. There shouldn't be anyone chasing after me." Zhao Sankuan was so tired that he didn't want to move. "You'd better listen to me. Do you want me to order you around?" Zhao Sankuan unwillingly ran for more than an hour before he suddenly stopped. "What's wrong?" Chen Hao asked. Zhao Sankuan said in distress, "I don't know which direction to go." "You are lost?" Chen Hao asked tentatively. "I think so. I've never left Ironstone City before." Zhao Sankuan looked at the forest and said, "Lord Red Blood, do you know which direction to go?" Chen Hao, who was in the sword, was silent. Could he say that he didn't know? Of course not. Lord Red Blood also cared about his reputation. Lord Red Blood was omnipotent. He recalled the knowledge he had learned in books and slowly said, "If you get lost in the wilderness, you must first calm down and ensure that your thoughts and actions are not chaotic. You must use your own knowledge and experience to determine the direction. Carefully observe the surroundings, or use some tools to find the right direction." What knowledge and experience? Zhao Sankuan didn't understand, but he felt that it was awesome. It's daytime now, so you can't use the stars to determine the direction. The sun is overhead, so there's nothing you can do. You're surrounded by dense forest and the branches are ugly. Go cut down a tree and observe the growth rings. Zhao Sankuan asked curiously, "How?" "Don't talk nonsense, cut down the tree first." In a few moments, Zhao Sankuan cut down a large tree. Chen Hao said, "The circles on the tree stump are called growth rings. The rings are always wider in the south and narrower in the north. Now you know which is south and which is north, right?" "Oh, Lord Red Blood is so powerful." Chen Hao said proudly, "Of course, you're just a rookie. I've seen more dead people than you've seen living people. Let's go." "But, which way should I go?" Chen Hao really wanted to slap him to death, but he didn't have a slap. "Go south." Okay, I know. Is it the south? Actually, Xianxia wasn't too sure. Along the way, he didn't pay attention to the direction, so he didn't know where Ironstone City was. But finding a direction to run in was better than waiting for death. Running was always boring, especially when running for your life. Xianxia wanted to say something a few times, but when he saw Zhao Sanquan's sweaty face, he could only suppress his temper and hold it in. After walking for another 2 hours, Xianxia suddenly felt 3 cold murderous auras nearby. He hurriedly shouted, "Stop! What's wrong, Lord Red Blood?" Zhao Sanquan stopped and asked in a low voice. "There's someone nearby, and it might be bad for you." "Is it powerful?" Zhao Sanquan looked around nervously. His face was pale, and he gripped his sword tightly. Xianxia had just finished his words when he heard someone laugh. "Big brother, it seems like we've been discovered." "It should be. Third brother must have kicked him too hard." Then, a third voice refuted, "What does it have to do with me? I've been paying attention. But I realized that this is just a cyclone stage trash." "Do we need to be so careful?" "You can't say that. You don't know how strong that madman Fu is. That sword is too evil. I heard that the 3 big families of Ironstone City are gone. But, I'm curious. He clearly escaped from Ironstone City. Why did he come back, and just happen to bump into us? Could it be that he's lost?" Haha, haha. That's possible. If that's the case, I'm going to die of laughter." Zhao Sanquan turned his gaze to the sword in his hand. Xianxia looked down at his nose at his mouth, and mouth at his heart. He was now an inanimate object and couldn't speak. Soon, 3 martial artists dressed in black came out of the forest in a dignified manner. The person in the middle was the shortest. He looked honest and had a kind smile on his face. His body was stocky like a bridge pier, his arms were thick and were almost as thick as his thighs. The one on the left was tall and thin. He had a sinister expression and a long saber at his waist. The one on the right had a medium build. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes. He had a fierce face and held a long trident in his hand. As they got closer, Xianxia could clearly feel the strong killing intent on the 3 of them. They had probably killed many people. Zhao Sanquan had met some ruthless people this time. Zhao Sanquan asked softly, "You are?" The man with the scimitar answered, "We are the Red River 3 ghosts. I'm the 3rd brother, Blood Fork Ghost, Yi Dekang." After the introduction, he looked at the man with the saber. The man with the saber turned his head and looked at the dense forest on the right. He seemed to be deep in thought. "Red Fork Ghost," Yi Dekang said, "Second brother, why don't you introduce yourself?" "Don't call me second brother. I've killed more people than you. You are the 3rd brother. You should call me second brother." Second brother continued, "Also, I don't like the name Red River 3 Ghosts. It reminds me of that dead ghost. I think the name Red River 3 Ghosts is quite impressive." Yi Dekang argued, "We've already killed the old ghost, so we should inherit his title. After all, he once adopted the 3 of us, and we owe him a debt of gratitude. He's Old Ghost Red River, so we're naturally the 3 ghosts." Yi Dekang turned to the eldest brother in the middle and asked, "Am I right, eldest brother?" "Third brother is right. The 3 of us are as close as brothers. We grew up together and practiced martial arts together. Even when we played with women, we did it together. The name Red River 3 Ghosts is not bad." Hearing the eldest brother's words, second brother pursed his lips and hugged his long saber. With the eldest brother's support, Yi Dekang grinned and said, "The one beside us is the 2nd Red River Ghost, Blood Knife Ghost, Dewey Kai. The one standing in the middle is our eldest brother, Red River Big Ghost, Blood Fist Ghost, Pang Bin." Zhao Sanquan stared at the other party in a daze. "Brat, are you scared silly? Hurry up and hand over the demon sword in your hand." Yi Dekang grinned. "If you don't hand it over, I'll use a fork to dig out your intestines and strangle you." Yi Dechang's words scared Zhao Sanquan so much that his face turned pale. He had already forgotten about Xianxia's embarrassing situation and asked for help. "Lord Qi Shui, what should we do? It's obvious that the 3 of them are experts." "Use that taboo skill," Xianxia said solemnly. "But if you use that move, you'll die. That was how Madman Fu died." Chen Hao could feel that Zhao Sanquan's sword hand was trembling. He knew that this young sword master was doomed today, so he patiently encouraged him. At least Fu Yuanming is struggling. He was going all out. He had tried his best. The one who died with a bang is a real man. Chen Hao asked in a deep voice, "Tell me, Zhao Sanquan, do you want to fight like a man to the end and bleed to the last drop of blood?" "I don't want to die." Indeed, there were differences between people. "I feel that they won't let you go today. You have no way out." Chen Hao planned to let the sword master see reality clearly. "Then Lord Qi Shui, if I use that taboo skill, will I be able to kill them all?" I can only guarantee that you will die with dignity. Perhaps you will even be acknowledged by them." As the Jianling of Spirit Sword, Chen Hao was a man of principles. He would not lie to the sword master. Zhao Sanquan was at the Qi condensation realm. Even if he used a taboo skill and risked his life, he could only reach the Qi condensation realm. The three of them dared to call themselves the three ghosts of the Red River. No matter how he looked at them, they did not look like small fries at the Qi condensation realm. At this time, the eldest of the three ghosts of the Red River, Pang Ben, spoke. He had the kind smile of an old farmer on his face. "Little brother, what are you mumbling about? Hand over your sword, and the three of you as brothers can let you go." Zhao Sanquan was pleasantly surprised. "Really? Of course it's true. I see that you are just a little brat at the Qi condensation realm. The three ghosts of the Red River have some reputation in the White Sands region. Why would we lie to you?" Pang Ben waved his hand. "What we want is that sword. As long as you hand it over, you can scram. Then you have to keep your word. The three ghosts of the Red River are all true energy realm experts. Why would we lie to you?" Pang Ben's face hardened. He said impatiently, "Hurry up and hand over that sword, and we will spare your life." "Fine. Little idiot, don't listen to them." Before Chen Hao could finish speaking, he found himself flying towards the three ghosts of the Red River. Zhao Sanquan had actually thrown him away. He had been abandoned again. The red blood sword landed firmly in Pang Ben's hands. Zhao Sanquan had already disappeared into the forest. The second of the three ghosts of the Red River stood up and said, "It's my turn." Just as he finished speaking, his figure also took a few steps into the forest. "You guys don't keep your word." Chen Hao heard Zhao Sanquan's loud roar. Soon, a series of screams came from the forest. Pang Ben shouted, "Akai, hurry up. Don't waste time." Yi Dekang laughed. "Boss, don't rush second. That's his hobby. We have to leave quickly. The news of this sword falling into our hands can't be spread out." "Boss, you must be joking. In the vicinity of Ironstone City, who can be our opponent now? The news of this sword has spread like wildfire. Even innate stage experts won't be able to resist. We just happened to pass by and seized the opportunity. If an innate stage expert discovers us, none of us will be able to escape." Pang Ben shouted. "Ikai, get rid of him immediately. We have to leave immediately." Chen Hao heard the system notification that his 12th Ren Kenju had died. Although his death was not a peaceful one, it was indeed a relief. After Zhao Sanquan died, the red blood sword returned to its original form in Pang Ben's hands. There were 12 blood-red ring-shaped patterns on the shiny silver sword. A thick murderous aura enveloped the sword, sending chills down one's spine. So this is the sword's true form. This sword is so fierce. Red Cross Ghost Ji Dekang could not help but say. "Boss, can I take care of it? Let's go first. When we arrive at a place to rest, you can even hug it to sleep." The three of them hurried along. Along the way, second and third of the three ghosts of the Red River would occasionally look at the red blood sword. Their eyes were filled with desire. Pang Ben knew what the two of them were thinking. He said, "Don't worry. The three of us are as close as brothers. Even when we play with women, we do it together. We should take turns to share this sword and improve together." Yi Dekang said, "That's right. If we work together, we will dominate White Sands County in the future." Dewey Kai nodded. "I've already thought about it. I'm at the late stage of the true energy realm, second brother is at the middle stage of the true energy realm, and third brother is also at the middle stage of the true energy realm. We'll give the demonic sword to second brother first and let him improve to the late stage of the true energy realm. Then, we'll give the sword to third brother and let him improve to the late stage of the true energy realm. Finally, we'll give the sword to me. We'll take turns to improve together. Seeing that the two brothers were listening seriously, he continued, of course, whoever gets the demonic sword is not allowed to leave the other two. How about that? Pangbin knew that his two younger brothers were not easy to deal with. Although there was a deep friendship between the three of them, if the demonic sword was really as magical as the legends said, that little bit of friendship would probably vanish in an instant. To prevent them from falling out immediately, this was the best way Pangbin could think of to deal with the demonic sword. After all, it was only a coincidence that they had obtained the demonic sword. Yi Dekang laughed and said, I agree. I admire Boss the most in my life. He's fair in handling matters. I have no objections either. They did not have any objections, but Chen Hao, who was in the demonic sword, had a big objection. Hearing Pangbin's words, Chen Hao could not help but think, play with women together, take turns to share the demonic sword. Are they taking turns to share me? Chen Hao's thoughts could not help but wander. Then, he felt a wave of disgust. Ding. Do you want to bind Swordmaster Pangbin? Chen Hao replied fiercely, bind. Bind him to death. You're my new swordmaster? A raspy voice rang in Pangbin's ears. Who are you? Chen Hao replied, I'm the Jianling. You can communicate with me telepathically, but I suggest you don't speak so loudly. Big brother, what's wrong? Yi Dekang and Dui Kai stopped and looked around cautiously. Pangbin also pretended to look around carefully before saying, nothing, maybe I'm too sensitive. Yi Dekang grumbled, boss, you're just too careful. Caution is the parent of safety. Pangbin smiled and explained, let's continue on our way. While the three of them were on their way, Pangbin quietly communicated with Chen Hao. You're the Jianling of the demon sword? That's right, I'm the Jianling of the Crimson Blood Demon Sword. As the sword master, you have the right to know the abilities of this sword. Chen Hao obviously wouldn't reveal all of the Crimson Blood Demon Sword's abilities. For example, skills like Master Slayer, Misfortune Halo, Misfortune Explosion, and Master Slayer Legacy were all hidden. He also didn't tell Pangbin the specific feedback rate of the Slaughter Evolution skill to make it easier to use in the future. However, even the exposed ability was enough to make Pangbin suck in a breath of cold air. By continuously evolving through slaughter, it can directly increase the strength of the sword master, ignoring the bone frame bottleneck. The more you kill, the stronger you get. All cultivation resources are saved. It can even directly increase the sword master's bone frame and comprehension. This is too heaven-defying. The final elegy. So Fu Yuanming used this move at the last moment, but the price was too high. Pangbin was like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world, staring at the Crimson Blood Demon Sword's abilities with greedy eyes. I finally understand how Fu Yuanming could go from a mere qi condensation stage ant to a Xiantian stage expert. Then, he commented, but with such a godly weapon, Fu Yuanming actually died in Ironstone City. He's really useless. When Fu Yuanming got me, he only wanted to be an ordinary executioner. Chen Hao couldn't help but sigh. After he lost his wife and child, he already had the will to die. To kill or be killed is the eternal theme of this world. Pangbin said to Chen Hao, he actually chose to give up the possibility of becoming a powerhouse when he had the chance. He's really a stupid piece of trash. He deserves to have his wife and son killed. Chen Hao's mouth twitched. He had a good impression of Fu Yuanming. He wasn't a coward. Fu Yuanming chose death. This was his own choice. Chen Hao respected his choice. I think, as my sword master, you wouldn't be so cowardly, right? After obtaining the Crimson Blood Demon Sword, Pangbin's heroic spirit soared to the heavens. Of course not, I will let the whole world know of my fierce name. Chen Hao laughed and said, that's good. I'm still evolving. Every time I evolve, my ability will increase a little. If you're lucky, I might be able to continue increasing your bone frame and perception. Really? Pangbin's eyes were burning with passion. Of course. As long as I evolve, I will gain many more abilities. I didn't have the slaughter feedback ability before. It only appeared after I successfully evolved. Who knows, I might gain even more powerful abilities in the future. Pangbin didn't know what to say. With such a heaven-defying treasure sword, dominating Baisha County, dominating Southern Cloud Nation, dominating Southern Region, and even dominating the entire continent didn't seem like a dream. But there's something I have to tell you. What is it? Pangbin asked. The Crimson Blood Demon sword can only recognize one sword master. Unless the sword master dies, it won't recognize other sword masters. Pangbin glanced at his two brothers who were half a step behind him. He already had a conclusion in his heart about how to choose. The Crimson Blood Demon sword's ability far exceeded Pangbin's expectations. The reason why the three of them walked together, other than the three of them having feelings for each other, another reason was that their master, Old Devil Red River, had taught them the Bloody Slaughter 3 Calamities formation. The Bloody Slaughter 3 Calamities formation's power was extraordinary. When the three of them were still in the early stage of the True Element realm, they had relied on the Bloody Slaughter 3 Calamities formation to kill a True Element late-stage expert. They also relied on the Bloody Slaughter 3 Calamities formation to kill the heavily injured Old Devil Red River, but now, Pangbin had obtained the Crimson Blood Demon sword. The three of them would definitely become enemies. Night came. The three of them did not continue on their journey. Martial artists had to eat and sleep in the open. That was the norm. Especially martial artists like them who had no family and no job. Beside the roaring flames, the aroma of barbecued meat drifted over. Pangbin took out a wine flask from his waist and lightly sipped a mouthful of wine. This wine was White Sands County's famous throat-cut wine. It was famous for being spicy and fierce. When the wine entered the throat, it was like being cut by a knife. When the wine entered the stomach, a sweet taste would appear in the mouth. It was very wonderful. The air was filled with an alluring wine fragrance. Yi Dekang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He was a little greedy as he fished out his own wine flask. The wine flask was empty. He licked his lips and turned the wine flask upside down. Then, he shook it non-stop. After a long time, a drop of wine slid down the flask's mouth. He hurriedly used his mouth to catch it. Just a drop of wine was not enough to satisfy his craving. Instead, it made the liquor worm in his stomach even more irritable. "Boss, let me drink a mouthful." Yi Dekang said with a flushed face, "Boss, let me drink a mouthful." "Didn't you buy a lot?" "I only have one flask." Pangbin said with a face of unwillingness. "Boss, you know that I love wine the most. I finished all the wine. I originally wanted to buy more in Ironstone City. But because we wanted to get that sword, we left in a hurry and didn't have time." Pangbin thought for a while and said with some reluctance, "You know that I like this kind of wine. You can only drink a small mouthful? You know my character. If I say a small mouthful, then I will drink a small mouthful. I know your character. I don't believe you. Last time, you said a small mouthful. In the end, you drank it all in one mouthful." Yi Dekang snatched Pangbin's wine flask and laughed, "Don't worry, boss. When we reach Cloud Crane City, I will invite you to Fragrance House to play with the most beautiful lady." Yi Dechang's mouth faced the wine flask as he gulped down the wine. Pangbin squinted his eyes and glanced at Dewey Kai, who was concentrating on barbecuing meat. He slowly stood up and walked towards him. He stretched his fingers slightly and clenched his fist. Then, he punched towards Dewey Kai's back, hit, one kill, but at that moment, it was as if Dewey Kai had eyes on his back. With a flash, he disappeared from where he stood. With a rumbling sound, soil splattered everywhere and a deep hole appeared on the ground. "What's wrong?" Yi Dekang put down the wine flask and asked in confusion. Dewey Kai stood in the distance and said with a long saber in his hand, "What else can it be? Boss wants to take that devil sword for himself." "Boss?" Yi Dekang said in confusion, "Boss, we are all brothers who have gone through fire and water together. It is just for a sword. Everyone can take turns to use it. If you are not satisfied, you can use more time. After all, you are the boss. Everyone, let's just pretend that nothing happened, okay?" Dewey Kai sneered and said, "You idiot. I guess boss has already made a move on you." Otherwise, he would not have attacked me first. He is also afraid that we will join hands. Moreover, it is much easier to deal with you than to deal with me. Yi Dekang laughed and said, how is that possible? Boss has drunk this wine before. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly bent over and clutched his stomach. Then, he spat out black blood and fell to the ground. Humph, this idiot. Dui Kai scolded. Pang Bin said in a low voice, how can you say that about third brother? After all, we're brothers. Brothers? Pfft. Dui Kai continued to scold, I've been in Jianghu for so many years, Pang Bin, you're definitely the most shameless person I've ever met. If I didn't know better, I would have thought that third brother was killed. Haha. Pang Bin laughed indifferently and said, Ikai, no matter what, the news that the sword is in my hands can't be leaked. Since we're brothers, how about you kill yourself? Don't make things difficult for me as your big brother. Humph, it's hard to say who will win today. Dui Kai said darkly, you actually don't care about the Sanguine Slaughter 3 Calamities formation. It seems that the sword is really a treasure? I can only say that I'm putting up with it. Hypocrite. Pang Bin said with a smile, anyway, you're going to die today. You can scold me however you want. Pang Bin, do you think you can defeat me today? Dui Kai held his long saber tightly. The blood-red true chi dyed the long saber blood red. His aura suddenly erupted. Pang Bin's eyes narrowed and he exclaimed, late-stage true energy realm? The Red River Three Ghosts cultivation methods came from the same source. Pang Bin could see Dui Kai's true strength at a glance. Yes, I've already broken through. Dui Kai roared in a low voice. After that, a blood-red true chi attacked Pang Bin. Pang Bin dodged it. Third brother is dead. That's good. Dui Kai said, if he's alive, maybe he'll help you? After all, he's the closest to you. And he's brainless. Then the two of us brothers will fight it out today. Pang Bin put on 2 boxing gloves. His boxing gloves were very similar to the gloves on Earth. They were made of fine unknown metal threads that wrapped around his palms and fingers. He cracked his knuckles and said, let's see if your 7 styles of Blood Blade is better or if my Blood King Fist is better. Blood King Fist, 7 styles of Blood Saber, and Black Blood Cross Art were all skills that the Red River Old Man had imparted to the 3 ghosts. They were all black class middle grade martial skills. The 3 ghosts of the Red River relied on these 3 martial skills, the 7 Calamity Blood Slaughter formation, and their ruthless way of doing things. In a short period of time, they had made quite a name for themselves in the White Sands County. Every move of 7 styles of Blood Blade was a killing move. It was aimed at the opponent's vital points and was extremely ruthless. What it sought was to kill the enemy in a short period of time. There was no room for defense at all. Every move was used with all one's strength. Once the blade was used, there was no room for maneuver. It was the most compatible with Du Yifun's personality. On the other hand, the Blood King 13 styles was more mediocre than the Blood Blade 7 styles. Although every punch of Pang Bin's carried a powerful fist wind and was vigorous and fierce, he left some room for maneuver. Just like his personality, he fought steadily and sought victory with stability. At the beginning, under Du Ikai's attacks, Pang Bin kept retreating. The situation looked precarious. However, if Du Ikai wanted to take a step closer to secure victory, he would always be half a step away. It was just half a step, but at times, it was a huge gap. After more than 30 moves, Pang Bin's stern face revealed a slight smile. He had made it through. He was the eldest disciple of the Red River Old Man. He was the first to enter the sect. It could be said that he had watched Dui Kai and Yi Dekang grow up. The Red River Old Man rarely taught his disciples seriously. Therefore, as the eldest senior brother, he would impart his skills on behalf of his master. He was very clear about the moves and drawbacks of the 7 styles of Blood Saber and Black Blood Cross Art. The 7 styles of Blood Saber was indeed terrifying. However, the consumption of a martial artist's energy and true chi was also terrifying. As long as Du Ikai could withstand the first 30 moves, he would have lost by a large margin. Seeing Du Ikai's long saber coming at him, Pang Bin could tell that Du Ikai's momentum had dissipated. Blood King Claw. Pang Bin growled. He stretched out his hand and directly grabbed the long saber. Du Ikai was shocked. He had never seen or imagined that Pang Bin could grab his long saber with his bare hands. Blood King's fury. Blood-red True Chi suddenly rose. Pang Bin's face flushed red. He clenched his left hand into a fist and punched Dewey Kai's chest. With a caw sound, Dewey Kai's chest caved in from the punch. He flew back more than 10 meters and crashed into a large tree before disappearing into the night. Victory was decided. Pang Bin stomped on the ground and charged in Dewey Kai's direction. When he passed by the bonfire, his body suddenly dropped and his knee struck the back of Yi Decheng's corpse. Pa! That was the sound of Yi Decheng's corpse's spine breaking. Yi Decheng's corpse suddenly moved. Pang Bin stood up and slowly retreated. Yi Decheng turned over with great difficulty and looked up at Pang Bin. He coughed repeatedly and spat out blood. Boss, how did you find out? I didn't. Then how did you, third brother, you shouldn't have played dead in front of me. I was just a little suspicious. Pang Bin shook his head in disappointment. Did you forget my habit? Your habit. Yi Decheng suddenly realized. Third brother, you're indeed smarter than second brother. I'll teach you one last thing. Pang Bin said slowly. Don't always pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. If you pretend to be a pig for too long, you'll really become a pig. After finding Dewey Kai's corpse, the blood-red True Chi on Pang Bin's body quickly dissipated. His face was pale as he sat on the ground. He swallowed a few pills and got up again after a long time. The side effects of the Blood King's fury were probably not small. Within the Crimson Blood Demon sword, Chen Hao watched as Pang Bin silently dug 2 holes in the ground. He placed the corpses of his 2 brothers and their weapons inside. Then, he buried them and used tree trunks as tombstones. Red River's 3 ghosts, Dewey Kai's tomb. Red River's 3 ghosts, Yi Decheng's tomb. As soon as he erected the tombstone, he hesitated and threw it away. Chen Hao asked curiously, why? Pang Bin said indifferently, we Red River's 3 ghosts and our master have offended too many people. If the tombstone was accidentally discovered, second brother and third brother would probably be dug out and whipped. In the past 2 years, it was rare to see someone with such self-awareness. Do you regret killing them? Chen Hao's wicked sense of humor was triggered. I don't regret it. The moment you appeared, it was destined that only one of us Red River's 3 ghosts would be left. Pang Bin said with a smile. Their deaths are better than mine. At least if I die, second brother and third brother will definitely not bury me. Pang Bin picked up the roasted meat on the ground and divided it into 3 portions, swallowing them in large mouthfuls. After eating his fill, he placed the remaining 2 portions of roasted meat beside the raised tombstone as an offering. He sprinkled the remaining throat-cut wine on Yi Decheng's tomb and said softly, third brother, the rest is for you. The next morning, Pang Bin woke up early and pulled out 2 large trees beside Dewey Kai's tomb. Was he planning to build a tomb? It didn't look like it. Chen Hao was curious. What are you doing? I just remembered that I need to dig another tomb. Bury yourself? I don't need to be buried. Pang Bin said with a smile, I remembered last night that second brother has a child outside with a prostitute. I once saw him from afar. He's white and chubby and very cute. He's right in Cloud Crane City. It's very difficult for an orphan and a widow to live in this world. I think it's better to let their family reunite. Heartless, ruthless, decisive, and ruthless, in a short period of time, Pang Bin left a deep impression on Chen Hao. Among the Ren Kenju of the Scarlet Blood calendar, Pang Bin was definitely one of the best, even Jin Jingqiu could not compare to him. Old Pang, how old are you this year? Since the Sword Master had been confirmed, Pang Bin also satisfied Chen Hao. On the way, Chen Hao could not help but chat with Pang Bin. 217. Pang Bin replied simply. He did not know Chen Hao's true identity, but he knew that Chen Hao was the Jianling of the Scarlet Blood Demon Sword. Just because of this identity, he had to be respectful to Chen Hao. 217? Chen Hao was surprised. I thought you were 4xVII. Pang Bin's mouth twitched. I just look older. Then do you have a family? No. Do you have a lover? No. Is there something wrong with your body? Pang Ben, who was in a hurry, almost didn't manage to gather his true energy and fell from the tree branch. As long as he was a man, he would not tolerate this kind of questioning, he said in a deep voice, "My body is very strong, there is no problem." "Then how do you solve your physical problems? Do you solve it yourself?" Chen Hao asked himself. "Oh, so that's how you train your two thick arms?" "Sometimes I pay." Pang Ben said in a low voice. "Money can solve many problems." "In other words, sometimes you don't pay?" Chen Hao asked curiously. Who would have thought that the famous Red River demons, Pang Ben, would also be a freeloader? "Jianling, first of all, I am not very famous in White Sands County. Second, as long as you have the strength, you don't have to pay most of the time." Chen Hao immediately understood. "So you are a scum?" Chen Hao said in a disdainful tone. "Also, you have to call me Grandpa Hao." Pang Ben paused slightly and said, "Grandpa Hao, if you stand in the perspective of an ordinary person, you can also say that." Chen Hao exclaimed softly in the spirit sword. Such a magnanimous villain was truly a rare species. Generally, bad guys would find all kinds of perfunctory reasons for their various actions to numb themselves. Pang Ben's straightforward admission caught Chen Hao off guard. Also, Chen Hao had called Pang Ben Grandpa Hao because he despised Pang Ben's character and wanted to humiliate him. Unexpectedly, Pang Ben didn't even retort and directly called him Grandpa Hao. This grandson really gave Chen Hao a scare. "Please, Red River's three ghosts, Sword Master Pang Ben, where is your backbone and courage as a demonic martial artist?" Chen Hao had completely lost his temper. He could only say, "I don't like to see men forcing women." "You're not allowed to do this in the future." Pang Ben agreed immediately, "Okay, no problem." "You didn't think carefully before agreeing?" Chen Hao reminded, "If you dare to go against your promise, the consequences will be very serious." "I'm not that type to begin with. I prefer obedient women." Pang Ben said, "It's just that third brother likes it, so he pulled me and second brother together." "You're not going to refuse?" "We're all brothers. Moreover, this can improve our relationship." Chen Hao thought of the three brothers and felt inexplicably funny. "Your relationship as brothers is really deep. We grew up together, practiced martial arts together, and roamed the martial world together. Our relationship is indifferent and deep." Chen Hao was defeated by Pang Ben's shamelessness, he could only change the topic. "I heard that all of you are disciples of Red River Old Ghost?" "Yes, second brother, third brother, and us are all disciples of Red River Old Ghost." Pang Ben didn't hide too much from Chen Hao. His tone was calm as he recounted his growth. Red River Old Ghost was a rather famous Xianxia demonic Dao expert in White Sands region. He had taken in over 200 disciples and believed in the survival of the fittest principle. Out of the 200 disciples, only Pang Ben and his two brothers survived. 2 years ago, Red River Old Ghost was pursued by the spirit returning sect. When he was severely injured, Pang Ben and his two brothers joined forces and succeeded in killing their teacher. Then, the three of them took the inheritance that Red River Old Ghost left behind and roamed the White Sands region. They barely managed to gain some fame. "How did you make a name for yourselves?" "What else can we do?" "Kill. We killed people and snatched all kinds of resources. We robbed mercenaries, robbed rich people, exterminated clans, robbed tributes, pretended to be bandit leaders and acted as bounty hunters. As long as there were resources, as long as we were confident, we would snatch them with all our might." Pang Ben revealed a cruel smile. "After all, our talents are average and we have too many stains on us. We don't belong to any sect or clan. If we want to become Xiantian realm experts and become the overlord of a region, other than snatching, what else can we do?" Pang Ben really stumped Chen Hao. Indeed, with their status and situation, other than snatching, what else could they do? Could they submit to a powerful force? That was impossible. According to the rules of this world, the stain of murdering one's master was enough for all forces to reject them. Even if they joined a powerful force, they would never be able to enter the core. At most, they would be used as cannon fodder. However, it was impossible for Chen Hao to sympathize with them. Chen Hao definitely had a heart of stone. "Aren't you afraid of meeting a tough opponent and paying with your life?" Pang Ben revealed a mocking smile. "To be able to live for so long, I have already profited." As long as I don't die, there will be a day when I rise. What if you die? If you die, everything will be over. You are not bad. Chen Hao thought for a while and said, I admire you. I promise you that if you die, I will let my next Renkenju collect your corpse. On the way, Chen Hao chattered on and on, asking Pangbin questions. Then, he would reply with sharp, humorous, venomous, vicious, and evil words. Why do you say that? You are a true energy realm expert, but no girl likes you? Is it because you are too short? I recommend you to use height pads. Just stuff some pads in your shoes to make you look taller and more powerful. You have done such a heartless thing? Aren't you afraid that your children won't have eyes? If your father knew what you have done, I'm afraid he would have ked you to the wall. Eating human flesh? Even dogs don't eat dog people. Ask. It was like a swarm of flies circling around him, making a buzzing noise. It was so noisy that his eardrums hurt and he had a mental breakdown. Pangbin would rather find an innate stage expert and be tortured for 100 rounds than talk to Chen Hao. However, he had to answer Chen Hao's questions. If he dared not answer Chen Hao's questions, Chen Hao would threaten him. The temptation was too great, and he could not give up the demonic sword. At first, Pangbin could still tolerate it. Later, even with his deep shrewdness and extraordinary willpower, he could not tolerate it anymore. He stopped in his tracks and turned around to look at the demonic sword on his back. After a long while, he said slowly, Jian. Old Hao, I realize that you are very curious and naggy. Your words are also very irritating. If it were anyone else, I would have fought them to the death. Did I? We were just chatting. I like chatting with people. Old Hao. That lunatic Fu didn't go crazy because he lost his wife and child, right? This was slander, blatant slander. How could Chen Hao not understand Pangbin's meaning? Could he make someone crazy with his words? Definitely not. Furthermore, when Fu Yuanming became a sword master, he had not even advanced to a spirit weapon yet. Little Pang. Chen Hao continued, Master Hao is speaking so much to you because he thinks highly of you. Master Hao would not even bother with a normal sword master, do you understand? It is your honor for me to talk to you, you should feel flattered. Yes, Master Hao, it is my honor for Master Hao to talk to me. Pangbin might say what he thought, but it was hard to say what he thought. Would Chen Hao care about what he thought? Of course not. As a Jianling, Chen Hao was just that unscrupulous. Pangbin was clearly a black-hearted master. Why was he so submissive? Wasn't it because he was beneficial to him? Oh right, why are you three brothers going to Cloud Crane City? We received news that a strange glow appeared on White Crane Mountain near Cloud Crane City. The White Crane sect near White Crane City sealed off the entire White Crane Mountain. There might be a mystic realm opening soon. Pangbin's answer was very straightforward. Mystic realm? Yes, it might be a mystic realm, or it might be some heavenly treasure that is about to appear. When we heard the news, we wanted to come and join in the fun. Didn't you say that a sect sealed off the mountain? Can you guys beat them? Of course not. White Crane sect is rather famous in White Sand region. I heard that Grand Elder Taoist Master Yun he is a Xiantian expert. Pangbin smiled, but if we can't beat them, there will naturally be others. The news has already spread, White Crane sect can forget about monopolizing the resources of a mystic realm. Will they let loose cultivators like you in? Of course they are unwilling. Pangbin smiled. Mystic realms were usually independent small worlds. Small mystic realms were usually as big as a town. It was hard to say about large mystic realms, but there were rumors that large mystic realms could be as big as a country. It was said that many powerful empires, sects, and aristocratic families had access to mystic realms. In any case, Chen Hao had never entered a mystic realm before. All along, his sword masters had always been mediocre martial artists. Now that Mount Cloud Crane's mystic realm had opened, he could watch the show and broaden his horizons. As soon as they entered the territory of Cloud Crane City, martial artists began to appear. There were groups of disciples dressed in the same uniform. There were mercenary teams with large teams but lax discipline. There were martial artists in 2s and 3s, and there were also low-key lone wolves. Pangbin took the opportunity to launch 2 sneak attacks and killed 3 martial artists. After the martial artists died, their pure energy poured into his body. Pangbin was completely subdued by the power of the demon's sword. At this time, Xianxia had given Pangbin 30% of the authority, and the energy was absolutely pure. Even though there were more than 10 Renkenju, Xianxia still thought highly of Pangbin. With such a powerful devil sword, Fu Yuanming was actually forced to death. What a waste. Hey, little Pang, don't scold my former Renkenju in front of me, okay? I'm sorry, old. How? I won't do it again. Pangbin said very humbly. His tone was even more respectful than before. After Pangbin killed 13 martial artists, he muttered, "What a terrifying ability. I can't even control myself." To be able to suppress his desire to kill, Fu Yuanming isn't without any redeeming qualities. Not bad. Little Fu still has some shining points. Xianxia said with satisfaction, "Your performance is not bad. I have a secret technique that I think suits you quite well. Take it and learn it." Xianxia imparted the secret technique of the breath-concealing art into Pangbin's mind. Although the breath-concealing art isn't a godly technique, it suits you very well. Restrain the murderous aura on your body. Don't waste that smiling good face of yours. When Xianxia first saw Pangbin, he had a deep impression of his appearance. Putting aside the murderous aura on his body, he looked very simple and honest. As for himself, he was very good at and liked to disguise himself. After going through the information in his mind, Pangbin knew the wonderful use of the breath-concealing art. Hiding one's aura and the murderous aura on his body was just a side effect. Thank you, old Hao. The breath-concealing art is indeed very suitable for me. On the day he entered Cloud Crane City, Pangbin heard about the mystic realm on Mount Cloud Crane. He heard that the mystic realm might only open in 2 days. White Crane Sect, Blazing Flame Sect, and Iron Sword Sect were guarding the entrance of the mystic realm. Many wandering cultivators and disciples of aristocratic families were waiting at the foot of Mount White Crane, waiting for the mystic realm to open. After buying some food and healing pills, Pangbin asked around and rushed to Mount White Crane. It was said that the mystic realm would only open in 2 days, but 2 days was just an estimate. He could not rule out the possibility that the mystic realm would open earlier. When he saw Mount White Crane from afar, Pangbin noticed that there were many martial artists gathered at the foot of the mountain. The 3 ghosts of Red River had a bad reputation. To avoid trouble, Pangbin had made preparations in advance. For example, he stuffed cotton wool in his shoes to make himself look taller. He also applied some unknown medicine on his face to make himself look fairer. Anyone in the pugilistic world would know some simple makeup techniques, especially Demon Dao martial artists like Pangbin who had many enemies. If he appeared in public with a bad reputation, it was very likely that he would be surrounded and beaten to death by his enemies. The red blood sword also became more ordinary under Pangbin's request. With the red blood sword at his waist, Pangbin looked more like a sword-wielding martial artist. On Mount Cloud Crane, a red glow enveloped the entire mountainside. It was very beautiful. It was so beautiful that most people focused their attention there. At the foot of Mount Cloud Crane, the martial artists were divided into 3 factions. Most of them were wandering cultivators and mercenaries who had rushed over from the vicinity of Cloud Crane City. Although they were many in number, their quality was uneven. They were noisy as if they were rushing to a market. There were already people fighting at the edge of the wandering cultivators group. They must have coincidentally met their enemies. When enemies met, they would naturally be jealous. A group of onlookers who did not mind the commotion were jeering. Then there were the disciples of sects and aristocratic families who were born with a silver spoon in their mouths. They were dressed in bright clothes and had extraordinary auras. When they looked at the wandering cultivators, most of them had arrogance in their eyes. Finally, there were the people from White Crane Sect, Blazing Fire Sect, and Iron Sword Sect. The young disciples looked at the sects, aristocratic families, and wandering cultivators warily. They did not hide the disgust on their faces. In their eyes, Pangbin's group was like vultures who had smelled rotten meat. After entering the wandering cultivators group, Pangbin did not even need to ask. He roughly understood the situation after listening to a few words. Are you sure it's the opening of the mystic realm? Of course, it's definitely the opening of the mystic realm. White Crane Sect, Blazing Fire Sect, and Iron Sword Sect are too overbearing. That's right, the mystic realm doesn't belong to them. Why can't we enter? When the mystic realm opens, we'll charge in together. I don't believe they dare to offend so many of us. Yes, that's right. Don't think we wandering cultivators are easy to bully. With his late-stage true energy realm strength, Pangbin walked to the front of the wandering cultivators group. He only glanced at the people from the 3 sects who were guarding the foot of the mountain before retreating. There are more than 20 true energy realm experts. There are probably innate realm experts as well. What should we do? Wait. Pangbin sat cross-legged on the ground and placed the red blood sword on his knees. Now, his sword was always by his side. On the second day, the glow on White Crane Mountain became even more dazzling. The martial artists could clearly feel that the surrounding spirit energy was becoming more abundant. This was a sign that the mystic realm was about to open. The martial artists who were squatting, sitting, or lying down all stood up and looked at White Crane Mountain from afar. It's probably a small-scale mystic realm. The phenomenon isn't that strong. I don't care if it's small-scale or large-scale. As long as it's a mystic realm, I want to go in and take a look. It looks like it's about to open. White Crane Sect doesn't seem to plan on letting us in. Don't worry, there are people who are even more anxious than us. Someone pointed at the people from the aristocratic families and sects and said, "Look at that group of people." I don't believe that the 3 sects can really take over the entire mystic realm. The 3 sects all had Khanate experts. If they, as itinerant martial artists, really wanted to barge in, they would definitely pay a heavy price. However, if the disciples from the aristocratic families and sects could step forward, White Crane Sect, Blazing Flame Sect and Iron Sword Sect would definitely give them face. In the entire White Sands County, the 3 sects were really not ranked. It was just that they were lucky to be stationed near the entrance of the mystic realm. Soon, the glow on White Crane Mountain suddenly exploded. The martial artists present could clearly feel an extremely pure spirit energy pouring down from the mountain. Countless martial artists greedily took in deep breaths as if they wanted to suck in all the spirit energy into their lungs. A group of people wearing the uniform of White Crane Sect entered the area where the disciples from the aristocratic families and sects were. They were quickly surrounded by the disciples from the aristocratic families and sections. Some itinerant martial artists whispered, "What are they doing?" "I don't know. They're too far, I can't hear them." Not long after, the people from White Crane Sect walked out. Behind them were the disciples from the aristocratic families and sections. The disciples from the aristocratic families and sects looked at Pangbin and the other itinerant martial artists with disdain. There was a faint mocking smile on their faces. An old man with white hair and beard stood in front of the disciples from the aristocratic families and sects and spoke to the young martial artist closest to him. The old man nodded and the young martial artist brought 3 people of the same age into White Crane Mountain. The disciples from the 3 sects guarding the path to White Crane Mountain did not stop them at all. Seeing this scene, the group of itinerant martial artists exploded. How could they not see that the 3 sects had estimated the background of the disciples from the aristocratic families and sects and allowed them to enter the mystic realm? What about the rogue cultivators? The people from the 3 sects simply ignored them. When Xianxia saw this scene, he suddenly felt some sympathy for Pangbin. Pangbin was in the middle of the group of rogue cultivators. He shouted, "The White Crane Sect had no intention of letting us in." Exactly. Damn it. They don't intend to share anything with us. Why are those aristocratic families and sects allowed to enter but not us? Pangbin shouted, "They look down on us rogue cultivators." Xianxia heard it very clearly. This time, the old thief Pangbin had changed his voice. "What a bunch of snobs. These bastards." The entire group of rogue cultivators was in an uproar. Pangbin continued to shout, "Let's charge in, I don't believe they can stop us." Someone asked doubtfully, "But they have innate stage experts." Pangbin changed his voice and shouted, "We have so many people, why should we be afraid of Xiantian masters? Moreover, the Xiantian realm experts might have already entered the secret territory." The martial cultivators beside Pangbin glanced at him at the same time. They knew exactly what Pangbin was doing, but they had no intention of exposing him. One of the martial cultivators with a scar on his face even shouted loudly, "Brothers, let's charge in, as long as we enter the secret territory, we'll be rich." Yes, charge in. Charge in. Pangbin stretched out his hand and began to push the martial cultivators in front of him. The martial cultivators beside him also followed suit. The rogue cultivators began to push forward, and soon, the martial cultivators in the front row were pushed to the front of the disciples guarding the passageways of the three sections. If they continued to push, the defensive line formed by the three sects would be broken. A young Ironsword sect disciple said in a panic, "If you come any closer, we'll attack." Against so many rogue cultivators, the young disciples had no experience at all. At this moment, a powerful innate stage expert had to suppress the rogue cultivators with a thunderous force. "It's not that I want to push, it's the people behind me who are pushing me," the rogue cultivator at the front said with a long face. He was also innocent. The young Ironsword sect disciple asked the senior brother beside him, "Senior brother, what do we do?" "How would I know? Anyone who dares to take a step forward, kill." A middle-aged martial cultivator from the Ironsword sect shouted loudly with a huge sword in his hand. The scene fell silent for a moment, but only for a moment. His threat caused the rogue cultivators to go completely berserk. Even those who were standing in the front row of the rogue cultivators who were desperately trying to retreat were enraged. "Kill me if you have the guts." A crude-looking rogue cultivator pointed at his neck and said arrogantly, "Come, chop here. If you don't chop, you're not a man." The middle-aged martial cultivator from the Ironsword sect had a fiery temper as well. Two huge swords clashed instantly. The battle between the two was like a fuse. The disciples of the three sects and the rogue cultivators fought at the same time. In an instant, the foot of Mt Bihab became a battlefield as both sides engaged in a chaotic battle. When the three sects gathered together, their strength was extraordinary. They were actually able to barely resist the charge of the rogue cultivators. Pangbin was among the crowd. The three sects all had innate stage experts. Since the innate stage experts did not appear here, they must have entered the mystic realm. This caused Pangbin's desire to enter the mystic realm to decrease significantly. Unless there were innate stage experts among the rogue cultivators, or if there were more rogue cultivators entering the mystic realm, he would not consider entering. The mystic realm was filled with people from the three sects and some from other aristocratic families and sections. If there were too few rogue cultivators entering the mystic realm, the chances of him encountering experts from other sects would be relatively high. A fierce tiger could not fight against a pack of wolves. He might very well be surrounded. Pangbin had always been a cautious person. "All of you, stop." A thunderous voice came from Mt Baiha. Pangbin looked up and narrowed his eyes. Innate stage expert, Pangbin turned his gaze to the disciples of the aristocratic families and sections. When the rogue cultivators and the three sects fought, the disciples of the aristocratic families and sects did not choose to intervene. Instead, they retreated to the side to watch the show. They chose to remain neutral. The three sects ignored them. The rogue cultivators wanted to break through the blockade, so they did not cause trouble for the time being. Pangbin guessed that there were probably no innate stage experts among the rogue cultivators this time. It was also possible that there were innate stage experts who did not choose to enter the mystic realm. There were big and small mystic realms. Small mystic realms were not very attractive to the powerful aristocratic families and sections. Since there was no way to enter the mystic realm, Pangbin turned his attention to other aspects. After all, he could not come here for nothing, right? He took out a mask and put it on his face. He quickly moved towards the disciples of the aristocratic families and sections. When martial artists fought, the area affected was very wide. If he met an opponent who was good at movement techniques, it was even more so. Strictly speaking, there was no safe place as far as the eye could see. Pangbin casually chose a Qi Condensation Realm disciple from the Blazing Flame sect as his opponent. He fought his way to the disciples of the aristocratic families and sections. Then, he chose a group of people who were weaker. While they were unprepared, he suddenly burst forth and killed his way in. It was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Pangbin was a true warrior at the late stage of the true energy realm. He was almost on par with the heads of the three big families in the Ironstone City. If he really wanted to deal with the young disciples of the big families and sects, it would be a piece of cake. What was a demon warrior? This was a demon warrior. Without face, he would not care about the demeanor of a master. As long as he wanted to kill, he would dare to do so. Even if the person in front of him was a commoner, he would still be able to kill them. Even if Pangbin slightly suppressed his power and showed the strength of a Qi warrior, he still killed 3 martial artists from the big families and sects in a few moves. The familiar warmth flowed through his body again. Pangbin could feel his body getting stronger and the increase of his Qi. Although the increase was small, it was enough to make him excited. After reaching the late stage of the true energy realm, he was stuck at the bottleneck for a long time. Every small increase in strength was very precious. The 17th years old and a late-stage true energy realm warrior was considered outstanding in Baisha County. But Pangbin knew that his talent and strength could only be considered above average among his peers in this continent. Only those who became Xianxia masters before the age of 18 had the chance to step onto the path of martial arts. Baisha County was too poor. In the entire southern Cloud Country, the overall strength of the martial artists in Baisha County was at the bottom. And the southern Cloud Country was only a small country in the southern Cloud Country. Pangbin deeply felt his own insignificance and powerlessness. He was once depressed and almost gave up on his dream. But after getting the red blood sword, the dream that he had been suppressing for a long time suddenly grew stronger overnight. Kill him. The disciples of the big families and sects quickly reacted. Pangbin, a commoner, dared to sneak attack them. This was unbearable for the arrogant disciples of the big families and sects. After all, the 3 big sects had already fulfilled their promise to let them enter the secret territory. Pangbin and his group of commoners were clearly ruining their plans. They felt that they had already given a lot of face by not helping the 3 big sects to attack the commoner warriors. They did not expect that someone would dare to attack them. He was only a Qi warrior. A few Qi warriors of the big families and sects drew their swords and attacked Pangbin. Pangbin took 2 hits and then pretended to be weak and retreated into the crowd of commoners. Want to run after killing people? Did he really think that they were made of clay? Disciples of aristocratic families and sects usually stood together with those who had a good relationship with each other. Some of them were even related by blood. How could they let Pangbin off so easily? As soon as someone took the lead to chase after Pangbin, the other disciples of the aristocratic families and sects followed suit. Pangbin's movement technique was not bad. He was as slippery as a loach in the crowd. He was always able to narrowly avoid their pincer attacks. A few commoner martial artists were blocking their way. Of course, they did not hesitate to kill them. However, among the commoner martial artists, there were also rare stubborn people or people with fiery tempers. It didn't take long for them to be entangled. The disciples of other aristocratic families and sects came forward to help. The commoner martial artists were not incompetent either. They also joined in the melee. As a result, the entire scene quickly turned into a chaotic battle between the disciples of the aristocratic families, the 3 sects, and the common martial artists. Pangbin hid at the side, took off his mask, and smiled as he watched the chaotic battle between the 3 parties. By chance, he saw a young martial artist in his 20s being beaten to a pulp by a handsome young man from an aristocratic family. The young martial artist's strength was at the early Qi level. But the young martial artist's sword skills were exquisite. His thin sword danced in the air, and from time to time, he would unexpectedly stab the young martial artist's weak points, leaving bloody wounds on the young martial artist's body. Pangbin moved forward and stabbed his sword into the young martial artist's back. The handsome young man from an aristocratic family died with his eyes wide open. The young martial artist looked at the real body. He covered the wound on his chest that kept bleeding and said gratefully, "Thank you. These arrogant disciples of aristocratic families have long been an eyesore to me. If I don't help you, who should I help?" Pangbin said in a heroic tone. "These bastards." The young martial artist spat and cursed, "I didn't provoke them." "You think that if you didn't provoke them, they wouldn't attack you?" Pangbin said in a discerning tone. "You're too naive." Xianxia cursed Pangbin's shamelessness in the red blood sword. He was the one who provoked those people. "My name is Xiaotian. No matter what, thank you for today." Xiaotian didn't get angry because Pangbin called him naive. Instead, he continued to say in a grateful tone, "If you need my help in the future, just let me know. We'll talk about it later. I'm going to help the others." Pangben said, "Don't think that these people don't like us. They are really strong. If we were at the same level, we wouldn't be their match in a one-on-one fight. All of you, stop." The Xiantian master finally arrived. He stood in the air and shouted, "All of you, stop." It had to be said that the Xiantian master's deterrence was very strong, but in this situation, not many people cared about him. 8 of the martial artists really stopped on the spot. 5 of them were killed by their opponents. Of the 5 people who died, 4 of them were members of the 3 sections. In a life-and-death battle, everyone was really angry. Those who stopped and put down their weapons were all idiots. Everyone started fighting again. The high and mighty Xiantian master was embarrassed. A group of post-liminary realm warriors didn't give him face. This made him very angry. After becoming a Xiantian master, which post-liminary realm warrior wouldn't be respectful to him? In this world where strength was respected, violence was the best and fastest way to solve problems. If you don't stop, this old man is going to start. There were at least tens of thousands of martial artists present. With so many people, everyone became bold. No one thought that if all the martial artists present could really unite, even the Xiantian master would have to retreat. The Xiantian master saw that no one was paying attention to him, so he had the idea of using slaughter to deter all the martial artists present. Under normal circumstances, this was indeed the most reasonable thing to do. A fiery red saber chi instantly chopped down and 7 or 8 martial artists were instantly beheaded. Pangben's eyes narrowed. He casually picked a weak opponent and fought as he moved closer to the edge of the battlefield. In this situation, it was better to keep a low profile. In addition to him, there were also some calm martial artists who began to slowly retreat. He clearly saw that the Xiantian master's saber chi was greeting the stronger martial artists who weren't from the 3 sections. The difference between a Xiantian master and a post-liminary master was huge. After killing more than 30 martial artists, the Xiantian master was going crazy, but at this moment, a white-bearded elder rushed over and shouted, "Elder Duan, stop killing, stop killing, stop killing. Stop." "Why?" Elder Duan suppressed his anger and asked. You killed the wrong person." "Killed the wrong person?" Elder Duan said impatiently, "How is that possible? I didn't kill anyone from White Crane sect or Metal Sword sect. It's true that you didn't kill our people, but you killed people from other families and sects." If Elder Duan wasn't a Khanate expert, the white-bearded elder would have scolded him. If Elder Duan was allowed to continue his killing spree, the 3 sects wouldn't be able to stop him even if they worked together. "Didn't we discuss to let them in?" The white-bearded old man said with a bitter face, "We didn't even have time to let them in before those commoner martial artists started to rebel. Damn it." Elder Duan cursed fiercely, "Those damn bumpkins. How many disciples did I kill from the families and sects?" There was an unwritten rule between the families and sections. As long as the 2 parties weren't enemies, they couldn't kill the members of other forces. Unless the matter was done cleanly. However, there were tens of thousands of warriors on the scene. How could it be concealed? Were there any troublesome ones among the people I killed? Yes. The white-bearded elder's face scrunched up like a chrysanthemum. There was an inner disciple of the 100 Streams sect and a disciple of the Silvermoon City's Qin family. I hope they weren't direct descendants. The 100 Streams sect was a rather famous sect in White Sands County. On the surface, there were 3 Khanate experts in the sect. The Silvermoon City's Qin family was the overlord of Silvermoon City. The current head of the family was known as Silvermoon Saber Chen Beiming. He was a terrifying saber expert. The number of Khanate warriors who had died under his saber could be counted on 2 hands. That was why the white-bearded elder said he hoped they weren't direct descendants of the Qin family. Then what should we do? I think, if we lower our stance, they will understand. The white-bearded elder couldn't think of a better idea. He also knew that Elder Duan was wronged. What was the difference between the disciples of the families and commoner warriors? In detail, there was a huge difference. The martial techniques of the disciples of the families and sects were more than 1 level higher than commoner warriors. The disciples of the families and sects were more cultured than commoner warriors, whether it was their speech or demeanor. However, on the battlefield, when the disciples of the families and commoner warriors were mixed together, who could tell them apart? Did they have to look at their temperament? Forget it, Elder Duan was about to go crazy. He wanted to kill all the commoner warriors on the scene. However, he couldn't do it. He couldn't possibly catch all the martial artists and ask them one by one, "Who is your father?" In the face of such a chaotic battle, Elder Duan, a Xianxia expert, felt powerless for the first time. As the main culprit, Pangbin was constantly harvesting the lives of others. True energy late stage. He was definitely one of the top experts in this chaotic battle. There were very few people who could pose a fatal threat to him. Coupled with the fact that Pangbin was thick-skinned and black-hearted, he didn't reveal his true strength. It didn't take long for him to behead at least 20 martial practitioners. Every time he killed a martial practitioner, he would casually loot the corpse's pouch. He had already found 3 space bags. One had to admit that this bunch of martial artists from aristocratic families and sects were really filthy rich. Not long after, Elder Duan finally made up his mind to intervene in the battle. He relied on his powerful strength to beat up all the martial artists who participated in the melee with his bare hands, but he did not take the lives of the martial artists. When Pangbin saw this situation, he persisted for another 15 minutes. Seeing that half of the civilian martial artists had already left, he simply followed them and escaped from the melee. "Brother, that's great. It seems like you're not injured." Pangbin turned around and saw Xianxia, who he had just saved. He smiled and said, "Aren't you fine too?" "I'm just lucky." Xianxia said, "Big brother saved my life. I still don't know your name." "I'm Yi Bin." Pangbin said casually. "If you don't change your name in the martial arts world, it means that you're not famous enough. Let's go, Brother Bin. Let's go to White Crane City for a drink. I'll treat you to thank you for saving my life." Pangbin hesitated. "Just treat it as giving me face." "All right." Pangbin agreed. There was a private matter that he had to deal with, so he indeed had to make a trip to White Crane City. It was on the way anyway. Moreover, he liked to make friends. One more friend meant one more path. After a few drinks in White Crane City's tavern, Pangbin roughly knew Xiaotian's background. Xiaotian was at the early stage of the Sea Realm. His father was a mercenary. When he was 10 years old, his father went out on a mission and never returned. He was brought up by his mother. He practiced martial arts in a local martial arts club. He was quite talented, and after reaching the Qi condensation realm, he started to travel. He was a fighter, a mercenary, and anything that a warrior could do. He stumbled his way to the early stage of the Qi high realm. After eating and drinking, the two of them stayed in a nearby tavern. Pangbin checked his gains for the day. After realizing that he couldn't enter the secret realm, he started to think about the warriors from the big families and sections. After all, most of the commoner warriors were poor and didn't have much money. But the warriors from the big families and sects were different. Not only did they have a lot of good stuff, but they also brought Pangbin unexpected gains. First, there were some trivial pouches. When he opened them, most of them contained money and small jade bottles filled with medicinal pills. There were a few hundred gold coins, but Pangbin was too lazy to count the silver coins. After opening the small jade bottles, Pangbin checked the pills inside one by one. There were 2 bottles that made him happy. They were all high-grade healing pills that he couldn't even afford to buy. What surprised Pangbin the most was that he even found 13 low-grade spirit stones. Of course, the next 4-dimensional bags were the highlight of the day. Although the dimensional bags were convenient, they were expensive. Normal warriors wouldn't be willing to buy them. They would rather use the money to buy the dimensional bags to increase their strength. It was easy to open the dimensional bags. As long as you could get your hands on it, anyone could open it. Pangbin checked it out. Each dimensional bag had 1 cubic meter of space. In the first dimensional bag, Pangbin found 2 white undergarments, 2 sets of women's clothes, some rouge. The whole room was filled with a fragrant smell. He slowly remembered that the owner of the dimensional bag seemed to be a young woman. He couldn't remember what she looked like, but he vaguely remembered that she looked pretty good. Besides the trash, he also found more than 300 gold coins, a bottle of high-grade healing pills, and 10 low-grade spirit stones. Pangbin didn't care about the other pills. Although the pills were good, they weren't suitable for warriors of the true energy realm. In the second-dimensional bag, Pangbin found more than 700 gold coins, 7 spirit stones, a bottle of high-grade healing pills, and a bottle of unknown poison. The third-dimensional bag was about the same as the previous ones. The last-dimensional bag gave Pangbin another surprise. It was a black-level low-grade martial skill, Crimson Flame Sword Technique. Pangbin had killed so many people, but it was rare to see a warrior carrying a martial skill with him. He didn't expect his luck to be so good today. Little Ben, I suggest you learn some sword skills. Chen Hao looked at Pangbin's harvest and said with dissatisfaction, "You are the worst sword master I have ever taught. I am embarrassed to tell others that you are my sword master." Pangbin showed a difficult expression. He majored in fist arts and his sword arts were terrible. The only sword art he knew was yellow-level middle-grade horizontal sword art. The sword art promoted by the Southern Cloud Nation's army was widely spread among the commoners and could be considered a staple among staples. Horizontal sword art was obtained by killing a mercenary in his early years. It was the first sword art martial skill he obtained. At that time, he tried to cultivate it and only reached the beginner level. In the past few days, he used the red blood sword to kill people, relying on his extraordinary cultivation to kill them. As a Jianling, Chen Hao couldn't tolerate his sword master not being able to learn sword arts. In his skill column, there was a skill that could increase the sword master's talent. If Pangbin didn't cultivate sword arts, the red blood sword would be half useless. If he met a troublesome enemy, Pangbin who majored in fist arts could only put down the red blood sword to increase his battle strength. This was no doubt an insult to Chen Hao. If this happened, no matter how outstanding Pangbin was, he wasn't suitable for the red blood sword. Pangbin. Yes, Master Hao, do you have any orders? Pangbin instinctively sensed danger. After being together for so many days, this was the first time Jianling called him by his full name. Believe me, as my sword master, you must cultivate sword arts. Chen Hao paused and said, if you don't cultivate sword arts, something terrible will happen. What terrible things will happen? Chen Hao said in a mysterious tone. Believe me, you definitely don't want to see it. Pangbin swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The red blood sword didn't seem to be joking. Are you ready? What? Let me store some energy. A huge suction force came from the red blood sword, and Pangbin's vigorous true qi was completely absorbed by the red blood sword. Pangbin felt incomparably empty, his entire body seemed to have been hollowed out. Alright, you just need to rest for a while. Chen Hao said in the red blood sword, you don't have to call me Master Hao anymore. Just call me Master Jianling. Old Hao's name sounded nice at first, but now Chen Hao was sick of it. When Chen Hao absorbed the sword master's innate qi, it would not destroy the sword master's foundation. As long as the sword master cultivated for a period of time, he would be able to quickly replenish the lost innate qi. It was as if it had been consumed during the battle. Yes, Sir Jianling. Being sucked in by the scarlet blood demon sword, Pangbin was a little scared. What if one day Jianling didn't like him, and did this to him during the battle? Wouldn't he be dead for sure? Chen Hao looked at Pangbin's uncertain face, and guessed what he was thinking. He said directly, don't worry, I won't trick you during the battle. No matter what, you are the sword master that I've acknowledged. You have to work hard, and improve your sword art as soon as possible, understand? Chen Hao obviously wouldn't use such a low-level method to trick the sword master. He preferred surprises and accidents. Hee. Got it. Pangbin continued, but red flame sword arts requires fire true qi, it's not suitable for me. Don't worry, you can first train cross sword arts to completion. You can take it a bit slower, but you have to work hard, understand? The next day, just as the sky was starting to brighten, Pangbin was training cross sword arts in a courtyard of the inn. As an excellent demonic Dao warrior, he didn't lack perseverance and determination. The moves of cross sword arts were simple and easy to learn. There were a total of 5 moves, and the moves were wide open, especially suitable for the battlefield. After practicing the cross sword 5 moves from beginning to end, Pangbin suddenly discovered that he had comprehended some of the essence of the cross sword 5 moves. He looked at the disguised red blood demon sword in his hand, and secretly exclaimed in his heart. Exclaiming that his sword art talent had really been enhanced. Master Jianling, I found that the cross-sword 5 move seems to require a heavy sword to display the essence of the sword art. Are you disgusted with me? Pang Bin quickly said, I don't dare. Go back to your room. When Pang Bin came out of the room again, the standard long sword in his hand had changed into a 1.8-meter long heavy sword. Pang Bin, who was originally short, looked somewhat comical as he carried a heavy sword. Now it's a heavy sword, continue to train. After training for more than an hour, Pang Bin's whole body was emitting heat. Although he had only trained for 1 hour, he was extremely satisfied. He realized that his talent in swordsmanship might have surpassed his talent in fist techniques. If the red blood demon sword continued to level up, perhaps his talent in sword art would go further. Just as he walked out of the inn's courtyard and was about to eat, Pang Bin met Xianxia. Brother Pang, you woke up so early to train, no wonder your cultivation is so high. Xianxia said enthusiastically, I saw that you were practicing sword art, so I didn't dare to disturb you. In this world, there was no one to guide you step by step, and there were no reliable secret manuals. It was impossible to learn other martial artists' martial arts with the naked eye. Martial arts not only included the external movements, but also the internal circulation of true qi. Only the movements could be seen, but the circulation of true qi could not be seen through. Rashly training could very well cause damage to the body. That was why Pang Bin dared to train in public. Yes. By the way, Brother Pang, where are you going from now on? I'm going to see a friend first. Since he couldn't enter the secret realm, Pang Bin planned to settle a grudge. Oh, okay, I hope we can meet again in the future. Xianxia intended to follow Pang Bin. However, when he thought of the huge gap between the two of them, and the fact that Pang Bin was not very enthusiastic about him, the idea in his heart dissipated. Yes, I hope so. After drinking a cup of wine, the two of them went their separate ways. Following his memory, Pang Bin found the residence of his second brother's wife and son. He knocked lightly on the door, but it was not Dui Kai's wife who opened the door. Pang Bin had seen Dui Kai's wife from afar before, and he remembered that she was quite beautiful. He had also heard that she was a prostitute in Cloud Crane City's fragrance house, and it was said that she was the kind of prostitute who did not sell her body. However, the person who opened the door for him was a middle-aged woman with a noble figure. Who are you looking for? The middle-aged woman asked warily. He frowned and asked, Are you a resident here? Yes. The middle-aged woman asked, May I ask who you are looking for? The heavy sword on Pang Bin's back made her speak carefully. I remember that the one who lives here should be a woman with a child. You mean her? The middle-aged woman suddenly realized. Then, she looked around vigilantly and asked in a low voice, Who are you? She's my sister-in-law. This time, I passed by White Crane City and stopped by to take a look. What a pity. If only you came half a month earlier. What's wrong? You're late. She's already dead. The middle-aged woman whispered. Pang Bin asked, How did she die? This? I can't say. The middle-aged woman quickly closed the door. This unknown middle-aged woman had no reason to lie. Dui Kai's wife and son died just like that. Pang Bin looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to him, so he quickly left. In the middle of the night, he directly barged into the house. The middle-aged woman had a husband and 2 sons. They couldn't resist at all and were knocked out by Pang Bin. Don't speak. If you dare to shout, I'll send your whole family to hell. You're the person from the day? N. Pang Bin didn't deny it and asked directly, Tell me, how did she die? Where are her sons? Pang Bin continued to persuade, Don't worry. As long as you tell me, I won't tell anyone. It's the 3rd young master of the Kai family in Cloud Crane City. The middle-aged woman said with a trembling voice, The 3rd young master of the Kai family took a fancy to Lu Shi. Lu Shi resisted and was beaten to death. This was the first time Pang Bin heard the name of his sister-in-law. What about Lu Shi's son? He's also dead. The middle-aged woman said, Lu Shi bit young Master Kai. After she died, young Master Kai was very angry. Where's the body? I heard that it was thrown into a mass grave in the south of the city. So that's how it is. Pang Bin nodded and then quickly broke the woman's neck. Back at the inn, he lay on the bed and tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Your second brother's wife and son are dead. Why are you sighing? Chen Hao asked from the crimson blood demon sword. They're dead. Shouldn't you be happy? You don't have to do it yourself. You don't understand. Pang Ben said in a deep tone. I don't understand? Chen Hao was stunned for a moment and said, maybe I really don't understand the thoughts of scum like you. You're not human. Of course you don't understand the thoughts of scum. Chen Hao seemed to have given him a bad luck set meal. He lay on the bed until the sun was high up in the sky. Heavy footsteps in the corridor got closer and further away. Just as the footsteps disappeared, Pang Ben suddenly jumped up from the bed. What's wrong? I'm going out for a while. Pang Ben asked around from the Cloud Crane City's South Gate City and arrived at the mass burial mound in the south of the city. It was a flat piece of land, overgrown with weeds and many strange tall hibiscus trees. There were many small mounds protruding from the ground. Some of the mounds were damaged, and the rotting human body parts were directly exposed to the air. Pang Ben sniffed. The air was filled with the pungent smell of rotting corpses. He frowned. The smell was too much for him to handle. After walking around, he didn't find any trace of Lucier and the child. He only found a few fat and fierce wild dogs. There was nothing left. He returned to White Crane City with a gloomy face. He wandered around the city and tried to gather some information about the Kai family. The Kai family could be considered a famous family in White Crane City, and there was a true energy realm old ancestor in the family who had not appeared for the past 3 years. It was said that he was nearing the end of his life and had gone into seclusion in order to break through to the Xianxia realm. The current patriarch of the Kai family was Kai Yun, and the third young master of the Kai family was Kai Yun's third son. He was notorious in White Crane City for being fond of women, and it was said that many beautiful women had been harmed by him. However, the third young master of the Kai family still had some intelligence and principles. He had intelligence because he never provoked anyone whose family was stronger than him, and he never provoked anyone with a strange background. He only harmed those who he knew well. His principle was that as long as the other party didn't resist, he wouldn't harm them. If he was happy, he would even reward the other party's husband with some money. Pang Ben knew that Dewey Kai wouldn't use his real name to keep a woman in White Crane City. With his understanding of Dewey Kai, his second brother probably used the name of a merchant to redeem Lucier. What do you want to do? Chen Hao couldn't understand Pang Ben's thoughts. I want to take revenge for my second brother's wife and child. Ha ha ha. Chen Hao couldn't help but laugh. After laughing for a long time, he said, I'm sorry, your joke is too funny. You want to take revenge for your second brother's wife and child. Don't forget why you came to White Crane City. This is the funniest joke I've heard recently. I didn't expect that although you're a scumbag, your ability to tell jokes is top-notch. I'm not joking, I really want to take revenge for that mother and child. Pang Ben said in a serious tone. You're serious? I'm very serious. Pang Ben continued to explain, Ikai's wife and child can die in my hands, but not in the hands of others. I had no choice but to kill my second brother and third brother. Up to you, as long as you're happy. Chen Hao didn't care about what Pang Ben wanted to do. He only instructed, then I'll give you a mission. You can only use your sword to kill the Kai family. But the Kai family head is a late-stage true energy realm martial artist. His strength is similar to mine. I don't care about that. If you can't do it, something terrible will happen. Chen Hao just finished speaking when he realized the hidden meaning in Pang Ben's words. You want to kill his entire family? My main target is the third young master of the Kai family, but I have to consider the worst-case scenario. I'll try my best to kill with my sword. Pang Ben didn't know how terrible the red blood sword spirit was talking about was, but he didn't want to try. He stayed in the Cloud Crane City for 10 days and cultivated the horizontal sword art to perfection. Chen Hao was very satisfied with this result. In the evening, at the entrance of the Kai family in Cloud Crane City, a masked man with a heavy sword kicked open the heavy iron door of the Kai family. Enemy! Someone shouted. Pang Ben raised his long sword and without saying a word, he killed everyone in sight. None of the guards were Pang Ben's match. Feeling the energy from the heavy sword, Pang Bin felt an unprecedented desire. He really wanted to take revenge for Lu Shi, but at the same time, he also planned to use the power of the red blood demon sword to improve himself. With this demon sword in hand, no one could suppress their desire to kill. Pang Bin could kill anyone, he only needed a reason, or no reason at all. Who are you? How dare you break into the Kai family? The person who came was a tall and sturdy man with a majestic appearance. Among the Red River three ghosts, the most talkative one was Ji Dekang, and the slowest one was Dui Kai. Pang Bin never spoke much when he killed, and never tortured his opponents. He was a straightforward person, so the tall and sturdy man's head was smashed by his 3 slashes. Soon, the entire Kai family was alarmed. The Kai family had brought dozens of experts and surrounded them. When did our Kai family offend you? The Kai family head looked at the corpses on the ground and was furious, but he knew that the other party wasn't a mediocre person. He wanted to know why the other party was here and how they provoked him. Who are you? Pang Bin looked at the man in front of him and asked with uncertainty. I am the head of the Kai family. Pang Bin was surprised, didn't you go out? Since he had decided to deal with the third young master of the Kai family, of course, he would treat the head of the Kai family as his enemy. As for the old ancestor of the Kai family, he did not think too much about it. Only 1 out of 100 true energy realm experts could successfully break through to the Xianxia realm. It was even more difficult for a true energy realm expert to break through to the Xianxia realm. The old ancestor of the Kai family had not appeared for 3 years and many people guessed that he was dead. Kai Yun was at the late true energy realm and was roughly the same as Pang Bin. If they really fought, Pang Bin was not sure that he could kill Kai Yun with his mediocre swordsmanship. Pang Bin had heard that the city lord of the Cloud Crane City had invited all the family heads to the banquet and he had seen Kai Yun come out. The head of the Kai family asked with a gloomy face, "Do you think I will pretend to be the head of the Kai family?" No. Pang Bin shook his head. Pang Bin's heart sank. Fortunately, the city lord had something to do today and cancelled the banquet. Otherwise, our Kai family would have suffered a great loss. Kai Yun said fiercely, "Since you are here today, don't leave." No matter what the enmity between Pang Bin and the Kai family, no matter who was right or wrong, since Pang Bin had come to attack them, they had become mortal enemies. Only the living had the right to reason with others. Let's make a deal. I am here to kill your third son. If you let me kill him, I will leave immediately. What if? Pang Bin was not afraid of the Kai family. His strength was on par with Kai Yun. If he insisted on leaving, Kai Yun would not be able to stop him. I knew it. It is most likely that unfilial son's fault. Kai Yun said with an ugly face, but if I let you kill my third son, we will lose face. The opponent is not weak. He is a true energy realm expert. Everyone, let's go. As soon as the head of the Kai family finished his words, the experts of the Kai family rushed forward. Since they had become enemies, there was no way the Kai family would let Pang Bin leave, much less talk about Jianghu justice. Kai Jiagao had 4 middle-stage true energy realm experts and Kai Yun, a late-stage true energy realm martial artist. Pang Bin was soon at a disadvantage. Every time he wanted to escape, a group of Kai Yun would stop him, and then he would be surrounded by the other experts of the Kai family. After just 10 moves, Pang Bin was hit by 3 swords. Even though the 3 swords did not injure any vital parts, they still left him in a very sorry state. Logically speaking, with the strength of a late-stage true element boundary demon Dao martial artist, it was impossible for him to fall into an absolute disadvantage so quickly. Even if he couldn't escape, it was impossible for him to be injured in such a short period of time. But the problem was that he had the red blood sword in his hand. Even if he had cultivated the horizontal sword art to the great circle stage, his sword art was still not up to standard in the eyes of other true element boundary martial artists. Of the 5 true element boundary martial artists he faced, which one of them didn't use a high-grade martial skill of profound grade or above, he was still an expert in fist techniques. Using a long sword against an enemy was no different from dancing in shackles. When he was hit by the 5th sword and his right arm was almost cut off, Pang Bin finally made up his mind. He forced the Kai family's martial artist back and carried the Crimson Blood Demon sword on his back. Then, he put on a pair of gloves. Tightly clenching his fists, he felt a familiar feeling. His chances of breaking through had greatly increased. If he didn't use the fist technique he was most proficient in, there was a high chance he would be exhausted to death here. Die now, or face a terrifying fate in the future. Was there even a need to say this choice? Stretching out his arms, blood-red true energy covered his hands. Blood King's Fist. After using the Blood King's Fist, the pressure on Pang Ben was greatly reduced. The 5 Kai family experts could clearly feel that their opponent's strength had increased. Kai Yun narrowed his eyes and coldly said, "So you are more proficient in fist techniques." Patriarch, this fellow seems to be the boss of the Red River 3 Ghosts. Of the 4 middle stage true element boundary experts, the oldest old man suddenly said. The Red River 3 Ghosts were somewhat famous in the White Sands region. Many families had their own information network. Pang Ben's cultivation method and martial skills, as well as his height and appearance, were all unique. If he met someone with good eyesight, it wouldn't be strange for him to be recognized. Kai Yun asked in a deep voice, "What about the other 2 ghosts?" "I don't know." Knowing that Pang Ben was the boss of the Red River 3 Ghosts, and that the other members of the Red River 3 Ghosts had not appeared, the attacks of the Kai family experts actually slowed down. They were all distracted, afraid of being ambushed. Pang Ben didn't let go of this opportunity. He tried to break through the encirclement, but he was once again entangled by Kai Yun. Kai Yun ordered loudly, "Except for the elders and consecrators, continue to deal with Pang Ben. The rest of you, search the surrounding area immediately. Find the remaining 2 people for me. We will deal with them first. Everyone, use your trump cards and end this quickly." Blood King's Fury. Pang Ben also used his trump card. Blood-red true energy covered his entire body, making him look like a blood man. Pashan. Pang Ben forcefully withstood the attacks of the other 3. His fist instantly sent a Kai family true element boundary expert flying. He immediately rushed forward. He decided to risk his life and kill one of them first. Injuring a palm was better than breaking a finger. The martial artists besieging him weren't all from the Kai family. There were also consecrators. The relationship between consecrators and their families and sects was similar to employment. Their loyalty wouldn't be too high. If he killed one of them first, the others would definitely hesitate. At that time, he would find a chance to escape. After smashing the head of a middle-stage true element boundary expert, Pang Ben looked at the other martial artists with a grim smile and said, "Hee hee, even if I, Pang Ben, die, I will drag a few of you down with me." Seeing 2 true element boundary experts evading his gaze, Pang Ben knew that he had found a breakthrough. Kai Yun shouted, "Everyone, don't be afraid. He is seriously injured. Kill him in one go." "Pang Ben, you killed someone with your fist." Behind Pang Ben, Jianling with the Crimson Blood Demon Sword said faintly. In Pang Ben's hands, the Crimson Blood Demon Sword, such an excellent spiritual weapon, had become a burden. "Master Jianling, if you have anything to say, we can talk later." Pang Ben said as calmly as possible. "You've violated our agreement." "I know, but I had no choice. I didn't expect Kai Yun to come back." Chen Hao said in a low voice, "In life, there are always many surprises. Pang Ben, I think you have bad luck today. Be careful." "My luck is really bad." In the forbidden area of the Kai family, 10 meters underground, in a dry cave, an old man was sitting cross-legged on a futon. The old man's face was full of wrinkles. His hair was withered like autumn grass. His whole body was lifeless. If it weren't for the fact that he breathed in and out every 15 minutes, he would be no different from a corpse lying in a coffin. At this moment, the ground shook slightly, and the old man's body shook. Bang! An invisible gale swept through the entire cave. Countless chi surged out like a surging tide. The old man suddenly opened his turbid eyes. He had broken through, tears silently fell from the corners of his eyes. Only after losing something would one know how to cherish it. Only when one's lifespan was nearing its end would one know how precious life was. After 3 years of closed-door training and countless failures, Kai Xingping, who was on the verge of despair, suddenly entered a mysterious state. When he woke up, he found that he had made a breakthrough. His body was desperately absorbing the heaven and earth spiritual chi. The spiritual chi was converted into pure true essence and flowed through his meridians to every part of his body. His old body was filled with vitality again. He slowly stood up. His body, which had not moved for 3 years, suddenly exploded. The dust on his body fell down. He could clearly feel the majestic vitality in his body, the true essence, and the powerful strength. It was as if he had been reborn. Kai Xingping thanked the heavens in his heart. His breakthrough was largely due to luck. But no one could deny the importance of luck to a warrior. After being reborn, Kai Xingping only wanted to look up to the sky and roar to vent the anger in his heart. He wanted to let the whole White Crane City know that he had become a Xiantian master. Following a deafening explosion in the forbidden area of the Kai family, a figure in tattered clothes rushed into the sky. Kai Xingping stood in the air. The cold moonlight shone on his face and the night breeze blew. He took a deep breath of the fresh air. Just at this moment, a figure rushed in his direction. Kai Xingping's eyesight was amazing. He could clearly see that the person was wrapped in a thick blood attribute true qi. His body was covered in wounds as if he had just gone through a bloody battle. Behind him, 4 warriors were chasing him. Kai Xingping recognized them. The one in front was his favorite son, Kai Yun. The surrounding area was the Kai family's courtyard. The person being chased by his son was undoubtedly an intruder. Humph! Kai Xingping snorted coldly. His figure suddenly appeared in front of the intruder and punched him. The intruder screamed and crashed into the rockery, unconscious. Father? Kai Yun looked at the figure in front of him and shouted excitedly. An, who is this? Father, did you succeed? Yes. I was lucky to make a breakthrough. Kai Xingping nodded. He pointed at the intruder and asked, who is he? The leader of the 3 ghosts of the Red River. He is very strong. If not for father, he might have escaped. Kai Yun said excitedly, I didn't expect this guy to be so unlucky. Of all the places to escape, he chose to escape in this direction. Kai Xingping asked with some fear, what is the relationship between the 3 ghosts of the Red River and Ancestor Red River? The 3 ghosts of the Red River are the direct disciples of the Red River Old Ghost. However, the Red River Old Ghost is already dead. He died under the sneak attack of his 3 disciples. As expected, only Devil Dao martial artists like to do this kind of thing that deceives their masters and destroys their ancestors. The death of such a person is not worth pitying. Kai Xingping stretched out his hand, and the long blade in Kai Yun's hand fell into Kai Xingping's hand. With a slash, Pang Bin's body was cut into 2 halves. Father, now that you've become an innate expert, I would like to invite all the big families and forces near White Crane City to the banquet. That's what I should do. You can set the time for 3 days later. I need to rest for 2 days. Kai Xingping strode towards the Kai clan's courtyard. Kai Yun turned around and searched Pang Bin's body from head to toe. After taking away his space bag, he ordered the Kai clan's collateral members who had chased after him, deal with his body and put his weapon in the armory. The long sword on Pang Bin's back looked no different from an ordinary weapon, but Kai Yun felt that it was at least a profound level weapon. Even if there were not many people in the Kai clan who practiced sword arts, it was still worth collecting. Yes, Patriarch. 2 people carried Pang Bin's body and left, while another servant took the long sword and went to the armory. On the way, the Crimson Blood Demon sword suddenly broke free from the servant's hand and cut off his head. The head flew into the air with blood and quickly disappeared into the night. Pang Bin died because his face was too dark. He was actually killed by the Kai clan's ancestor who was said to have no hope of breaking through. Chen Hao was indifferent to this. Pang Bin had violated his taboo. He had never been a very patient person. He had to find the sword master again. Chen Hao was somewhat helpless. He also did not like to run around. Chen Hao realized that it was too difficult to find a suitable sword master. It was as difficult as finding a wife. Other than spending a few years with Fu Yuanming, it was like going on blind dates with other sword masters. After trying, he realized that they were not suitable. Chen Hao actually did not know what kind of sword master he wanted to find. However, he had to find someone who practiced sword arts. This was his basic requirement. Someone like Pang Bin who was not good at using swords and still wanted to be a sword master. Chen Hao would kill anyone he saw in the future. He floated at a low altitude and shuttled through the alleys of White Crane City. He was somewhat anxious. The true qi stored in the demon sword was constantly being consumed. If the true qi was used up, Chen Hao would be like a dead object and would not be able to move anymore. When he passed by the dark alleys of White Crane City's City Lord Mansion, Chen Hao suddenly heard someone practicing martial arts. Practicing martial arts in the middle of the night, they were really hard-working. Chen Hao flew over the walls of the City Lord Mansion and saw a 13 to 14-year-old youth waving a heavy sword behind the wall. He was sweating profusely and steam was rising from his body. It seemed like he had been cultivating for a long time. His body was tall and sturdy, surpassing many adult martial artists. He was at least 1.8 meters tall. His arms were also thick, similar to Pang Bin's. Chen Hao estimated that his strength should be quite good. If not for his young appearance and the small fluff at the corner of his mouth, Chen Hao might have thought that he was an adult. The youth should be practicing a high-grade yellow-class sword art. It was similar to the horizontal sword art. It was wide open and had the aura of a battlefield. What made Chen Hao most satisfied was that the youth's strength had reached the peak of qi condensation. The high-grade yellow-class sword art in his hands was also close to perfection. In an ordinary family, he could be considered as one of the top talents. The youth's talent in the sword Dao was not bad. He was hardworking and lived in the City Lord Mansion. He should be suitable to be his sword master. Thinking of this, the Scarlet Blood Demon sword directly shot towards the youth. In the darkness, there was a sound of air being pierced. The youth heard the sound and was shocked. He held the heavy sword horizontally in front of his chest. With a clang, the heavy sword, which was only a common weapon, was broken into two. The youth cursed in his heart, thinking that he was going to die. But the hidden weapon that suddenly attacked him fell in front of him. More accurately, it fell in front of him. Only then did the youth see that it was also a heavy sword in front of him. The length of the heavy sword was almost as long as his height. It had a threatening aura. There were more than 10 blood-red ring patterns on the sword. It was obvious that the heavy sword in front of him was not an ordinary item. The youth looked around. There was no one around. He was confused. The youth called out softly, "Is anyone there?" But no one responded to him in the silent night. "Who threw the sword here?" No one responded to him. The youth suspected that someone was playing a prank. But he didn't know anyone in White Crane City, and the sword in front of him wasn't a guard. The youth looked at the broken sword on the ground and said, "You broke my sword. If you don't say anything, I'll take that sword as compensation. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as a yes." After waiting for 2 minutes, there was still no response. The youth was confused, but in the end, he still reached for the Crimson Blood Demon sword. The sword's murderous aura was very strong, and one could tell that it had drunk a lot of blood. Holding it, the youth felt cold all over. The sword wasn't light, and even with his natural strength, it was hard for him to wield it. The youth had been influenced since he was young, and he had a better appreciation of weapons than normal people. When he saw the sword in front of him, he really wanted it. There was no warrior who didn't want a godly weapon. Ding! Bind Sword Master Blue XVII? Hearing this name, Chen Hao was a bit surprised. What a weird name, Blue XVII, why wasn't it called Blue 18? Could it be that his parents were so awesome that they gave him 16 brothers and sisters? But Chen Hao didn't think too much about the name. The name was just a code name, and the Crimson Blood Demon sword had many names before. Bind confirmed. Congratulations for binding the 14th Ren Kenju Blue XVII. XVII lightly waved it a few times, and found that this mysterious and strange sword was unexpectedly easy to use, as if it was made by a master for him. He tried to use the sword to practice battle sword technique, and the sword was like an extension of his arm, like a part of his body. Such a wonderful feeling quickly made him immerse in the joy of training. After practicing battle sword technique once, XVII put down the sword, and his young face was filled with excitement. He seemed to have touched the perfect level of battle sword technique. Although it was just a brief touch, XVII knew that this brief touch of perfection was a seed. As long as he worked hard, he would soon be able to cultivate battle sword art to perfection. "I want to get first place in this year's competition." XVII clenched her fists and cheered herself on. Then, he turned his gaze to the heavy sword in his hand. This heavy sword was too easy to use. It was as if it was tailor-made for him. If the owner of the heavy sword came to ask for it, he would be reluctant to part with it. I'll take this sword as compensation. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as a yes. After 3 seconds, Xianxia said happily, "Thank you, I like this sword very much." As soon as he finished speaking, he ran into the heavily guarded inner gate of the city lord's mansion. Returning to his small guest room, under the dim yellow light of the oil lamp, Xianxia looked at the 13 circular blood patterns on the crimson blood demon sword with some infatuation. He sighed and said, "This is really a good weapon. It's as fierce as the commander's dark demon sword. Who was so kind to give it to me? Did someone take a fancy to my talent and want to take me as a disciple?" The young man was a bit lost in his thoughts. "Kid, of course I'm a good weapon." "Who?" The hoarse voice scared Xianxia, and the heavy sword in his hand almost fell out of fright. "I'm in the sword." "Huh?" Xianxia was so scared that he directly dropped the crimson blood demon sword on the ground. "Don't be afraid, kid, I don't mean any harm. If I did, I would have killed you long ago." Xianxia said in the sword, "I'm the Jianling of this sword." "Jianling?" Xianxia said with a trembling voice, "You're lying to me. I've seen spirit swords, but I've never heard of a Jianling that can talk." Xianxia said in a very disdainful tone, "They're the weaklings of Jianling. How can they compare to me?" Of course, the Jianling of an ordinary spirit sword couldn't talk. Their souls weren't complete at all, and their intelligence wasn't even as good as a 3-year-old child. But what was the Jianling of the crimson blood demon sword? It was Xianxia. He was born with a complete soul. As the killing continued, the crimson blood demon sword evolved, and his soul was also constantly strengthened. Therefore, Xianxia had every reason to despise all the spirits of the spirit weapons of the same level. "Really?" "Of course it's true." Xianxia was still a teenager, and he somewhat believed Xianxia's words. He continued to ask, "But why did you appear in front of me?" "I plan to make you my sword master." "Why me?" Xianxia asked with some surprise, "Do you think I'm talented?" Every teenager once thought that they were talented and different. "Actually. Hee. No, I'm just randomly looking for someone." Xianxia didn't intend to give anyone face. "My former Renkenju just died, and then I was short of a sword master. I happened to meet you, so I chose you." Aren't you a spirit sword?" "Spirit swords are so powerful. How did his former Renkenju die?" "Don't mention that idiot to me." Speaking of this sword, Xianxia was full of complaints. That idiot didn't know how to use a sword. When he was in a desperate situation, he threw me away and used his fist to punch others' small chests. Don't you think it's infuriating? Indeed. Xianxia nodded seriously, "You're a spirit sword. Those who don't use spirit swords are idiots." "What the hell is in his head?" Xianxia said seriously, "He has no brain." "Then why did you choose him to be your sword master if he doesn't know how to use a sword?" "He killed the other competitors and snatched me." "Well, you're so unlucky." 17's tone had some sympathy. "Let's not talk about this anymore. You're my sword master from now on. I'm Jianling of Red Blood Sword. You can call me Master Jianling. I'll let you see my ability first. Remember to kill more people in the future. Kill more people and you can become stronger." Xianxia explained the attributes of the Red Blood Demon sword to Blue Xiii as usual. Of course, he still had some reservations. After listening to Xianxia's explanation, Xiii asked hesitantly, "Master Jianling, Red Blood Sword is a demon sword, right?" "Yes, Red Blood Sword is a demon sword." Xianxia asked with a smile, "Why, are you scared?" "If you're scared, then you can throw me away at any time. I won't force the sword master." If Xiii really threw away the Red Blood Demon sword, Xianxia wouldn't hesitate to add another blood ring to the sword. "No, no." Xiii said calmly, "Master Commander, weapons are originally used to kill people. There's no distinction between good and evil. There's no difference between demon warriors and ordinary warriors in the army. They're all brothers worth trusting with their lives." "Well? In the army? Could it be that you're a soldier?" Chen Hao suddenly felt that his luck seemed to have changed today. No, no. Blue Xbii replied, I'm a servant of Blue Manor. Servant? Blue Xbii nodded with some loneliness, I'm an orphan, a beggar. And then? And then? The loneliness on Blue 17's face disappeared, and was replaced with incomparable reverence, and then I happened to meet the eldest miss. She pitied me and brought me back to Blue Manor. If it wasn't for her, I'm afraid I wouldn't have survived that winter. Chen Hao had some doubts. If the eldest miss of Blue Manor asked him to jump off a cliff, would he jump off without thinking? Do you have any ideal goals? I want to be the strongest of our batch of servants. I want to be the eldest Mrs. Guard. This ideal was really simple, so simple that Chen Hao wanted to spit out a mouthful of old blood. It had to be said that the power of the aristocratic families and sects was not without reason. At least their brainwashing level was first class. As a servant, Lan Xbii was loyal to the Lan family. Chen Hao did not dislike Lan Xbii because of his identity as a servant. Even if he was a servant, so what, ambition was bred with the improvement of strength. As long as Lan Xbii was diligent enough, with the help of the Crimson Blood Demon Sword, the Lan family could not restrain him. Besides, Lan Xbii did not hand over the Crimson Blood Demon Sword, which proved that he still had some other thoughts. After asking briefly about the Lan family, 17 did not hide anything. The Lan family was the top aristocratic family in the southern Cloud Country. Their ancestors were the founding ministers of the southern Cloud Country. They had been loyal to the royal family for generations and guarded Yang City. The current head of the Lan family, Northern Marquis Lan Lai, was the top master of the southern Cloud Country. It was said that his strength was unfathomable. Lan Lai inherited his father's position and was the current general of the Golden Armor Army of the southern Cloud Country. He had 500,000 elites in his hands and was tyrannical. As a top aristocratic family, the Lan family was extremely open-minded. Not only would they cultivate collateral descendants, but they would also adopt a group of orphans every few years. This group of orphans would undergo extremely strict training. The orphans were all surnamed Lan and their names were arranged in numbers. Every once in a while, they had to be assessed. The outstanding ones continued to be trained. Those who failed would become the servants of the Lan family. Those who had a skill or were proficient in arithmetic would be assigned to other industries of the Lan family. It was also a way out for them. When they were 15 years old, they would undergo the last assessment. Those who were assessed as outstanding, the Lan family would give them a name and give them sufficient training. Some would assign them to the army, some would directly stay and become the guards of the Lan family or be incorporated into the guards. Those who were talented could even marry the children of the Lan family's collateral descendants and become a real member of the Lan family. 17's goal was to become the guard of the Lan family's eldest miss. Chen Hao listened to 17's narration with interest and began to be curious about the Lan family. At least the Lan family was not like other aristocratic families. It was not useless. What about those who were assessed as qualified in the end? I don't know. Those who were assessed as qualified never appeared again. Some people asked the commander before, but the commander said that they had other tasks. Then have you never thought of marrying someone from the Lan family as your wife? Xbii blushed and shook her head without saying anything. He was a shy young man. Then shouldn't you be practicing martial arts? Why is he in White Crane City? Fourth young mistress's mother passed away a few days ago. We came out to accompany her to relax. Xbii said with a bitter face, this is a mission. In fact, we are just playing with Ms. 4. Ms. 4 has been in a much better mood these days. Sister Xianxia said that we should stay in White Crane City for a while and then go back. What's your ranking in your group? There are a total of 93 of us. I should be ranked in the top 10. The strongest is Lan Qijiu. He has already broken through to the Qi Hai realm a few days ago. Even the leader praised Lan Qijiu's talent and said that he could be considered a top genius in the entire southern Cloud Nation. How old is he? He's 1 year older than me and almost 15 years old. He'll definitely be outstanding in the examination. Chen Hao nodded to himself. A 15-year-old Qi Hai warrior was indeed very good. He was much better than all the ordinary warriors he had met before. Then you're not bad either. A 14-year-old at the peak of the Qi condensation realm. Who knows when you'll break through? Xbii shook her head and said, I'll be satisfied if I can break through to the Qi high realm by the age of 15. It's very difficult to break through from the Qi condensation realm to the Qi high realm. Many people have been stuck at this stage for 2 to 3 years. Even Lan Shijiao was stuck at this stage for a year and a half. Chen Hao had to admit that his knowledge was too shallow. If Xbii was a commoner or from a normal family, being at the peak of the Qi condensation realm at the age of 14 would be considered outstanding. But if compared to the top families, then it would be nothing. If it's really like what you said. Chen Hao said with a heavy tone, Xbii, with your talent, it's almost impossible for you to become the guard of the Lan family's young mistress. Also, I think that to become the guard of the Lan family's young mistress, you don't just need to pass the examination, right? Xbii nodded and admitted it. It was easier said than done to become the guard of a direct descendant of the Lan family. First, his family background had to be clean, and he had to be absolutely loyal to the Lan family. Second, his ability had to be outstanding, and the lowest requirement was the true energy realm. Lastly, he had to face many competitors. Of course, to become a personal servant, the requirement of ability could be lowered by a lot. Unfortunately, the person 17 wanted to protect was the young mistress of the Lan family. If he got too close, he would definitely be cut to pieces before he could even get close. If you hadn't met me, it would be almost impossible for you to become the young mistress's guard. But now that you've met me, your chances are very high. Chen Hao said with a smile. Let's see if you dare to take the risk. Sir Jianling, you mean? Kill martial artists. As long as you keep killing martial artists, becoming that woman's guard will be easy. Xbii looked up at the crimson blood demon sword and hesitated, but no matter what, he was still a youth, and did not fully understand the importance of ability. Chen Hao said with a sarcastic tone, it seems that the young mistress of the Lan family is not very important in your heart. No, my life was saved by the young mistress. I swear that I will protect the young mistress for the rest of my life. Xbii said firmly, I will think of a way to do what you said. Hearing 17's answer, Chen Hao secretly praised himself in his heart. No matter how stubborn a youth was, as long as he took the right medicine, wouldn't he obediently follow his own ideas? Don't be so serious. Chen Hao said with a smile, it's just killing people, you can totally choose scum to kill. Yes, Sir Jianling is right. Thinking of killing scum, the guilt in 17's heart disappeared. He was a youth with a sense of justice. Chen Hao's mission was to make him go astray. The huge caravan moved slowly. Xbii rode a horse and followed near the carriage in the middle of the caravan. White Crane City was getting further and further away. Chen Hao took a look at White Crane City before leaving. He felt that he had forgotten something, but he couldn't remember. Since he couldn't remember, Chen Hao wouldn't force himself to forget it. After nearly half a month of hurrying, Chen Hao finally saw Southern Cloud's northern strategic town, Xianxia City. The majestic city walls were over 100 meters high, which was twice as high as White Crane City. Xianxia City was the fief of Northern Marquis, so there was only one family in Xianxia City. In Xianxia City, the Lan family was the true local tyrant. Xianxia City was a strategic town at the border. After passing the Xiongju Pass, it was Qin country. Almost all the trade between Qin country and Southern Cloud country had to pass through Xianxia City, so Xianxia City was very prosperous. This was also one of the reasons why the Lan family could stand tall. Chen Hao was not interested in the prosperous Xianxia City. No matter how prosperous it was, could it be more prosperous than the cities with tens of millions of people in his previous life? He was interested in the young mistress of the Lan family. As orphans adopted by the Lan family, Xbii and the others lived and cultivated far away from the Lan family's encampment. They only had the honor of meeting the Lan family's direct descendants every year during the new year. Therefore, Chen Hao's curiosity couldn't be satisfied. Before dawn, Xbii woke up early and came to the training field to cultivate battle sword arts. Even if he woke up earlier than the rooster, Xbii was only the third teenager to arrive at the training field. These orphans were much more hardworking than ordinary teenagers. Xbii saw that his other two companions were cultivating very seriously. so he didn't disturb them and cultivated on his own. After becoming the sword master of the Crimson Blood Demon Sword, his foundation, perception, and comprehension of sword arts all made great progress. After cultivating battle sword arts twice, 17's somewhat dull face lit up with a smile. He felt that he was very close to perfection. XVII, the battle sword arts you cultivate seems to be somewhat similar to horizontal sword arts. XVII replied, yes, Sir Jianling, battle sword arts and horizontal sword arts are both martial arts of the Southern Cloud Nation's army. They are mainly used for killing on the battlefield. Commander taught us these two sword arts. Hearing about killing on the battlefield, Chen Hao was very spirited. Have you ever thought about becoming a great general like Shen Beihou? Of course I have. XVII thought and said, but can I really do it? Chen Hao fooled him, of course you can. You are the sword master of the Crimson Blood Demon Sword. You have unlimited potential. As long as you listen to me, it is completely possible to become a great general. But if the Crimson Blood Demon Sword is really so powerful, why did the former Ren Kenju die? Being asked this question, Chen Hao's heart bled. That guy is a wooden club, he doesn't use a sword. XVII sat on the stone bench and asked curiously, then Sir Jianling, is there any super powerful senior in the Crimson Blood Demon Sword Ren Kenju? This question stumped Chen Hao again. After looking at the Crimson Blood Demon Sword, 13 Ren Kenju, Chen Hao only had some impression of Jin Jingqiu, Fu Yuanming, and the recently deceased Peng Bin. Among them, Fu Yuanming had the highest cultivation level. Before he died, he was considered an innate master. If the person in front of him was a commoner martial artist, he could still brag a little. However, the young man in front of him was from the Lan family. His horizons were much higher than ordinary martial artists. Chen Hao said very calmly, among the Ren Kenju I know, there are not many famous ones. Why is the Scarlet Blood Demon Sword so powerful? 17 truly meant what she said. They don't have the luck to become top masters. Chen Hao didn't plan to persuade XVII anymore for the time being. Providence? Is it luck? XVII still didn't quite understand the important connection between luck and becoming a master. Chen Hao did not intend to explain further. He couldn't say that most of the deaths of the Scarlet Blood Demon Sword, 13 Ren Kenju, were caused by him, right? In this new environment, 17's change of sword attracted the attention of the other youths. Chen Hao didn't hide the blood ring on the sword. He only hid the level of the sword as a low-grade mystic weapon. Lan 25, who had a good relationship with XVII, asked about the origin of the Scarlet Blood Demon Sword. However, XVII perfunctorily said that he used all his savings to buy it in White Crane City. He even used the quenching chi pills that he had saved up for a long time, as well as the quenching chi pills that were ranked in the top 10. On the 10th day after returning to the Lan family, XVII hit a bottleneck. He once used the Scarlet Blood Demon Sword's amplification to barely touch the perfect realm of the battle sword art. However, in the following month, the perfect realm of the battle sword art was like the moon in the water, a flower in the mirror. It seemed close at hand, but was out of reach. Is there any way, Jianling Darren? You can ask Commander Hu. Commander Hu was the nominal teacher of this group of youths. When they first entered the Lan family, he once taught them the basics. After that, he rarely appeared and completely let these children grow. Of course, if they had any questions about martial arts and asked him, he would answer them seriously. He used to be the commander of the Golden Armor Army. Later on, he was seriously injured on the battlefield and broke a leg. He had no choice but to retire and then entered the Lan family. XVII found Commander Hu and told him about the problems he encountered in practicing battle sword art. Commander Hu's hair was white. He sat on a rattan chair with a pipe in his mouth. He looked at XVII with some admiration and said, in terms of sword talent, you are indeed one of the best in your batch. However, I didn't expect that your progress would be so fast. Battle sword art and horizontal sword art are both sword arts of the battlefield. They focus on momentum and killing intent. Commander Hu asked, 17, have you killed anyone before? No. Then that's right. You still lack a ruthlessness. You lack a killing intent. That's why you haven't been able to reach full mastery. Commander Hu continued, in your batch, only you and Qijiao have been able to reach full mastery of the horizontal sword art. However, even though Qijiao is a year older than you, and her cultivation is much higher than yours, you are still the only one who has reached full mastery of the battle sword art. But why have I reached full mastery of the horizontal sword art without killing anyone? Commander Hu laughed, that's because of your talent. You can be called a genius in the way of the sword. A genius can make the impossible possible. However, the battle sword art has much higher requirements than the horizontal sword art. Back then, I spent a few years on the battlefield before reaching full mastery of the battle sword art. Then how can I kill anyone? You want to reach full mastery of the battle sword art? Commander Hu said, you don't have to worry. The most important thing for you now is to increase your cultivation. The peak of the Qi condensation realm is still too weak. But if I can't reach full mastery of the battle sword art, I feel uncomfortable all over. XVI said in distress, even in my dreams, I dream that I'm cultivating the battle sword art. Chen Hao could testify to this. In the past few nights, Chen Hao had seen with his own eyes that XVI suddenly sat up in bed with her eyes closed in the latter half of the night, using her hand as a sword to practice the battle sword art moves. Chen Hao even told him this as a joke. In Chen Hao's eyes, XVI had a problem. She had obsessive-compulsive disorder, she was also a perfectionist. But you're not yet 15 years old. You can't go to the battlefield. Commander Hu laughed, how about I teach you another set of movement techniques? Your biggest shortcoming is that you don't practice movement techniques. If you practice movement techniques well, you'll definitely be in the top 3. Chen Hao took the opportunity to say, XVI, if you really want to reach full mastery of the battle sword art, I have a way. XVI asked in her heart, what way? Let Commander Hu recommend you to be an executioner. Executioner? XVI hesitated for a moment and made a request to Commander Hu. Commander Hu sighed, I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. But being an executioner is also a good way. Commander, did you agree? Of course I can arrange it. I still have some face in the army. Commander Hu said, but if you want to be an executioner in Yang City, you can't do it without some real ability. I can give you a chance, but whether you can grasp it depends on your ability. XVI said firmly, I can accept the test. The executioner's method is neither difficult nor easy. Commander Hu exhaled a mouthful of smoke and ordered, find a candle. Okay. Although 17 didn't understand Commander Hu's intentions, he quickly found a candle. You're not a professional executioner. It's a bit difficult for you to skin and slice meat. Commander Hu said slowly, then let's do something simple. Put the candle on the table. 17 lit the candle and put it on the table, guessing what the commander wanted to do. Commander Hu stared at the candle in front of him, picked up the long sword beside him and gently cut it, asking, did you see it clearly? I saw it clearly. That sword cut the candle into 2 pieces, but the candle didn't move at all. Commander Hu's ability to control his strength was very good. I didn't know that. As he spoke, he put half of the candle in the palm of his left hand, raised the long sword with his right hand and cut the candle into 2 pieces. 17 held his breath. That's it, it's very simple. Commander Hu put the 2 pieces of the candle on the table and opened his hand for 17 to see carefully. There were no scars on his calloused palm. Go back. If you can do these 2 things, then come and see me. If you can't, then go and practice your body movement. Okay, I understand, Commander. After 17 left, Commander Hu raised his left hand, which was gradually turning into a green jade color, and said to himself, luckily, I've mastered the golden jade palm. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to scare that kid. He's young and has a bright future. Why would he be an executioner? It's not a good thing to be contaminated with too much murderous intent. Of course, 17 didn't know that his respected commander was bluffing him. He went back to his room and started practicing with 10 candles. When he saw Commander Hu cut the candle, he felt that it was easy, but when it was his turn, he realized the difficulty. Especially when he was using a heavy sword, which was much thicker than an ordinary long sword, this had undoubtedly increased the difficulty of the mission. When the candle was cut into 2 pieces by the red blood sword, the 2 pieces of the candle would also fly out. he couldn't do what Commander Hu did. Sir Jianling, what should we do? Encountering difficulties, XVI could not help but ask Chen Hao for help. After all, in his heart, as the devil sword Jianling, Chen Hao was much more powerful than him. Chen Hao thought for a moment and said, I'll teach you a sword technique. Sword technique? Yes, it's a sword technique created by your senior, Ren Kenju. If you can comprehend that sword technique to a certain extent, it shouldn't be a problem for you to pass Commander Hu's test. Ever since the death of the 10th Ren Kenju, Fu Yuan Ming, Chen Hao had never evolved again. It had been stuck at the low-grade spiritual weapon stage. 17's talent was far superior to Fu Yuanming's. Although she was a little simple, she was still a promising talent. It was also Chen Hao's plan to encourage him to become an executioner. Now that he wanted to evolve, the sword master needed to increase his strength. Is there anything better than being an executioner? There was no risk, no responsibility to harvest human lives. Especially when XVI had the strong backing of the Lan family, it was much safer than Fu Yuanming. Therefore, Chen Hao had to do his best to let XVI pass the test. Is that sword technique powerful? Black level high-grade martial arts technique, do you think it's powerful? Black level high-grade. XVI cried out. Black level cultivation technique, 17 dreamed of it. But as the Lan family's servants, they were not qualified to cultivate even a low-grade black level cultivation technique, not to mention a high-grade black level martial arts technique. Sir Jianling, please teach me. Good. I hope you won't let me down. Chen Hao said in a low voice, get ready, the process may be a little uncomfortable, but it will definitely be good for you. The Crimson Blood Demon sword suddenly emitted a blood-red murderous aura, and before XVI could react, it directly enveloped him. XVI only felt a chill all over his body, and his entire body fell into an illusion. In the illusion, 17's vision was dark, and then, a blood-red light appeared, and he saw a one-armed middle-aged man holding a long sword, standing on the execution platform. With just a glance, he knew that the one-armed man was holding the Crimson Blood Demon sword. He carefully sized up the man and found that he was very ordinary, only at the chi condensation realm, and even he couldn't catch up to him. The scene in the image had a faint blood-red color, which made the 17th a little uncomfortable. Below the execution platform, there were civilians watching. On the execution platform, the prisoners knelt at the feet of the middle-aged man. XVI heard someone shout execute, and his entire body drilled into the one-armed man's body. He seemed to have become that one-armed man. He could feel the true chi in his body, and he could feel that he was missing an arm. Then his body moved. With a sword, the head of the prisoner at his feet was separated from his body. The sword was very stable and fast, and the control of strength was excellent. XVI could clearly feel the movement of every muscle on the one-armed man's body, 3 prisoners, 15 prisoners, 100 prisoners, hundreds of prisoners. XVI could feel the one-armed man's growth in the execution technique until his skill reached the peak, then, the one-armed man's killing intent grew crazily. He was like a mad wolf, swinging that move, the entire world turned blood-red. After the master slaying inheritance skill ended, Chen Hao withdrew his killing intent and asked, have you comprehended it? However, XVI didn't answer, or rather, he didn't have the ability to answer. His face was ashen, and he fell to the ground, curling up tightly into a ball. His body kept trembling as if he was having a seizure, and then he began to vomit non-stop. After vomiting everything, he continued to vomit gastric juices. Chen Hao looked at the 17th silently, wondering if he had epilepsy and if he had to change sword masters again. Wasn't it just inheriting Fu Yuanming's self-created sword move? After vomiting for a long time, XVI got up trembling. Master Jianling, was that one-armed man the previous sword master? How did you know? I saw it all. XVI said weakly, he's so powerful. So scary. You saw it? I saw the whole process of him creating beheading. XVI asked softly, you don't know? This question made Chen Hao a little embarrassed. He thought that maybe the master slaying inheritance had also evolved, but it wasn't reflected in the data. I don't care about ordinary sword masters at all. I think you're pleasing to the eye, so I gave you special treatment. I haven't used this skill for a long time, so I don't know the specific effect. Thank you, Master Jianling. What do you want to ask? Keep asking. Chen Hao said directly, seeing that 17 wanted to say something but stopped. I want to ask, why did that senior go a little crazy later? XVI only saw fragments of beheading in Fu Yuanming's memory. You don't think I made him go crazy, do you? I wouldn't dare. Chen Hao knew that if he didn't explain it clearly, this more pleasing sword master in front of him wouldn't dare to use him. Are you clear about the slaughter feedback skill? Yes, I'm clear. It's very powerful. There are 2 ways to use slaughter feedback. One has no side effects and the improvement is slow, the other has side effects and the improvement is very fast, but the willpower isn't strong enough and it's easy to go crazy. Chen Hao sighed. It was Fu Yuanming's request. Why? If your beloved lady was killed, and the murderer could kill you at any time, what would you choose? Of course I would fight with my life. His choice is the same as yours. Inside the room, 17 held his breath and stared at the candle with an unswerving gaze. The broad heavy sword swept past, and the candle swayed. Under his disappointed gaze, it slowly fell to the ground. Sigh. I failed again. Chen Hao didn't say anything because he had heard this sentence for 3 days in a row. Some people didn't need to be spurred. They would naturally work hard. 17 didn't stand the candle up again. Instead, he used his heavy sword to practice repeatedly in the air. Every time he waved his sword, his brows would always furrow slightly, as if he was very dissatisfied with his swordsmanship. But that was only what he thought. Chen Hao knew very well that XVII's swordsmanship had improved significantly in just 3 days. It was even a little shocking. Heavy swords were about strength and momentum. Almost every martial artist who was good at heavy swords, which one of them didn't wield their heavy swords vigorously, but 17 wasn't like that. Or rather, he wasn't like that now. If he wanted to cut the candle with his long sword like Commander Hu and not let the candle move at all, he had to be fast and steady enough. The Crimson Blood Demon sword was in the form of a heavy sword. The blade was wider and thicker than ordinary standard longswords. Unknowingly, it increased the difficulty for 17. Chen Hao once tried to ask 17, why don't you change to a narrower and thinner longsword? 17 refused without thinking. If an ordinary longsword can do it, a heavy sword can definitely do it. If it was Senior Fu, he would definitely be able to do it. If I can't do it, it must be because my swordsmanship isn't perfect yet. Drawing the sword quickly required an instantaneous burst of power. 17 was born with divine strength, and his strength far exceeded that of ordinary martial artists. He could barely do it. However, to be stable enough, he had to train mechanically for many years. However, 17 broke the norm. Under Chen Hao's witness, he was improving at a speed visible to the naked eye. He even suppressed the wild wind brought about by the heavy sword bit by bit. Now, the resistance between the red blood sword and XVII's hand was getting smaller and smaller. The wind in the room was also getting weaker and weaker. This meant that 17 was becoming more and more proficient in controlling power. Another 7 days passed. In 17's hand, the red blood sword felt no resistance at all. When the sword danced in the room, the dust in the air only trembled slightly. The nearly 2-meter-long heavy sword slashed across, and the candle on the table stood firmly in place. 17's face showed the joy of success. Chen Hao said, "You succeeded, not bad." 17's hard work finally paid off, and Chen Hao was happy for him. No, Master Jianling, this is just a coincidence. XVI said with a smile, I can't guarantee success every time. As expected, 17 tried 5 more times, and she only succeeded once out of 5 times. XVI sighed, Commander is still the best. He can succeed so easily. I'm still far from him. Chen Hao felt that if Commander Hu used a heavy sword, he might not be as good as XVI. But he didn't say this out loud. 2 days later, XVI was finally able to guarantee a 100% success rate in peeling the candle. Chen Hao praised, XVI, you are very good. Among all the sword masters, your talent in swordsmanship should be the highest. I'm still far from it. If it weren't for Master Jianling's guidance and the help of the red blood sword, I wouldn't have succeeded. When I was learning the beheading swordsmanship, I seemed to have become Senior Fu. I could clearly feel all the mental processes he went through to create the beheading swordsmanship. I think if it were anyone else, they would have reached my level. 17's words were pleasing to the ear. But Xianxia knew that 17's words were from the bottom of his heart. He was a little stupid, but his character was very good. He was hardworking, didn't know what satisfaction was, and was also very humble to the point of inferiority. That's right, Xvii was a very self-abased person deep in his heart. He had engraved his inferiority into his bones, perhaps even 17 himself didn't realize it. Dong dong dong, the sound of knocking came. Xvii pushed the door open and saw Blue 25 standing at the door. Xvii, the monthly exam is about to start. I didn't see you at the training field. Did you forget? Blue 25 looked at 17's haggard face and sloppy appearance and couldn't help but ask, I haven't seen you for the past few days. Don't tell me you've been staying in the house all this time? Yes, I was thinking about some questions about martial arts. Okay, let's go quickly. Commander who is about to call the roll. Xvii didn't have time to pack up and was pulled by Blue 25 to the training field. 17's group of orphans originally had a total of 98 people. Now, only 36 people were left. The others were slowly being eliminated and were arranged to other places by the Lan family. On the training field, Commander who stood on the stage with his crutch and said, let's not talk too much. Today is the monthly exam. Everyone will draw lots to choose their opponents. Those who don't perform well will be eliminated. Xianxia asked, do you decide who gets eliminated based on ranking in the martial arts competition? No. Every time, the number of people who get eliminated is decided by Commander who. Xvii said, it should be decided based on the progress of the participants. The 17th drew number 36. The group of youths began to fight on the stage according to the order. Xianxia silently watched the youths who stood on the stage. The average age was around 14 or 15 years old. The weakest was at the peak of the middle stage of the qi condensation realm. The strongest was Blue 27, who was at the early stage of the qi high realm. The gap between the youths was very small. Those who were dragging the group down were all eliminated. Xvii drew Blue 36, who was at the late stage of the qi condensation realm. He didn't even last 10 moves against the 17th before being swept off the stage. In the second round, his opponent was Blue 29. Blue 29 was short, about 1.65 meters tall. He looked very thin and weak. His weapon was a long and thin sword. The tall and strong Blue Xvii stood in front of him like a bear bullying a sheep, but Xvii was very serious. He had lost to him in the last exam. The 17th, I'm so lucky to meet you today. Blue 36 said with a smile. We'll know who's lucky after we fight. Xvii stomped on the ground and charged towards Blue 9. Then he swung his heavy sword fiercely. The heavy sword was powerful and heavy. Anyone would believe that with Blue 9's small body, once he was brushed by 17's heavy sword, he would immediately lose his ability to fight, but just as the heavy sword was about to touch Blue 9, Blue 9's figure disappeared. Blue 9 laughed and said, I knew it. You still haven't learned any movement skills. With your speed, don't even think about touching me. Humph. Xvii didn't say anything. He used the battle sword art. The heavy sword created a strong wind. Below the stage, people whispered, 17's battle sword art is about to be perfected. So what if the sword art is strong? It's useless if he can't hit him. Yes, Blue 9's yellow level upper level movement skill, Autumn Wind Leaves Steps, has already been perfected. Xvii won't even be able to touch him. The result will probably be the same as last time. 17's stamina will be exhausted and he will be ambushed by Blue 9. The battle on the stage quickly turned into a tug-of-war. Lan Jiao dodged left and right with his agility, dodging all of Xvii's violent attacks. He even said a few words to provoke 17 from time to time. Anyone with eyes could see that if the battle dragged on, the situation would get worse for 17. The two of them were equal in strength. The first to fall was of course 17, who was attacking relentlessly. Xianxia always felt that 17 was like a brainless boss with high attack and high defense. You will be dragged to death if you continue like this. Master Jianling, I still want to try. Whatever. Xianxia didn't care anymore. He wouldn't die anyway. Other than Commander Hu who was watching, there were 4 warriors at the peak of the Qi High realm below the stage, ready to help at any time. Not long after, XVII's attack slowed down significantly. Lan Jiu didn't try to dodge anymore. Instead, he looked at 17, looking for an opportunity. Below the stage, Commander Hu lowered his head and no longer watched the battle between the 2 youths. He was somewhat disappointed with 17. In the eyes of this veteran, a good warrior not only needed talent, but also brains. 17 didn't practice any movement skills. In his eyes, this was the biggest problem, but at this moment, Commander Hu heard the gasps of the young warriors. He looked up and saw 17 standing on the same spot, placing his heavy sword on Lan Jiu's neck. Lan Jiu's narrow sword fell to the ground. He said in annoyance, I didn't expect a heavy sword to be so fast. It feels even faster than me. Yes. XVII's face was a bit pale, but he still nodded seriously and asked, didn't you notice? My sword was not only fast, but also stable. Huh. Lan Jiu turned around and left the stage. He actually wanted to say bah. But the sword just now gave him too much of a shock. He didn't want to offend 17 too much. What if his hand slipped next time? The sudden reversal of the situation made the group of young warriors unable to accept it. Did you see clearly just now? XVII's sword. I didn't see clearly, but I also saw clearly. Isn't that obvious? Very soon. That sword was not only fast. And it's very stable. You can tell? No, didn't you hear what XVII said? Bah. Xianxia was very clear about the move XVII used. After all, that move was too familiar. The entry-level beheading sword technique was very different from what Fu Yuanming himself could use. But it was enough to deal with a bunch of young martial artists in the Qi condensation realm. Moreover, Xianxia also discovered that after XVII used that move, his face turned pale, as if his spirit was somewhat weak. The beheading sword technique is not like ordinary martial arts that only consumes true Qi, it also consumes the mind. XVII using this move is more difficult. Lan Qijiu stood below the stage and sized up XVII for a long time. He kept thinking about 17's amazing sword just now. He wondered if he could dodge it if he was in Blue Nine's position. The result was uncertain. The group of youths didn't continue to discuss 17's sword because the others were about to go on stage. The battle continued. After meeting Blue Nine, XVII was very lucky and didn't meet anyone else who was proficient in movement techniques like Blue Nine. XVII relied on his violent heavy sword technique to force a few youths who were on par with him and had ordinary movement techniques to the corner of the arena, and then took them head-on. Unknowingly, XVII actually persisted to the final battle. Commander Hu looked at the 17th thoughtfully, then said to the martial artist next to him, the 17th has improved a lot these days. His heavy sword technique has reached the realm of lifting heavy things as if they were light. If the young master knew, he would be very happy. Commander Hu, is XVII really that powerful? The martial artist next to Commander Hu was called Ren Xiaojun. He was also a retired soldier from the battlefield. He was arranged here by the Lan family as Commander Hu's deputy to help him manage and take care of this group of youths. You will know if you look closely. The heavy sword in his hand is very smooth, no different from a thin sword. The switching between sword moves is smooth, and the sword moves are faster. This subordinate didn't notice that. Commander Hu smiled, that's because you didn't notice. Looking at Blue Qijiu, 17's expression was a bit eager. Blue Qijiu said, I didn't expect that we would be fighting the last battle. I'm lucky today. XVII said excitedly, after leaving here, you must take care. Don't die. Don't belittle yourself. You've improved a lot. If you cultivate another movement technique, you will be number 1 after I leave. Blue Qijiu directly ignored the last sentence. Yes. After I cultivate battle sword technique to perfection, I will go to Commander Hu to get a movement technique. Blue Qijiu nodded, looking at the heavy sword in 17's hand, and said, your talent in sword techniques is stronger than mine. That heavy sword looks good. The blood-red ring pattern on the heavy sword was very obvious. I think so too. 17's serious face squeezed out a rare smile. This sword is called Red Blood Heavy Sword. It was forged by a master swordsmith using meteoric iron from outer space. It is indestructible. The blade is 5 feet 9 and the net weight is 200 pounds. Blue Chijiu raised the sword in her hand and said, "This sword is called Autumn Water." Then he was stunned. "Don't talk nonsense. Let's fight directly." Okay. The two of them charged at each other at the same time. The two swords collided, creating intense sparks. A huge force was transmitted from the sword, and Blue Chijiu couldn't help but take 2 steps back. The youths below the stage were discussing. 17 forced Blue Chijiu to retreat again. I thought that Blue Chijiu would be able to fight the 17th head-on after becoming a Chi-Hai warrior. Blue Chijiu said in the crowd, "Who here doesn't know 17's strength? Only an idiot would compete with him in strength." That's right. Commander said that XVI was born with superhuman strength and is most suitable for fighting on the battlefield. If you meet this kind of idiot, just run if you can't beat him. He can't catch up anyway. Blue Chijiu started to move around and didn't fight XVI head-on anymore. XVI quickly fell into a disadvantage. Why don't you use the move you used against Blue Chijiu just now? I want to try it. 17 smiled bitterly and said, "Sorry, I can't use it at the moment. That move requires a lot of mental energy. It's something I learned by accident recently. I'm not very familiar with it and it's not perfect." That's a pity. Blue Chijiu looked at XVI with envy. He envied 17's talent. The result of the battle was that XVI couldn't achieve anything after more than 70 moves and admitted defeat. "I hope I can experience that move of yours next time." "Can you not dodge it?" Blue Chijiu replied, "Impossible." Taking the 5 condensing chi pills as the reward for second place, XVI returned to his room and continued to explore his sword moves. His next task was to chop the candle with his hand. XVI placed the candle in his palm and raised the heavy sword with his right hand to his left hand. Seeing his hesitant expression, Xianxia was afraid that he would cut off his left hand and quickly reminded him, "You can place the candle on the tofu." 10 days later, XVI found Commander Hu and cut the candle in his hand into 6 pieces 5 times in a row in front of him. Commander Hu choked on the smoke in his throat. He coughed and touched 17's unharmed left hand and asked, "You didn't secretly practice palm techniques behind my back, did you?" "No." To prove his innocence, XVI put the candle on his arm and cut it in half without hesitation. Commander Hu took a sip of tea and smiled, "Then it's a body-strengthening technique." XVI clenched his jaw and his face turned red. He grabbed Commander Hu's thick hand and said, "Commander, can I borrow your hand?" Wait. Commander Hu quickly said, "My old bones can't take your torture. Let's change it to something else." Something else? The 17th came in a hurry and didn't bring tofu. He glanced at Commander Hu's room and rushed to the flower pot by the window. He didn't know what kind of flower was planted in the pot. He only pulled out 2 tender leaves. Pinching off a tender leaf, he didn't notice the twitching muscles on Commander Hu's face and directly pressed the candle on the tender leaf. Without any surprise, the candle was cut in half and there was no trace left on the tender leaf. "Does this count as passing the test, Lord Commander?" You passed. Commander Hu said with heartache, "If I didn't let you pass, I'm afraid that all the redbud flowers I worked so hard to grow would be plucked out." "I don't know. Okay, it's okay. Just follow me." Commander Hu limped in front with his iron crutches. XVI quietly followed behind and didn't help him. They got on the carriage and came to the mayor's mansion. Commander Hu brought XVI in through a small door. After a few turns, they came to an office. In the office, a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar was holding a brush and staring at a thick stack of paper on the table. He frowned and thought about something seriously. "Xianxia, I'm here." Commander Hu walked in and shouted. "Old man who?" The middle-aged man called Xianxia was surprised. "What are you doing here?" "Of course I'm here to ask you to do something for me. Otherwise, why would I ask you for a drink?" Commander Hu seemed to be very familiar with the other party and didn't treat himself as an outsider at all. He casually pulled a chair and sat down. He pointed at 17 standing next to him and said, "His name is Blue XVI. He's a great guy that I've trained. He's very outstanding." Chen Shusheng looked at XVI and nodded. "You do look good. You look very strong." XVI lowered her head in embarrassment. He has reached a bottleneck in cultivating the battle sword arts, and needs to accumulate killing intent. He wants to be an executioner, so I brought him to you. There's no need to be an executioner just to accumulate murderous aura, right? Chen Shusheng said, "You can just give him a few people from prison. He wants to cultivate the battle sword arts to perfection. Who knows how many people he needs to kill." Commander Hu explained, "He's been very reassuring since he was young. He's diligent in his cultivation, but he's a bit of a loner and doesn't like to talk. In another year, he'll be leaving. This is the first time he's asked me for a favor. I also think that if he's a bit stronger, he'll be able to earn some face for me when he goes out in the future. That's why I came to you for help." XVI lowered his head. Chen Hao saw that his eyes were red and glistening with tears, but he was still desperately trying to hold back his tears. This guy's crying rate was a bit low, however, Chen Hao didn't care. As long as he could chop people, he could accept it even if he cried. "Of course I'll help. It's not a difficult thing to begin with." Chen Shusheng smiled. "Anyway, the position of an executioner isn't popular. Also, XVI is still a member of the Lan Manor. No one will object. Don't worry, I taught him. His swordsmanship is very good. Except for those complicated execution methods, he's definitely competent at beheading people." The two quickly agreed that if there was a criminal that needed to be executed, they would send someone to inform XVI the day before. On the way back, the carriage was very quiet. Commander Hu shouted in a low voice, 17. "Commander?" Commander Hu stared at him and said, "Killing people, sometimes you'll get addicted to it. You have to know when to stop." XVI was a bit puzzled. Commander Hu continued, "If you kill too many people, your body will accumulate a lot of murderous aura. Murderous aura is a double-edged sword. It hurts others and yourself. In general, the disadvantages outweigh the advantages. You have to know this." "Why?" "A strong murderous aura can make some mentally weak opponents lose their ability to resist. But as a martial artist, if your murderous aura is too strong and you don't have a mind that surpasses ordinary people, it will affect your future in martial arts." Commander Hu continued to explain, "It will be easier for you to go berserk than ordinary martial artists. Especially when you're breaking through to the Xianxia realm, there will be the heart demon. The more you kill, the stronger the heart demon. Many martial artists and soldiers of the devil path have fallen at that stage. You have to remember this and act according to your ability." XVI nodded seriously and then asked, "If you have a strong murderous aura, what if you successfully break through to the Xianxia realm? Their strength is definitely stronger than ordinary Xianxia realm martial artists." Commander Hu said slowly, "For example, Surgeon Beiho." Chen Hao listened to Commander Hu's words and remembered his only Xiantian sword master. Did Fu Yuanming pass the heart demon stage? He didn't know. Sir Jianling, is what Commander said true? After leaving Commander Hu, XVI asked. Chen Hao replied, "It should be true." "Will you give up on using the red blood sword?" "No." Yang City, as an important military and economic city in the north of southern Cloud Nation, the city's scale, area of jurisdiction, and population were all far greater than Ironstone City. Compared to Yang City, Ironstone City was a remote and desolate place. Even if Yang City was guarded by the Golden Armored Army and the Lan family, there were still many people who needed to be beheaded. After all, in this world, martial arts were respected and the customs were extremely swift and fierce. Under the management of the Lan family, the laws were even stricter than ordinary cities. It turned out that although the executioner had some connections in the city, XVI was still a servant of the Lan family and had Commander Hu's help. Thus, he easily accepted all the orders to be beheaded. "Will this cucumber be beheaded?" Tui Dao was bare-chested, revealing his white fat. His tone was somewhat disdainful as he said, "Have you killed anyone before? If you directly vomit on the execution platform, then our Yang City will become a joke." Stealing someone's source of income was like killing their parents. Beheading was the main source of the executioner's gray income. If it was stolen by 17, it would be strange if Tui Dao had a good attitude towards him. Moreover, XVI was only a servant of the Lan family, so Tui Dao wasn't afraid of him. Today's mission wasn't easy. He was here to see a joke. Several soldiers looked at the immature XVI with some suspicion. He was too young, so he didn't seem reliable. Yang City was a military stronghold in the north. Even the city guards were veterans who had retired from the battlefield. If the executioner vomited on the execution platform, then it would indeed be very embarrassing. No problem. XVI was very confident. Humph, I hope so. Tui Dao said, don't blame me for not reminding you. Everyone in Yang City has a bad temper. If you don't perform well, you might be kicked off the platform. Old Tu is right. There used to be people who were unhappy with the executioner and kicked him off the stage during the execution. XVI heard a familiar voice and turned around to see Chen Ko walking towards him. Chen Ko was also Chen Shusheng. Lord Chen. Lord Chen. The soldiers and Tui Dao bowed together. Uncle Chen? Chen Ko nodded and said, 17, why don't you take a day off and come back tomorrow? Can I ask why? XVI was a bit unwilling. He had promised to be the executioner from today onwards. He had been preparing for this day for a long time. Chen Ko looked at the increasing number of people gathering in the distance and explained, originally, there was only one execution. As long as you were brave enough, it would have been easy to survive. However, the city guards caught a group of human traffickers in the middle of the night yesterday. The city lord ordered that they must be executed today. Originally, the city lord wanted to execute them, but there were too many of them. In terms of the law, their crimes weren't enough, so he changed it to execution. XVI didn't want to back down. I can do it. But there are 3 people, 17. XVI bit his lower lip. 3 people was indeed a bit too much for XVI. He had experienced Fu Yuanming's execution in the inheritance illusion, but he was still a bit scared to do it himself. XVI gritted his teeth and said, no problem. Chen Ko looked into 17's eyes. Looking at her stubborn gaze, he asked, have you killed anyone before? No. But I believe that I can do it. Chen Ko thought for a long time and said slowly, you were recommended by Old Tuesday. I'll give you a chance. Today's execution is very important. If you're not careful, I'll be in trouble. If you can't handle it, Tui Dao will do it. Do you understand? Yes. Chen Ko's tone was very serious, but XVI didn't want to back down. If he didn't even have the courage to go on stage, how could he face Master Jianling and Senior Fu's teachings? He would despise himself. Okay, get ready to go on stage. The execution ground in Yang City was much larger than the one in Ironstone City. It could hold over 10,000 people at the same time. It was still early, but more and more people gathered at the execution ground. Soon, the entire execution ground was filled to the brim. Why are there so many people? XVI was already a little nervous, but now she was even more nervous. He asked, are there always so many people at every execution? Tui Dao crossed his arms and looked at the people who were still rushing over. Of course not. The criminals being executed today are very special. Human traffickers? Yes, human traffickers. Tui Dao clenched his teeth and said, these human traffickers aren't simple. The leader is a true energy realm expert. They are very skilled at disguising themselves and concealing their tracks. They are very cunning. They have been active in Yang City and the surrounding villages for a long time. Recently, they have been crazily committing crimes. Within a month, they have used various methods to take away thousands of children. Hearing that there were thousands of children, XVI took a deep breath. Why did they kidnap so many children? What else can they do? Tui Dao said proudly. Children have many uses. They can be sold to demonic sects or martial artists to cultivate. They can be sold to assassin organizations to cultivate. They can be sold to aristocratic families to cultivate. As long as there are enough of them, it's a big deal. Without enough profit, how could a true energy realm expert lower himself to become a human trafficker? You don't know how many people around here hate these human traffickers. You will see it today. XVI said in surprise, they actually dare to behave so atrociously in Yang City? Of course not. That's why they are so secretive. Tui Dao continued. If a child goes missing in a normal family, as long as they do it cleanly, the experts in the city lord's manor won't notice. But recently, they have caused too much trouble. Over 1,000 people in a month. No matter whose territory it is, no one can tolerate it. How can they be so savage? Do you think they are stupid? Tui Dao said in suspense. I can guess a bit of the reason. Then, Tui Dao shut up and looked at XVI with a smile. His expression seemed to say, come and beg me. The most annoying thing when reading a book is to cut off chapters, and the most annoying thing when talking is to keep people in suspense. XVI was young and couldn't bear it. Xianxia reminded him, don't talk. Don't pay attention to him. XVI listened to Lord Jianling's words. He tried his best to suppress his curiosity. Why don't you ask me? Tui Dao couldn't bear it anymore. He was in the mood to talk. If XVI didn't ask, he would feel uncomfortable. Xianxia said, you can ask now. What is it? It's actually very simple. Just think about the people that the human traffickers come in contact with. No matter if it's a demonic sect, an assassin organization, or other forces, which one of them isn't evil and full of evil? They probably need a large number of children in a short period of time and force those people to complete the order. Those scumbags who kidnap and sell children definitely don't dare to resist and do their best to complete the task. Now you know why so many people came to watch the execution, right? I advise you not to go on stage. Let me do it. It was almost noon. XVI changed his clothes and held the red blood sword. He felt a little more confident. Before he left, Tui Dao mocked him in a malicious tone. Look at so many people. Are you very nervous? Don't go weak in the legs. If you're afraid, let me do it. I won't laugh at you. After all, you're still young. You're not even as old as my son. Can you still hold the sword steadily? After you go on stage, don't chop it wrong. That'll be a joke. If you feel disgusted, spit it out. You'll feel better after you spit it out. Listen to me. If you can't hold it, call me up to help you. It's inevitable for young people to make mistakes. No one will laugh at you. XVI couldn't be bothered to listen to him. He braced himself and walked to the execution platform. There were too many people today. On the short road to the execution platform, the city guards cleared a path and maintained order. Countless people turned their eyes to XVI and followed him. Many people even stood on their tiptoes to look. At this moment, XVI, who was dressed as an executioner, was the most eye-catching one, even if he was too young. Who is this? A newcomer? Where's Tui Dao? I like to watch him chop off heads. I also think he's more reliable. I'm afraid this hothead can't do it. Yes, Tui Dao is happy to chop off heads. It's also fun to watch. I'm here to see how these human traffickers die. Can this young man stand on the stage? Fortunately, there were city guards at the scene. XVI didn't show any fear. Most people were still watching. They wanted to see if this young man could do it, in the face of the noisy crowd, in the face of everyone's gazes, and in the face of many criticisms. XVI didn't have any reaction. His face was calm as he walked straight to the execution platform. His steps were very even, as if he wasn't nervous at all. A few calm onlookers nodded secretly. At least the new executioner didn't have stage fright. Why didn't the 17th have stage fright? It wasn't because he had a big heart, it wasn't because he was born with thick nerves. It was because he was already so nervous that he was dumbfounded. His face was so nervous that it was completely stiff. His brain was a mess. If someone looked at his face carefully, they would find that the muscles on his left face near his eyelids were twitching non-stop. He felt that he wasn't stepping on hard bluestones, but elastic cotton that wanted to bounce him up. XVI shouted in his heart, Lord Jianling. Yes? I'm a little nervous. Xianxia asked, not just a little, right? Xianxia could completely understand 17's nervousness. After all, the scene of tens of thousands of people was too big, an inexperienced young man facing such a big scene for the first time on the stage. It would be strange if he wasn't nervous. The 17th asked for help. What should I do? It's very simple. You can imagine those people who are watching the show as. Xianxia couldn't find a suitable harmless word for a moment. You can imagine them as dead people. This way, you won't be afraid. Xvii glanced at the dense crowd from the corner of his eyes. After thinking for a while, he felt a chill all over his body. But Lord Jianling, if I imagine them as dead people, it feels even scarier. Xianxia really wanted to ask, what's so scary about the dead? They were obviously harmless. Just as Xvii was about to walk up the steps of the execution platform, a beautiful woman in bright silk stood in front of him. The woman was dressed coquettishly, with fair skin and bright red lips. She looked the 17th up and down, frowned, and asked in a dissatisfied tone, "Are you the executioner of today's execution?" Who is she? 17's brain couldn't process it. The city guards who maintained order at the scene actually let her come over, but soon, Xvii saw Chen Ko standing next to the woman. Chen Ko nodded at him, motioning him to answer quickly. Yes. The woman turned around and asked Chen Ko, "Why did you arrange for him to be executed?" "It was originally arranged for him to be executed today." "Can you change it?" Chen Ko replied directly, "This was arranged by Lord Zhang himself. If you want to change it temporarily, you need to get Lord Zhang's approval." Humph. The woman looked at Chen Ko with dissatisfaction, but the Lord Zhang mentioned by Chen Ko made the woman give up the idea of changing the executioner temporarily. She gritted her teeth and said to 17, "Since it's your execution today, you must satisfy me. I want those people to die, the more miserable the better." The woman left in a huff, and the guards that accompanied her forcibly parted a path for her in the crowd. At first glance, one could tell that he was a powerful master. "Uncle Chen? There's not enough time. I won't say much. Anyway, try to do as she says." Seeing 17's nervous look and thinking of the other party's first execution, Chen Ko comforted him again, "Of course, if you really can't do it, it doesn't matter, as long as you can persist." "Who is she?" "The city lord's concubine. She's a little domineering because she's favored." Chen Ko's tone was quite disdainful of the woman. "It's getting late, hurry up and go on stage." Xvii asked in a low voice, "Lord Jianling, what should I do?" "Do as that woman says." Xianxia said in the red blood sword, "You've experienced Fu Yuanming's decapitation, so you should guide me on." What to do? Thinking of Fu Yuanming's cruel and fancy way of beheading, 17's face turned even paler. "But Master Jianling, Uncle Chen said we can ignore that woman." "I suggest you do as that woman says." Xianxia said in a serious tone, "Your Uncle Chen said it's okay. He's just comforting you. You're still young. You don't understand how terrible a woman in hatred can be." "Really?" Xvii didn't believe it. "Of course it's real." Xianxia said seriously, "If you can't satisfy her, as long as she's petty, your Uncle Chen might be implicated." "It can't be, right? Uncle Chen is from the city lord's mansion. But that woman is the one on the city lord's bed." Instinctively, Xvii trusted Jianling more. He stepped onto the execution platform. Tens of thousands of people stared at him, and the crowd below the platform clamored. "Kill them. Cut them into 1,000 pieces. My child, my child. Woo-woo, beheading them is too easy." All sorts of vicious insults and curses were directed at the prisoners, causing 17 to feel dizzy. Xvii held the hilt of his sword tightly and stood there blankly. The muscles on his face twitched more and more violently. According to the procedure, the first batch of prisoners to be beheaded was brought to the execution platform and lined up to kneel in front of Xvii one by one. As soon as the prisoners were brought to the execution platform, countless pieces of mud, stones, and rotten eggs fell on the platform like rain. A rotten egg hit 17's face. The stench made him want to vomit. He was completely affected. The other city guards who escorted the prisoners also suffered. One of them was even worse than Xvii. He was hit by a stone and squatted on the ground with his face covered. Blood flowed out from between his fingers. "Quiet down, all of you." The loud roar was deafening. A burly man dressed as a general stood on the stage. If anyone dares to throw things again, I will lock him in the dungeon. Seeing that the scene had quieted down, the burly soldier turned to the official of the city lord's mansion and said, "You can read the crimes now." When the crimes were read out, Xianxia looked up and saw the beautiful woman on the opposite building staring at him with her hands on the window frame. Thinking of Lord Jianling's words, he felt even more pressure. As the official read out the crimes, the eyes of the people below the stage became more and more terrifying. The deep-rooted hatred was like a surging tide. Xianxia, who was affected, felt that he couldn't breathe. Not only were his legs weak, but even his hand holding the hilt of his sword was weak. If it weren't for the city guards maintaining order, the people below the stage would probably rush up and tear the prisoners into pieces and stuff them into their stomachs. Lord Jianling, do they really hate those human traffickers that much? You don't have a child, you don't understand. Execute. Xianxia heard these two words. He stood in front of the first prisoner. The first prisoner was a middle-aged man with disheveled hair and a dirty face. He was also hit by stones and rotten eggs, and his face was covered in blood. He looked up at the hateful eyes of the crowd and said, "You bastards, how dare you hit me with rotten eggs? If my hands weren't tied, I would definitely kill all of you." The middle-aged man's arrogant appearance completely angered the crowd. "Kill him! Kill him!" On the tall building in the distance, the beautiful woman's nails had already pierced into the wooden window frame. "Even if I behead you, this scar will be as big as a bowl. I'm telling you, I'm not afraid of death." The middle-aged man looked at Xianxia and smiled. "Little guy, have you ever beheaded someone before? Let Grandpa teach you, chop here." Xianxia had seen such an arrogant prisoner in Fu Yuanming's memory, but it was the first time he met such an arrogant prisoner in reality. He raised the blood-red sword with difficulty. For the first time, he realized that the sword was so heavy, his hands were soft and he didn't feel any strength. The prisoner was a middle-aged man. He had long been prepared to be beheaded, but after waiting for a long time, the sword didn't come. He said in a hoarse voice, "Hurry up and chop, don't let me wait too long." The people below the stage were also urging him. "Kill him! Kill him!" Xianxia raised the sword, and the sword was directly raised above his head. The extremely clumsy way of wielding the sword was like a banker holding a hoe. He gritted his teeth and chopped down fiercely. The middle-aged prisoner closed his eyes, and all the people who hated the prisoner opened their eyes wide. Then, the entire execution ground was silent. Xianxia covered his forehead. The beautiful woman's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. Tu Yidao laughed heartily and wantonly. "I knew it, I knew it. I knew he would be like this. I'm dying of laughter. I, Tu Yidao, have lived for most of my life, and this is the first time I've seen such an executioner. I've learned something new, I can't. Tu Yidao laughed so hard that he squatted on the ground, wiping his tears. Xianxia looked at the small half of the sword blade that was stuck in the execution ground and was at a loss. "You can't even chop a living person. Let him get down. Get down. XX, hurry up and get down." The middle-aged prisoner looked at the sword beside him, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and quickly turned his head away. Tu Yidao held his broadsword and laughed. "You're so inexperienced, so you can't do things properly. At the critical moment, you still need me, Tu Yidao, to save you?" Xianxia knew that he had made an unforgivable mistake. Xianxia reminded him, "What's wrong? Continue." "But Mr. Jianling, I missed." "Trash. Keep chopping." Xianxia roared, and the crimson blood demon sword revealed a trace of killing intent. "Don't stop until you kill him. Do you want to be kicked off like a coward? Being kicked off isn't scary. What's scary is that you give up completely. 17 If you can't kill him, I'll kill you." Jianling, who had always been kind to him, was actually angry, thinking of the commander, Xianxia, and that beautiful woman. He didn't want to give up and be kicked off the stage. The terrifying killing intent made the 17th instantly fall into fear. Even though his hands were weak, Xianxia slashed wildly without any accuracy. The second slash, Xianxia cut the opponent's arm, cutting it off. The third slash, Xianxia cut the opponent's shoulder, and the wound was so deep that the bone could be seen, the 4th slash, the 5th slash, the 6th slash, the 10th slash. 17's hands finally found the strength that they had lost. Tui Dao came to the execution platform and said to Chen Ko proudly, "Mr. Chen, let me go up." Chen Ko looked at the woman upstairs and shook his head thoughtfully. Tui Dao was still unwilling to give up. "That kid is too inexperienced. I told him to kill the head, but he couldn't find the neck after a dozen slashes. What an idiot." Chen Ko glanced at Tui Dao and said slowly, "You don't understand. Let XVII continue." "But what if the mayor blames us?" "Just say that it's my decision. The higher-ups won't blame you. Don't worry." "Okay." Tui Dao turned and left with a cold face. He didn't expect Chen Ko to protect that young man. On the execution platform, 17's efforts weren't in vain. At least, the people who were shouting for him to get off the stage had quietened down. 17's method of beheading was unexpected, but it was what most of them wanted. Great, 17's aim was still not good, and the person under the sword was still alive. The middle-aged prisoner raised his head and shouted while enduring 17's heavy sword, "I admit that you surprised me. But you underestimated me too much. Do you think that by torturing me like this, I will kneel down and beg for mercy like those weaklings? Let me tell you, I, Yang Baoquan, left home when I was 13 years old. I have traveled extensively for more than 20 years. I am famous for being a tough nut to crack. This little injury is nothing." Ha ha ha. Chen Hao didn't expect that 17's first prisoner would be a tough nut to crack. Even Fu Yuanming had not met many people like this. Yang Baochuan's laughter spread far and wide. Many people under the execution platform had ugly expressions on their faces. They were not here to see how the human traffickers would display their heroism. They wanted to see the prisoner's struggles, unwillingness, fear, tears, and begging for mercy before they died. They hated these human traffickers too much, but he couldn't do it. That Yang Baoquan was actually able to endure all the torture so calmly. This made the hatred in their hearts unable to be vented at all. But they couldn't do anything to him. No matter which executioner carried out the punishment, there wouldn't be a better way than XVII on the stage. After all, the sentence was only beheading, not death by 1,000 cuts. That's right. Under Yang Baochuan's testimony, almost everyone believed that XVII was torturing the prisoner. Even the first slash that missed was automatically assumed by others to be a deliberate attempt to break the criminal's momentum and attack the criminal's mind. After all, when they were clearly prepared to die immediately and suddenly found that the executioner had missed, ordinary prisoners would feel very devastated. Chen Hao looked at the heroic Yang Baoquan. XVII, who was waving his sword crazily, was even more like a lunatic, a pitiful supporting role to set off the heroic aura. He, the master of the Crimson Blood Demon Sword, couldn't be like this. "We can't continue like this." "Then what should we do, Master Jianling?" After continuously waving his sword, XVII had already woken up. His nervousness had almost disappeared, but the pressure was getting greater and greater. He knew the hatred and expectations of the people under the execution platform. Yang Baochuan's mocking laughter aroused the fierceness in the youth's heart. The only way is to use the evil aura field. The strength of the prisoner Yang Baoquan in front of him was really good, but people always had their limits. When they lost too much blood, their spirit would start to weaken. Then use it. It will affect you too. Looking at Yang Baochuan's mocking smile, XVII gritted his teeth and said, "I'm not afraid." Evil aura field. The more creatures killed, the stronger the evil aura condensed, forming a unique evil aura field. The evil aura field can not only affect the enemy's mind, but also make them feel fear, despair, and other negative emotions. It will also affect the sword master. Even if the Crimson Blood Demon Sword had killed tens of thousands of souls and the evil aura field had grown to a certain extent, it was still difficult to break through Yang Baochuan's mental defense line in a short period of time. However, the evil aura field was not an explosive skill. Those who were in its range, even if they didn't collapse immediately, their mental defense line would slowly be eroded and penetrated, whether it was the enemy or the sword master. Coincidentally, the other party couldn't move and couldn't escape. At the same time, because of his heavy injuries and excessive blood loss, he began to become mentally weak. A cold aura seeped out from the red blood sword. Xvii shivered, his mind was in a trance, and the killing intent in his heart was boiling. The evil aura field was fully activated and controlled by Chen Hao, enveloping the criminal. Time passed by, the weak young Baoquan felt more and more confused, his body was getting colder and colder, and his heart was scared. However, the pain in his body seemed to be 10 times more intense in an instant. But the young executioner was still tirelessly causing pain in his body, and couldn't give him a quick death. His laughter stopped, he couldn't laugh anymore, he was desperate, he didn't want to endure this unnecessary torture anymore. So what if he made the other party happy, he would also feel better. He really wanted to die right now. Death would be great. As soon as he had this thought, Yang Baoquan collapsed. Kill me with one strike. I beg you, kill me with one strike. The people near the execution platform were the first to hear Yang Baoquan's begging. Did I hear wrong? He's begging for mercy. I heard it too, it's not an illusion. So powerful. I didn't expect it. On the execution platform, Yang Baoquan cried hoarsely, I beg you, give me a quick death. Unfortunately, Xvii couldn't hear it at all, he had already fallen into a frenzy. Yang Baoquan, who was seriously injured and on the verge of death, couldn't resist the erosion of the evil aura field, and he couldn't either. In his mind, there was only one thought desperately, kill all the people in prison uniforms. Someone took the lead and threw a handful of silver coins on the platform, and then all kinds of coins were thrown onto the execution platform by the crazy people. When Yang Baoquan's will was disintegrated, the wills of the other prisoners almost collapsed too. They had just admired Yang Baoquan's perseverance and put themselves in his shoes, wanting to die in a spectacular way so that everyone present would remember them. Unfortunately, Yang Baoquan didn't persist to the end. Xvii sat on the execution platform, his face pale, gasping for breath. His face and body were covered with blood, his white shirt and trousers were dyed dark red, and blood that didn't belong to him was dripping down his trousers. He looked very embarrassed, but no one went up to help him. Even Chen Ko just watched from afar. 17's performance just now was too terrifying. It was as if she had gone mad. She raised her heavy sword and slashed at the prisoners. The lucky ones would die after a few slashes, while the unlucky ones would be put to death by 1,000 cuts, and even if the prisoners died, Xvii didn't let them go. He didn't give up until the bodies were chopped into pieces. Even the soldiers who escorted the prisoners to the execution platform were terrified when facing Xvii, fearing that Xvii would cut them down like prisoners. Facing this madman, after Yang Baoquan, almost all the prisoners broke down and cried for mercy on the execution platform. Xvii clutched the hilt of his sword tightly and said guiltily, Master Jianling, I must have been terrible on the execution platform just now. No, you did very well. Xvii shook his head, you'd better not comfort me. I'm not comforting you. What happened today was really unexpected. Except for the first strike, I was satisfied with your other performances. Chen Hao never cared to lie. He wouldn't give anyone face. Do you know what I'm most satisfied with? What? Being able to last until the end in the evil spirit field. Chen Hao said, you've never killed anyone before. I was worried that you would go crazy because of the stimulation. But you performed very well. You could at least maintain a little consciousness in the murderous aura field. You even knew who to kill. I wanted to kill all the prisoners at that time. Well, that's not bad. Chen Hao didn't say it clearly. If it were other ordinary sword masters in the Qi condensation realm or the Qi high realm who hadn't killed anyone before, they would have lost consciousness and become a murderous maniac after being stimulated by the evil spirit field. I was still too nervous. Xvii said in annoyance. It's okay. Courage is trained. Chen Hao didn't blame the 17th for this. Xvii was usually quiet. She did not have many friends and was not very sociable. The first time she went to the execution platform, she encountered such a large mission and faced so many angry audiences. It was normal to be nervous. Chen Hao could still clearly remember that he was a nobody in class back then. When the teacher asked him to go up to the podium to introduce himself, he was so nervous that he stuttered and blushed in front of dozens of people in the class. He really had no reason to scold Xvii. Lord Zhang, it's this brat. His skills are so bad that he can't even find the neck. He was even crazier on the execution platform. He was only supposed to decapitate the head, but he completely cut it into pieces. Tui Dao's voice rang out. Xvii raised her head and saw a dignified elder dressed in an official's robe standing beside Tui Dao. Look up there. Even the corpses can't be pieced together. The old man glanced at the messy execution platform, and his face darkened. I think he's not suitable to be an executioner at all. He doesn't have any skills at all. You're the 17th that Chen Ko recommended? The old man asked. Yes, Lord. You don't have to come anymore. Hearing this, Xvii felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Lord, can you give me another chance? Xvii asked with a choked voice. He didn't want to disappoint Lord Jianling and Lord Commander. No. Lord Zhang looked at the city guard who was cleaning up the execution platform with a shovel and refused directly. Decapitation means decapitation. Tui Dao smiled proudly. Hee, did you hear that? You'd better go home and practice swordsmanship for another 8 to 10 years before coming back. Xvii still wanted to say something, but Chen Ko walked over and shook his head helplessly. He signaled him not to speak. No matter how much he said, it would be useless. Just as Lord Zhang was about to turn and leave, a gentle female voice stopped him. Wait, Lord Zhang, I think Xvii did a good job. Xvii turned around and saw the beautiful woman from before slowly walking over. She had 2 maids and a team of guards beside her. She also had 2 evil dogs the size of calves. As soon as she got close to the execution platform, the 2 evil dogs jumped onto the platform and licked the pieces of flesh on the platform. She handed the iron chain to the guard beside her and ordered, Old Zhou, make sure the 2 little guys are full. Tui Dao, Chen Ko, and Lord Zhang's expressions didn't look good. Even though the beautiful woman spoke up for him just now, Xvii still couldn't accept it. Lord Zhang said in a serious tone, Madam Lu, I know you hate those people, but decapitation is decapitation, not death by 1,000 cuts. Yes, I know. Old Zhang is right. Little 17 is wrong. Madam Lu didn't have the arrogance she had just now. Instead, she followed Lord Zhang's words and said, but Xvii is still young. He hasn't even killed anyone before. I think he's very brave to be able to execute more than 30 people in one go. His face is only a little pale. Lord Zhang was surprised. Really? Yes, Lord. Xvii replied respectfully. Indeed. He killed more than 30 people in one go for the first time, but his face was only a little pale. How could this be called not bad? Even if he was a direct descendant of the Lan family, he would still be very embarrassed when he killed someone for the first time. Madame Lu smiled. Old Zhang, why don't you give the 17th another chance? Old Zhang looked at Madame Lu. He thought for a while and nodded. Since Madame Lu is willing to give him a chance, I won't object. How about this? Wasn't the original plan to execute a criminal today? Bring him here. Tui Dao lowered his head. He didn't dare to say anything. He only hoped that Xvii would mess things up. The last criminal was brought to the execution platform without knowing what happened. Stepping on the sticky blood and broken limbs, he couldn't even stand properly. He slipped and fell to the ground. He hugged the guard's leg and cried, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Can you give me another chance? I'll be a good person in the future. I'll be a good person. Chen Ko reminded Xvii, you only have one chance. Yes. Standing on the execution platform, most of the people had already left. Xvii took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He quickly recalled the key to Fu Yuanming's beheading technique. Deliberately mystifying. Before Tui Dao could finish, Madame Lu glared at him. He was so scared that he quickly shut his mouth. Stepping on the criminal's back, when the head was in the best position, he quickly pulled out his sword. Blood spurted out and splashed on the execution platform. Xvii quickly stepped on the headless corpse and let the blood flow into the blood groove. It was a normal beheading. There were no highlights, but there were no flaws either. Not bad. Your sword is fast and clean. Old Zhang nodded. I'll let it go this time. Remember not to make the same mistake again. Xvii quickly said, thank you, Lord Zhang. After Mr. Zhang left, Mrs. Lu asked with a smile, you're one of the orphans adopted by the Lan family, right? Mrs. Lu was beautiful and her smile was very seductive, but Xvii didn't have the slightest thought of respecting her. Yes. You made me very satisfied today. Mrs. Lu took out a few beautiful stones from the purse tied to her waist and handed them to him. Here, this is your reward. The stones were smooth and beautiful like jade. Xvii could clearly feel the abundant reiki in the stones. Spirit stones, only those who got first place in the monthly exam would be rewarded with 3 spirit stones. Xvii had seen them from afar before, but he had never received one. He knew very well how precious spirit stones were. Chen Ko reminded him, this is Mrs. Lu's reward for you. Take it. 17 hurriedly accepted Mrs. Lu's reward. Chen Hao also said, if you want to thank her, just say thank you, pretty sister. Thank you, pretty sister. Xvii subconsciously listened to Jian Ling, but after he said it, his face began to burn. Mrs. Lu covered her mouth and laughed. You deserve it. She was quite happy to be called pretty sister by Xvii. After Madame Lu left, Chen Ko said happily, luckily, Madame Lu helped you today. Thank you, Uncle Chen. You're welcome, but your performance on the execution platform today scared me. Chen Ko said, I've seen people who vomited when they killed someone for the first time, but I've never seen people who went crazy when they killed someone for the first time. You have to be careful. I always feel that you're not in the right state. When you go back, ask old Hu. Okay. Xvii nodded. He knew that his crazy behavior on the execution platform would be noticed. He looked at Madame Lu's back and whispered, Uncle Chen, that Madame Lu seems to hate those people. Chen Ko lowered his voice and said, I heard that Madame Lu was born in Fragrance House, and it was Lord Lan who redeemed her freedom. At that time, she betrothed her personal maidservant, Xiao Ling, who was like a sister to a scholar from a wealthy family, to be his first wife. Not long ago, a group of human traffickers went crazy and kidnapped the maidservant's son. They haven't been able to find him, and the maidservant couldn't take the blow and went crazy. Later, she was found to have lost her footing and fell into a pond and drowned. After those human traffickers were caught, she was the one who proposed to the Castellan, but Lord Zhang rejected her suggestion. Chen Ko said, so you've hit the mark today. You've met her wish. Hearing Uncle Chen's explanation, 17 understood. He continued to ask, have you found that child? Xvii was an orphan. We've already sent them out. How can we find them? Yes. Alright, go and wash your body before you go back. You can't go back in your current state. Xvii washed up and changed his clothes. He went back to see Commander Hu and told him about his crazy actions at the execution ground. Of course, he hid the red blood sword. Commander Hu pondered for a long time before saying, your constitution is very rare, but it's not impossible. I've seen soldiers on the battlefield who went crazy the first time they killed someone, but they didn't have a good ending. Next time when you execute them, see if they'll still lose control. That's right, after a year, when you leave this place, the Lan Manor will conduct a test for you. You'd better get an excellent result and obtain a secret technique called Ice Heart Condensation Technique from the Lan Manor's Martial Arts Pavilion. Commander Hu said seriously, Ice Heart Refining Technique has a miraculous effect on stabilizing a warrior's mind. Commander Hu pointed to his chest and said, Xvii, you must remember that madness will only bring death. A calm mind is the best guarantee for survival, whether it's on the battlefield or elsewhere. Commander, I understand. Then go back and have a good rest. Xvii went back to his room, locked the doors and windows, and sat cross-legged on the bed, holding the red blood sword's hilt. Chen Hao asked, are you ready? I'm ready. A majestic and pure energy was sent out from the red blood sword. The energy entered 17's body, into his meridians, and into his dantian. That energy made people tremble. Xvii couldn't help but shout. Don't waste it, absorb it quickly. Xvii channeled his qi, and desperately converted the energy into his qi. Once his dantian was full, he began to compress his qi into a liquid state, and this cycle repeated. After a long time, there was a soft sound, and an invisible force was formed. He succeeded in breaking through. Xvii opened his eyes in surprise. For the first time, he felt the benefits of the red blood sword's slaughter feedback ability. If he accumulated it step by step, he didn't know how long it would take to go from the peak of the Qi condensation realm to the Qi high realm. But with the red blood sword, as long as he could kill more warriors, his improvement would be unstoppable. Commander Jianling, I broke through. That's normal. You killed so many warriors today, it's normal for you to break through. Xianxia didn't tell Xvii that if he wanted, he could directly raise 17 strength from the early stage of the Qi high realm to the late stage of the Qi high realm. That's right, the stingy Xianxia cut off a large amount of service fees. For the slaughter feedback, he only gave back 5% of the pure energy, the remaining 95% was all for him to enjoy. The black-hearted Xianxia was still thinking, let Xvii taste the sweetness first, and then secretly lower it a bit later, he wouldn't find out anyway. Looking at Xvii who was immersed in joy, he could only sigh. Ignorance is bliss, Xvii said happily. Tomorrow I'm going to find the commander and ask for a movement technique. Not bad, you finally thought of making up for your shortcomings. Xianxia asked, I'm quite curious, why didn't you like to practice movement techniques? I prefer sword techniques. I'm good at sword techniques. I prefer to fight with force. Xvii thought back to the days when he first arrived here. The young mistress had come to see him twice. The second time, he was practicing sword techniques. Little the 17th, you actually know sword techniques, that's amazing. Really? Of course it's true, people who know sword techniques are all very powerful, but my father said I can't practice it. The commander said that if we are strong enough, we can become guards in the lawn manor, and then I'll protect you. It seemed to be a conversation like this. Too much time had passed, and the image was already blurry. He couldn't even remember the young mistress's appearance, and only a familiar black shadow was in his memory. Unfortunately, the young mistress hadn't shown up for a long time, and that shadow was also unclear. However, when the two were talking, 17's strong happiness and impulse didn't disappear because of the passage of time. Instead, it became more and more profound, to the point that it became a force that pushed him forward. 17's group of orphans was definitely carefully selected. Their cultivation talent was much stronger than ordinary people. However, the Lan family did not put much effort into their cultivation. The Lan clan wanted to nurture servants and family guards, but they didn't want to nurture martial experts. They would rather spend more resources to cultivate the family's direct descendants or collateral descendants, unless these youths could prove that they were outstanding enough to spend very little resources and let the Lan family receive great returns. And the 15-year-old monthly exam was the time for them to prove themselves. 17 and the others all started cultivating the yellow level middle level cultivation method, the non-attributed origin mixing method. The Lan manor would also provide them with an offensive martial skill, a movement skill, and a body tempering method, all of which were yellow level middle level cultivation methods. If they wanted to cultivate a higher level origin mixing technique, there was only one way, and that was to cultivate the origin mixing technique to perfection. 17's battle sword secret art was obtained this way. Commander who was very surprised by 17's breakthrough. After knowing that he planned to start cultivating movement techniques, Commander who was even more satisfied. Xvii focused on heavy sword techniques. Among this group of orphans, his sword techniques were the strongest. However, he was heavily biased in this area, so he did not receive movement techniques or body tempering techniques. However, he was stubborn, and this always gave Commander who a headache. Today, Xvii actually understood, and this made Commander who sigh in his heart at 17's growth. Your talent is even higher than 7-9's, so you have to cultivate well. In 3 months, the Lan family will worship their ancestors, and the annual martial arts competition will start again. You can try to break through, as long as you can show your face. If you can make the Lan family notice you, it will be very beneficial for you in the future. Okay. Xvii asked, how is 7-9? Commander who stroked his beard and said, not bad, I heard that he was arranged to be in the army as 3rd Young Master's personal guard. 3rd Young Master gave him a name, Lan Qing. Xvii nodded. The Lan family started out with military exploits, and they controlled the elite Golden Armor Army in the north. Many direct descendants or important collateral descendants who were interested in joining the army would enter the army to train. When this group of people entered the army, they would definitely bring along some trustworthy subordinates. Lan Xvii and the other orphans who were personally raised by the Lan family would easily stand out. They were far more reliable than the recruited martial artists. It was 7-9 Li's fortune to be able to follow the third young master of the Lan family. How's your practice of the battle sword art going? Reaching perfection is only a matter of time. After experiencing an execution and the impact of the murderous aura, Xvii was really confident that she could cultivate the battle sword technique to perfection in a short time. That's great. Commander Hu smiled and said helplessly, but even if you break through, I don't have any other heavy sword techniques to teach you. After you break through, focus on your movement techniques. Yes, Commander. Back in the room, Xvii carefully read the flash steps and the iron body physical exercise, and then went out to continue practicing the battle sword art. The iron body physical exercise was given by Xianxia to 17 to receive. Xvii had no interest in the body physical exercise in the first place. Was the body physical exercise important? Of course it was important. However, the body physical exercise was very extravagant and time-consuming to cultivate, and it required the consumption of some precious medicine. It was better to directly cultivate true qi and improve the realm. The principle of the iron body physical exercise was roughly the same as ordinary body physical exercise. External forces beat the body, and then rely on medicine or true qi to nourish the body to achieve the purpose of improving the resistance, strength, and physique. When external forces beat the body, the strength must be appropriate, and the location must be particular. It was necessary to nourish the body, otherwise, it would only cause injuries and injuries. There were actually two ways to nourish the body. One was the exclusive way of the rich, medicinal nourishment. The speed of improvement was fast. This was the most recommended way to cultivate the body physical exercise. Almost half of the content in the back of every body physical exercise was a prescription. There was also the exclusive way of the poor, true qi nourishment. Not only was the speed of improvement slow, but it also consumed true qi and affected the speed of cultivation. In Xianxia's opinion, Xvii still had the ability to cultivate the body physical exercise. The shiny spirit stones in his hands could be sold. Moreover, the executioner also had a lot of gray income. Today, he received a tip of more than 40 gold coins, which could completely support the cultivation of the iron body physical exercise. 3 days later, 17's beheading technique improved rapidly. He had half of Fu Yuanming's skill and was recognized by most people. He could be considered to have a firm foothold. It was also on that day that 17 successfully cultivated the battle sword art to perfection. The heavy sword in his hand carried an indomitable momentum and a piercingly cold murderous aura. His moves were awe-inspiring, upright, and upright. Every sword strike was heavy and powerful, pursuing the maximum damage to the enemy. To put it simply, it was a head-on confrontation. 17's body had a tendency to continue to grow taller, becoming the dependence of his sword master. Xianxia found that his height had grown by 5 centimeters, and he had already reached 1.9 meters. Xianxia estimated that 17's height should be able to break through 2 meters. It was already night after 17 successfully broke through. He didn't continue to cultivate, but jumped onto the house, lying on the bricks and tiles, listening to the sound of insects and looking at the crescent moon in the sky. A breeze blew, and the atmosphere was a little dull. It wasn't until midnight that a few teenagers who came back late quickly fell asleep. The surroundings returned to silence. Xianxia asked, "What's wrong today?" It was the usual Xvii, but this was such a waste of time. "Today is my birthday." Under the crescent moon, there were only a few stars, and the surroundings were very quiet. It was as if there was only the 17th between heaven and earth. "You still remember your birthday?" "Yes, when we entered the Lan Manor, our bone age was checked, and could only be roughly accurate to the month. I entered the Lan Manor in October, which was also the month I was born in. I entered the Lan Manor on the 8th, so my birthday is the 8th of October. Xvii said softly, "We're all like this. Don't you want to do some ceremony? Find a few friends to get together? I don't want to go through so much trouble." Xvii jumped off the roof and went to the training field. He cultivated until he was completely exhausted, and his chi was completely exhausted. Only then did he hastily take a shower, and lay down on the bed to sleep. The yellow level middle level movement skill flash steps was a martial skill that poured chi into the fixed meridians in the legs, and then relied on the explosive power of the legs to instantly increase the speed of movement. Then the question was, if he cultivated flash steps to perfection, could 17 really dodge? The answer was, impossible. If he could really dodge, then it wouldn't be a yellow level movement skill. Don't be fooled by its concise name. It was eye-catching and had the style of a divine technique. In fact, it was just a crude way to use true energy in the legs. Moreover, it had a lot of limitations. First of all, a normal chi-high warrior could only use it 10 times a day. If he used it too many times, it would create a huge burden on the meridians and bones of the legs. In serious cases, it could cause cramps and meridians to explode. Secondly, flash steps could only be used in a straight line, and it was easy for the opponent to find a pattern to counter it. Of course, flash steps also had its advantages, and that was its ability to teleport quickly. It was easy to cultivate, and there were no specific steps. Most importantly, it was suitable for 17's fighting style. The first step to cultivating flash steps was to familiarize oneself with the chi in the meridians. It was very important to be familiar with the way the true chi flowed through the meridians in the legs, especially the flash step, which was a high explosive and high burden movement technique. If one was not careful, it could easily cause damage to the body. This was a process that required continuous practice, continuous memorization, and continuous testing of the limits of one's legs. Then practice makes perfect, and then one could reach the state of being able to do as one pleased. There was no other shortcut. Xvii half lay on the bed and practiced for 2 whole days. On the 3rd day, he tried to stand on the ground and circulate his true chi to begin the actual operation. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, he barely managed to use the flash step once. Then, because he was not used to this movement method, he almost fell flat on his face. However, he was still quite happy. Of course, his body forging technique was also in progress at the same time. Relying on the spirit stones rewarded by Madame Liu, the executioner's salary and grey income, and 17's own physical talent, his body forging technique improved rapidly, even faster than the flash step that he worked hard to cultivate every day. This was the charm of spending money. Xianxia remembered the iron rule of the game in the past: use salary to create happiness, play if you don't have money. This world was even worse. Basically, if you don't have money, then you die, you really die. Just look at the gap between civilian martial artists and martial artists from aristocratic families and sections. 3 months passed quickly. A month ago, 17's iron body forging technique reached perfection, and at the same time, he spent all his savings. In 3 months, his body was like weeds splashed with feces, growing crazily until he was 2.1 meters tall. His whole body was muscular, burly, and stylish. He was a complete fierce man, strong and powerful muscles, a slightly immature face, and a shy and introverted personality. Xianxia estimated that if he could bring Xvii back to Earth, he would definitely help him make a lot of money, because the demon sword helped him improve his comprehension. 17's flash step was also cultivated to perfection. This made Commander Hu express shock. He did not expect Xvii to be so talented in movement techniques. Then, Xvii found a high-grade yellow level body forging technique, copper body forging technique, and a high-grade yellow level movement technique, flash step, in Commander Hu's collection of cultivation techniques and martial arts. Lord Commander, could it be that you still have mystic grade low-grade, flash steps? There is, but it's not with me. In the lawn matter, a profound grade movement technique is too precious. I don't have the qualifications to keep it. Commander Hu continued to explain, not only does he have the profound level low-grade flash steps technique, he also has the bronze body tempering technique's advancement technique, the silver body tempering technique. Xvii, let me tell you, this is one of the foundations of the top clans. If you cultivate flash steps to perfection and then cultivate yellow-grade high-grade flash steps, you will be able to progress much faster than cultivating other normal yellow-grade high-grade movement arts. Xvii understood this. Commander Hu sighed and said, actually, the flash steps that you're practicing and the yellow rank high grade flash steps that you've obtained now are both emasculated versions of the real flash steps. The real flash steps is a low-grade profound level movement technique. Normally, only the direct descendants of the clan and important branch descendants have the qualifications to cultivate it. Yes. Commander Hu's words dealt a heavy blow to XVII. Even the satisfaction he felt from mastering flash steps had completely disappeared. 17. Yes? Your talent is very good, but unfortunately, you weren't born in a noble family and you didn't join a sect. Sensing 17's disappointment, Commander Hu comforted him, there are only 2 more days until the annual exam. Prepare well and strive for a good result. You have to let the clan see your talent. Okay. XVII said as he clenched his fist. Every year, the Long clan would hold a martial arts competition to worship their ancestors. Not only could the direct descendants and branch descendants of the Long clan participate, even the descendants of the Long clan's servants could participate, including XVII and the other adopted orphans. The participants of the martial arts competition had to be under the age of 18. The martial arts competition was divided into 3 groups, ages 13 to 15, ages 15 to XVII, and ages XVII to 18. Almost every year, the direct descendants and branch descendants of the Long clan would be ranked at the top. As for the descendants of the Long clan's servants, they were more like background characters. The night before the martial arts competition, Xianxia showed a rare kindness. XVII successfully broke through to the mid-Qi high realm. 17 who successfully broke through was very happy. Compared to Qijiao, he was much stronger. He looked at the heavy sword in his hand and regained his confidence. At least, he had the help of Master Jianling. On the morning of the monthly exam, Commander Hu brought XVII and the other youngsters to the Long clan's residence. He handed a thick register to a manager. On it was the identity, name, age, appearance, strength, and the martial arts skills of all the youngsters. The manager glanced at the first page and asked with a smile, "Who is Blue 17? I am." Looking at Blue 17's muscular body, the manager nodded, "Not bad, 14 years old, early Qi high realm. You have great talent." "Master, I broke through to the mid-Qi high realm last night." "Let me see." XVII started to circulate his Qi, revealing his mid-Qi high realm power. "Not bad, his power is still a bit unstable, but he is indeed at the mid-Qi high realm." The steward smiled at Commander Hu and said, "Commander Hu, you've nurtured a genius. This kind of talent and strength can be considered above average among the branch family descendants. If the eldest young master knows about this, he will definitely be very happy. I also didn't expect XVII to break through so early." Commander Hu said happily, 17's talent is indeed better than others." The manager nodded and recorded 17's information on a piece of white paper. He put it in a drawer and locked it. Every youngster received a number and registered. Then, they were arranged to their rooms by the servants. XVII lived in a simple and narrow room. The room was very clean, as if it had just been cleaned. He was very satisfied. He knew where his Qi condensation friends lived. He lived there last year. Not only was the room broken, it also needed to be cleaned by them. With 4 people squeezed together, there were not enough beds. Someone had to sleep on the floor. Today was the day of the ancestral worship ceremony. Tomorrow was the day of the competition. After Commander Hu made arrangements for the other youths, he specially looked for 17 and instructed him, "In tomorrow's competition, you will meet the Long clan's disciples on the martial arts stage. You must remember, you must not go easy on them. Don't be afraid of offending them. You must treat your opponents as life and death enemies, and fight for every spot in the competition. Even if you lose, you must lose beautifully. Show them all that you have learned. There will be experts from the Long clan watching over you during the martial arts competition, so your life will not be in danger." "Understood." Good luck." Commander Hu patted 17's shoulder and said, "If you get a good result, I will treat you to a drink." After Commander Hu left, 17 quietly found a secluded corner nearby and began to practice the yellow level high-level flash steps. The yellow level high-level flash steps only required the true Qi to flow through the meridians in the legs in a more complicated way. 17 had already reached the beginner level, but he was still a bit away from the initial level. 17's heart was filled with anger. Early in the morning, after eating a simple breakfast, the youths were led by Commander Hu to the square of the Lan family's camp to wait. On the square, there were 9 large battle stages neatly built. Each battle stage was circular in shape and had a diameter of more than 30 meters. There was enough space for the warriors to perform. Xianxia had no idea how many people were in the Lan family, including the side branches. After a short while, the square, which was even bigger than the execution ground in Yang City, was filled with people. One of the youths asked softly, "Commander, how many people are there in the Lan family?" "If you include the side branches, there are at least a few tens of thousands." Commander Hu said softly, "But not all of them are here today." A few tens of thousands of family members, as an orphan, Xianxia couldn't imagine. Today's annual exam, including you, there are 672 people between the ages of 13 and 15 who have signed up. The competition is fierce, so you must perform well. Commander Hu continued, "You will be fighting on the 3 battle stages on the left. Don't run around. If you don't get the hint, you will be counted as having the right to do so. You must remember your number plates. When someone calls you, you will go to the battle stage." The group of youths nodded seriously. The Lan family had a strict hierarchy. For youths like Xianxia, the warrior robes they wore were given by the higher-ups. Light blue, just like the servants. The disciples of the Lan family, on the other hand, were dressed casually, mostly in black and white. Xianxia looked at his number plate, 603. His other companions were about the same as him, very far behind. But it was said that the opponents were randomly chosen. When to fight depended on luck. No one dared to approach the 3 battle arenas because the arenas were surrounded by a dense crowd. Most of them were youths from the Lan family who came to compete, and their relatives. Being raised by the Lan family, the thought of being loyal to the Lan family was deeply ingrained in their minds. They were very clear about their status as family servants and knew their place. Therefore, they all stood at the edge of the arena and looked at the Lan family's branch family members who were competing in the arena from afar. The strength of the 2 Lan family youths who went up first made the 17th serious. One of them was an early Chi-Hai warrior, and the other was even stronger, a mid-Chi-Hai warrior. The 13 and 14-year-old youths who were rubbing their fists and rubbing their palms, eager to prove themselves on the Lan family's annual examination stage, were completely defeated when they saw the profound and exquisite martial arts techniques displayed by the 2 leaders on the stage. Most of them were in the mid to late stages of the Qi condensation realm. If their opponents were the 2 on the stage, they had no chance of winning. The difference between their realms was too great. "If it's brother Xianxia, it shouldn't be a problem," Blue 25 said. Ever since 17 became a Chi-Hai warrior, the group of youngsters started to call him brother Xianxia. Just like brother 7 and brother 9, whoever was stronger would be the brother, the 17th replied, "If it's just them, of course I can win." "That's great. Brother Xianxia, you have to work hard and strive to get first place." "Yes, brother Xianxia, go for it." A few youngsters wearing white warrior robes looked at them. After hearing their words, they turned around and said something with a mocking smile on their faces. Xianxia didn't care. First place, it's really hard. If his opponents were only mid-Chi-Hai warriors, he still had a chance. But the problem was, his opponents shouldn't just be mid-Chi-Hai warriors. In the afternoon, it was finally 17's turn to go on stage. Their situation wasn't looking good. More than 20 of them went on stage, but only 5 of them made it to the next day's competition. The 5 of them were all at the peak of the Qi condensation realm, including Blue 25. Xianxia knew that Qi condensation realm warriors wouldn't be able to compete for the last 20 spots. If he wasn't wrong, there were at least 30 Qi C realm warriors in this batch of contestants. 79, 603, come on stage. Brother Xianxia, it's your turn. Hurry up. The people surrounding the stage automatically opened up a path for Xianxia. He heard the people next to him talking. So he's a servant disciple. But he's really strong. This is a martial arts competition, what's the use of being strong? 17 stepped onto the stage. Opposite him was a normal-looking youngster. The youngster held a thin sword in his hand. The body of the thin sword was very shiny. It should be at least a Xian-level sword. When the youngster saw 17's outfit, he couldn't help but smile. He said happily, "Looks like I'm lucky today, I can pass easily." Xbii looked at him cautiously. Looking at how competent he was, he shouldn't be easy to deal with. Xbii was a little worried that he might meet a late Qi warrior. Suddenly, someone below the stage shouted, "Changjian, hurry up and finish the competition, my legs are going numb from standing." 17's opponent, Lan Changjian, shouted, "Okay, I'll be right there. Wait for me for half an hour, maybe not even half an hour." Xbii was a little doubtful. His luck couldn't be that bad, right? Let's finish the competition quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, his opponent rushed over. Lan Changjian's sword art was very exquisite. It should be a high yellow level sword art with the wind attribute. Every attack was very fast and dazzling. But 17's reaction wasn't slow either. He decided to be careful and concentrated. Using the wide sword, he blocked 7 attacks in a row. After 7 attacks, Xbii was a little confused. Lan Changjian's strength was only at the early Qi realm. Did he see it wrong? That's impossible. As a mid-Qi warrior, he knew the approximate strength of an early Qi warrior. When Lan Changjian saw that his continuous attacks had not defeated his opponent, he immediately sheathed his sword and said to 17, "Your strength is beyond my expectations. You are much stronger than those servants and disciples who went up on stage just now." "Yes." Xbii nodded. "Son, finish it quickly, don't waste time with him." The voice below the stage shouted again. "Looks like if I don't show my true strength, I won't be able to finish the battle in a short time." "Yes." "Then take this." Lan Changjian took a step forward and rushed towards 17 in a very graceful manner. "Try the flying sword art that I just learned, the first style, Wind Howl." The sword pierced through the air with an ear-piercing sound that hurt people's ears. Mysterious level sword art. Xbii held the sword with one hand and the sword with the other. He held the red blood sword in front of him and used his shoulder to block the sword. Dang! The tip of Lan Changjian's sword bent into an arc and he was bounced back. Xbii put down his sword with a strange expression and asked in a low voice, "Are you really an early Qi warrior?" Lan Changjian put away his sword and said proudly, "What, are you scared now? I admit that you're quite strong, but if this continues, you'll definitely lose. If you don't want to get hurt, why don't you just give up?" Xbii held his sword and released all of his energy. His mid-Qi cultivation was revealed. Mid-Qi? Someone whispered. How can a mid-Qi warrior be suppressed by an early Qi warrior? Maybe he is keeping a low profile? Then why is he not keeping a low profile now? Lan Changjian is not weak, and he has practiced a profound level sword art. If he keeps hiding his strength, then he won't be able to participate in tomorrow's competition. That makes sense, that makes sense. That young man is just a servant, and he has reached the mid-Qi realm at such a young age. His talent is not ordinary. He is so young, but he is so patient. Xbii felt wronged. He wanted to tell everyone that he did not want to hide his strength. Lan Changjian clenched his teeth and said, "You are hiding your strength." Xbii was speechless. "Don't think that I will be afraid of you just because you are a mid-Qi warrior. For a genius like me, it is not a dream to challenge someone who is at a higher level." Lan Changjian said. Imperial Wind Sword Art, Second Style, Wind Ray. The green sword radiance flew towards 17 at high speed. Flash step. Xbii dodged the wind ray and rushed towards Lan Changjian. Battle Sword Third Style, Sweep. The red blood heavy sword sliced towards Lan Changjian's waist. Lan Changjian quickly used his long sword to block. A huge force hit him, and the long sword in his hand was directly bent by the crimson blood heavy sword. It stuck to his body, and he was sent flying more than 10 meters before falling off the stage. He was sent flying. Very strong. Battle sword art is not bad. Most of the people in the audience were experienced warriors, and they could tell 17's strength with just one look. Lan Changjian was not badly injured, and after being sent flying by 17, he picked up his long sword and left. Number 603 wins. XVI was surrounded by his friends as soon as he got off the stage. Brother XVI, that was amazing. Brother XVI, we are counting on you now, you have to make us proud. Only 17 knew that he did not have it easy. Lan Chongjian was still strong, but he did not train the Imperial Wind Sword art to a high level. Commander Hu asked, you could have defeated him quickly. Why did you wait so long? The moment I stepped off the stage, he said that he would finish me in half a quarter of an hour. I thought that he was very strong, so I was a little conservative. Commander Hu nodded and said, you still can't go all out on the stage. Next time, remember to attack directly after you get on the stage. Your style is more suitable for taking the initiative to attack. I understand. XVI admitted her mistake today. His style was indeed suited for a frenzied attack. After dinner, he returned to his room. XVI didn't cultivate immediately. Instead, he carefully recalled his battle during the day and summarized his gains and losses. Then, he thought about other battles he had seen. If he were in the opponent's position, how would he respond? This was a mission given to him by Sir Jianling, who said that it could increase his combat experience. After concluding, XVI squatted in the corner silently, not knowing what she was doing. Half a day later, he stood up and said, Sir Jianling, I have an idea. What thoughts? I want to activate the baleful aura field. Why? Aren't you afraid of going crazy? Since activating the baleful aura field 3 months ago, XVI had an idea. Why not use the baleful aura field to cultivate? Sir Jianling, can you help me suppress it a little? Don't let others find out, just like that time on the execution ground. XVI said in a low voice, since experiencing the baleful aura field last time, I found that I have a great understanding of Senior Fu's beheading move. And recently, I found that although I have killed so many people, my personality is still not strong enough. I'm a little timid on the stage and have too many concerns. I don't have the aura of Senior Fu in my memory at all. That's because you have low self-esteem, indecisiveness, and a sensitive heart. Chen Hao directly exposed the flaws in 17's personality. Every time you see the Lan family, you will feel that you are inferior to them. You pay too much attention to what others think of you. On the contrary, paranoia and perfectionism have become your few strengths. To be honest, you are really a freak. XVI didn't say anything. Jianling was right. Long ago, Sir Jianling had pointed out the flaws in his personality. Chen Hao said, XVI, you have to understand that strong strength requires a strong heart. Without a strong heart, you won't be able to go far on the path of martial arts. I understand. But you can't be blamed for this. It's the people of the Lan family who have led you astray. Chen Hao said unhappily. Servility. I want to change. Yes, you should have changed a long time ago. On the stage, I'm afraid that I'll meet the late stage of Qi Hai, or even the peak of Qi Hai Lan Bo Yun. 17 lowered his head and said, only the top 20 can enter the semifinals. The competition starts from the semifinals and the direct descendants of the Lan family will appear. If the young mistress attends, she should be able to see me. I'll give it to you. Most importantly, this competition is very important. It's related to my assessment. Chen Hao asked curiously, then your idea is, I want to change my personality. XVI said seriously, my sword skills and movement skills are suitable for violent attacks. The only thing that isn't suitable for me is my personality. I'm not fierce enough. Use the evil Qi field to change? XVI clenched his fist and said, yes. Chen Hao was a little confused. He took a closer look at the introduction of the baleful aura field. The more creatures killed, the stronger the baleful aura gathered, forming a unique baleful aura field. The baleful aura field could not only affect the enemy's mind, causing them to feel fear, despair, and other negative emotions, but it could also affect the sword owner. XVI and Chen Hao both knew that it could easily make the sword owner go crazy and kill crazily. Before, Chen Hao was always thinking about how to use this skill to trick the sword owner. XVI actually took the initiative to use it to change his personality. He didn't even think of it, his imagination was truly unrestrained, Also, using the evil chi field to change one's personality was feasible. How to change it? Xvii asked tentatively, can you weaken it a little so that it only affects me, just enough to let me maintain a slightly crazy killing intent? Try 5% of the strength. There was no reason for Xianxia not to cooperate with Xvii. Xvii was completely developing a new use of the skill for him. When the cold evil chi just wrapped around Xvii shuddered. After walking a few steps on the spot, he said with some dissatisfaction, Master Jianling, when I move, a part of the evil chi field seems to be unable to keep up. Don't tell me you're thinking that I'll command the evil chi field to keep up with your movements in the future? Xianxia didn't have the awareness of serving the sword owner. Then, Master Jianling, can you directly put the evil chi field into my body? Xvii, what an interesting idea. Xianxia was immediately interested. The Crimson Blood Demon Sword could invade the meridians of the sword owner to transmit energy. The evil chi field was more like a combination of crazy killing intent and death aura, which was also a kind of energy. Open your mind, your true chi is rejecting it. Okay. A cold feeling invaded 17's meridians. Soon, 17's meridians were dyed blood red. The evil chi field was like a spider web, firmly fixed in 17's body. It seemed to have succeeded. Xianxia asked curiously, how do you feel? The strength is just right. It's unprecedentedly good. How is it good? Xvii was the first sword owner to try to implant the evil chi field into his body. Xianxia was very curious about what it felt like. 17 said excitedly, I feel like my entire body is filled with power. I have an urgent desire to kill and destroy. I can't think of anything else in my head. I just want to kill all living creatures and smash everything into smithereens. He waved his fist in the air. Obviously, he was too energetic. Also, I feel like I've become stronger. White non-elemental true energy wrapped around the body of the red blood demon sword. Xianxia noticed that there were dark red threads swimming in 17's white non-elemental true energy. The red threads seemed to be alive. Of course, Xvii noticed it too, the true energy seemed to be eroded by the evil aura. He didn't know if it was temporary or permanent. Xvii carried the red blood sword to a small training field nearby. He performed the battle sword technique and came to a conclusion. Master Jianling, this stage should be able to increase my strength by about 20%. Can you still control yourself? Yes, it should be no problem. I can control it, but I don't want to control it. I want to maintain this state. Xianxia thought for a moment and asked, 17, what's 13 plus 29, 13 plus 29? Xvii scratched his head and couldn't think of an answer. Master Jianling, wait, let me think about it. Okay, don't think about it. Xianxia turned off the evil aura and said, a question that even a 5-year-old can answer. That state is indeed more aggressive, but it will affect your rationality. If you want to use it to change your personality, I'm afraid you'll become retarded. It should be able to subtly influence me. I think it can be used. Yes, it can. It's better than your current state. Xianxia said, it's important to stay rational, but a crazy beast can also make people afraid. Master Jianling, what do you think of that state as the killing state? Xvii gathered the true energy in his palm, and the true energy turned white again. I won't use that state often. It'll be a trump card in battle. Of course, Xvii didn't really think that that state had no effect on her body. However, he had just discovered a new way to use the baleful aura field, so the side effects were still to be seen. Xianxia approved of 17's attempt very much. He wished that every sword master was smart enough. It was just a name. As long as the name was not too bad, he could accept it. The name is fine. Anyway, you can use it however you want. But don't kill yourself. It's still difficult to find a slightly satisfactory sword master. I understand. I understand the principle of having no regrets. If it weren't for Sir Jianling, I wouldn't be who I am today. No matter what the result is, I won't blame Sir Jianling. On the first day of the competition, half of the 672 youths between the ages of 13 and 15 were eliminated. On the second day of the tournament, each of the youths would participate in 2 matches. If they Won both matches, the 84 youths would be qualified to participate in the third day of the tournament. The upper echelons of the Lan family would appear on the fourth day. Almost all of the youths hoped that through this tournament, they would be able to get a great reward or be chosen by the upper echelons of the Lan family. Xianxia was one of the rare ones. His goal was very different, he only wanted to be the guard of the young lady of the Lan family. Xianxia didn't know the details of the other participants of the Lan family. He only knew from Commander Hu that the strongest of the Lan family between the ages of 13 and 15 was Lan Haoyu, the grandson of the third elder of the Lan family. He was half a month away from turning 15 and was at the peak of the Qi Hai realm. As for more information, even Commander Hu didn't know. The Lan family has a rule. Without permission, no disciple of the family is allowed to reveal the information of the other family members. Commander Hu said seriously, this includes the skills you practice. Just be careful in the future. In the first match in the morning, 17's luck was not bad. His opponent was an early Qi Hai warrior from the side branch of the Lan family. He won the match easily. In the second match in the afternoon, 17's luck was gone. As a servant, being able to reach the mid-Qi Hai realm before the age of 15, you are very talented. Unfortunately, you met me. In this match, 17's opponent was a handsome young man. As soon as he got on the stage, the young man said, I am Lan Haoming, late Qi Hai realm. Lan Xbii, you know how strong he is. Brother Ming, you can do it. Send that kid flying. A few young men and women shouted from below the stage. It was obvious that Lan Haoming was quite famous in the Lan family. After the judge announced the start of the match, the two of them collided. Sparks flew. Lan Haoming's confident attack was not successful. Instead, he was pushed back by 2 steps. He looked at Xbii, who was as big as a bear, and the heavy sword in his hand. He touched his numb right hand and sighed, such strength. 17's face was wooden as she replied with a grunt. She raised her heavy sword and charged forward without any hesitation. Xbii used all of his strength and performed the battle sword art. A violent aura filled the entire stage. A Lan family member watching from below the stage said, Battle Sword Art's completion stage, that young man is not bad. There aren't many people in the Lan family who can train a high-level yellow-level martial art to completion stage before the age of 15, right? Someone added, not more than 10. Someone else said with disdain, if you are talented and have a profound level martial art, who would train a yellow-level martial art? A low-level profound level martial art is not something that everyone in the Lan family has access to. Also, it is too difficult to train a profound level martial art to completion stage. Yes, once a high-level yellow-level martial art is trained to completion, its power is not weaker than a warrior who has trained a profound level martial art to completion stage. But training a profound level martial art to completion stage is easier than training a yellow-level martial art to completion stage. If you are not talented enough, don't even think about training it to completion stage. But as long as you work hard, training a profound level martial art to completion is not a big problem. The people below the stage were arguing heatedly, but their eyes did not leave the stage. 17's sword was filled with strong qi and brought with it the sound of the wind. Lan Haoming was not satisfied and tried to block his opponent's sword. The huge force almost made his sword fall out of his hand. This was too embarrassing, Lan Haoming felt his face burning. He was being suppressed by a mid-Qi Hai warrior. Bah! Let's not talk about the completion stage of the battle sword art. Why is his strength so strong? What did he eat growing up? If a normal yellow-level martial art was not trained to completion, it would be very difficult to defeat Lan Xbii. In order to win this match, Lan Hao had to use his trump card. Golden Wind Drizzle Sword. As soon as the Golden Wind Drizzle Sword was used, Lan Haoming's identity was recognized by some members of the Lan family. Golden Wind Drizzle Sword Technique, this is 4th Elder's best sword technique, right? You don't know, Lan Haoming is 7th Elder's grandson. Then who is Lan Haoming's opponent? What's his name? It's just a series of numbers. I forgot. He was on the stage yesterday, his strength is not bad. He should be one of the orphans adopted. Once Golden Wind Drizzle Sword technique was used, Lan Haoming's sword slowed down. Every sword was as soft and dense as a drizzle. Every sword was able to achieve a perfect defense. Xianxia, who was born with great strength and good at heavy swords, hated to encounter soft sword techniques like Golden Wind Drizzle Sword. He had strength but couldn't use it. The West focused on gold for autumn, so the autumn wind was also known as the Golden Wind. Autumn was the master of killing, all things withered. Lan Haoming's Golden Wind Drizzle Sword technique had reached perfection. The soft and elegant long sword could always find an opportunity to counterattack 17's storm-like attacks. That servant's luck is really bad. If he didn't meet Lan Haoming, he would have a chance to show his face tomorrow and be valued by the family. What a pity, that young man was born with great strength and talent, but he doesn't have a black-level martial arts technique as a trump card. Unable to break Lan Haoming's defense, Xianxia knew that he was in danger. The only power he could use now was Fu Yuanming's beheading sword technique and Crimson Blood Demon's sword chi field. He had reached the small success stage of beheading sword technique. After using it, he indeed had a great chance to defeat Lan Haoming, but he was worried that beheading sword technique was too strong. The beheading sword technique only had one move, and it looked very ordinary. It was very difficult for ordinary martial artists to see this sword technique as a martial skill, because it was more like a stroke of inspiration that was casually swung out with a sword, but there were too many Lan family members below the stage, and there were also many masters. It was hard to guarantee that no one would notice. He still didn't forget his identity. He was a servant of the Lan family, not a disciple of the Lan family. As long as beheading sword technique was discovered, the Lan family would definitely think of ways to make him hand it over. Beheading sword technique was a martial arts technique created by Senior Fu. It was taught to him by Master Jianling. What if the Lan family asked him to hand it over? Would he hand it over? Or not? Xianxia quickly took 2 steps back and said in his mind, Master Jianling, slaughter mode. The cold murderous aura entered 17's body through his right hand. 17's entire body started to feel cold. The coldness rushed to the top of his head, and a crazy desire to kill arose spontaneously. A bloody light flashed in his eyes, his aura surged. The murderous intent accumulated during the 3 months of his career as an executioner, as well as the murderous aura from 17's body, mixed with the murderous intent, made his momentum rise layer by layer, and soon reached the peak. On the martial arts stage, Lan Haoming faintly felt fear in his heart. However, that fear was quickly suppressed by him. Lan Haoming couldn't help but mutter in his heart, how did I meet such a lunatic? From the looks of it, he must have killed a lot of people. Seeing 17's terrifying aura, the people below the stage began to discuss among themselves. After all, 17's murderous aura was too strong. It wasn't that they hadn't seen people with strong murderous aura, but at 17's age, he could have hundreds of orders in his hands. It was really rare. He's the new executioner of our Yang City, right? I heard that the first time he killed someone, he went crazy and chopped more than 30 criminals into minced meat on the execution platform. It should be him. Then he's really a fierce person. Someone laughed and teased, do you think he'll go crazy and kill Lan Haoming? On the stage, when Lan Haoming heard this, he had something in his heart, but he didn't know if he should say it. When Lan Haoming was distracted, 17 had already rushed in front of him. He used the Golden Wind Drizzle Sword again. Just as the tip of the sword touched the heavy sword, he was surprised to find that the other party's strength was stronger than before. However, as the grandson of the 4th elder, Lan Haoming's combat experience was still better than his peers. He dodged and barely avoided 17's powerful sword. What a brute! After entering the killing state, 17's attack was much fiercer than before. For a moment, Lan Haoming found that even the Golden Wind Drizzle Sword technique of the profound level couldn't do anything to the other party. Although Lan Haoming was conceited, he wasn't stupid, nor did he panic, even if he couldn't defeat the other party with the Golden Wind Drizzle Sword technique, which made him feel very embarrassed. He didn't fly into a rage and fight the other party head-on. Instead, he waited for an opportunity. He told himself in his heart, defend for a while first. Such a fierce attack definitely wouldn't last long. When the other party's true chi was almost exhausted, or when he left that strange state, it would be the time for him to win. The children of aristocratic families were far more experienced and intelligent than ordinary warriors. The experienced masters of their parents and ancestors would unreservedly share with them various terrains and fighting methods to deal with various types of enemies. and the warriors who didn't have the inheritance of a family or sect could only dance on the tip of the blade again and again, wandering on the edge of death, accumulating and summarizing their own combat skills in blood and suffering. But these skills were often not comprehensive enough. After all, one person couldn't compare to a group of people. XVI roared in a low voice, Master Jianling, strength 10%. Kid, the influence of the murderous aura inside your body is much stronger than outside your body. Remember to choose the right opponent, don't kill the audience below the stage. I won't kill the wrong person. Do as you wish. Anyway, there are many masters who use swords here. If you die, I'll change to someone with a higher status. Xianxia said with a smile, I think that Lan Haoyu is very good. The intensity of the murderous aura increased, and the red blood vessels in 17's eyes swelled. In the eyes of others, his eyes were already suffused with a faint red light. The murderous aura expanded again, the power brought by the heavy sword suddenly increased. Lan Haoming was caught off guard, and his long sword was knocked away by the heavy sword, and the blade of the heavy sword cut a wound on his arm. A thin and imperceptible trace of blood drilled into Lan Haoming's wound like a leech. You should. Before he could curse out the word die, 17's other sword had already arrived. Lan Haoming wasn't ready yet, he could attack where he had to save. This was a situation described by the elders in the family. When facing an enemy, since he couldn't dodge, couldn't retreat, and couldn't take the opponent's sword move, at the critical moment, then attack where he had to save. Attack the enemy's vital point, fight with your life. 17's heavy sword slashed over, stabbing the heart and throat, and the long sword would be cut by 17's nearly 2-meter wide heavy sword, but among the vital points, there was one that was often ignored, but was emphasized by the elders in the family. Lan Haoming stabbed at the vital part of 17's lower body. Even if the other party had really gone crazy and wanted to fight with his life on the line, when being stabbed at this place, most men would hesitate. Moreover, the other party was a servant of the Lan family, and there was no enmity between the two of them. Unfortunately, Lan Haoming didn't know that he was really crazy now. XVI saw that the other party was stabbing towards his lower body, and instinctively felt that the other party wouldn't die immediately, so he raised his heavy sword slightly and habitually slashed towards Lan Haoming's exposed neck, the place XVI was most familiar with. The match is over, Lan XVI wins. The judge announced. Lan Haoming sheathed his sword. Of course, the sword didn't stab 17's lower body, but it was caught by the Lan family expert who was guarding below the stage. Similarly, 17's heavy sword didn't cut Lan Haoming's neck. Kid, you even want to cut me, you have guts. The other Lan family expert who blocked 17's heavy sword said unhappily. After regaining his senses, 17 naturally knew what he had done. Just now, when he was sparring with Lan Haoming, this expert from the Lan clan in front of him had blocked his sure-hit sword. Then, he crazily gave the expert from the Lan clan a sword strike, speaking of which, it was a bit embarrassing. The 17th quickly got off the stage. As soon as he got off the stage, he was surrounded by his companions. Brother XVI, you are too strong. Yeah, I thought you would lose. Commander Hu said on the side, didn't you see that XVI is very weak? Let him rest first, there might be a tough battle in the afternoon. XVI rested alone in his room for half a day. No one came to disturb him. In the afternoon, 17 was lucky, his opponent was an early-stage Chi-Hai warrior, and a pretty girl. XVI didn't hesitate to destroy the girl, his violent heavy sword directly sent the girl flying off the stage, and then smoothly entered the semi-finals of the 13 to 15-year-old group. Speaking of which, meeting Lan Haoming in the morning was a complete accident. With Lan Haoming's strength, he definitely had the chance to enter the semi-finals and get a higher ranking. Thinking of the semi-finals, XVI was slightly excited. From the semi-finals onwards, the upper echelons of the Lan family would appear in the audience seats in front of the stage. The head of the Lan family, North Marquis Lan Lai, probably wouldn't appear, the host would probably be an elder of the Lan family. As for the attendees, it was hard to say, but the direct descendants of the Lan family would probably attend. The only person 17 wanted to see was the young mistress, but he didn't know if she would attend. The semifinals of the Lan family's martial arts competition. At dawn, XVI woke up early. After a night of rest, his Zhen Qi had completely recovered. He found an open space and practiced the cross sword secret art and the battle sword secret art. He only stopped when he felt his body heat up and his muscles and bones become more flexible. After breakfast, all the members of the Lan family gathered in the huge training field. Lan Lailei's son, the eldest son of the Lan family, Lan Yanming, stood on the stage and gave a long and smelly speech. At least, that was what Chen Hao, who was in the Crimson Blood Demon Sword, thought. He started from the ancestors of the Lan family. After he finished talking about the history of the rise of the Lan family, he then talked about the outstanding heroes that had appeared in the Lan family. Finally, he talked about the origin of the annual martial arts competition and the deeper meaning behind it. The young disciples of the Lan family were all fired up when they heard this. It was as if they were all injected with chicken blood. XBII was distracted. The VIP seats were in the front row, and those sitting there were all big shots. If the eldest daughter of the Lan family was present, she would definitely be in the front row. XBII and the others happened to be arranged at the end. I'm afraid that I can only see it clearly when I'm on stage. XBII thought so. The Lan family didn't let XBII wait for long. 17's group had 21 people left. They were all Chi-Hai warriors, and most of them were early Chi-Hai warriors. One of them had a bye. The first group to compete was their group. After 3 groups of matches, it was 17's turn to go on stage. He carried his heavy sword and stepped onto the stage. He glanced at the VIP seats below the stage. He skipped over the old men and ignored the men. The 4th young mistress was there, and even that Madame Lu was there. Only the eldest young mistress was missing. The 2 old men whispered to each other. Madame Lu smiled and said something to a middle-aged man. The 4th young mistress was eating sunflower seeds and talking to her friends. The eldest young master of the Lan family was staring at the stage. But no matter how you looked at it, he seemed to be lost in thought. XBII felt a little uncomfortable. Among the top 21 youths, there were 2 who were servants. His opponent was still a member of the Lan family. There was no doubt about it. Master Jianling, 5% slaughter mode. He didn't hold back his killing intent. He wanted to end this battle as soon as possible, or at least have a good fight. The upper echelons of the Lan family who were sitting in the VIP seats slightly shifted their attention to the stage. The killing intent on 17's body was very interesting. The upper echelons of the Lan family were bored of watching a Chi-Hai warrior fight. They were hoping that XBII could do something exciting. I hereby announce that the battle begins. As soon as the word begin was said, XBII stepped on the ground and rushed towards his opponent. He waved his heavy sword and created a strong wind on the stage. The strong wind blew away the stage and dissipated when it hit the 2 warriors with cold faces. 1 step behind, 1 step behind. The cold killing intent and violent sword moves made his opponent tired of defending. He lost his momentum completely. Step by step, he finally forced his opponent to the edge of the stage. This little guy is not bad, he has the potential to be a fierce general. Young Master Lan looked at the paper on the table and said to the guard next to him, Lan XBII, an orphan adopted by the Lan family, 14 years old, mid-Chi-Hai warrior. His talent should be no worse than Lan Haoyu's. Not bad. He has mastered horizontal sword arts and battle sword arts, his talent in sword arts is not bad either. And he is our Yang city's executioner? His killing intent is quite strong. 4th elder, you're humming lost to him. The 4th elder turned around and said with a cold face, I already told that bastard to go back. I think he is too comfortable. The 4th elder emphasized the words, too comfortable. Everyone present could feel the anger in his heart. I heard that Hao Ming even used the golden breeze drizzle sword technique. 2nd elder interrupted with a smile. In the end, he still lost. The others didn't say anything and just watched the show. The 4th elder snorted coldly and raised 4 fingers. The 2nd elder was confused. You, what do you mean? Me. I have 4 grandsons, 4 grandsons. All of them are capable and can carry on the family line. The 2nd elder's face turned red when he heard this. He rolled up his sleeves and asked, Old donkey, do you want to fight? I won't fight with you today. The 4th elder said with a serious tone, Don't you know what day it is today? Do you want the younger generation to laugh at you? The fourth lady and the others looked at the two elders curiously. They all wanted to watch the show. The second elder gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, then I will let you go today." Taking advantage of this short period of time, 17 successfully defeated his opponent. In the past few days, XVI had been using the slaughter mode continuously. He didn't use much energy and the Lan family also gave him enough time to rest. After the 13 to 15-year-old youths finished fighting, it was the 15 to XVI-year-old group's turn. From 21 to 11, 11 to 6, 6 to 3. XVI relied on his sword hair talent and powerful strength, as well as the Crimson Blood Demon sword to step into the top 3. There was only one peak Chi-Hai warrior, Lan Haiyu. XVI met another two late Chi-Hai warriors. They both knew a low-class profound-level martial skill, but their understanding of it was not as good as Lan Haoming's. A low-class profound-level martial skill that had just been trained to the initial stage couldn't defend against XVI who was in the state of slaughter. In the top 3, the 17th was lucky enough to be in the top 3. He drew a bye, so he was guaranteed to be in the top 2. Lan Haiyu fought against another late Chi-Hai warrior, Lan Zifan. Lan Zifan struggled for more than 10 moves before losing. After the other two groups, there was only the final battle left. XVI slowly stepped onto the stage. Facing Lan Haiyu, he felt a great pressure. Lan Haiyu was at the peak of Chi-Hai, 2 whole stages higher than him. His Thunder Blade art had already reached the completion stage. According to 17's observation, he should also know a low-class profound-level martial skill. As for whether or not he practiced a body-forging technique, XVI didn't know. But until now, no one had been able to injure him. Lan Haiyu was also observing Lan XVI in front of him. Lan XVI was the dark horse of this year's annual exam. He had continuously broken the record of the Lan family's servant disciples. Now, almost the entire Lan family knew his name. His grandfather had also mentioned Lan XVI yesterday. He thought that he had a great talent for training and fighting, and that he was a talent that was worth nurturing. No matter the result of this competition, Lan XVI had officially entered the eyes of the upper echelons of the Lan family. "You are not bad," Lan Haiyu said with a serious tone. "I know," Lan XVI replied. The heart of a strong warrior was built up through continuous victories. The successive victories had increased 17's confidence. After being stimulated by the state of slaughter, he successfully entered the top 3 of the Lan family. XVI had already started to change. Occasionally, he could even tell a joke in front of everyone. After being choked by XVI, Lan Haiyu still said, "You can't beat me. We haven't even started fighting yet. How do you know that I can't beat you? I realized that you don't practice any profound rank martial skills. You have no chance of winning." Even if Xiaochen lost, he could not lose his spirit. Before the competition, he could not lose his momentum. XVI was about to respond when a loud roar came from below the stage. "You two brats on the stage, this is a martial arts competition. Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and fight." The two of them secretly turned their gazes to the spectator stand. Yang City Lord Lan Lihai had already stood up. "If you don't fight, do you believe that I won't jump up and beat you up?" Lan XVI and Lan Haoyu's eyes met in the air, and the sword collided in an instant. Lan Lihai sat back in his chair and said to Madame Lu, "These two little fellows need to be taught a lesson." Madame Lu covered her mouth and chuckled. Lan Lihai said to Lan Yanming beside him, "Yanming, only these two little fellows have some talent this year, the rest are very ordinary." Lan Yanming nodded and said, "It's not that the others aren't good, it's just that they didn't give us any surprises. Haoyu's talent is not bad, and he has the potential to become a post-celestial master. That XVI is not bad either." "Yes, that XVI is not bad. He seems to be an orphan adopted by the Lan manor since he was young. I remember that those orphans were not treated well." Lan Lihai touched the stubble on his chin and said, "He is not even 15 years old, and he is already a mid-Chi-Hai warrior. Not only is he talented in martial arts, but his fighting ability is also very good. Such a good seedling is rare even among our Lan family disciples." Lan Yanming stared at 17, who had entered a state of massacre and was crazily clashing head-on with Lan Haiyu. 17 was still at an absolute disadvantage as he muttered to himself, yes, 17 is indeed talented, but he should have other interesting things on him. He turned around and said to the higher-ups of the Lan family, after the competition, I will increase the reward for Lan XVII. Elders, second uncle, do you have any objections? The fourth elder asked, why? The disciples of the Lan family have been slacking off for the past 2 years. Lan Yenming said slowly, I thought about it, it would be good to use Lan XVII to stimulate them. The second elder said, I think it's a good idea. Lan XVII was raised by our Lan family. His talent in controlling killing intent seems to be very powerful. I have never heard of it before. The fourth elder interrupted, I think we should ask for Hu Li's opinion. Sure. XVII was defeated by Lan Haoyu in the end. His last bit of rationality prevented him from using his last move. Also, he had achieved his goal. If he really defeated Lan Haoyu, it would be even more troublesome. XVII, who was out of the killing state and was covered in blood, was gently carried away by a few servants. He was placed in a well-decorated guest room, and an old doctor was skillfully bandaging his wounds. Please put down your sword. The old doctor said unhappily, it's blocking my way. XVII quickly put down his sword beside the bed. The old doctor glanced at him and didn't say anything. After practicing medicine for so many years, he had seen even stranger things. Thank you. The old doctor said, you're welcome. Open your mouth and take the rejuvenation pill. With the ointment, your wounds will heal quickly. XVII opened his mouth and swallowed the pill. A bitter taste instantly made his face scrunch up. The old doctor smiled and said, it must be very bitter. Water. Here. After drinking 2 glasses of water, XVII felt better. Do you want a piece of candy? Yes. It was still bitter in his mouth. I've checked. You've only suffered superficial injuries. It's not serious. Rest for a while. If there are any problems, call Xiaobai. She will take care of you. The old doctor left after saying that. Xiaobai was a very ordinary-looking girl. She smiled and said, Young master, if there's anything you need me to do, just tell me. Young master, hearing this title, XVII was really flattered. Speaking of which, I'm the same as you. I'm also a servant of the Lan family. XVII struggled to sit up. Xiaobai quickly helped him cushion the pillow. Then you must have been punished for causing trouble, right? Before XVII could answer, Xiaobai said, that's not right. If you were punished, why would Dr. Lu be so good to you? I was injured in a martial arts competition. XVII didn't cause trouble. You're that 17? Xiaobai asked in surprise. You know me? I've heard of you. I heard that you made it to the top 3. Knowing that XVII wasn't a servant of the Lan family, Xiaobai wasn't afraid of him. She asked excitedly, how was it? Did you win? If I won, I wouldn't be lying here. It doesn't matter if you lost. You're already very good to make it to the top 3. Xiaobai said with a smile. Seeing that Xiaobai was chattering and had the intention to continue, XVII quickly said, I want to rest for a while. Oh. The Lan family's rejuvenation pill was indeed extraordinary. In just one afternoon, XVII felt that he could walk around. At night, Commander Hu found him and said that the eldest young master wanted to see him. When you see eldest young master, don't be too nervous. Just greet him normally. Commander Hu nagged. I understand, Lord Commander. Commander Hu said with gratification, your performance this time was beyond my expectations. I never dreamed that you could become second place. I also didn't expect it. N. Commander Hu suddenly stopped and asked, oh right, 17, that crazy state of yours, can you control it? Yes, I also found out about it not long ago. It would be strange if the people around her didn't ask about her continuously using the slaughter state on the battle stage. XVII had already thought of a countermeasure. The existence of Master Jianling must never be mentioned to anyone. That should be because of your talent. XVII also wanted to find this excuse. Later, eldest young master will also ask about this question. Just tell him the truth. Commander Hu said, the Lan family is relatively open-minded among the aristocratic families in southern Cloud Nation. Even if you are just a servant, as long as you show enough talent and loyalty, they will not ignore you. Yes, Lord Commander. After about 20 minutes, the two walked to the end of the corridor. After crossing 3 stone bridges, they arrived in front of an elegant attic. Commander Hu said to the 2 guards at the door, "This is XVI, the person eldest young master wants to see." The guard on the left nodded and let the 2 enter. "This is that 17? A girl around the age of XVI asked with a smile. "I am 17. Okay, I will immediately go and tell eldest young master. Take a seat first." The girl left and 2 maids came in to serve tea to XVI and Commander Hu. Commander Hu naturally sat on the chair and pointed to the chair opposite him and said, "Sit, let's drink first." Lightly sipping the tea, Commander Hu shook his head and said, "The taste is a bit too bland, I still like to drink." XVI took a sip and immediately felt the fragrance in her mouth. Even her spirit was lifted a lot. It didn't seem as bad as Commander said. "Is the white cloud fragrant tea I prepared really as bad as Commander Hu said?" Eldest young master walked out of the inner door with a smile. Lan Yanming clearly had a smile on his face, but the majesty that was cultivated from being in a high position for a long time could not be ignored. "Eldest young master, you know that I'm a bore. You definitely won't lower yourself to my level." "Up to you." Eldest young master Lan Yanming, the first successor of the Lan family. More than 10 years ago, he was the top genius of Nanyunghua. Now, his strength was unfathomable. There was no doubt that he was a Xianxia martial artist. "XVI, how do you think our Lan family treats you?" "I owe the Lan clan a great debt of gratitude." Lan Yanming saw sincerity in 17's eyes. He also believed that a youth who was not even 15 years old could not deceive him. This was indeed the case. "All right." Lan Yanming nodded with satisfaction and asked, "There is something I want to ask you. You seem to be able to control the killing intent in your body at will." "Sure." XVI replied straightforwardly, "But once you enter that state, you might lose your mind." "When did you find out?" "When I killed for the first time, it was on the execution ground." N. The fact was the same as what Lan Yanming had sent people to investigate. "Why do you want to be an executioner?" Lan Yanming continued to ask. 17 practiced battle sword secret art and couldn't practice it to perfection for a long time, so he came to ask me. Commander Hu replied, "I told him that battle sword secret art was a battlefield martial skill. It was difficult to practice it to perfection without killing people. He wanted to be an executioner." Lan Yanming turned his eyes to XVI. XVI whispered, "Actually, what Commander Hu said is just one of the reasons. Another reason is, during that time, I always had an impulse to kill people. I dreamed of killing people every night. I was afraid that I would not be able to control myself. I have never dared to tell Commander about this." Commander Hu looked at XVI in surprise, but Lan Yanming looked at XVI with more satisfaction. No doubt, 17's loyalty to the Lan family was extremely high. Even if it was such a secret thing, he did not hide it at all. Innocence. Loyalty. Extremely high talent. He is also likely to have a rare physique. Lan Yanming felt that many collateral and direct descendants of the Lan family could not be as frank and sincere as XVI. "So you can turn on or off that state at will now?" "Yes." XVI affirmed. "Good, very good, very good." Lan Yanming used 3 good words in a row. If XVI really wanted to kill people, maybe it would become a hidden danger in the future. But if XVI could control it freely, then the hidden danger would not exist. XVI, since you can control it, don't worry, don't be afraid. You may have a rare physique." "Rare physique?" XVI heard this for the first time. "Yes." Lan Yanming continued, "There are many talented people in this world who are born with rare physiques. For example, the innate sword body. No matter how profound the sword technique is, it is easy to cultivate. For example, the innate tyrant body. The progress of cultivating body tempering techniques will make ordinary geniuses feel despair. Your physique should be able to store murderous aura and then let yourself enter a state of desire to kill. Your strength will increase to a certain extent. Although it is far from those legendary physiques, it is still better than most ordinary people. I see. XVI said in realization. Lan Yanming was not a god. XVI gave him a very good impression. Even if 17's performance was a little abnormal later, he would not care too much. After all, many people would behave abnormally when they saw him, such as nervousness, fear, and so on. Although you lost to Lan Hao Yu's sword in this competition, your performance was still very outstanding. Lan Yanming said, I can reward you with a high-grade yellow-level cultivation technique and a low-grade black-level martial arts technique. Thank you, young master. A low-grade black-level martial arts technique. 17 knew that the young master was putting in a lot of effort. You're welcome. These are all what you deserve. You have to remember that as long as you work hard for the Lan family in the future, our Lan family will not treat you badly. XVI was serious. Lan Yanming would definitely be a good patriarch in the future. Such a Lan family was worthy of loyalty. By the way, you're not 15 yet, right? Commander Hu replied, the 17th will be 15 in a few months. Well, then there's no need for the assessment. It's a waste of time to stay at your place. Let him come directly. Okay, it's his fortune that the young master values him. The young master asked XVI, 17, generally, after an excellent assessment, you will be directly assigned to a suitable place to cultivate, but I'm very satisfied with you. I want to ask for your opinion. Seeing that XVI was a little hesitant, Commander Hu explained, you children generally have a few ways out. The most common is to be trained as a family guard, or you can enter the Lan family's Chamber of Commerce. Outstanding people like you can even go to the battlefield to accumulate military merits. Lan Yanming sat on the main seat and took a sip of fragrant tea. He added, he can join the Blue Shadow Guard. I can be a recommendation. Commander Hu was shocked after hearing this. He pouted at XVI, indicating that he should choose the Blue Shadow Guard. I want to be a guard. XVI, don't talk nonsense. XVI insisted, Commander, I'm serious. I'm not talking nonsense. Lan Yanming's reaction was not as big as Commander Hu's, but he still asked, why? I want to be a guard. I want to be the young Mrs. Guard. After saying this, XVI finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that he didn't have the courage to say it. You bastard. Before Lan Yanming could speak, Commander Hu slapped 17's face. Lan Yanming put down the teacup and said with a gloomy face, Lan XVI, don't you know that Yanlin is already engaged? XVI covered his cheek that was swollen at a speed visible to the naked eye and asked, does Mrs. Engagement have anything to do with whether I can be her guard or not? XVI admitted that when he heard that Miss was engaged, his heart felt a little empty. However, this didn't seem to affect him being a guard. Aren't you? Commander Hu was about to say something, but he didn't know how to continue. I what? To be honest, Commander Hu didn't use his full strength, but it still made 17's head a little dazed. Even Lan Yanming noticed that something was wrong. Did wanting to be his sister's guard mean that he must have improper thoughts? It didn't seem to be necessary, right? He glared at Commander Hu because he realized that his thoughts seemed to have been led astray by Commander Hu's slap just now. Why do you want to be Yanlin's guard? It was Miss who brought me back to the Lan Manor. I promised before that I would be her guard and protect her in the future. Lan Yanming asked, when did this happen? About. It seems to be 10 years ago. Alright, I understand. You can leave. Lan Yanming waved his hand and motioned for the two of them to leave. I will seriously consider your request. After leaving the attic, the two of them were silent for a long time. Commander Hu asked embarrassedly, XVI, does your face still hurt? It doesn't hurt anymore. Have a good rest. Commander Hu was still too embarrassed to apologize. The first snow of winter in Yang City came unexpectedly. Stepping on the snow and looking at the flying snow that was like goose feathers, 17 once again entered the eldest young master's attic. Looking at the eldest young master, XVI felt uneasy. He went back to think about it and finally realized that his request was a little rash. However, since he had already said it, he wouldn't regret it. After all, that was his promise. "Xbii, you can be Yanlin's guard," the eldest young master said straightforwardly. Through the report of his subordinates, Lan Yanming already roughly understood why 17 wanted to be his sister's guard. Xbii was a little excited. "Really? Eldest young master? Do I need to lie to you?" Lan Yanming asked back. "Thank you, eldest young master. Don't thank me yet. I have conditions. Listen to it first before you make a choice." "All right." 17 tried hard to suppress his excitement. "Eldest young master, please say it." Becoming the young Mrs. Bodyguard so smoothly was beyond his expectations. "With your talent, it would be a waste of talent if you were to just be Yanlin's guard. If other families were to find out about this, they would laugh at our Lan family for ruining a genius." Lan Yanming looked at 17 and said seriously, "I hope you can join the Blue Shadow Guard." Blue Shadow Guard, this was the second time he 17 heard of it. What's the Blue Guard? The Blue Shadow Guard is a semi-secret force of our Lan family. Few people know about it. Other than being responsible for protecting the safety of the Lan family, the Blue Shadow Guard also needs to eliminate all enemies that threaten our Lan family. Lan Yanming said in a low voice, "The Blue Shadow Guard only listens to the Patriarch's orders. In recent years, Father has slowly handed the Blue Shadow Guard over to me. You are very suitable to join them." Steward XXXIIIE Lan Yanming nodded with satisfaction. At least XBII was one of his people. Later, Xianxia will take you to get 3 sets of clothes and a waist token. After you change, she will take you to Yanlin. She will tell Yanlin that you were arranged by me. Lan Yanming handed a jade pendant to 17 and said, "Don't forget to take this jade pendant to the Technique Imparting Pavilion to retrieve a yellow class high-grade cultivation technique and a black class low-grade martial skill. I have already spoken to the Technique Imparting Pavilion steward. You can just pass the jade pendant to him. As for the matter of you joining the Blue Shadow Guards, someone will look for you tomorrow night." Before XBII left, Lan Yanming said, "The 17th, Yanlin's marriage was decided by my father. You have to protect her when she's still in the Lan Manor." XBII understood the other meaning in the eldest young master's words. Xianxia was the servant girl XBII saw in the attic yesterday. Among the servants of the Lan Manor, her position was very high. XBII had a good impression of her. She felt that she was very warm-hearted. She didn't have the arrogance of being Lan Yanming's personal servant girl. She always had a smile on her face and looked very friendly. Along the way, she introduced the general situation of the Lan Manor to 17 as well as the places and routes to remember. XBII silently memorized it. The Lan Manor's guard uniforms were all black. There was also a set of black leather armor on the upper body. After wearing the guard uniform, Xianxia smiled and looked at XBII and said, "Wearing this uniform, you look quite manly." XBII didn't know how to answer. "XBII, is there a girl you like in the Lan Manor? If there is, you can tell me. I've served the eldest young master for a few years. I still have some face in the Lan Manor." Xianxia said in a low voice, "Even if you like a girl from the side branch of the Lan Manor, I can still be a matchmaker for you. How about it? Is there anyone you like?" "Sister Xianxia, I'm still young." "Young? How are you young?" Xianxia said in a slightly teasing tone, "You're almost 15. You're not young anymore. Let me tell you, if you meet a girl you like, you must be fast. Otherwise, the pretty ones will be taken away by others." XBII could only lower his head awkwardly. Xianxia smiled and didn't continue to talk about it. XBII was still young and thin-skinned. He might get angry if she said it. It's easier to work at the eldest young master's place. She's been in poor health since she was young and rarely goes out. You have to continue to cultivate in your free time. Okay. XBII promised. That's good. Xianxia continued, "In the past few years, there aren't many young warriors who can be favored by the eldest young master. Don't let him down." Okay. XBII thought for a while and asked, "Sister Xianxia, can I ask why the eldest young master's health is not good?" Xianxia said in a low voice, it said that her meridians are not perfect since birth. There's basically no medicine that can cure it. However, the eldest young master's temper is very good. She treats people kindly and doesn't scold the servants. Many servants in the Lan Manor respect her. Then who's the eldest young master's fiancé? The eldest young master of the Chen Manor of the Bright Sword City. Xianxia said in a low voice with some dissatisfaction. XVI heard of the Bright Sword City. In the southern Cloud Nation, the Bright Sword City was the same as the Lan Manor. It was also a famous top-notch family. The eldest young master of the Bright Sword City's Chen Manor, thinking of the eldest young master Lan Yanming, XVI had to admit that he should be a good match for the eldest young master. The eldest young master's courtyard should be filled with many flowers and plants. Unfortunately, when winter came, most of them had withered and were covered with a layer of snow. Only in the corner, a single plum blossom bloomed alone, emitting a faint fragrance. A beautiful girl with a noble temperament and a fox fur coat was standing in front of the eaves. She stretched out her delicate little hand and let the snowflakes fall on her palm. The girl was thin and her face was as pale as snow. The shadow in his memory merged with the girl in front of him. XVI remembered that Miss Lan was not much older than him. XVI still remembered that when he first saw her, it was also a snowy day. He was curled up in the corner of the street, shivering from the cold. The pedestrians were in a hurry and no one stopped for him. He was in despair at that time. He felt that he would become a hard corpse tomorrow and be thrown into a donkey cart by the city guards like his other begging companions. Until a horse carriage passed by, and then slowly reversed back. The thick curtain on the carriage was lifted and closed again. The coachman jumped off the carriage, then lifted him up with one hand and said, "You're lucky, kid." Even if he had the Crimson Blood Demon sword and had the chance to become a top master, his wish had never changed. That was a promise he had made with all his heart. There were always some people who valued their promises more than their lives. Xianxia greets Miss. Lan Yanlin stared at the snowflakes falling from the sky and asked, "Xianxia, why are you here?" "Young master asked me to bring XVI over to be your guard." "Guard?" Lan Yanlin glanced at XVI. XVI held his breath and his muscles were tense. Even when facing Lan Yanming, he had never been so nervous. After so many years of hard work, XVI had been waiting for today. Would Miss be surprised to see him? "Forget it, take him back. Tell Big Brother that I appreciate his kindness." Lan Yanlin waved her hand and said, "With Granny and Luya here, I don't need a guard." Was he rejected? XVI never thought that such a situation would happen. If it was the XVI of the past, he might be helpless, but now, he took a deep breath and stood up to ask, "Miss, do you still remember me?" Lan Yanlin looked at the tall and burly XVI carefully and frowned slightly. "Do we know each other?" "I am 17. XVI, this number sounded very familiar to Lan Yanlin, but she still couldn't recall it. XVI felt as if her heart had been stabbed by a knife. She turned her head to look at a gray-haired old lady in her 50s standing beside her. The old woman thought for a moment and said, "That was more than 10 years ago. It's normal for Miss to forget. I didn't expect him to have grown so big." XVI said excitedly, "Grandma still remembers." "Of course I remember. I'm not that old yet." Granny said with a smile. "You're the one who ranked second in the recent annual exam, the boy who was born as a servant, right?" "Yes, it's me." Lan Yanlin asked her mother-in-law in confusion, "Who is he?" "About 10 years ago, it was you who brought him back to the Lan family from the streets." "Oh, so it's you," Lan Yanlin suddenly said. Actually, she couldn't remember clearly. It was only after her mother-in-law's reminder that she vaguely remembered such a thing. "Eldest young miss, have you remembered?" "I remember." Lan Yanlin nodded. XVI looked at her expectantly and asked, "Then can I stay?" "Why can you stay when I remember you?" "Eldest young miss, you promised me before. After I pass the exam, I will come to the Lan Manor to be your guard." Lan Yanlin turned her gaze to her mother-in-law again. She obviously forgot again. Granny lowered her head, awkwardly cleared her throat and said, "I wasn't far from you guys at that time." "Yanlin, you did agree." Then she added, "You guys were talking so loudly, I was nearby. I didn't mean to eavesdrop." this sentence felt like she was trying to cover it up. Lan Yanlin met 17's expectant gaze and helplessly covered her forehead with her hand. Why don't we just keep him? Anyway, it doesn't matter if we have one more person or one less person here. Granny suggested, there are some things that Elvia and the others can't do. Just treat it as one more errand boy. We can't let young master down. All right. Under her mother-in-law's persuasion, Lan Yanlin finally relented. XVI said excitedly, thank you, eldest young Mississippi. Thank you, Granny. Even if eldest young Miss had forgotten him, so what? Eldest young Miss just casually gave him a favor, but for him, it was as heavy as a mountain. Then XVI, you should listen to Granny's arrangement. Lan Yanlin said and went into the inner room with the help of the maids. Seeing Lan Yanlin leave, Xianxia lowered her voice and said to her mother-in-law, Granny, XVI is valued by young master. If he didn't insist, young master would never let him be a guard. In the future, he may disappear for a few days. Please bear with him. Yes, I understand. Granny was experienced and knew 17's potential. She valued 17's character more. Don't worry, eldest young miss won't mind. After Xianxia left, Granny said to 17, come with me. It could be said that Lan Yanlin didn't lack anything. If she needed anything, she could directly give the Lan Manor's butler a list and let him agree to purchase and distribute. As for safety, if eldest young Miss Lan's place was not safe, XVI couldn't help. Occasionally, when he went out, there would be a team of masters as guards. With 17's current strength, he could only be regarded as an ordinary guard. The more XVI looked at it, the more he felt that he was just a decoration. His residence was in a small room next to the door of the house. As a man, there was no way he could enter the house. After tidying up the room a little, XVI lay on the hard wooden board. Too many things happened today, he was a little tired. Jianling, who hadn't spoken for a long time, said, Boy, now that your dream has been achieved, do you feel a kind of silent loneliness and emptiness in your heart? Maybe a little. Do you feel that this eldest young miss is a little different from the one in your memory? A little, but people always change, just like me. XVI shook his head and said, For me, as long as she is eldest young miss, it's enough. Since your first life goal has been achieved, do you want to set another goal? Chen Hao said, I'm afraid that you will lose your motivation and become the guard. You are just a small shrimp in the Qi Hai realm. If your eldest young miss is really in danger, you can't help. Master Jianling, don't worry, I will continue to work hard. I will go to the training pavilion now. During the day, Xianxia had already told XVI the location of the training pavilion. With the guard's waist tag, XVI quickly found the training pavilion. Looking at the pitch-black hole in front of her that was emitting cold air, and then looking at the big red words technique imparting pavilion that were shining brightly on the big rock beside her, 17 asked in a low voice, Lord Sword Spirit, why is the technique imparting pavilion underground? Chen Hao replied casually, it's safer to build it underground. They walked down the stairs into the cave and made a 90-degree turn. The fire on both sides of the cave chased away the darkness. The cave was a standard square, built with hard granite from top to bottom. 17 touched the rock wall. The surface of the granite was very smooth, like a carefully polished bronze mirror. Chen Hao estimated that if the rock layer was thick enough, even an innate master would have to walk through the main entrance. After walking for about 100 meters, 17 saw two guards. They were standing in the middle of the cave, with a thick rock wall behind them. The torches inserted on the rock wall cast shadows on their faces. They were motionless. 17 could barely feel their breathing. They were like statues. Was this the end? 17 said tentatively, I'm here to collect the cultivation technique. The guard on the right said, the token. His voice was hoarse and dry, as if he hadn't spoken for a long time. 17 showed the jade pendant that the eldest young master gave him. Go in. The two guards made way for 17. With a rumbling sound, the granite wall slowly moved, opening an entrance. After 17 walked in, she found herself in a huge room. The room was filled with neatly arranged bookshelves. An old man stood quietly in front of the bookshelf, flipping through a tattered and yellowed ancient book. Seeing 17 enter, He gently put the book back in place and asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" "I'm 17. Yes, the eldest young master informed me." "Come on." Following the old man through the spacious room, he put his hand on the granite wall, and the granite wall opened again. Xianxia almost jumped up when he saw this. Was this a fingerprint recognition technique? 17 followed the old man into the secret room. The secret room was not small, half the size of a football field. All the cultivation techniques and martial arts techniques here are of the yellow level. Pick one. The old man warned, "Remember, you can't pick it up to read. There's a formation in the room. Once you touch the book, the formation will be activated. Then how should I choose?" "Tell me which book you choose, and I'll get it for you." The old man then said, "Every book has its characteristics written beside it." Yes. In the secret room that was half the size of a football field, the yellow-grade cultivation methods and martial skills were enough to dazzle him. These were all part of the Lan family's accumulation over the past 100 years. Cultivation techniques and martial skills were separated into different categories. 17 quickly found the location of the yellow-level cultivation technique. Xianyuan art, yellow-level upper grade, non-elemental cultivation method. Cultivation speed is relatively slow. After cultivation, the Zhenyuan will be purer and more vigorous, and the Zhenqi recovery ability will be faster. Art of healing wind and rain, yellow-level upper grade, water attribute cultivation method, medium cultivation speed, extremely fast recovery speed. XVI set his eyes on a book with a very high-level name, Invincible Devouring Heaven and Destroying Earth 9 Rotation Indestructible Art. It was a high-level yellow-level earth attribute art. It would allow one to train extremely fast in a short period of time. However, when one reached the late stage of Qi Hai, their progress would be almost stagnant. There would be a lot of impurities in their Zhenyuan, and their Zhenqi would recover very slowly. XVI curled his lips and decided not to look at it. This cultivation technique was a trap. He knew very well how serious it was if one's Zhenqi was not pure enough. Many warriors had taken too many pills to increase their cultivation in the early stages, and their Zhenqi was mixed with too many impurities. This caused them to be stuck at a bottleneck in the later stages. Using external forces to purify the impurities in one's Zhenqi was too expensive. Even warriors from aristocratic families would find it hard to afford. Just because a cultivation technique had a high-level name, it did not mean that it was very powerful. After all, the name was given by the creator of the cultivation technique. It was their freedom to name it however they wanted. Occasionally, there would be some Chunibu names, and that would not be strange at all. XVI glanced at all the cultivation techniques around him. Soon, he found a group of cultivation techniques with extremely shocking names. For example, the yellow-level middle-grade Invincible Divine Fist, the yellow-level middle-grade Palm Technique God Destroying Palm, the yellow-level low-grade Sword Technique God Murdering Sword Technique 1, God Murdering Sword Technique 2, God Murdering Sword Technique 3. 19 carefully looked at the introduction of the cultivation technique. The serial number behind God Murdering Sword Technique was not the first or second style of the God Murdering Sword Technique, but the same name, M. It seemed that many unorthodox sword technique creators liked the name God Murdering Sword Technique. Xianxia reminded, XVI, pick that blood battle technique. Blood War Arts, yellow level upper rank, blood attribute arts. This arts originated from the blood god sex blood condensation arts, a profound level lower rank arts. After some modifications, a martial artist who cultivates the blood war arts will have a more stable mind, less likely to suffer from qi deviation. Their cultivation speed will be faster, and their Zhenyuan will be purer and more vigorous. Their Zhenqi recovery ability will also be faster. Okay. XVI didn't ask why. He knew that since Lord Jianling told him to pick blood battle technique, he must have his own reasons. Moreover, among all the yellow-level high-grade cultivation techniques, blood battle technique was considered to be an excellent one. It also suited 17's fighting style very well. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer. After that, with the old man's approval, 17 searched for a profound low-grade martial skill that was suitable for him. However, no matter how hard he searched in that narrow stone room, he couldn't find the ice heart condensation art that commander who had recommended to him. After asking the old man, he found out that ice heart condensation art wasn't a martial technique, but a rare cultivation technique that cultivated the mind. He didn't have the qualifications to obtain it. Helpless, XVI could only choose a heavy sword technique. 1000 average sword technique. 1000 average sword technique was at the top of the black level low-grade cultivation techniques. The sword technique had high requirements for the user's strength. The greater the strength, the stronger the power. XVI was very suitable for this sword technique. Although he didn't find ice heart condensation art, XVI was still very satisfied. The old man handed the 2 martial arts manuals to 17 and said, "Memorize these 2 martial arts manuals." XVI asked with a bitter face, "Can't I take them back and memorize them?" The 2 cultivation techniques and martial techniques together had more than 60 pages, including many pictures of the human body's meridians. It wasn't easy to memorize them all in one go. The old man said calmly, "If you're a direct descendant of the family, you can take the cultivation techniques out." It wasn't until midnight that he memorized the contents of the 2 cultivation techniques and martial techniques. As soon as he returned to his residence, XVI couldn't help but start to cultivate the newly acquired blood battle technique. Under certain conditions, martial artists could switch to other high-level cultivation techniques. The restriction was that only water attribute cultivation techniques could be switched to water attribute cultivation techniques. Wood attribute cultivation techniques could only be switched to wood attribute cultivation techniques. It was also possible to switch to other cultivation techniques. However, during the process of switching, the consumption of true qi would be very large, which would cause the cultivation to drop significantly. 17's non-attribute cultivation technique could be switched to any attribute cultivation technique. When the Lan family trained them, they left them with a choice. Switching to other cultivation techniques was a painstaking job. It needed to slowly convert the non-attribute true qi condensed from cultivating mixed yuan skill into the blood attribute true qi needed by blood battle technique. Just when 17 had just converted a trace of blood attribute true qi according to blood battle technique, Xianxia shouted in his mind, "Stop cultivating first, I have something to say to you." Being interrupted, XVI was fine, but his chest was a little uncomfortable. After all, Xianxia's way of interrupting wasn't very rough. If his cultivation was interrupted by others, 17 would definitely be in a bad mood, but the other party was Jianling, so it was different. "Master Jianling, what's the matter?" "I have a cultivation technique that is more suitable for you to teach you." "What cultivation technique?" 17's eyes lit up. Master Jianling's vision had always been very high. The cultivation technique that could be taught to him should not be ordinary. For example, Fu Yuanming's martial technique beheading was very profound. He hadn't understood it yet, but it had benefited him a lot. Now Jianling was going to teach him another cultivation technique. How could 17 not be excited? XVI didn't have to wait long before a message was directly transmitted to his mind. 17 sorted out the information of the cultivation technique that the sword spirit had passed on to him. He couldn't help but open his eyes and say in pleasant surprise, "Middle-level cultivation technique, Blood River art?" "Yes, it's Blood River technique." The Blood River secret art was one of the secret arts of the White Sands County's Devil Dao expert, Old Ancestor Red River. It was definitely a very good and precious cultivation technique. Later on, the Red River Three Ghosts relied on the Blood River secret art to make a name for themselves. Peng Bin, 17's Rinkenju, was an unlucky guy who didn't know how to use a sword and had bad luck. "It was better not to mention him," Xianxia asked. "Do you have the feeling when you received the inheritance of beheading sword technique last time?" "No, only information this time." "Oh, I see." Xianxia finally understood why the 17th could see Fu Yuanming's memory fragments through beheading sword technique last time. The master killing inheritance not only recorded the sword technique created by the sword master, but also recorded all the mental processes of the self-created sword technique and then passed it on to the next sword master. If it wasn't a technique created by the sword master, the master killing inheritance could only pass on some simple techniques to the future sword master without any explanation. For example, the blood war technique that XVI cultivated just now. If he died and his next Rinkenju was taught the blood war technique by Xianxia, he could only see the information about the blood war technique. It was like looking at a secret technique book, but he couldn't see the entire process of the blood war technique's creation to increase his cultivation comprehension. After thinking through this, Chen Hao wondered if he should wait for 17's strength to reach a certain level and encourage him to create his own technique or martial arts. Now I know why Master Jianling asked me to choose the blood war technique. It's good that you know. In any case, these are all blood attribute cultivation methods. Most martial artists would find it difficult to distinguish them. Even if some masters feel that something is wrong, you can just blame it on your physique. It was rare for Chen Hao to praise her. The excuse you used to deal with Lan Yanming last time was very good, and the opportunity to say the excuse was just right. You have grown a lot during this time. It's all thanks to Sir Jianling's teaching. XVI thought for a moment and said hesitantly, but some of the training methods in the Blood River arts are a bit cruel. Too cruel? Chen Hao laughed. You have the Crimson Blood Demon sword in your hand. Even if you don't use those cruel methods, you can still increase your strength. The benefits of practicing the Blood River secret art is not only to increase your cultivation speed. Compared to cultivating a yellow-level cultivation method, the true qi obtained from cultivating the Blood River secret art is much purer. The amount of true qi stored in the dantian is at least twice as much. There is also a secret technique recorded in the Blood River secret art that is worth learning. I understand, Sir Jianling. Before the sun rose, XVI woke up early. After a night of training, he was still full of energy. He gently pushed the door, but the door couldn't open, it was frozen solid. The north wind blew into 17's room, taking away all the heat. But the temperature wasn't so low that XVI couldn't bear it. After all, he was now a Qi-Hai warrior. The snow hadn't stopped yet. The snow had almost buried the road in front of the young mistress's house. Who knew how many people would die because of this snow? XVI only thought for a moment before finding a wide wooden board. He pressed the board against the ground and pushed it with brute force. The board scraped off most of the snow on the ground. 17's movements were nimble, and with his great strength, he quickly cleared the thick snow in front of the young mistress's house and the nearby road. The snow was piled up into a small snow hill by him. XVI then took out the red blood sword, planning to practice his new sword technique. Just at this moment, the door opened. Two small heads with two buns popped out from the crack of the door, and then the two small heads quickly shrank back. Not long after, the door was opened again, and two little maidservants, who were so cold that their heads shrank back, came out with big brooms. The weather is so cold. That's right, Big Sister Sue. If you didn't wake me up, I wouldn't even want to get out of bed. But what can we do? It's Big Sister Luya's orders. We have to finish sweeping in the morning. If we don't finish, you're not allowed to eat. One of the maids said in a low voice, if I didn't wake you up, Big Sister Luya would spank your butt. All right. Aren't I up now? The maid looked at the clean yard and asked in a low voice, AI. Where's the snow? Snow? Isn't it still falling? Idiot, I'm talking about the snow on the ground. Did it all melt? The maid who spoke had a happy smile on her face. It's so cold, even the fish tank is frozen. How can the snow melt? I think your brain is the one that melted. When XVI heard the words of the two maids, he found it funny. He said loudly, I've finished sweeping the snow. It's all piled up there. He pointed to the corner of the yard not far away. The maid who was in a daze asked, Are you the new guard? Yes, that's me. The two maids walked down the steps and looked in the direction XVI pointed. Sure enough, the snow was piled up there. It's really all done. Big sister, since we're fine, let's play for a while. The maid said in a low voice. Let's go make a snowman? What snowman? Let's go back and tell Big Sister Luya. The other maid said very politely. Thank you, Big Brother Guard. The two maids looked to be 12 or 13 years old, so it was appropriate to call him Big Brother. You're welcome. The two maids left in a hurry. Not long after, a girl in a green coat walked out. XVI recognized her. She was the personal maid of the eldest Miss, Luya. Her chin was very sharp, her eyes were big and lively, and her hair was thick. She looked very beautiful. She looked at the clean yard and nodded at him. Thank you for your hard work, XVII. I'll have Chui Er bring you breakfast later. Chui Er, that was the little maid who was in a daze and wanted to slack off. After she brought XVII a meal, the two of them got to know each other. After breakfast, XVII went back first and packed his clothes and bedding to bring to the lawn manor. Xianxia once told him that he could take new bedding, but XVII was still a little reluctant to throw away the one he used to sleep on. Carrying the bundle, 17 arrived at eldest Mrs. residence. 17 saw a group of maidservants building snowmen in the corner of the courtyard. There were also some naughty maidservants throwing snowballs at others. The small courtyard was filled with the sound of girls playing. The eldest miss was sitting on a rattan chair with a thick blanket covering her knees. She supported her head with one hand and looked at the group of maids in a daze. Luya stood behind Lan Yanlin and asked in a low voice, "Eldest miss, is it okay to let them continue like this? I think they should be disciplined. I like to see them lively. Eldest miss is too good to them. They're still young. They're already 12 years old and still young." When I was 12 years old, Lan Yanlin waved her hand and motioned for her to stop talking. She liked the quietness in her ears. "Greetings, eldest miss." XVII bowed to Lan Yanlin. N. Lan Yanlin looked at XVII and said faintly, "Mother-in-law told me about you." XVII quietly waited for the eldest miss to finish speaking. "The original agreement was just that we were young and immature. You don't have to care about it, and don't let it become a shackle. Big Brother values your potential very much. You should put your energy into cultivation and pursue the highest realm of martial arts. That's what a man should do." The eldest miss' voice was a little hoarse. Her voice was soft and weak, but it carried an irresistible majesty. XVII was about to speak, but was interrupted by the other party. "That's all I have to say. Go back and think about it." She waved her hand and asked him to leave. It was obvious that she didn't want to talk to XVII anymore. In the evening, a man dressed as a guard knocked on 17's door. "Come with me." "Okay." XVII didn't ask and directly followed the man's footsteps. Following the man to the edge of an ordinary cliff in the Lan family's base, the man stopped and said, "Follow me." Then, he crashed into a rock on the cliff, and his entire body quickly disappeared. XVII touched the rock wall with his hand. His hand directly entered the rock wall. That rock wall was just an illusion. Entering the rock wall, XVII was a little surprised. Why was it a cave again? Chen Hao muttered in the red blood sword. Do all families like to dig holes? Or only the Lan family likes it? It was still a cave made of hard granite. Following the man for about 200 meters, XVII felt a breeze on his face. Not long after, he saw two warriors in blue robes guarding the end of the cave. "This is a newcomer," the warrior leading XVII said. The two watchers nodded and opened up a path for him. XVII walked out of the cave and saw the warm sun above his head, the wild flowers everywhere, and the village on the hillside in the distance. He clearly remembered that it was winter now, and there was heavy snow this morning. But the scene in front of him clearly told him that it was spring. This is a secret realm." The man explained, "This is the first secret realm that our Lan family discovered." Inside the demon sword, Chen Hao looked at the scene in front of him curiously. Like XVII, it was his first time entering a secret realm. This secret realm is the size of 5 towns. After so many years, it has almost been developed. At the same time, this is the base of our Blue Shadow Guards. The purpose of our Blue Shadow Guards is to protect the Lan family and eliminate all enemies that threaten the Lan family. You have to remember this. You can call me Evil Tiger. My strength is at the late stage of the true energy realm. I am the captain of the 13th Blue Shadow Guards. You will be a member of my team from now on. I will be responsible for your missions and daily training. Evil Tiger? That's not your real name, right? Lan Xianxia said, "That's right. In the Blue Shadow Guards, my code name is Evil Tiger. As a Blue Shadow Guard, we don't have a name, only a code name. You have to remember this. N. You can call me Captain from now on." Evil Tiger said, "I know that you are an orphan adopted by our Lan family, and your name is Lon Xvii. I want to ask, do you have any favorite nickname? Any nickname will do? It can't be the same as an existing nickname. Can it be called Killing God? Xvii asked tentatively. Evil Tiger said with a mocking smile, if you're not afraid of trouble, you can call yourself Killing God. Why? If the difference between your nickname and your strength is too great, it will attract some trouble. Evil Tiger laughed, if you really dare to call yourself the god of slaughter, I think there will be many blue shadow guards who will personally measure the quality of this god of slaughter. Newbie, I advise you to keep a low profile. Can it be called Scarlet Blood? Scarlet Blood? Red Blood? Evil Tiger thought for a moment and said. It should be possible. In the so-called village, there were no old people or children. All of them were blue shadow guards dressed in blue. Their faces were cold, and their killing intent was thick. One look and you could tell that they were not kind people. Entering the biggest house in the center of the village, Evil Tiger quickly registered XVII. The 17th was lucky, the owner of the nickname Scarlet Blood had died 5 years ago. In the past 5 years, no one had used this nickname. Evil Tiger gave XVII a blue jade waist tag and said, when you enter the secret territory, you must carry this tag with you. It will be your proof of identity, understand? Then, Evil Tiger introduced XVII to some basic information about the Blue Shadow Guards. The Blue Shadow Guards were a powerful force controlled by the Lon family. The minimum requirement to join was to be a mid-chi high warrior and a warrior who was extremely loyal to the Lon family. Therefore, most of the members of the Blue Shadow Guards were from the side branches of the Lon family, the descendants of the servants, and some of them were from the military. The Blue Shadow Guards had a total of 30 small teams, and each team had 5 to 8 members. Every 5 small teams had a captain, and above the captain, there was a commander. In order to take up a position in the Blue Shadow Guards, one must not only have a certain amount of merit, but also have enough strength. A late True Energy Realm warrior was qualified to be a small team leader, and a mid-nascent Blue Shadow Guard was qualified to be a captain. Then what kind of strength do I need to be a commander? Peak nascent heaven. Evil Tiger said slowly. Evil Tiger said in a deep voice, most of the missions of the Blue Shadow Guards are directly assigned by the higher-ups. Don't ask why, no matter the cost, we must complete it. Understand? Understood. Don't worry, the family can see our efforts. As long as you complete the missions and get merit points, you can exchange them for many good things that can increase your strength. Ihu patted 17th's shoulder and said, originally, every newcomer who joins the Blue Shadow Guard has to undergo an assessment. However, your eldest young master personally recommended you. Furthermore, we also know that you are now an executioner in Yang City. For you, the newcomer assessment can be completely ignored. Now, I will take you to meet the other members of the 13th team. The 13th team of the Blue Shadow Guards and XVII now had 5 members, and they all lived in the same courtyard. They were White Wolf, Dali, Scorpion, and Black Ox. It was worth mentioning that Scorpion was an ordinary-looking woman with a good figure. The 5 of them introduced each other's strength and skills, and didn't talk much. Evil Tiger, late stage of the True Energy Realm, good at saber techniques. White Wolf, middle stage of the True Energy Realm, good at movement techniques. Dali, early stage of the True Energy Realm, good at staff techniques. Black Ox, early stage of the True Energy Realm, strong and good at fist techniques. His body refining technique was cultivated to a very high level. When there was no mission, the Blue Shadow Guards could cultivate by themselves, but once there was a mission, they had to do their best to complete it. On the 3rd day of joining the Blue Shadow Guards, XVII received the mission notice and rushed to the secret territory. The other members of the team hadn't arrived yet, and only the captain, Evil Tiger, was sitting in the middle of the hall. Wait for them, you are the first to arrive. Soon, White Wolf, Dali, Scorpion, and Black Ox arrived one after another. Evil Tiger said, our mission this time is very simple. 3 days ago, 3 members of the Lon family were killed when they were training in the Moya Mountain. We found the root of the vermilion spirit fruit at the scene. After some investigation, we have determined that the murderer is the second young master of the Qian family, Qian Weifeng. Evil Tiger then told them the information about the Qian family in the East Yu City. The Qian family in the Eastju city was just a normal small family. The strongest person in the family was the previous family head, Qian, who was at the peak of the true energy realm. The second young master of the Qian family, Qian Weifeng, was a rising young genius in the Eastju city. He was 16 years old and was at the mid-stage of the Qi Hai realm. The three members of the Lan family who were killed were all at the mid-stage of the Qi Hai realm. White Wolf asked, "Is the mission an investigation?" "Yes." Evil Tiger nodded. "The first step of the mission is to confirm if Qian Weifeng is the murderer." XVI asked in a low voice, "What if he is the murderer?" "Kill him directly?" Scorpion said with a smile, "If there are no accidents, of course we will destroy the Qian family." Evil Tiger gritted his teeth and said, "Since he dared to touch the disciples of the Lan family, he must pay with blood, or people will think that the Lan family is easy to bully." XVI, our Lan family is indeed a deep-rooted top family in the southern Cloud Nation, but you can't relax because of this. Evil Tiger emphasized to 17, those other top, first, and second-rate families and sects are constantly thinking about expanding their sphere of influence and increasing the strength of their own families and sections. If our Lan family is weak or shows even the slightest sign of weakness, they will take notice of us and then test us. Once they confirm that we are weak, they will pounce on us like hungry wolves and devour us until there is nothing left. The land is only so big. The resources are only so much. Almost every power's rise is accompanied by the destruction of another power, and what we need to do is to make the Lan family as strong as possible. Ihu made a chopping motion in the air and said fiercely, "Our Lan family can't show any weakness, we must be strong. No matter who it is, as long as they harm our interests, we must fight back strongly. Whoever dares to stretch out their claws, we will cut off their head. We must let everyone know our strength, let them be afraid, let them be afraid, let them not dare to have any thoughts of resistance." Evil Tiger's words caused 17 to be enlightened. What if the other party is stronger than our Lan family? If we bow our heads to a force stronger than us, no one will laugh at us. Ihu said, "We just need to wait for an opportunity." "How long do we have to wait? 1 year, 10 years, 100 years? Who knows?" Ihu said with a smile, "Look at the history of our Lan family's rise and you will know. The current Lan family was not built by one person, but by the blood of our Lan family's ancestors and the blood of our enemies." Ihu said with a long sigh, "And now, everyone here is like the Lan family's ancestors, fighting for the prosperity of our Lan family, fighting for the future generations of our Lan family." Hangyo raised his teacup and said, "Okay, Captain, let's drink this cup." Scorpion also smiled and said, "Okay, let's drink." XVI also raised his teacup. No one would care whether it was tea or wine that was poured into their mouth. They had 2 hours to prepare and bring all the necessary items. XVI basically didn't need to prepare anything. He had the red blood sword in his hand and 7 gold coins in his pocket. That was all he had. He stared blankly at the glowing sun at the top of the secret realm. His mind was filled with what Evil Tiger had just said. He recalled the passion and fighting spirit that Evil Tiger, White Wolf, Dali, Scorpion, and Black Ox had just exuded from their eyes. He felt somewhat out of place. "What is it, Scarlet Blood?" "Nothing. If you have something on your mind, just say it. Otherwise, you'll feel terrible." "Captain, as you know, I'm an orphan, don't mention orphans to me." Evil Tiger rudely interrupted XVI, "Don't mention orphans to me. From the moment you entered the Lan family, you were already a member of the Lan family." XVI raised her head and looked at the captain whose back was facing the sun. Lan family? Was he considered a member of the Lan family? XVI really couldn't say. He only knew that he was an orphan adopted by the Lan family and was a servant of the Lan family. That's right. When you entered the Lan family, you were a member of the Lan family. Evil Tiger said in a low voice, "Even if you don't agree with yourself, I know that the eldest young master at least agrees with you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have recommended you. After so many years, you are the only person he has personally recommended." XVI felt a warm feeling in her heart and her nose was a little sour. "Let's go, Scorpion is here too." Evil Tiger stretched out his big hand. XVI held it tightly and stood up with the help of the force. Outside, the north wind was biting cold and it was a world of ice and snow. Here, the sun shone on the earth and it was as warm as spring. The blue shadow guards often had secret operations and needed to disguise themselves. But this time, they didn't need to keep it a secret. XVI and the others wore blue shadow guard warrior uniforms and sky blue masks. The masks were thin and breathable, as if they were stuck on their faces. Dongyue City was south of Yang City. A group of 6 rode the cloud-stepping horses cultivated by the Lan family's horse farm all the way to Dongyue City. The cloud-stepping horses had part of the demon beast bloodline. Their endurance and explosive power far exceeded that of ordinary horses. The 6 of them didn't encounter any resistance along the way. It took them 3 days to get there. On the 3rd day, when they passed by the cloud-shattering mountain, they all reined in their horses. The road ahead was full of corpses. The blood froze into ice before it could dye the road red. Captain Evil Tiger rode his horse forward slowly. XVI and the others followed behind. He pointed to the broken carriage wreckage on the side of the road and said, "The caravan must have encountered bandits. They're all dead." He glanced at the cloud-stepping horse that stuck out its tongue to lick the blood ice and said, "It should have happened this morning." XVI asked, "Captain, what should we do now?" "Let's go to Dongyue City now." After traveling day and night, the 6 of them arrived at Dongyue City 2 days later. They directly rested in the largest inn in the city. XVI couldn't take it anymore and fell asleep as soon as he hit the bed. The next day, White Wolf woke him up. The group gathered in the captain's room. Beside Evil Tiger, a man in a gray robe attracted everyone's attention. On his gray robe, there was a cauldron-shaped pattern on the chest. "This is Alchemist G." Alchemist, one of the most expensive professions in the continent. The Lan family also had alchemists, but XVI rarely saw them. "For our mission this time, we need to trouble Alchemist G to make a trip," Evil Tiger said calmly. "No problem, I'll definitely check carefully." Evil Tiger said to everyone, according to the latest news, the second young master of the Qian family, Qian Weifeng, has reached the late stage of the Qi Hai realm 3 days ago. This time, I specially invited Alchemist G to help us confirm if Qian Weifeng is the murderer. If he is the murderer, Scorpion and I will take care of Qian Yichen. White Wolf will take care of the current head of the Qian family. Dali, hey you, Qi Shui, you guys take care of the rest of the Qian family. Evil Tiger said, the Qian family has been rising in Dongyue City for more than 10 years. They don't have enough resources and don't have any allies in the city. They only rely on Qian Yichen to support them. Don't be afraid. XVI didn't ask how the captain got this information. With the Lan family's power in the southern Cloud Nation, it was easy for them to set up an information network. After breakfast, the group went straight to the Qian family. Knocking on the door of the Qian family, Evil Tiger directly reported his name. "Tell your head that the Lan family's blue shadow guard is here to visit. Tell him to bring Qian Weifeng to see us." Seeing the masked XVI and the group acting so arrogantly, the gatekeeper didn't dare to be negligent and ran in to report to the head of the family. When the head of the Qian family, Qian Tianze, heard that the blue shadow guard of the Lan family was here to visit, his first reaction was the Lan family of Yang City, asking him to bring Qian Weifeng to see them. Could it be that Feng Er had offended the Lan family outside? Qian Tianze immediately ordered, "Immediately tell Qian Weifeng to come see us." Soon, Qian Weifeng arrived. Qian Weifeng had completely inherited Xianxia's looks. He was handsome and burly. Not only was he a rising genius in Dongyue City, but he was also a famous handsome man in Dongyue City. Xianxia was very satisfied with his second son. He had even decided to pass the position of family head to him and find him a powerful father-in-law. He had asked his father Qian Yichen about this, and Qian Yichen believed that Qian Weifeng was more suitable to inherit the position of family head. "Father, why are you looking for me?" Xianxian asked anxiously. "I want to ask you, have you offended the Lan family of Yang City?" He knew that with the Lan family's tyrannical style, if today's matter was not handled well, the family could be destroyed at any time. Qian Weifeng denied, "No." "Really?" Xianxian said seriously, "We can't afford to offend the Lan family. Not only can we not afford to offend them, there aren't many forces in the entire southern Cloud Nation that can afford to offend them." You have to think carefully before you speak, this is very important to us. Father, I really didn't offend the Lan family. Qian Weifeng asked, think about it, have I ever lied to you since we were young? Alright, let's go see the Blue Shadow Guards. Maybe they made a mistake. Xianxia said in a low voice, I've already informed your grandfather to come over, when you see them, you have to be respectful. Father, I understand. I will not cause trouble for the family. And if your brother Wei Xiong could work half as hard as you, I could at least live for a few more years. The Qian mansion's door opened. Xianxia personally brought Qian Weifeng to welcome XVII and the others. Arriving at the main hall, before they could serve tea, Yihu said straightforwardly, Family head Qian, we, the Blue Shadow Guards, are here today to investigate something. What is it? 7 days ago, 3 of our Lan family disciples were killed while they were training in Moya Mountain. Hearing this, Xianxia's face froze. He remembered that his second son had indeed entered Moya Mountain 10 days ago. When he came back, he had reached the late Qi Hai realm. He glanced at his second son Qian Weifeng who was standing beside him. Seeing his calm face, he was relieved. Perhaps, this was just a coincidence? Then why have you all come? Xianxia enthusiastically smiled and said, if there's anything you need our Qian family's help with, our Qian family will do our best. If they could take advantage of this matter to establish a relationship with the Lan family, it would be enough for the Qian family to gain a foothold in Dongyue City. I do need your help. When Xianxia heard this, his face lit up with joy. However, what Yihu said next made him unable to smile. We suspect that those 3 Lan clan disciples were killed by your second young master. Xianxia desperately squeezed out a smile on his face. How is that possible? How could Wei Feng dare to make a move on a disciple of the Lan family? You must have misunderstood. Qian Weifeng, who was standing at the side, also said, My lords, I did indeed enter Cloud-Piercing Mountain a few days ago, but I did not kill any Lan family disciples. Please believe me. Have you seen them? No. Qian Weifeng said, Cloud-Scraping Mountain is very big. It's not easy to run into it by chance. N. Evil Tiger patted the table lightly, as if he was thinking about something. Pa pa pa, the atmosphere was very heavy. Xianxia's forehead was covered with sweat. Qian Weifeng lowered his head and pursed his lips, not saying a word. Pa. Yihu fiercely slammed the table and stood up abruptly. He suddenly raised his voice and asked with a fierce tone, Then let me ask you, Qian Weifeng. Did you break through a few days ago because you got the vermilion spirit fruit in Moya Mountain? At this moment, he was really like an evil tiger that was choosing to devour people. 17 noticed that when evil tiger's hair was flying, even Black Bull's legs trembled. No, absolutely not. I have never seen any vermilion spirit fruit. Qian Weifeng hurriedly explained, My breakthrough was the result of the life and death experience in Moya Mountain. I have been stuck in the Qi Hai realm for a year. My breakthrough was a natural process. Good. Evil Tiger suddenly laughed. Even though he was wearing a mask, 17 could see the muscles on his face. He sat back in his chair, picked up his teacup and took a sip. Then he slowly said, Since you said you have never seen the vermilion spirit fruit. Alchemist G, give him a blood test. Alchemist G stepped forward, holding a small porcelain bowl and a dagger that he had taken out from somewhere. It seemed like the captain was prepared for this. Alchemist G smiled and said to Qian Weifeng, The vermilion spirit fruit is a rare spirit fruit. Even a true energy early-stage martial artist can use it to improve their strength. The vermilion spirit fruit's medicinal power is extraordinary. If you eat it, even if you use the medicinal power of the vermilion spirit fruit to improve your strength, there will still be a large portion of the medicinal power left in your blood. Coincidentally, I once ate a piece of the vermilion spirit fruit. As an alchemist, I have never forgotten the taste. Alchemist G smacked his lips and said, Give me some of your blood and let me taste it. Then I can prove your innocence. Qian Weifeng bit his chin and looked at his father. Then he turned around and ran, but how could he possibly escape? White Wolf grabbed him tightly and used his stick to break one of his legs. Xianxia shouted, What are you doing? He wanted to rush forward but was stopped by Vicious Wolf. Vicious Wolf smiled and said, You shouldn't ask me what we're doing. You should ask your son what he's doing. Alchemist G, let him bleed. Cutting open Qian Weifeng's wrist, the blood flowed into the bowl. Alchemist G sniffed and dipped his index finger into the blood and put it into his mouth. He said with a hint of intoxication, "This is the taste of the vermilion spirit fruit. It smells a little pungent. When I first taste it, there is a faint sweetness like sugar. Soon after, there is a unique bitter taste that fills my tongue. I feel the true qi in my body become active. This bunch of boorish men, they don't know what it means to be frugal." XVI looked at Alchemist G with a dumbfounded expression. Alchemist G pointed at the small bowl and asked XVI, "Little brother, don't you understand? Do you want to taste it? You'll understand once you taste it." XVI shook his head. He didn't have such a strong taste. "Patriarch Qian, what else do you want to say?" "Father, save me!" Qian Weifeng shouted loudly. Before Xianxia could speak, a burly old man stepped through the door. "This matter is indeed my Weifeng's fault. However, can you give him a chance to turn over a new leaf on account of his youth and ignorance? Spare his life. Our Qian family will definitely compensate you double." Vicious Tiger looked at the old man in front of him and asked in a deep voice, "May I know who you are?" "I'm Qian Yichen." "Very good, everyone is here. Attack." As soon as he finished speaking, Vicious Tiger smashed Qian Weifeng with a stick and directly slashed at Xianxia. XVI, Black Ox, and Scorpion desperately ran towards Vicious Tiger. Qian Weifeng died and Xianxia was instantly seriously injured. All of this happened in a flash. Qian Yichen didn't have time to react at all, only Alchemist G lay on the ground and caught Qian Weifeng's limp corpse. He gently put the corpse down and quickly used a cotton cloth to block the hole in the corpse's head. He muttered, "Too wasteful. Too wasteful." End of chapter 78. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.